Chapter 1 Prologue Revised. 5 years later, the sky above the capital airport remains a deep blue, and the joys and sorrows at the airport continue to unfold endlessly. People come and go, some leave, some return, some celebrate reunions, while others mourn partings. Everything seems unchanged, as if 5 years were just a blink of an eye. The statue in the center of the waiting area still stands as it did 5 years ago, and the tall indoor plants are still as lush as ever. What can 5 years do? 5 years can allow a child to grow from a newborn to a toddler, to learn to speak and walk, to count to 100, and to recognize that the sky is blue and the clouds are white. It can enable them to call out the names of their dearest ones. 5 years can let a sapling grow strong, or it can bring about vast changes. 5 years can blur the faces of some people, obscure the outlines of certain events, allow memories to settle like sand in a lake, and let various scars fade with time. Thus, Shiori feels that 5 years is not a short time. Leaning against a nearby column, Shiori squints at her reflection in the floor-to-ceiling glass window. She looks disheveled, with bags in hand, resembling a vagabond or a punk, as Ashu said. With her hand propping up her mouth, Shiori smiles at her reflection, then recalls Ashu's comment that when Ari smiles, she always looks silly, turning her smile into irritation. "Shiori, is that you?" A sudden voice startles Shiori, and when she sees the person, her smile freezes on her face. A few hours earlier, Ashu had asked her where her ideal meeting place would be, and she had answered the airport in line with the moment. According to authoritative surveys by Western media, most women envision reunions happening at airports. If given the chance to choose again, Shiori would certainly change her answer. In fact, it might be better not to meet at all. There are some things in life one would rather not remember, and some people one would prefer not to encounter again, like the person in front of her. It's really you. "Shiori, I can't believe I'd run into you here." This well-dressed man seems on the verge of tears from joy. "Yes, it's me, Chung Jigao." Shiori interrupts his long-winded speech. Chung Jigao sizes her up and lets out a slight sigh. "Shiori, I feel like you've changed, but at the same time, you haven't." Shiori maintains her posture, observing him. This guy has indeed changed quite a bit. He has become stronger and more confident. Dressed in a suit, with neatly combed hair, he presents the image of a successful person. "Shiori, do you know that over the past 5 years, Mungo has been looking for you? He not only sent people to find you, but also spent a lot of time himself." Chung Jigao's tone is very serious. "Do you know? That guy changed completely after you left." Shiori cracks a smile. She knew this name would come up. Shiori and Mungo, two names intertwined for 13 years. "Ari." Ashu timely appears. "Have you been waiting long? Is this your friend?" "Yeah." Relieved, she hangs her bags on herself and turns back to say, "Chung Jigao, goodbye." "Shiori, you can't just leave like this." Chung Jigao becomes anxious, grabbing her clothing. "All right, I understand your meaning. Tell Mungo not to look for me anymore. I've forgiven him. And everything ends here." "Chung Jigao, you can let go now, if you still consider me a friend." Shiori quietly watches his hand. Chung Jigao slowly releases his grip. She exits the airport and hails a taxi. "Who is Mungo?" Ashu asks in the car. "Did he do something wrong to you?" Shiori leans her head back against the seat, this nosy Taiwanese person, and lazily replies, "Mungo is of course Mungo. He hasn't done anything wrong to me. He just owes me a lot of money." "How much?" "How much?" Sure enough, the money-loving person becomes interested. She rolls her eyes at him and closes her eyes. The long flight has left her dizzy. A sharp screech of brakes, accompanied by the taxi driver's furious swearing, pulls Shiori back from her half-dreaming state. When she opens her eyes, the taxi driver has angrily exited the vehicle. A silver-gray Porsche abruptly blocks the way. Rolling down the window and leaning out to see clearly, Shiori feels a wave of exhaustion wash over her. He stands under the sun, with a handsome face, a tall figure, and well-fitting clothes, next to his Porsche, looking like a scene out of an idol drama. The handsome and wealthy male led making his first appearance. But Shiori has outgrown the age of believing in idol dramas. He stares straight at her, and Shiori sighs inwardly. Well, everything has come to an end now. Getting out of the car, Shiori moves her lips. "Mungo, long time no see." Yes, it has indeed been a long time, long enough to face it calmly. Shiori still remembers how much resentment she felt towards this person 5 years ago, wishing she had never met him. She rarely regrets anything in her life, but with him, she does regrets knowing him, regrets falling in love with him. "Ari." He lowers his eyes, choosing not to meet her gaze. It must be guilt. Shiori thinks faintly. Mungo, Summer is gone. So you should know I don't want to see you again. For now on, don't look for me again, even if we run into each other by chance. Pretend you don't know me. This is my final request of you. When you return what you owe me, and I don't want to carry that kind of hatred. It's too heavy, Mungo. Only this way can both of them let go. God knows how much strength it took to say such things. Shiori closes her eyes, the sun blazes through her eyelids, piercing enough to make her want to cry. Summer the child who always followed her with a runny nose, the boy with a bright smile, the young man with a face identical to his father. A sound interrupts her thoughts. When she opens her eyes again, she sees Mungo slumped on the ground, his face ashen. He looks at her in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief, despair, fear, helplessness, and pleading. Staring at her like that, Shiori moves her hand, then finally lets it drop. It turns out she is still foolishly wanting to reach out to him at this moment. She can't stand to see him like this, but she no longer has the strength to help him. She opens the car door without looking back, and the taxi glides past him. Watching the taxi gradually disappear into the flow of traffic, Mungo suddenly wants to laugh as loudly as he can. Look, after giving him so many chances, even God has finally let go. He remembers a classic movie line, "What comes around goes around." Summer is gone. Shiori will never forgive him again, never again. Mungo suddenly feels a wave of fear, the first genuine fear that has arisen from his heart in 28 years. Shiori said she didn't want to see him anymore. Shiori has always been someone who means what she says. What will he do from now on? How will he spend the long time ahead? Passers-by stop to stare, and his phone rings. Mungo numbly looks at the name flashing on the screen. Su Honglian. Su Honglian. He raises his hand, and the little gadget displaying Su Honglian's name arcs perfectly through the air, shattering with a not-too-loud sound. In the taxi, the driver suddenly exclaims in authentic Beijing dialect, "Oh my, no wonder that handsome guy looked familiar. Turns out he's the CEO of TR." What's TR? Ashu, now excited to interject, thinks that Ziera's silence on this trip must have been suffocating him. You just returned to the country, right? T.R is well known everywhere here. This T.R is the leader of the entertainment industry. Although it was established not long ago, their boss, the handsome guy from earlier, is capable, skilled, and has a strong backing. In just a few years, they have acquired several large companies in the entertainment sector. Now, they have everything they desire. Their company even went public last year. A friend of mine invested in their stocks and is now making a fortune. Such a favored child. His grandfather is a renowned figure, and his father is the owner of a multinational corporation. He truly is a young master born with a golden key. Wow, wow, wow. Summer, he's a talented youth. A Prince Charming. Ashu nudged Summer. Shut up. I'm tired, Ashu. Summer closed her eyes again. The boss? Summer thought he would be an excellent pianist. Mungo, at just 10 years old, could play many famous pieces effortlessly. When she first saw him, his hands were dancing over the black and white keys while he mischievously turned his face toward her and winked. At 17, Summer had watched a movie called The Legend of 1900, and at that time, she thought Mungo might become that romantic and passionate pianist one day. Chapter 2. The Favored One. When Summer was 10 years old, her father took her and her brother away from their bountiful hometown in southern Fujian because their grandmother was getting old. She still remembered that year was early spring, with greenery all around and the grass reaching the sky. Their elderly grandmother, leaning on her cane, stood at the village entrance to see them off, her white hair gleaming under the old banyan tree, her eyes brimming with tears of parting. Summer's parents had divorced when she was young, and her grandmother had raised her and her brother. That day, she hugged her grandmother tightly and confidently told her to wait for her there, promising that when she grew up, she would buy a big house in the city and hire maids. For her, at that time, Summer thought her grandmother was an all-powerful superhero and never imagined that one day she would leave. Her grandmother referred to the place they were going as the capital, which was said to be very prosperous. 10-year-old Summer and her 80-year-old brother, Xia Tian, followed their father on a train to the capital. The Summer's father used to be a soldier and was a driver responsible for driving high-ranking officials. Later, he came to Beijing with his superior, and he had been there ever since. Their father took them to a large mansion with tall iron gates and a spacious courtyard filled with banana plants and neatly trimmed jasmine, along with beautiful flowers whose name Summer couldn't recall. Holding hands with her brother, they followed their father, but the beauty of the house, which seemed to only exist on television, made Summer uneasy. She often heard people in the village say that wealthy people in the city were usually hard to get along with. After climbing the steps, their father brought them into a large hall. As soon as they entered, Summer was captivated by the wonderful sound, but she dared not look up to find its source. She felt that the sound was like the raindrops hitting the stone slabs on the eaves of her grandmother's old house. Looking down at her shoes, they appeared a bit worn and dusty, contrasting sharply with the clean, bright floor. "Xiaoge, are you practicing the piano?" her father asked nearby. "Yes, Uncle Xia, Grandpa is about to come down," came a polite but slightly childish voice. As Summer lifted her head, she saw the piano at the bottom of the spiral staircase and the child sitting in front of it. Coincidentally, that child was also looking at her and, upon making eye contact, mischievously winked at her. Looking down again, Summer thought, what a beautiful child he was. Mungo that day wore a white short-sleeved shirt and had a neat hairstyle, just like the beautiful children Summer saw on television. After a while, an impressive-looking old gentleman came down the stairs. "Dichin, you're back." He walked up to them with a smile, looking at them. "You must be Xiari and Xiaoyan." "Yes, sir," her father said, pulling her and her brother closer. "Ari Tian, greet the sir." "Hello, sir," Summer and Xiaoyan said in unison. The piano stopped playing, followed by a burst of laughter. Mungo thought the two country kids could be even more foolish if they bowed. That was their first meeting. That year, Summer was 10, Mungo was 10, and Xiaoyan was 8. It was a summer when the jasmine in the courtyard always smelled delightful at night, accompanied by the melodious piano music. Not long after, Summer and Xiaoyan were enrolled in school, and it was an elite institution. Xiaoyan was in 2nd grade, while Summer was in 4th grade, and Mungo was in the same class. On the first day of school, the handsome boy named Mungo pointed at Summer and told the whole class, "This classmate is named Xiari from my hometown, and you're not allowed to bully her." Upon hearing Mungo's words, Summer felt her anxious heart settle, as if in this world, no one would ever bully her again. Mungo was a good child, and a handsome one at that. Summer thought Mungo must be a favored child of God. He was smart, well-behaved, excelled in his studies, played the piano well, and even played a bit of violin. He had a happy family, loving parents, and a doting grandpa. All the children liked to play with him and listen to him, and the adults adored him, always affectionately calling him Xiaoge. Summer also thought he was a kind, favored child, not arrogant or rude. He was always polite to everyone and treated her and Xiaoyan well, never looking down on them for their country clothes or mocking their poor Mandarin like other children did. He never ignored them because they were the children of a driver. Thus, Summer decided to take good care of that child. Her father told her that Mungo was born a few months after her, so she should look after him well. So, Summer became Mungo's shadow, doing everything she could for him, like helping him find the school supplies he always misplaced, picking out the carrots he didn't like from his meals, and cleaning his dirty school uniform before going home. Summer thought Mungo must be the happiest child in the world. It seemed that way until they turned 11. In the spring of their 11th year, Summer watched him fiercely cut a cute doll his mother had brought from abroad with a knife, then burn it with a lighter. The flames illuminated his face, which appeared cold and indifferent, like an ice sculpture. "Mungo," Summer stepped in front of him and called softly. He looked up at her, clearly startled, but it was only for a moment. "What are you doing here?" Summer actually didn't know what she wanted to do. She just felt sad seeing him like this. "Did you see that? You can't tell anyone." "Got it," Summer said softly. "Why? Why did you burn it?" "No reason, just didn't like it," he said coldly. And in that moment, Mungo seemed like a completely different person. "But didn't you just say you liked it a lot?" Summer had just seen him happily hugging his mother and saying thank you. Kids from the countryside are simple, they shouldn't be stupid, and have no sense of awareness. You probably don't know that the woman in the house isn't my mother. Many people here know she's not my biological mom. They just don't dare to say it. He crossed his arms, as if telling someone else's story. "What about your real mom?" "I'm dead. I died when I was 6. Mungo gazed into the distance. And in that moment, the naive girl suddenly understood that he might be missing his mother, just like she missed hers. "Mungo, your mother must be very beautiful, right?" The young girl didn't know how to comfort this child, but she thought that for someone to give birth to a child like Mungo, his mother must be an incredibly beautiful woman. Mungo didn't answer, still fixated on an unknown place, while the Summer quietly watched him. This was the first time Mungo clearly saw the child called Summer. She had a round face, round eyes, and her pupils were as shiny as black grapes. Her nose was slightly upturned, making her look quite sweet. In truth, Mungo had always looked down on those two children from the countryside, but he was a polite, good child. Good children? Aren't they all like that? Deep down, Mungo knew he wasn't a good child since his mother left. T8. His father brought home a woman who used to be called Annie and said she would be his new mother from now on. How could someone who was Annie suddenly become a new mother? Grandpa told him it was because he was still young and needed a new mother to take care of him. How ridiculous! Mungo thought, why her? She was his mother's beloved sister. Although not a biological sister, his mother treated her very well, giving her a beautiful room to live in, a good job, and always speaking to her gently. He liked her, but how could she become his mother? Shouldn't mothers be unique in this world? Dad said, I'm sorry, Xiao Gu, I need a wife. His mother had only left for a short time, and Dad was already saying he needed a wife. But Mungo clearly remembered Dad telling his mother, Xiao, do you know how happy I am that you became my wife? When his mother was sick, that woman he called Auntie said to his mother, sister, don't leave me. Was that a lie? Adults like to lie. Even Grandpa, who always loved him, lied to him, saying that his mother couldn't bear to leave him, so she would never leave him. What did that woman say? Xiao Gu, Annie will only have you as a child in this lifetime. The words still echoed in his ears. A year later, Mungo heard her say to his father, Brother Ming, can't we have a child of our own? With a loud bang, Dad smashed something on the ground and angrily said, what did you promise me back then? Is Xiao Gu not good enough? He loves you like his own mother, aren't you satisfied? Then came a faint sound of sobbing. Very good. This is very good. Mungo thought it was worth all his efforts to pretend to be a good child. Many people boast about being good and smart children, but those people don't know how exhausting it is to pretend to be a good child. Mungo looked at the small figure beside him and felt he didn't have to pretend in front of this child. What did the child from the countryside know? Chapter 3. Spoiled Child Part 2. Summer felt a little happier than Mungo because her mother was still in the world. She had just left temporarily, but Mungo's mother had left forever, which meant she could never be found no matter how hard they searched. Although this current mother treated Mungo well, she was still not his biological mother. Isn't there a song that goes like this? A child without a mother is like a rootless grass. In the village, her friend's mother, Xiaolan, was also gone, and later Dad found her a new mother. That new mother was very fierce and often beat Xiaolan when no one was around. Summer felt that the new mother was not a good person, and she was very grateful that her father hadn't found her a new mother. For Mungo, Summer felt even more obligated. She wanted to protect him from being bullied by his new mother, so she followed him and made an effort to cheer him up. The first time Mungo shot her with a toy gun, she didn't say it hurt. In fact, those plastic bullets didn't hurt much on clothes, but they did sting on the skin. Later, when it happened too often, Summer got angry and pointed at Mungo, saying, "Why do you keep hitting my sister?" Mungo dropped the gun and asked Summer if it hurt. She shook her head. Mungo knew that silly girl would say it didn't hurt. She even whispered to him, "Mungo, can you aim a bit better? Shoot my clothes, not my face." "I'll try." As if, when Mungo was obsessed with the toy gun, suspicious red dots often appeared on Summer's face. Sometimes when people asked her, she always said it was from eating something wrong. Finally, Mungo grew tired of the toy gun and became fascinated with model airplanes, and Summer became the target again. Unexpectedly, the model airplane would crash down on her, sometimes pulling out a big chunk of her hair. The beautiful child would always look guilty and say, "I'm sorry, Summer, my airplane accidentally hit you again, but that's fine, it's not a real airplane." That silly girl answered him like this for the first time. Mungo, if it were a real airplane, that would be terrible. 100 Summers wouldn't be enough to crash. No, the world can't have so many dumb kids called Summer that would hinder genetic development. But it seemed that Summer wasn't really that dumb. She did well in school and had never fallen out of the top 10 in grades. You have to know that in their school, everyone was among the best. Mungo concluded that Summer was not dumb, but indeed a bit foolish, the kind of bookworm who only knew how to study. Until one day, he heard a little boy ask his sister, "Sister, why don't you ever say anything when Mungo bullies you?" "It's nothing. He doesn't bully me. He just tend to be a bit mischievous." "Still saying he doesn't bully you? Look at all these scars on you, aren't they all from him?" "Sister, I think he's doing it on purpose. That don't talk nonsense, a Tion. Even if it's on purpose, I don't mind. Didn't Grandma teach us to cherish the kindness others show us? Look here, Grandpa Meng treats us well, and Mr. and Mrs. are also good to us. We can go to such a good school. What does it matter if Mungo treats me badly? I don't care. I can just consider it my way of repaying their kindness." Besides, don't you think Mungo is quite pitiful? His mother is gone. Pitiful? Even two silly children from the countryside felt sorry for him. Furiously, Mungo smashed the model airplane he was holding into pieces. That day, it snowed for the first time in Beijing. Mungo pointed to the fountain in the garden and said, "Who wants to help me retrieve the plane I dropped in there?" "I'll go." The little boy thought for a moment, and I'll go. My legs are a bit longer. Summer took off her shoes. Mungo said slowly, "But Summer, you're a girl." "That's okay, I used to do this kind of thing in the countryside." She smiled as she said, "But in the countryside, I was catching fish, brother." Etienne grabbed his sister's clothes. "It's fine." She smiled at her brother. Mungo put on his hat and gloves and watched as the child focused on searching for his model airplane in the pool, but there was no plane there. Feeling sorry for him? What a joke. Look at who is more pitiful now. The person in the pool asked him again, "Mungo, think about it, where exactly did the plane fall?" "I don't know, you can keep looking." "I really like it, the one that can't be bought in our country." Mungo pretended to be anxious. "Oh," she answered softly and didn't say anything more, perhaps too cold to speak. "Brother, if you ask me not to look for it, I can ask Dad to buy you a new one, okay?" Etienne walked up to him, pleading, "Look, if I go down, my sister will get frozen." "Buy it?" "Summer, do you have any idea how much that's worth?" "I'm afraid your dad couldn't afford it, even with 2 months' salary. And I already told you, it can't be bought domestically." He reached out and tapped the boy's head. "But why should my sister help you find it? It's not like she got it there." The little boy shrugged off his hand. "Didn't you hear what I just said? I meant help, assistance. Your sister is a helpful and good student. She didn't refuse to help me, so kid, it's not your place to speak up for her. Also, don't call me brother. I'm not your brother." Mungo shook his head at the anxious little boy. The people in the pool started to tremble, and Mungo checked the time his grandpa and dad would be back soon. So he called Summer up. Summer climbed out of the pool, her eyes downcast and shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry, Mungo. I'll help you look when the weather warms up a bit more." For the first time, Mungo realized that this girl was actually quite young, not very tall, just slightly taller than her brother, and when standing next to him, she only reached his shoulder. "And no need," Mungo said softly, feeling a bit ashamed. Maybe her brother was right. Why should he? That night, Summer caught a cold, with a high fever, and was eventually taken to the hospital. Summer found the boy who was actually playing the piano. Many times, Summer admired the boy, named Mungo. He was excellent, smart, and didn't have to work hard to always come in first, and many people wanted to be friends with him. Summer was very willing to call him brother because of her admiration. But it seemed she had thought wrong. He pressed his hands heavily on the piano keys, and Mungo looked up at him. "Are you happy now?" "My sister is in the hospital," the nearly 10-year-old boy said, tears streaming down his face. However, Summer felt that all these tears were shed for Summer, out of sympathy for her, that silly girl who only knew how to study. "Why should I be happy?" "You tell me," he said, looking at himself with interest. Summer thought that this beautiful 12-year-old boy didn't look like a typical 12-year-old at all. Summer had slept for a long time in a daze, and when she woke up, she saw this scene. The pale yellow sunset poured in through the large glass, flooding the entire room. The beautiful boy was bathed in the golden sunset, sitting slightly sideways in a white high-backed chair, his focused gaze on the book in his hands. Behind the high-backed chair was a single daisy blooming in a transparent glass vase. Time seemed to stand still, with only a gentle breeze lightly stirring the fine hair on the boy's forehead. The scene was too beautiful. Summer once asked her photography-loving dad what photography was. Every time he talked about photography, his face would light up with joy, making her think photography must be something delicious. Her dad only replied that he would tell her when she was a bit older. Later, when she was a bit older, Summer asked her dad the same question, that he said that photography was the fleeting moment of light and shadow. That time, she still didn't understand. And her dad told her that the light and shadow he understood was when a scene suddenly appears that is so beautiful it fills your heart to the brim. And so, the boy named Mungo brought that wonderful scene, which her dad described, suddenly to Summer's front. Turned out this was what her dad was obsessed with. Chapter 4: The Favorite, Part 3. At the end of the year, Mungo won first place in the city's youth piano competition, and the school held a special awards ceremony for him. The entire auditorium was filled with people, including Mungo's parents. Even his grandfather came. Mungo stood on stage in a tailored suit, holding his certificate and trophy, and spoke. "All of this is thanks to my happy family. So I want to thank my dad and mom." He paused, looked down at the audience, and raised his hand, pointing in his grandfather's direction. Of course, there's you too. Grandpa. Usually, the most important people are mentioned last, right? Grandpa, you're so happy, aren't you? A round of applause erupted along with laughter, and Mungo easily lifted the atmosphere in the auditorium. Shiori watched Mrs. Muntai sitting beside her, who was also smiling happily. That smile was sincere, and Shiori felt that Mungo might have misunderstood her. Perhaps that beautiful woman truly loved him. After leaving the auditorium, Shiori planned to find Xiantian. Just around the corner, she saw Mungo and a few senior students heading to a more secluded area. Worried that something bad might happen, she followed them because those seniors had a bad reputation, rumored to bully others because of their wealthy families. As she approached, she heard someone say, "Kid, not bad." With a cold snort, Shiori heard Mungo reply, "That's just to please the adults. See, my old man is so happy." Then came a burst of laughter. Quietly, Shiori backed away, feeling that if she listened any longer, she would hear something that would make her even sadder. Mungo noticed that the little tail bug that had been following him for days seemed to have disappeared. But he didn't take care. To be honest, Shiori was a bit rustic and sometimes made him feel embarrassed. After school, Mungo blocked Shiori's way. "Shiori, you go back and tell my grandpa that I have something to do at school and won't be home for dinner today." Shiori stood still, knowing Mungo was lying. She also knew he was planning to go to the amusement park with his friends. That beautiful car parked at the school gate was waiting for them. "What's wrong? Don't want to? Have you been taking the wrong medicine lately, Shiori?" Mungo tugged at Shiori's ponytail, raising his voice. His friends crossed their arms and watched. Shiori swatted his hand away. "Mungo, I'm a few months older than you, so please don't treat me like this and I won't help you lie." Mungo turned his face to his friends, grinning. "Did you hear that? Mungo, she said she's a few months older than you, and she said she won't help you lie." One of his friends mimicked her tone, and they all burst into laughter. One tall, thin boy leaned in close to Mungo's ear and whispered, and Mungo nodded repeatedly. As Shiori adjusted her backpack and tried to leave, she was suddenly pulled away by a force and found herself in the car before she could figure out what happened. The tall, thin boy touched her bangs and said, "All right, village girl, let me show you what the city kids are playing." Shiori looked at Mungo, but unfortunately, he was just fooling around with his companions. The car stopped in front of the amusement park, and one of them went to buy tickets. A group of them stopped in one place, and Mungo smirked, whispering in Shiori's ear, "Welcome to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged her toward an entrance. For a long time afterward, Shiori would dream of that place, waking up in a cold sweat. That day, Mungo took her into the haunted house of the amusement park. Shiori wasn't particularly timid, but she was especially scared of ghosts and the like. In the past, a neighbor's aunt had hanged herself on the mountain for some unknown reason, and afterward, people said that her tongue stuck out long after she died. Though 6-year-old Shiori hadn't seen it, she always felt that as soon as she closed her eyes, she would see that aunt's long tongue, and since then, she had been particularly afraid of ghost stories. Inside the haunted house, it was dark and cold, with eerie cries echoing from nowhere. Shiori closed her eyes and refused to look around, stubbornly keeping her mouth shut to avoid crying. She didn't want them to laugh at her. She felt extremely disappointed in Mungo. How could he be like this? Such a beautiful boy, with hands that could play such wonderful music. Heaven knows how much she liked him. Feeling her way forward, Shiori felt as if she was walking down a path with no exit, her body trembling. Wait, what was she holding? Something soft. Shiori held her breath and opened her eyes. In an instant, her blood ran cold. She was holding a head with a long tongue. Knowing it was fake, she still thought of that woman who hanged herself years ago. Shiori screamed and ran forward desperately, tripping and hitting her head against the wall. When she saw the bloodied corpse on the wall, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and screamed until the amusement park staff came over. Seeing Shiori's state, Mungo felt panicked. The staff held her, and she looked dazed, with blood on her forehead, tears streaming down her face, and her whole body trembling. Mungo followed, pulling his friends along. He hadn't expected his momentary prank to lead to this. The staff took her directly to the security room, where a doctor-like person cleaned her wound and applied medicine. Throughout the process, Shiori remained quiet, her eyes downcast. After everything was done, the people in the security room offered to take her home. Mungo was startled. If they went home, everything would be exposed. He nervously glanced at Shiori. She smiled politely and replied that they didn't need to trouble themselves. Her friends would take her home. At this, Mungo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, Sherry borrowed the phone from the security room. When the call connected, Mungo heard her speaking in a local dialect he didn't understand. That day, despite the many people in the security room, everyone fell silent, listening to the little girl in the corner, speaking softly, sometimes as if she were teasing, sometimes as if she were threatening. That day, Mungo thought Shiari's voice was beautiful, like the sound of a harp's final note. When she hung up, the security guard asked whom she had called. Grandma. The word made the girl's eyes start to redden. On the way home, everyone seemed silent. Mungo reached out to touch Shiari's forehead wound. Does it hurt? Shiari tilted her head, avoiding his hand. Mungo suddenly felt angry, thinking that this village girl didn't know how to appreciate kindness. The wound on her forehead was her own fault for falling, not his fault for pushing her. Shiari, I warn you, you must not tell anyone about today. Mungo felt it necessary to regain his dignity, while Cheng Zhigao nudged him with his hand. Shiari looked up at the angry boy. Mungo, in the future, don't use this method to tease other girls. The village girl was now lecturing him. Just as Mungo was about to explode, Cheng Zhigao pulled him back and smiled at Shiari. We get it. Your name is Shiari, right? I am Cheng Zhigao. Cheng Zhigao couldn't understand why Mungo always called Shiari a village girl. He thought she looked pretty, with big round eyes and a rosy face like a big apple, making one want to take a bite. By the time they returned home, the sky was dimming, and a new moon hung in the sky. The family was waiting for them in the garden. The Meng family was quite strict and had a bit of a military style. For example, there were set times for coming home and meals, and if someone was going to be late, they had to inform in advance and provide a valid reason. When Grandpa Meng saw the bruise on Shiari's forehead, his initial anger replaced his worry. Shiari, what happened to your head? Why did you come back so late? Oh, I was helping teacher clean up with Mengge, and I accidentally bumped my head while cleaning. It's nothing serious. The teacher has already put some medicine on it. Shiari lowered her head. This was the first time she lied to Grandpa Meng, who had always cared for her. Mengge let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Shiari, only to see her hiding behind her dad. What a coward. Just a little lie, and she was that scared. Mengge secretly mocked her in his heart. What if, Shiari, if your injury leaves a scar and no one wants you anymore? Butlerly shook his head and sighed. What can I do? I'll just keep her at home and not let anyone have her. Shiari's dad laughed. Many years later, Mengge still remembered the way that simple middle-aged man said those words, filled with affection, his standard tenor voice full of love for his children. Chapter 5, The Favorite, Part 4. Zaire and Mingo truly became close when they were 13 years old, just after they started middle school. One weekend, Grandpa Mingo took them to the forest park. Mingo climbed up a tree and started throwing pine cones at Zaire, who was sitting below, but she ignored him. Suddenly, Mingo felt bored and thought he should tease Zaire a bit. It had been a long time since he had some fun with that country girl. Zaire, what should I do? I don't know how to get down from this tree. Mingo lay on the branch, pretending to be scared. Zaire looked up at him awkwardly. Why don't you try? Think about how you got up there, then come down the same way. I can't remember. Zaire, please help me think of a way. Otherwise, I'll go tell Grandpa. Zaire started to leave. No, don't go, Zaire. I think I have a fear of heights. Mingo deliberately raised his voice, making it sound like he was genuinely scared. Then what should we do? Zaire walked around the tree and said, Why don't you jump down and I'll catch you? You jump down and I'll catch you? You really have no common sense. Don't you know about gravity? Mingo thought to himself. Then he had a sudden idea. Zaire, how could you catch me? You have to know I weigh more than you. And what if you get hurt? I'll one team Mingo. Back in the countryside, I can carry a bucket of water. I promise I can catch you if you jump. Zaire seemed to have an unshakable confidence. Will you really catch me? Mingo asked again, unsure of why he was asking. Of course. Trust me, Mingo. If I say I can catch you, then I can. Zaire nodded vigorously at Mingo up in the tree. Mingo looked down at the child with wide eyes. Something was stirring in his heart. Should he trust her? Kids in their teens are always full of strange ideas, curious about everything, eager to trust others and to be trusted in return. So, Mingo made a decision. Okay, Zaire, you catch me. In the innocence of youth, some thoughts, when recalled in later years, always seem absurd. At this moment, Mingo later couldn't understand why he had such a thought. Jump down. I will catch you. Zaire found a spot, stood straight, and stretched out her arms, mimicking a mother cradling a baby. Mingo closed his eyes and jumped down. He felt he could trust that child, just as his mother had trusted him. He couldn't remember much about his mother since he was still very young. But he vaguely remembered that she was not in good health, supposedly due to an illness she had while pregnant with him. His mother was beautiful, with a gentle voice, and would carefully look at the pictures he drew. Mingo had drawn himself as a superhero, and at that time, he pointed to the drawing and said, "Mom, when I grow up, I will become a superhero to save the earth and you." His mother would smile and tell him, "All right, then our little Gus should grow up quickly. Mom will be waiting for you on Earth." After his mother passed away, no one ever looked at his drawings again, nor did anyone believe he would become a superhero when he grew up. She finally caught me. Mingo felt inexplicable happiness as he fell into that little embrace. I finally caught him. Zaire also felt inexplicable happiness when she caught Mingo. But that small feeling of happiness was quickly replaced by immense pain as she stumbled back and fell to the ground. "Look, Mingo, I caught you." Zaire, overwhelmed by that unfamiliar pain, struggled to speak, grimacing in agony. Seeing Zaire in pain on the ground, Mingo felt guilt for the first time towards this girl, knowing he could have easily come down from the tree. That time, Zaire dislocated her arms. The doctor said it was fortunate the tree wasn't too high, and that she was still a child. Otherwise, with that weight, her arms might have been severely injured. Grandpa was really angry. He directly took away Mingo's allowance for 3 months. Mingo wasn't too upset. Seeing Zaire's hands wrapped like a mummy, he knew he had gone too far this time. Every day, Mingo actively helped Zaire carry her backpack, walk to and from school with her, and on the bus, he made sure to protect her. One day, Zaire couldn't hold it in any longer. "Mingo, you don't have to do this. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault for overestimating myself. How could I have been so foolish?" He brushed against Zaire's hand, relieved that she hadn't been ruined by her moment of playfulness. "Shar, I'm sorry. That day I was lying to you. I was really scared to come down. I was just pretending to have a fear of heights. But I really didn't expect it would turn out like this for you. Zaire, I'm sorry." Since his memory began, Mingo rarely said sorry to anyone, and when he did, it was often insincere. But this time, he was sincere, genuinely wanting to apologize to Zaire. Zaire turned her head to glance at Mingo, then lowered her head to look at her feet as she walked, still feeling sad. She genuinely wanted to be friends with this handsome boy she had been with for 3 years. "Zaire," Mingo took hold of Zaire's hand from now on. "I want to treat you like this again. I promise." "Zaire, will you believe me?" But did she still want to believe him? Zaire remembered that day under the tree when she had used the same tone to ask him to trust her. "Okay, I believe you." Then she reached out and messed up his beautiful hair. "Wow, look who is getting bold." "Zaire, what did Uncle Zaire say to you?" "You need to take care of me. Did you hear that? Take care of me." Mingo would back down either, tugging at Zaire's ponytail. From now on, "You can't touch me. Only I can touch you, got it?" As the sun set, the return line stretched the shadows of the 2 children long. A scene that would linger in Zaire's dreams for years to come, like a beam of light that could only be reminisced about. Zaire's hands healed completely, and Mingo took her to a place, an abandoned factory. Along the factory-esque corridor, they arrived at a room that looked like a workshop, and Mingo pointed to a door. "Welcome to our dream factory." Zaire still remembered the proud expression on that child's face, as if he couldn't wait to show the world his treasure, a treasure that was uniquely his. When the door was pushed open, unlike the chaos outside, it was a whole new world inside. Zaire felt like she had been transported to another world. Everyone has a secret garden in their heart. It's just that Mingo turned his into reality. Standing in Mingo's secret garden, Zaire was very happy because they had finally become good friends who could share. Mingo's so-called dream factory was an empty workshop with a pool table, a roller, a swing made of tires, bicycles, a ping-pong table, a basketball hoop, and some strange gadgets she couldn't name. Zaire loved it here. Sunlight poured in from all directions, filling everything with life. His friends stood there with half-smiling faces. There were 5 of them, and she recognized them from the amusement park that day. I don't need to introduce them. I already introduced myself that day. Zaire looked at the thin Cheng Ji Gao as he reached out his hand. Hesitating for a moment, She touched his outstretched hand. Yim Zhou Ye. The tallest one came over. I'm Zhou Wei, Zhou Jie's younger brother. The two brothers looked very similar, both having single eyelids. Yim Hao Tian. Jiang Hao Tian. Jiang Hao Tian was also good-looking, clean, and white, with a friendly smile. Yim Lin Sheng. The smallest boy stammered for a long time, and Zaire curiously watched his flushed face. This was truly a shy child. Cheng Zhigao embraced the blushing boy, laughing so hard that he could hardly catch his breath, and the others joined in the laughter. Later, Xiaori learned that the boy had a very amusing name, Lin Shimei. The reason was that the Lin family had already had 3 boys, and Lin Dad, desperate for a daughter, stubbornly named his third son Lin Shimei, declaring that he would change his son's name once a daughter was born. However, Lin Mom never became pregnant again, so that name haunted Lin Xingmei for 13 years. Among these people, except for Cheng Zhigao and Zhou Jie, who were in the second-year junior high, the rest were all first-year students. They had known each other since they were very young, and apart from Lin Xingmei, they all refer to each other as childhood friends, or Fa Xiao in Beijing dialect. I declare that from now on, Xiaori will become the 7th owner of the Dream Factory. Mingo waved his hand. Xiaori, leave something here. Xiaori looked around. Everything here was valuable, but she didn't have any money. After thinking for a moment, Xiaori said, 3 days later, let's do it in 3 days. 3 days later, a mural appeared on the wall of the Dream Factory. Xiaori's grandmother loved watching operas, and since she was little, Xiaori had been influenced by her, gradually developing a fondness for stage scenery. She was enchanted by the changing seasons in those backdrops, the distant mountains like thick ink, the hidden villages in the mountains, and the stars hanging in the night sky, which turned her initial confusion into obsession. Later, her heart also began to have its own stage scenery, changing with her mood, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Taking out her pocket money, Xiaori bought oil paints and painted a rainbow on the wall. Under a gray sky, 7 children stood beneath the rainbow. In the countryside, Xiaori often saw rainbows after spring rains, but after coming to Beijing, she hadn't seen one again. Xiaori hoped her friends could see the rainbow she loved every day. Mingo was the first to notice the rainbow hanging on the wall. He seemed to be captivated by the brilliant colors and the girl standing beneath it, her face painted with colors and a smile at the corners of her mouth. And he couldn't help but walk over. Great job, Xiaori. This was the first time Mingo praised Xiaori. Chapter 6 Cardamom, Part 1. When I was 14. A lot happened during the summer. Bad news came from the countryside. Summer's grandmother passed away. In a hurry, Dad took Summer and Xiaotian back to the countryside for the funeral. They were gone for more than half a month. After Summer left, Mongo helped her with class notes every day. The first thing he did when he got home from school was to run and ask stewardly if Summer had returned, which made Aunt Zhou, the cook, tease him, saying, "Little guh, if you like Summer so much, why not marry her and bring her home as your wife?" Mongo thought that people in their 40s or 50s were usually gossipy, and that when a boy was nice to a girl, they had to assume it was something romantic. Could there not be pure friendship between boys and girls? It was true that he liked Summer, but it wasn't that kind of liking. As soon as Stewardly saw Mongo, he pointed to the garden and said, "Summer is back." Mongo didn't even bother to drop his backpack and ran to where Summer was staying. Summer's family lived in a bungalow in the garden, which used to be a gym but was converted into a residence after they moved in. From a distance, Mongo saw Summer's small figure sitting on the flower platform, dressed in black, amidst a sea of blooming flowers. Quieting his footsteps, Mongo crept up from behind and shouted, startling her. Many years later, Mongo still remembered what Summer looked like that day, tears streaming down her face. That shout seemed to open up some floodgate within her, and at 14, she burst into loud sobs. Tears and snot covered her small face. Summer didn't know why she felt like crying so much upon seeing Mongo. She didn't dare cry in front of her dad, fearing it would make him sad. Since she could remember, Summer had never seen her dad cry. But when her dad saw her grandmother for the first time after coming home, holding her grandmother's still body, he cried like a child. How sad must he have been to cry so heartbreakingly? So, she had been holding back her tears until now. At 14, Mongo was already a head taller than Summer. The surroundings were silent except for the sound of the girl shaking and crying. Mongo, my grandmother is gone. I don't know what to do. Mongo, how could she leave me without saying a word? How could she? He reached out, pressing her face against his shoulder. Mongo didn't know how to make this girl stop crying. Summer had always been earthy, clumsy, persistent, silly, and easily fooled. But the sad Summer was something Mongo had never seen before. Summer, before 6 o'clock, you can ask me to do anything. I'll do whatever I can for you. There's still an hour until 6. Mongo glanced at his watch and said, leaning against Mongo's shoulder, Summer felt a moment of being touched by this boy. I can ask you to do anything for me. She thought of what Zhang Wuji said to Zhao Min, and she thought Mongo had taken himself as Zhang Wuji. What did she want him to do for her? Mongo, play Butterfly Lovers for me. The first time she saw him, he was sitting at the piano, creating a dreamlike scene. The beautiful boy, like a carved jade, played a melodious tune on the black and white keys, as soothing as a stream flowing through the mountains. Grandma loved Butterfly Lovers. She often imitated the singing style of the story, from Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai's first meeting to the 18-mile farewell and finally transforming into butterflies. Each part was vividly portrayed. When the Mongo family returned home, they saw this scene. The living room was lit only by a floor lamp. The boy in a moon-white top was playing the piano while the petite girl was curled up on the large sofa, gazing dreamily at the darkening sky outside. That day, Summer returned home and saw her dad, who usually wasn't home at this time, sitting with his back to her, holding a letter that had already been opened. Dad, what happened? Summer walked over. Ari, your mother is getting married. Dad's voice was weak. Mom, how long has it been since I thought of this person? It wasn't that I didn't want to, but I didn't dare to think about it. No matter how I thought, I couldn't bring her back. Summer always knew her mother was in Vienna, the city of music. She had once measured the distance on a world map with her fingers, and it was about 2 fingers width apart. Ari, don't be angry with your mother. She has her difficulties too. Dad pulled his daughter into his embrace. He felt guilty towards his 2 children. It's all my fault for not keeping your mother well, letting you 2 grow up without a mother. For the first time, Dad told Summer about the past with her mother. They had shared beautiful moments, falling in love. Summer's mother was the lead actress in a troupe, and later, during a performance at a military camp, she and Summer's dad developed feelings for each other, leading to marriage and children. But their life of being apart often made her tired, and eventually, she moved to Vienna with her family. Ari, your mother didn't abandon you. When she left, she wanted to take one of you with her, but I couldn't bear to separate you 2 siblings. After she left, she often called me, pleading to let you come stay with her for a while, but I was angry with her and ruthlessly refused, even throwing away the letter she wrote to you. That's how it ended up like this. Ari, do you blame me? Summer sniffed. How could I? Her dad always wanted to give the last bits of the world to her and her brother. No matter how late he came home, he would check on them to see if they had kicked off their blankets. Summer always hid under the covers. Watching her dad shake his head while adjusting Xiaoyan's sleeping position, then standing by her bed for a while before going back to his room. Dad, is Vienna really that great? Great enough for Mom to give up her flesh and blood? That was your mother's dream when she was young. At that time, she almost wanted to turn Vienna into a song to sing. Dad chuckled lightly. Her mother was getting married to another man. Summer came to the Dream Factory and sat on a swing. In fact, she didn't have much of an impression of her mother, only knowing her name was Wang Xiaowei. She had seen her photo, and they somewhat resembled each other, smiling happily next to her dad by the river. From now on, she would be someone else's wife, with other children calling her mom. Dad said that the man she was marrying had a son about the same age as himself. As soon as Mongo arrived at the Dream Factory, he saw a dejected Summer sitting on the swing, swinging listlessly. What's wrong? Mongo squeezed in next to her and sat down on the swing. What is bothering our Summer today? The swing became crowded as the boy's breath brushed against her ear, spreading a faint feeling of affection. My mom is getting married. Summer's feet pressed heavily against the ground, and the swing carrying 2 people struggled to rise. What's so great about getting married? Mongo placed his hand on Summer's shoulder. At the highest point of the swing, Summer shouted, Yeah, what's so great about getting married? It's nothing special. That day, Cheng Zhigao secretly brought some alcohol from home, and they hid in the Dream Factory, gradually finishing off the bottles. Summer only drank a little. It tasted unpleasant and bitter. Drunken Zhou Jie pointed at Summer and Mongo sitting close together and said, You 2 will definitely be a couple in the future. Mongo laughed. swaying left and right with her? With Summer? How is that possible? She is Summer. Summer? Who is she? She is my best friend, my sister, and also my older sister. Lowering her head, Summer should be happy in the summer. Meng said she was his best friend, but she didn't seem very happy. Instead, there was a faint sense of loss, hard to explain why. Just felt a lack of energy. When a person gets drunk, they seem to become different from usual. The usually refined Jiang Haoyan surprisingly jumped up to dance Michael's moonwalk at the pool table, shouting loudly as he danced. My dream is to become the next Michael. The 7 tired people sat side by side on the ground, facing the rainbow painted on the wall by Summer. Perhaps every dream planted in the youth years is as colorful as a splendid rainbow. Cheng Zhigao, I want to become an architect in the future, and I want my works to be all over the world. Jiang Haoyan, I want to become a superstar in the future, and I want to create an era that belongs to me. Zhou Jia, I don't shout lofty slogans. I just want endless money in my bank account. Zhou Wei, I want to become a qualified pilot in the future and fly in the blue sky. Lin Xingmei, I want to be a detective, becoming Sherlock Holmes. The famous detective Kalan. Among the 5, only Zhou Wei achieved her dream. Years later, Summer met Zhou Wei, dressed in a pilot's uniform, at the airport. Summer, what about your dream? Meng asked the pensive Summer. My dream is to draw the things I imagine into scenes that make many people feel happy. Just like when I was a child squatting under the stage, watching the ever-changing stage settings. As for me, I want to be the person who can realize dreams. The boy's voice was clear, and his gaze was firm. Turning her head, Summer saw the side profile of Meng, with a straight nose, long eyelashes, beautiful lips, and a chiseled chin. Meng was becoming more and more handsome. Meng had always been extraordinary. That year, Grandpa Meng retired, and Summer's father became Meng Ji's father's driver after being Grandpa Meng's driver. That year, Summer sprained her foot while attending summer camp, and Meng carried her for more than half an hour along the mountain road to the infirmary. On Meng Ji's back, Summer vowed to treat this boy well for a lifetime. Chapter 7 Cardamom, Part 2. When the elegant girl sitting next to her handed a pink card to Sherry, pleading for her to pass it to Mungo, she was momentarily bewildered. The girl's face was flushed, and Sherry understood. She placed the card in her backpack and couldn't help but keep thinking about its beautiful color and faint fragrance during class, feeling increasingly restless as the lesson went on. She began to resent her deskmate for not delivering the card to Mungo herself, which made it hard for her to concentrate in class. Holding the card, Sherry knocked on Mungo's door. He opened it wearing only jeans, his upper body bare, hair still damp from a shower. Sherry quickly turned her head, choosing not to look at Mungo. She wasn't used to seeing him like this. What's up? Mungo asked, towel in hand, drying his hair. Mungo, can you put on a shirt? Sherry noticed he had no intention of doing so. Mungo chuckled. Sherry, are you shy? You've seen me before. We often swim together, right? In truth, she was a poor swimmer. She only went to keep him company, sitting by the side with drinks while he swam on his own. But that couldn't compare to now, with just the 2 of them in this room. This is from my deskmate for you, Sherry said, not wanting to argue further. She just wanted to leave quickly. Deskmate? Mungo frowned and glanced at the card. That girl who always dresses like candy wrappers? Yes. Sherry handed the card to Mungo. He didn't take it, instead pointing to a drawer, just put it in there. Sherry opened the drawer, and to her surprise, it was filled with similar cards, some even unopened. Staring blankly at the pile of letters and cards, Sherry didn't know what to say. How could there be so many of these? After a while, she murmured, I received a lot of those a long time ago. At first, I wanted to throw them away, but then I thought it seemed rude. So I found a place to keep them, and before I knew it, it became this many. Sherry had always known how much the girls at school liked Mungo, but she never expected them to write him love letters. Now you know how popular I am with the girls, Mungo teased, tugging at Sherry's ponytail. You're the only one who doesn't recognize the charming young master I am. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Sherry's face, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race a bit faster. Mungo, don't you think what we're doing right now is inappropriate? Sherry's face turned red. I mean, shouldn't we be focusing on our studies? Mungo found Sherry's blushing face amusing. She was such a naive girl. He had already been on dates with several girls, while she probably had never even held a boy's hand. Sherry, we're already 15. Yes, before we knew it, we're already 15. The person next to me has transformed from a beautiful child into a handsome young man, and we unwittingly entered our prime years. Shiori looked at the tall and handsome boy, feeling a pang of melancholy. She remembered how last semester, the girls in class were obsessed with a Taiwanese idol drama called Meteor Garden. A girl named Xiaohao pointed at Mungo and said he was her Hua Zilei. When Shiori asked what that was, a smitten Xiaohao was furious. Later on, she took a glance and realized that Hua Zilei was the boy picking up trash by the bin. She thought Mungo would do the same thing, perhaps even with more grace than the one on TV, maybe with a simple, harmless smile. But that would only be if no one was watching. If the bin were in a secluded place, Mungo probably wouldn't spare it a glance and might even kick it far away. Understanding Mungo's character, Shiori gradually became accustomed to it. Aside from pretending to be a good kid, Mungo didn't have many bad habits. Shiori began to understand Mungo's feelings towards his mother. If she were someone else, maybe he wouldn't resist so much, but why did it have to be his own mother, the closest person to him? That made it even harder to let go. That weekend, Shiori returned from tutoring with Mungo and heard a loud crash coming from the big house where Mungo's family lived. Following the sound, she saw the living room on the second floor in disarray with things knocked over. Mungo's dad was supporting his wife, while Mungo glared at them fiercely. "Kid, your mom just broke a vase. Is it necessary to act like this?" Mungo's dad shouted at his son. "Dad." Shiori saw Mungo's face turn pale at the mention of dad. "A vase? Dad, you really forgot about mom. Is it because of her?" Mungo pointed at the woman in his father's arms. "So, Dad, you've forgotten how much Mom loved that vase, which she brought all the way from Turkey." The room fell silent. "I'm sorry, Xiao Ge. I didn't mean to," Mungo's mom said cautiously. "Really? You didn't mean to? Or was that vase just an eyesore for you? It must have been uncomfortable for you to see it every day, right?" Mungo smiled, his voice soft. With a loud slap, Mungo received a hard hit across the face. Mungo's dad looked at his own hand in disbelief. It was the first time he had hit his son. Mungo, unfazed, slowly crouched down to pick up the shards of the broken vase, his movements meticulous. He was crying from Shiori's corner. She could see Mungo's tears falling onto the fragments of the vase, and she rushed over, feeling immense pain for him. They took the pieces of the vase to an antique shop in Beijing, pleading with the artisans to help restore it, but who would help two naive children? No matter how much they begged, they were ignored. For days, Mungo locked himself in his room as soon as he got home, ignoring everyone. Mungo's grandfather sighed deeply. Shiori gently pushed open Mungo's room door. He was sitting in a chair, staring blankly at the vase shards. "Mungo, don't do this. It makes me feel terrible." Shiori touched Mungo's arm. "Grandpa is worried, and so is Uncle Mungo." "Does he?" Mungo, lying on the table, scoffed coldly. "How could he not? I've seen him outside your room a few times, wanting to knock and come in." "Shiori." Mungo traced the broken vase's patterns with his fingers. "I'm starting to forget what my mom looked like, and I'm scared. The more I fear, the more her image fades. What should I do? My mom became like this because of me. How can I forget what she looks like? And what if you forget? At least you have memories." It seemed like someone was softly opening their heart. At that moment, Shiori wanted to confide. "You know, my mom left a year after I was born. I was 3 then. What memories can a 3-year-old have? I wish I could talk about my mom like other kids do, saying what she was like. But how can I say it? My mom left me not a single memory. Sometimes I wonder if one day she would come to see me and Xiaori, but she never came to see us even once. I started waiting since I was 5 or 6 years old, but she never showed up. Mingo, at least you know what your mom likes, but I don't even know what my mom likes." In Mingo's eyes, Xiaori is content and happy. Sometimes a bit silly and occasionally stubborn, but Mingo doesn't know that Xiaori also has unspoken sorrow. Under the soft light, big tears hang on Xiaori's cheeks. Reaching out, Mingo wipes the tears off Xiaori's face. Xiaori doesn't realize she has been crying. She turns her head to look at Mingo. Just as Mingo is looking at her, everything may change in an instant. Xiaori knows this. But Mingo doesn't know. For a long time, he didn't know. Xiaori doesn't know what other people's love is. She only knows her own love, which transformed from the many heart-fluttering moments given to her by the boy named Mingo into love at a specific moment. She vaguely knew that day would come, but she was afraid of its arrival. Who is Mingo? Mango is a favored child of God, destined to match with a girl more dazzling than the sun. Chapter 8 Cardamom, Part 3. At the age of 15 or 16, it seems that one is particularly sensitive to matters between boys and girls and eager to matchmake others. Recently, the girls in the class paired Mango with Zhou Yimin from Class 3. Zhou Yimin is Mango's recent rumored love interest, beautiful, good at studying. I once saw the two of them sitting together in a dessert shop, behaving intimately like a beautiful scene in the bright spring light. However, when they linked her name with Jiang Haoyan's, I was stunned. How did she and Jiang Haoyan become a couple? When at the Dream Factory, while Jiang Haoyan was away, I asked Cheng Zhigao what my relationship with Jiang Haoyan was. The slow-witted girl. Cheng Zhigao really had a headache. For the first time, he had feelings for a girl and ended up with someone as clueless as me. He remembered one time when a few of them came to the Dream Factory, and I was curled up in a corner, perhaps having waited too long, and fell asleep. Jiang Haoyan just stared foolishly at me while I was sleeping. That day, he said, "I think I have feelings for that girl." He asked Mango if it was okay. I was brought by Mango, and everyone thought I was Mango's. But it seemed that was not the case after spending time together. Silly. How could he like me? I'm as stubborn as a rock. But if he really does like me, it's not impossible. He just has to treat me well later on, as I am part of Mango's family. Cheng Zhigao remembered that Mango answered Jiang Haoyan without even blinking. "Are you guys joking?" I said anxiously, waving my hands. "No, you got it wrong. Jiang Haoyan and I are good friends, just like you guys are good friends. Don't believe me? You can ask Jiang Haoyan. We are not that kind of relationship." "Xiaori, you really are a blockhead. Do you think Haoyan would tutor you in English for no reason? Why do you think he took you to the movies? He's the only child at home. How could he have so many girls' things to give you?" Mango knocked on my head, shaking it like a rattle drum. Cheng Zhigao was right. I really was a slow-witted girl. Jiang Haoyan would have a tough time in the future. Mango stopped knocking on my head. Mango's words and his nonchalant expression inexplicably annoyed me. Jiang Haoyan actually liked me, and I was very frustrated. How could this happen? Right now. All I wanted was to study hard, work for a good future, and ensure my dad and brother lived worry-free. Love might happen, but that would be a long time from now. Recently, I was very troubled. I didn't know how to face Jiang Haoyan, as I had been avoiding him, until he found me on his own. He got straight to the point. "Xiaori, you don't have to avoid me. Let's get along like before. When we go to university, if I still like you, and coincidentally you think I'm pretty good, then we can talk about it, okay?" Jiang Haoyan actually didn't know how he ended up liking me. I was a quiet girl who usually just smiled and listened to them talk, unlike other girls who were noisy. Gradually, I became more pleasing to his eyes, and he began to pay attention to me. Occasionally, one or two of my little actions would make his heart flutter. Maybe that was what it meant to like someone. But we were still young, and he was afraid of scaring me away. For now, this was all he could do. After thinking about it, I nodded at Jiang Haoyan. This was the best way. University was still a distant future. By then, Jiang Haoyan might realize that he wasn't that lovable after all. Who knows what will happen in the future? Just a few days after enjoying some peaceful days, new troubles came knocking. Zhou Yimin, with red eyes, confronted me and threw the book I was reading out of the window. "You liar. You said you and Mango were nothing." But it turns out it was all to watch my joke. Zhou Yimin looked like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The girls in the school pointed and whispered behind her, making her extremely uncomfortable. I felt like I was going crazy. I went to Mango's room and pulled him up from the bed where he was comfortably listening to music. "Mango, when did I become your girlfriend?" Mango glanced at his watch. "About 6 hours ago." I was speechless and felt a little riled up. "Xiaori, you have to help me. That Zhou Yimin has a serious princess syndrome. I'm so annoyed, so I brought you out. So now, you are temporarily my child bride." Mango wore a sycophantic smile. Child bride? Child bride? I couldn't help but admire Mango's imagination. This person could lie so effortlessly. "Xiaori," Mango half lay on the bed, propping his head with one hand and fiddling with my ponytail with the other. He found it amusing to imagine me as his child bride. "Why don't you be my girlfriend? Those girls are getting more and more boring. It's much more comfortable being with you. So, Xiaori, do you want to be my girlfriend?" For no reason, my heart raced. I didn't understand why. Everything felt so strange right now. Mango was only half an arm's length away from me. I wanted to speak to him in my usual tone, but it seemed very difficult. I wanted to say, "Mango, are you joking again?" And Mango, do you know what you're? What you're saying? I stammered, my breathing uneven with a hint of expectation. I am Kuden. Mingo didn't know what to do with me. No matter how many jokes he made, I always took them at face value. Look at how nervous you are. Your face is all red. I can't tell if you're pure or just silly. For the first time, I hated Mingo so much. I hated his various jokes at my expense, hated that he could hurt others and still feel so at ease. Standing up, the indifferent Mingo made me furious. Mingo, you are the most despicable person I've ever met. Selfish, capricious, hypocritical, and self-righteous. Do you know what those people say about me? They say I'm insincere, quietly cheating like others. And they never look in the mirror. They say all sorts of things. Why should I bear that? If someone peered into the deepest secrets I usually hid, secrets I didn't even dare to touch, I panicked, feeling ashamed and exposed. The more I spoke, the more agitated I became. What gave you the right, Mingo? Do you think that just because you come from a good background and do well in school, you can do whatever you want? Have you ever thought that someone might get hurt because of your momentary whim? You never thought about it, right? You've always been that kind of person, only thinking of yourself. You are more hypocritical and selfish than anyone else. Mingo, I despise you. After saying everything, I gasped for breath. Done talking? Mingo shot me a cold glance. You knew long ago that I was this kind of person, but you still follow me around. What are you after? Do you want a crow to turn into a phoenix? Xiaori, don't forget your identity. Yes. Identity. Mingo's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over my head. How could I forget something so important? When I was 10, I was still young and didn't understand that kind of thing. Gradually, I realized why I had to eat with the housekeeper, the cook, and the workers managing the garden. I also understood that nothing happened without going to the big house, and I understood why the guests visiting the Meng family never looked at us. The daughter of the driver was my identity. When Mingo brought me into the dream factory, I almost forgot the significance of those two words. I nodded at myself. Not looking at Mingo, walked to the door, paused, and said, I'm sorry. After Mingo finished speaking, he regretted it. Xiaori's words pierced his heart like a dagger. No one had ever accused him like that before. He had always been pampered and spoiled, and those around him flattered him, making him feel that everything was natural. He understood the so-called rules of power, but today, it was this girl he usually looked down on who dared to challenge him. Sorry. Mingo couldn't even articulate his feelings upon hearing those words. Perhaps he felt a bit annoyed. He couldn't understand how the usually dull Xiaori suddenly became so sharp-tongued and reasonable. Xiaori didn't go back to Dream Factory, nor did she wait for Mingo after school. She and Xiaotian always took the early bus to school, avoiding the chance of running into Mingo. In class, Xiaori deliberately didn't look back. Mingo was sitting at the back. Currently, Xiaori was very satisfied with the situation. This distance felt like a safety warning line, at least preventing any more greedy thoughts. After finishing a basketball game, Mingo saw Jiang Haoyan and Xiaori at McDonald's near the school. Xiaori was happily drinking her soda and smiling at Jiang Haoyan, looking like she could burst into flowers with her smile. Jiang Haoyan seemed to dislike it, prioritizing romance over friendship. No wonder he and Tigana played basketball. It turned out to be like this. It turns out that the sycophant Xiaori had found a new backer, which explained her tone when speaking to him and why she had treated him like a plague these days. Mingo grabbed the nearest girl and walked into McDonald's with her. Chapter 9, Long Farewell, Part 1. During the Lunar New Year, Xiaori embarked on her first journey far away, as her father took her and Xiaotian to Hokkaido. Before they left, Grandpa Meng handed a stack of cash to her father, saying, "We can't let the Japanese look down on us. For the first trip abroad, the kids must eat well and have a good place to stay." Xiaotian was as happy as a monkey on her first flight, her curious eyes taking in the diverse people at the airport. Xiao Deqin felt a pang in his heart. His pair of children were very well behaved, not crying or throwing tantrums, nor asking for various toys or demanding to go anywhere. Hokkaido could be said to be Xiao Deqin's long-cherished wish. When he was young, he often nagged his wife about needing to visit Hokkaido to see the snow scenery, the cherry blossoms, and the endless coastline, which had been his dream in youth. Ultimately, he stepped onto this land, and although his wife was no longer by his side, having his son and daughter was enough. Xiaori had never seen such transparent snow before. It was bright and white, filling her vision completely. It snowed in Beijing too, But Xiaori felt that the snow there lacked something. Each time it snowed, it often caused traffic chaos, and sometimes, if one wasn't careful, snowmelt would seep into their boots. They settled in a hotel in Otaru, which looked silver-white from afar, with thick snow covering the roofs. However, inside the hotel, it was warm and cozy. Her father, with his camera, followed the local tour guide to ski, watch Hokkaido's birds and flower fields, soak in hot springs, visit authentic Japanese izakayas, and enjoy local folk performances. Xiaori found the Japanese coming-of-age ceremony interesting. She saw young men and women in thin clothing splashed with cold water to celebrate stepping into a new phase of life. Those days in Japan were the happiest time Xiaori had ever experienced, and she thought how perfect it would be if Mengu were there too. But she could only keep that thought to herself. Deep down, she understood some things, and she had already made up her mind to draw a clear line with Mengu. Before leaving Japan, the hotel owner's daughter, Xiao Xiang, invited Xiaori to visit a nearby shrine. At 17, Xiao Xiang liked Xiaori very much, and they could communicate in simple English. With Jiang Haoyan's help, Xiaori's English improved significantly. So, during this trip to Japan, Xiaori bought a uniquely Japanese doll for Jiang Haoyan. Xiao Xiang wrote down the name of a boy she liked on a card, but the boy already had a good girlfriend. Therefore, Xiao Xiang wrote the boy's name on a card to inform the deity that she had once loved him. She chose a card with a picture of a hyacinth. Xiaori stared at the card for a long time and finally hung it on a tree, watching it sway in the wind. Xiaori thought to let some emotions be carried away by the wind of this foreign land. Reluctantly, Xiao Tian boarded the plane and said, "Dad, I like it here." Her father smiled and said, "Then the three of us will come back in the future." Many years later, whenever Xiaori recalled what her father said at that time, she would always be moved to tears. When Mengu saw the Japanese doll hanging on Jiang Haoyan's backpack, he couldn't help but mock internally. It was ridiculous for a boy to hang such a thing on his backpack. He knew that the doll was a gift from Xia Tian to Jiang Haoyan, and he remembered how that kid had joyfully shown off to them, as he was the only one who received a gift from Xia Tian. No, his grandfather also received a handmade International Ghost set from Xia Tian. Gift? He didn't care for it. He had received so many gifts growing up that he could hardly keep them all. He just felt a bit embarrassed, wondering why Jiang Haoyan had something he didn't. He had known Xiaori much longer than Jiang Haoyan had. For over 4 months, Xiaori hadn't reached out to him, and he hadn't contacted her either. At first, he thought nothing of it, but gradually he felt uneasy, as if he had lost something. He waited for Xiaori to reach out, intending to tell her that he wouldn't tease her randomly anymore. But after waiting for over 4 months, he became impatient. He also noticed that the girl seemed to be doing well lately. After returning from Hokkaido, she had somehow gotten a stray dog, which was ugly and black. But that brother and sister didn't care, busying themselves around the little dog, making it a home, bathing it, and taking it for walks. Their joy made Mengu very uncomfortable. Perhaps it was jealousy, as he envied them for being able to find happiness so easily from a stray dog. One day, the little dog came to Mengji's side, shaking its ugly fur and eyeing the food in his hand. Mengu felt a stir in his heart and threw the remaining burger outside the door. Sure enough, the dog immediately ran out. Once the dog was far away, Mengu closed the door, hiding inside and watching the little dog finish the burger he had thrown away, still wanting to chase the delivery cart. It was indeed just a beast. Mengu thought it had nothing to do with him. It was the dog that couldn't resist temptation. That evening, the brother and sister returned home with long faces. "Sister, where do you think the little dog went?" "Sister, do you think the little dog might meet its previous owner and go back with him?" "Sister, what if someone stole our little dog?" Only the brother spoke, while the sister remained silent, her head hanging down, which made Mengu feel a bit uncomfortable. To be honest, that little dog hadn't bothered him at all, but he just couldn't stand seeing Xiaori so devoted to it. At 16, this year was a fruitful one for Mengu and Xiaori. They both entered Beijing's most prestigious Qi High School, achieving 1st and 7th place in the city, respectively. Mengu was also invited to participate in the Vienna Future Stars concert, where he shone brightly, with his photo prominently displayed. The concert commentator praised this Eastern youth highly, and, at the airport, he answered Western reporters' questions in fluent English. 3 minutes of television footage was enough to make the Chinese people feel proud, knowing it was from Europe's most famous television station. Vienna, Vienna, Xiaori whispered the name of the city in her heart. This summer vacation, Xiaori felt fulfilled as her father suddenly had a lot of time to spend with the two siblings. During Meng Ji's time in Vienna, Xiaori met Grandpa Su, who opened a tea house in his own courtyard. Grandpa Su, named Su Lusheng, was a retired worker who owned a relatively spacious Sihiyuan in Beijing. Later, he transformed his Sihiyuan into a leisure tea house, where most of the customers were retired elderly people, though sometimes foreigners would come for a visit. One day, a German man asked Xiaori for directions, and she took on the responsibility of guiding him. Thus, she got to know Grandpa Su. Xiaori immediately liked Grandpa Su's Sihiyuan at first sight. She had also lived in a Sihiyuan in the countryside before, so the square courtyard and the square sky overhead felt very familiar to her. Grandpa Su liked Xiaori too. He had a granddaughter who was younger than Xiaori, but since she rarely visited, he indirectly regarded Xiaori as his own granddaughter. Whenever she had free time, Xiaori often visited Grandpa Su. She lived not far from there, just a 15-minute bus ride, followed by a short walk. On weekends, Grandpa Su's tea house would invite folk artists to sing a couple of songs, as the weekend crowd was much larger than usual, with some people specifically coming to listen to the music. Xiaori always found the empty background wall behind the performers extremely unsightly and asked Grandpa Su if he wanted to add some color to it. The old man happily entrusted this task to Xiaori. Over the course of a week, a painting appeared on that background wall, depicting an ancient pavilion, a stone path, a lake, and willows swaying in the wind. The artist performing in front of a not-so-large background painting sings Peony Pavilion, and the melody is gentle, making the summer heart feel delightful, with some emotions seemingly taking flight. At 16, Summer Day touched the wings of her dreams for the first time that summer. Grandpa Su gave Summer Day 500 yuan, saying it was to compensate for her oil paint expenses. He said, "Summer Day, your painting is excellent because it has more artistic conception when it plays music." With the 500 yuan from Grandpa Su, Summer Day took her dad and younger brother to Quanjude for a big meal. She still remembers that day, under the crimson screen carved with golden patterns. Her father's eyes sparkled, slightly flushed from drinking, as he kept telling the waiter, "This meal is treated by my daughter. She is only 16, just 16. On the way home, her father was already staggering, holding one hand of Summer Day and the other of Summer, murmuring to himself, "I'm sorry, my children. Your father is not capable. If I were, I would definitely send you abroad to study. Ari, Enbi Xiao Gu. If our Ari were born into a capable family, you would shine like Xiao Gu. I know you have that ability. Our Ari will definitely be an artist in the future. Etienne, Ari, I'm sorry for you. Until now, I still don't have the ability to give you a home belonging to the three of us. It seems that all parents in the world are like this, always feeling that what they do for their children is never enough, wishing they could present the very best of the world to them." Chapter 10 Long Farewell, Part 2. Everything around remained unchanged, yet you can no longer find that person. Their voice, appearance, and smile linger in your mind as vividly as yesterday, but they can only turn into memories, followed by despair. It turns out you have completely lost him. This was Summer's understanding of death that year. It was profound and cruel. Is it true that every heart-wrenching event has its prelude? Is that what people call the sixth sense? Therefore, during those days, Dad's image was particularly vivid, like the smile lines at the corners of his eyes. When Summer closed her eyes, it felt like she could count the smile lines on Dad's face. 2 when he smiled lightly, sometimes 3 when he smiled broadly, and sometimes 4. Summer didn't know why she remembered so clearly until one day a stranger took him away in class. Seeing her younger brother crying in the black car made Summer's legs go weak as she collapsed onto the ground. It turns out there really is such a thing as a sixth sense. After returning from Vienna, Mongo was exceptionally busy performing at his alma mater, standing as a model figure everywhere, and attending welcome dinners with his father. He didn't know why there were so many dinners, so many friends and relatives, and endless conversations. He only reported to school on the third day after the term began. He was not surprised to be in the same class as Summer, who had done very well on the exam. Their class consisted of top students, meaning those who ranked among the best everywhere. The school nurtured these students as key talents. In the future, they would either be Tsinghua University or Peking University students. Mongo was surprised that Cheng Zhigao managed to squeeze into this class, as Cheng was always immersed in dance and had average academic performance. Upon entering the class, Mongo instinctively searched for Summer's figure. She was petite, and teachers often assigned her a seat at the front. Sure enough, Mongo spotted her at first glance, and not only her, but also Cheng Zhigao, who was half leaning on Summer's desk. Both of them engaged in conversation. When Summer looked up casually, she coincidentally met Mongo's gaze. They hadn't spoken for over half a year. After returning from Vienna, Mongo rarely had time at home, and now he was in the limelight, even before arriving at school. Many girls were already showing interest in him. Everyone in this high school was elite, with many talented and beautiful girls. He lowered his head and continued discussing the topic with Cheng Zhigao. Seeing Summer quickly lower her head, Mongo felt a sudden surge of anger. It should have been enough of a tantrum by now. Mongo admitted that his words that day were hurtful, but it had been so long, it should suffice. Cheng Zhigao, Mongo shouted at the guy who prioritized romance over friendship. Cheng Zhigao felt a chill at the back of his head upon being called by Mongo. Yes, he was a bit too focused on romance, but his genius friend had no shortage of admirers. Currently, love was a priority over his career. Suddenly, everything changed. Halfway through the class, Mongo saw his father's secretary take Summer away. Through the classroom window, he could clearly see Summer collapsed on the playground. Mongo left his seat and ran outside. Mongo didn't catch up to Summer. By the time he reached the playground, the people and the car were already gone. Everything happened so abruptly that it caught him off guard. It was an accident that lasted only a few minutes. An out-of-control truck crashed into the car waiting for Meng Yobua, which caused the car to skid towards Mongo. Summer Dachin hit the brakes too hard, and the rear-end collision from the truck caused her body to fly out of the windshield several meters, hitting the ground headfirst, resulting in instant death. Fortunately, Summer Dachin and Meng Yobua narrowly escaped. Upon hearing this, Mongo was immediately stunned. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw Summer staring blankly while holding her younger brother, not crying or saying a word. Many people surrounded them, including his grandfather, father, and housekeeper. Mongo leaned against the white wall of the hospital, feeling a deep hatred for fate for the first time, realizing how cruel it could be. The following events were chaotic: accident responsibility, insurance, compensation, and funeral arrangements. On the day of the funeral, many people came to pay their respects. The Meng family even hosted a personal photography exhibition for Summer Dachin, displaying some of his photos from his lifetime, and reporters came to cover the event. Meng Yobua felt grateful to Summer Dachin because it was his kindness that allowed him to be safe. Watching Summer in pain made him heartbroken. He couldn't bear to think about what would happen if his little brother faced such a situation. All along, Summer remained silent, neither crying nor making a fuss, acting like an adult as she held her brother's hand and continuously thanked the guests. Mongo followed behind his grandfather, feeling pained by Summer's demeanor. He regretted his past actions towards her. She was right. He had always been a terrible person. On the day the funeral was over, Summer disappeared. The Meng family mobilized to find her, but after several hours, they still couldn't locate her. Mongo became anxious and frantically searched for Summer in the places she usually went, but to no avail. Finally, he remembered a spot in their backyard rockery where she had once hidden when she had a quarrel with her father. They had searched for a long time before finding her there, and she had told her father, "Let's see if you dare to go back on your word next time." In that small place where only Summer could fit, Mongo finally found her, staring at a white candle, lost in thought, oblivious to his arrival, like a lost child. Mongo hugged Summer tightly, whispering, "Summer, Summer, I'm here. Summer, I'm sorry I'm late." Finally, the person in his arms moved, trembling uncontrollably, and then let out a primal scream as if trying to release all the sadness through that sound. He didn't know how long it had been, but with a hoarse voice, Summer said softly, "Mongo, how I wish this were a dream, a nightmare I would wake up from soon, and then I could see my dad again. Mongo, where can I go to find my dad from now on?" "Summer, I could be your dad," Mongo said, feeling lost. No one had ever made him feel this much pain. "Summer, I can do it." Summer stared blankly at Mongo. The always shiny and handsome boy pulled her back from the edge of despair with a simple sentence. Summer, no. Mongo stumbled over his words, lacking experience in comforting girls. It should be Ari. Uncle Summer always calls you Ari, so I'll call you Ari from now on, okay? The person in front of him still showed no reaction. Mongo gritted his teeth and raised 3 fingers. Ari, I swear, the only person I, Mongo, will never lie to in this world is you, Summer. Summer buried her head into the arms of this awkward boy. His embrace was warmer than she had imagined, and his scent was as delightful as she had envisioned. The feelings flowing in her heart must be love. She had finally fallen in love. Summer, close her eyes. If it was love, then let be love. Ari, the puppy you raised was set free by me, Mongo whispered. Otherwise, I can give you another one. No need. Some things are enough just once, Summer replied. Summer and Mongo had a uniquely long and special year when they were 16. At 17, Mongo grew to 178 meters, but he was still not satisfied. He ran to the basketball court every day, vowing to reach 180 meters. When summer arrived, Mongo finally achieved his goal of 180 meters. With his height, exquisite features, and natural charisma, Mongo became a shining presence wherever he went. Summer, who was barely 160 meters at 17, was actually a little short of that height. She was particularly beautiful, but she had a pair of stunning eyes, large and dark, with long eyelashes that seemed to captivate anyone who looked at her. On his 70th birthday, Grandpa Mongo publicly announced that from then on, Summer and Xiaotian were his grandchildren, with the same status as Mongo. In the garden filled with the fragrance of osmanthus in midsummer, Mongo happily said to Summer, Ari, from now on, we are family. We are siblings. Summer sighed inwardly, thinking, so be it. This is fine. At least we can see each other. I love you, but it has nothing to do with you. Summer understood those 8 short words and the meaning behind them. However, when she first saw those words, she cried. Chapter 11, Hong Lian Part 1. If time could flow backward. Xiaori often asked herself if she would still pull open the door of the dream factory with a girl named Su Hong Lian on a spring day when she was 18. Perhaps she would. She always firmly believed that what is meant to be would ultimately be yours, and what is not meant to be would never belong to you. Xiaori met Su Hong Lian on a weekend. As usual, she came to visit Grandpa Su, and on that afternoon, Grandpa Su's tea house was typically quiet. As soon as she pushed open the door, Xiaori heard a joyful, exotic melody filling the air. In the tranquil courtyard, there was only the music and a girl in a red dress dancing gracefully to it. Xiaori stood quietly, watching the girl on stage dance passionately. The red skirt spread open with each spin, resembling a blooming red rose. Xiaori was momentarily mesmerized by the beauty of the girl and the splendor of her dance. Later, she learned that the girl was performing the most famous Spanish dance, the flamenco. When the music stopped, the girl on stage noticed that an audience member had appeared without her realizing it. She was not surprised and blinked her big eyes, asking, "Who are you?" The girl was extremely beautiful, with medium-length, slightly curled hair parted in the middle, casually cascading over her shoulders. Her face was small, adorned with delicate features, and the red dress she wore was vibrant yet not vulgar. Xiaori thought this girl looked just like the splendid rainbow she painted in the Dream Factory. Xiaori realized her gaffe and was about to answer her question when the girl interrupted. "You must be Xiaori, right? I guess you're Xiaori, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm Xiaori. And you are?" Xiaori was curious about the girl's identity. "My name is Su Hong Lian," she said, stepping down from the stage to stand beside Xiaori and lowering her voice. "I'm that old man Su's granddaughter." So she was the granddaughter of Grandpa Su, the one he often mentioned, who was a year younger than Xiaori. Su Hong Lian. The name suited her perfectly, just like a blooming red lotus flower. "Grandpa Su often talks about you," Xiaori said, feeling a sense of closeness to Su Hong Lian, perhaps because Grandpa Su frequently mentioned her. Su Hong Lian also felt a connection to this girl named Xiaori, making her want to get closer. He must have said, "I'm so willful and mischievous." Clearing her throat, Su Hong Lian imitated her grandfather. That Hong Lian, always playing by herself and forgetting about this old man, never thinking about how I raised her. That sounds just like him. Xiaori laughed, knowing that Grandpa Su often said such things. Thus, The 16-year-old Su Hong Lian and the 17-year-old Xia Ri became familiar with each other. Xia Ri was delighted to meet Su Hong Lian, a sincere girl. At school, her classmates treated her well on the surface, but they always secretly mocked her, saying she was the sidekick of Mengo, making fun of her for dreaming of transforming from a sparrow into a phoenix, and ridiculing her for her Cinderella dreams. Mengo was pleased. Over the past year, Xia Ri's smile had gradually increased, although the gloom in her brows had not yet dissipated. But Mengo knew it was only a matter of time. Xia Ri, true to her name, was bright and radiant. On Sundays, he and Xia Ri would hide in their room to watch movies. One time, they watched a war film, and Xia Ri fell asleep while watching, curled up on the sofa, her small figure framed by long eyelashes casting shadows on her fair face. Her petite toes peeked out from her pants, and she resembled a homeless kitten. Seeing Xia Ri like this filled Mengo with compassion. He knew she was trying hard to play the role of an older sister. In front of Xia Tian, she was always cheerful, speaking gently to him, sometimes pretending to be angry and scolding him. A 17-year-old girl playing the roles of both mother and father in front of her younger brother. How could one not feel heartbroken seeing a girl like that? Mengo gently picked up Xia Ri and carefully laid her on the bed. For the first time, he clearly saw her appearance. Besides her pair of sparkling eyes, her features were delicate and faint. Yet at that moment, this not-so-beautiful face seemed to exude a kind of magic that was hard to look away from. Mengo thought that Cheng Zhigao's infatuation with Xia Ri was not without reason. Finding a spot, Mengo lay down beside Xia Ri. At first, he was drawn in by her scent. He knew Xia Ri was not the type of girl who would spend much time on her appearance. For instance, she rarely bought new clothes. Her hair was often tied in a ponytail with a rubber band, and she never wore perfume. But Mengo stubbornly believed there was a unique scent belonging to Xia Ri, a fragrance reminiscent of the smell of golden wheat in the vast fields under the autumn sunlight. Years later, Mengo would often recall that scene, his head resting on Xia Ri's hair, as they fell into a deep sleep to the soundtrack of Pearl Harbor. More than a year after her father left, Xia Ri saw her mother. She sat in the living room of the big house, holding her younger brother's hand and standing straight at the door. Upon seeing the two siblings, the woman, no longer young but still beautiful, stood up from a sofa and rushed toward them. In movies, long-lost mother and children always recognize each other in an embrace. Xia Ri had fantasized about reuniting with her mother before, but the more she imagined, the lonelier she felt. This woman had brought her and Xia Tian into this world. Yet she had also repeatedly been absent during each of their growing stages. Standing there, she felt so unfamiliar. She recognized her mother at first glance. A bit of maternal instinct combined with the fact that she had imagined her mother at every stage through photos countless times meant that Xia Ri recognized her immediately. However, her heart was no longer excited. She had once imagined her mother appearing in all white, tears streaming down her face at her father's funeral, but she never did. No matter how eagerly she longed for it, it never came. That was the first time she had yearned so desperately for her arrival. At that moment, she was terrified to the point of not knowing what to do. But she couldn't let Xia Tian see her fear. After all, Xia Tian was younger than her, wasn't he? "I'm sorry, Xia Ri, Xia Tian, I'm late," she said. Xia Ri knew that Grandpa Meng had been looking for her all along, through the Austrian embassy and the Chinese community there, but all he found was the news of her marrying into America, saying Vienna was her dream, and in the end, she followed another man to America. Then, Xia Ri said, "Grandpa, please stop looking for her." "Let be," Xia Ri thought. "But why is she still looking for me now?" She rambled on about many things, but Xia Ri didn't hear a word. In her memory, there was only her father's lonely face and the occasionally intoxicated gaze he cast upon her mother's photo. A tall man sitting elsewhere stood up and helped the trembling woman. This man had an Asian face and spoke fluent Chinese as he introduced himself. His name was Cheng Shiyu, an American citizen of Chinese descent. The man her mother had married. To be precise, he was Xia Ri and Xia Tian's stepfather. "Your mother has never forgotten about you," he said. "Xia Ri, Xia Tian, will you come back with your mother? Will you return her side?" She pleaded with them. Mengo, who was standing nearby, felt nervous. He feared hearing Xia Ri say yes. He knew that it was only natural for a mother to take her children with her. And he also understood that it would undoubtedly be good for Xia Ri and her brother. He understood everything, but he didn't want Xia Ri to leave. He had gotten used to her being by his side. Mengo nervously stared at Xia Ri's face. Xia Ri glanced at her brother, her gaze falling on Mengo's face. After a long while, she finally said, "Let me think about it." Actually, Xia Ri didn't want to leave here. This was her familiar living environment, where her kind Grandpa Meng was, and more importantly, there was Meng Ge. However, she had to think about summer. After hearing Xia Ri's response, Meng Ge let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he would definitely entice Xia Ri to stay, no matter what method he used. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Xia Ri leaving. At that moment, he recalled all the good things Xia Ri had done for him. When he was sick, she stayed by his side, catering to his every whim. She was a great listener, always quietly listening to him complain. When it was just the two of them, he often expressed his anger towards her without holding back, yet she never got mad. Every time he left a mess, she would always return it to him. Xia Ri always indulged him in a unique way. Using his eloquence, Meng Ge spoke to the siblings, giving them a long list of reasons not to follow their mother to America, such as language barriers, how Westerners look down on Asians, where one might be bullied, where drugs are rampant, and where robberies, shootings, and school violence often occur. Xia Ri just quietly listened to Meng Ge's ramblings, and after he finished, she turned to her brother and said, "Atian, don't listen to his nonsense. Atian, do you want to go?" She placed her hand on Xia Tian's shoulder. "Sister, what about you?" 15-year-old Xia Tian was already a bit taller than her sister. "If you want to go, then Xia Ri paused. Sister will go with you. If you want to stay, then sister will stay with you." In late autumn, when Meng Ge was 17, he accompanied the siblings to see their mother's flight cross the sky of Beijing. Chapter 12, Red Lotus, Part 2. If anyone said that Mungo was not good to Xia Ri, Mungo would definitely get angry with that person. Who dared to say he was not good to Xia Ri? He was clearly very good to her. He remembered the promise he made to Uncle Xia when he left, and he really treated Xia Ri like a daughter. Whenever he had something good, he would make sure to share it with Xia Ri. Any girl he dated had to be approved by her, and if she expressed any dislike, he would immediately cut it off. Whenever he returned from abroad, he would only bring gifts for Xia Ri, and if he heard she had been wronged, he would certainly track down the culprit. "Ari, you tell them, am I good to you?" This was Mungo's recent catchphrase. In private, Mungo was a bit of a rogue. When he was with the Dream Factory people, he always showed his true self. Therefore, Cheng Zhigao said that Mungo was a prince when he went out and a rogue when he came back in, even suggesting he should learn acting, as he might win a little golden statue. Mungo pulled Xia Ri along. "Ari, you tell them, am I good to you?" Okay, you're extremely good to me." Xia Ri raised her hand and shook her wristwatch. "Everyone look, this was bought for me by Mungo." A few people praised Mungo enthusiastically before returning to their tasks. In a few days, it will be Mungo's 18th birthday, which happened to fall on a Sunday. The senior year classes were quite heavy, and they wanted to take this opportunity to relax. Moreover, this year, Mungo's family let him decide how to celebrate his 18th birthday. In the end, Mungo decided to have everyone show up as cartoon characters on his birthday at the Dream Factory, where everyone could bring friends. It could be said that this was the first time their secret garden was open to the outside world. Everyone unanimously agreed with Mungo's idea, except for Xia Ri, because she had no idea how to get that kind of costume. Jiang Haoyan patted his chest and assured everyone that he would take care of everything. So, everyone excitedly began to decorate the Dream Factory and even hired some set workers. Before Xia Ri left the Dream Factory, Jiang Haoyan handed her a package, saying it was the outfit Mungo would wear for his birthday. He placed his hand on Xia Ri's shoulder, leaning closely against her. Xia Ri felt a bit uncomfortable but didn't pull away. Instead, she pretended not to notice and glanced at Mungo, only to find him absorbed in the music. Cheng Zhigao looked over and Xia Ri lowered her head, feeling guilty for just now taking advantage of Jiang Haoyan, as if she was possessed. After walking with Jiang Haoyan for a while, Xia Ri remembered that she had borrowed a few books from the library and left them at the Dream Factory. She instructed Jiang Haoyan to go ahead while she returned to the Dream Factory. Only Mungo and Cheng Zhigao were left in the Dream Factory. Shiori initially intended to quietly leave with her books, but upon hearing her name, she instinctively stopped and leaned closer to the curtain that had just been hung. Her heart raced as she heard Chung Zhigao ask Mungo. Mungo, I think you and Shiori get along quite well. If you have feelings for her, you should act quickly. Hey, Chung Zhigao. Mungo laughed, as if he had heard something amusing. Whenever Mungo heard something funny, he always laughed like this. You're being ridiculous. Me and Shiori? How could that be possible? How could it not be possible? You two can be considered childhood sweethearts. Childhood sweethearts? I guess so. But I could never have feelings for my childhood sweetheart, you know? Sometimes when I think of her past, I find it funny. Once, my grandpa took us out for a meal, and guess what Shiori did? She drank the water used for washing dishes, and even called her little brother over to drink it too. Another time, she confused the boys' restroom for the girls' one when she was already a teenager. At that time, she was staring wide-eyed and shouting, Dad, Dad, do you think that's funny? That girl often caused such situations for a few years after she arrived. I can't even count them. And then, when she was 10 years old, the speaker paused. One time I went to find her, and she was taking a bath. She forgot to close the bathroom door, and I saw her looking like a little sparrow. Tell me, how could I possibly have feelings for her? I didn't even have time to find it funny. What a pity. Chung Zhigao's voice trailed off. Shiori's hand tightly gripped the curtain. More than feeling embarrassed, her heart was shattered. She was not surprised to hear such words from Mungo. She had guessed he would say something like that. They had been together for 8 years. Yet it still broke her heart. Mungo, what kind of girl can catch your eye? What kind of girl can catch my eye? I don't know. I doubt there is such a girl in this world. I'm not very interested in love and romance. Mungo could not explain it clearly. It seemed he had always been indifferent towards relationships. Occasionally, he wondered if there really was such a girl in this world who could be recognized at a glance. Then don't be so good to Shiori. She might misunderstand. Chung Zhigao said lightly, unsure if he had guessed Shiori's feelings correctly. Mungo recalled how Shiori had been on the day of Uncle Xia's funeral, her small shoulders shaking as she thanked the guests who came and went. Clearly still a child, but doing what an adult should do. Chung Zhigao, I want to be good to Shiori, to be good to her for a lifetime. To never let anyone bully her. She is too pitiful. Look, all the girls in our school are delicate and spoiled, but Shiori seems like a little adult. So is pity, huh? Yes, she must be very pitiful in others' eyes. Shiori walked down the street, the bright spring sunlight falling on the passing pedestrians and on her. When she reached out to touch it, it felt warm, contrasting sharply with her heart. As soon as she entered Grandpa Su's yard, Shiori sensed a low pressure. Su Honglian sat there dejectedly. Her parents had gone to Africa, and for now, she was living at her grandfather's house. What's wrong? Shiori sat down beside her. Su Honglian pouted. My parents Haven T called me for 2 weeks. I'm worried something happened to them. Then you can call them. The phones that are out of service, they've been disconnected. Su Honglian's father was a real estate contractor who had been doing well domestically. Half a year ago, he sold all his assets here and went to Africa with a friend, where it was said that making money in construction was much easier. As long as there was capital and connections, becoming wealthy was just a matter of time. In the first few months after leaving, he often called back, but now, for some reason, they had lost contact. Su Honglian's parents spoiled their daughter. She could get anything she wanted, but not hearing from them for 2 weeks seemed unusual. Don't worry, Honglian. Your parents might just be busy with something. They will call you. Shiori patted Su Honglian's shoulder. I hope so. Su Honglian thought that was all she could do. Seeing the exquisite bag in Shiori's hand, she became curious. What is this? Only then did Shiori remember that she hadn't T-checked what Jiang Haoyan had gotten for her. She opened the bag and found a beautiful Persian outfit, with many sparkling sequins sewn onto the red sheer fabric. The headscarf was particularly beautiful, embroidered with patterns full of Middle Eastern charm. Wow, Shiori, where did you get such a treasure? Su Honglian lovingly caressed the outfit. Shiori told her everything. A masquerade ball? Su Honglian's eyes sparkled beautifully. I saw a Russian court drama and loved the masquerade ball in it. In that ball, the male and female leads met. It was so romantic. Su Honglian carefully held the Persian outfit against herself and cautiously asked Shiori, Can I try it on? It's rare for someone like Miss Su Honglian, who lacks nothing, to be liked, but Shiori nodded. That set of Persian clothing seemed to be specially tailored for Su Honglian. It looked dazzling on her, like a glowing entity that captivated everyone's attention. Su Honglian not only had a beautiful face, but also a good figure, standing tall and graceful. Although she was a year younger than Xiaori, she was half a head taller. Dressed in Persian attire, Su Honglian resembled a Persian princess who had stepped out of 1001 Nights. Xiaori couldn't help but sigh at how fortunate this girl was. She reminded her of another boy favored by fate. Both of them were darlings of heaven. Xiaori, can I go with you? Su Honglian blinked her big eyes, filled with hope. After some thought, Xiaori agreed. Su Honglian needed a celebration to alleviate the worries brought by her parents. Later, Xiaori often wondered if she had known the outcome. Would she still have taken Su Honglian to Mango's birthday party? The answer chosen by 18-year-old Xiaori might have been no, while the choice made by 28-year-old Xiaori was yes. At 18, Xiaori felt that bringing Su Honglian before Mango was a mistake. She thought it should be someone else taking her, not herself. By 28, Xiaori no longer saw it as a mistake. At that time, she understood a saying, "What is destined to be will eventually come. What is not destined cannot be forced." Chapter 13. Honglian 3. Su Honglian used a very simple phrase to persuade Xiaori to let her exchange her Persian outfit for her mermaid costume. She said, "Don't you think red is my exclusive color?" Indeed, Su Honglian belonged to red. Xiaori thought it was true. When Su Honglian wore red, she resembled a flame burning in the night sky, mysterious and stunning. At 7 o'clock, dressed in a mermaid costume, Xiaori, accompanied by Su Honglian, who was dressed as a Persian princess, pushed open the door of the Dream Factory with Captain Jack. Mongu's 18th masquerade ball was as beautiful as Xiaori imagined. The workers decorated the entire venue to match the name, resembling a factory of dreams with models. Red gauze, whimsical props, and people in strange costumes wearing masks. That night, Mongu had invited almost everyone from their class. Through the masks, Xiaori found Mongu's group. In fact, the 7 of them had already revealed their costumes to each other. Lin Sheng Mei was a Super Saiyan. Cheng Zhigao was Spider-Man. Zhou Jie and Zhou Wei were Gemini. Jiang Haotian was Superman. Mongu was Inuyasha, and she was the Persian girl. Xiaori struggled to move and wanted to tell Mongu that they were not Persian princesses anymore because the beauty of the mermaid costume was stunning but cumbersome. She had to rely on Su Honglian to help her approach Mongu and the other step by step. Taking a deep breath, they finally stood before them. Mongu, dressed as Inuyasha, was the first to turn towards them. Because he was the birthday star, Mongu was allowed not to wear a mask. When Mongu turned his head, Xiaori was still stunned. That scene might be unforgettable for her life. The red robe, the black-haired hood, and Mongu's slightly innocent face created a moment that turned the handsome young man into a backdrop that captivated Xiaori, making her heart flutter even years later. Xiaori knew that Inuyasha was a half-demon with a bit of a rough edge, always wearing a red robe and following a girl who had traveled from modern times to the Warring States period, talking incessantly. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch Mongu's ink-like eyes to see if he was that beautiful half-demon from the Warring States period. At that moment, everything under the mask felt like a dream. Before she could touch his face, the beautiful half-demon spoke, saying, "Persian princess, I will unveil your mysterious veil and see if there is a Mona Lisa smile beneath it." Xiaori felt immense joy in her heart, forgetting that she was not a Persian princess. Slowly, the hand lifted the veil of the Persian princess. At that time, a popular drama was airing called The Tale of the Damning Palace. The girls in the class did not like it, but Xiaori loved it. She remembered a scene in the drama where the young Tai Ping disguised herself as a eunuch and snuck out of the palace with her maid during the Lantern Festival. Lost in the bustling market, Tai Ping unveiled Xue Xiao's facial mask, and the face beneath made her cry. How much love could cause such tears? Xiaori often wondered. Those two were like Tai Ping and Xue Xiao at the Lantern Festival, the Persian princess and the half-demon from the Warring States period. A premonition told Xiaori that she was the messenger with a special mission responsible for bringing these two together. That night, Xiaori felt dazed, only remembering that she seemed to have turned into that sorrowful mermaid, ultimately transforming into foam and returning to the deep sea. After the ball, everything returned to the tense life of senior year. Xiaori observed Mongu closely and found he appeared normal. not questioning who the boy was that unveiled the veil of the Persian princess. Occasionally, he would even invite girls to eat with him and wait to go home together. However, after the ball, Su Honglian asked Xiaori who the boy that unveiled her veil was and what his name was. Monggu, Monggu. After Xiaori told her his name, she heard Su Honglian softly repeating it. However, Cheng Zhigao kept thinking about Su Honglian and always asked Xiaori about her. Although Xiaori was familiar with Su Honglian, she did not know much about her. She only knew that the school she attended was not very famous and that Su Honglian planned to rely on Beijing Film Academy right after graduating from high school. Currently, she was preparing for the entrance exam there and knew that many boys liked Su Honglian. She often displayed impatience when they came to see her, teasing them like a puppy when she was in a good mood and giving them the cold shoulder when she was not. Yet those boys would still continue to seek her out. Half a month later, Su Honglian asked Xiaori if she could take her to the Dream Factory's gatherings in the future, as she liked it very much. Xiaori began to sense that something was gradually approaching and then slowly drifting away. She hoped her premonition was wrong. I'll give it a try. Xiaori replied, Go Su Honglian. She actually wanted to refuse, but ultimately she wanted everything to happen naturally. It was a rare good day, and because of the rain, the night sky was particularly clear. The stars densely filled the Milky Way, and from Monggu's room, the night sky looked like a backdrop, with the stars seeming very close. Xiaori pulled a chair and sat on the balcony of Monggu's room. After dinner, she had started wrestling with her textbooks. Taking a deep breath, she emptied her mind and gazed at the distant galaxy. Monggu also pulled a chair and sat beside Xiaori, not speaking. He felt that time beside her was particularly peaceful, and she made him feel comfortable. What will you do a long time from now, Monggu? Xiaori finally spoke. Who knows? Monggu, feeling comfortable, didn't want to talk, maybe go to college. What after college? I don't know either. Just live as others do, I guess. At that moment, Monggu didn't want to spend time thinking about those things. Who knows what the future holds? Monggu, will you leave me in the future? Suddenly, Xiaori's voice lowered. No, we'll still be together in the future. Monggu remembered that he had promised Xiaori to treat her like his own daughter in place of Uncle Xia. He could say that part of Xiaori's father's death was due to his own father, so in his heart, he had long regarded Xiaori as family, the closest person. But Monggu, you will have your own family and children in the future, and so will I. How can we still be together? Xiaori's face turned pale, as if she was about to bleed. Fortunately, the night was deep, and she didn't know why those words slipped out. Yes, she was testing him now. Some things girls naturally understand without being taught. That's simple. In the future, we buy 2 connected houses, one for you and one for us. When we each have children, my child will call you godmother, and your child will call me godfather. That would work, right? The night wind secretly carried away Xiaori's silent sigh. The feelings of a young girl were veiled in the thin fabric of the night sky. How can a naive boy guess? Just like Monggu could not fathom why Xiaori sighed. Her heart sank little by little. When they heard the word we from Monggu's lips, Xiaori felt a pang in her heart. What kind of girl would become the we in Monggu's future? Monggu, do you still remember the Persian princess from your birthday? Persian princess? Monggu's heart stirred slightly. He recalled the face hidden behind the veil that day and the charm it revealed. There were girls swirling around him, some pure, some charming, some bright, but he was particularly impressed by that face. Her name was Su Honglian. She said she liked the Dream Factory. She asked me if she could come in the future. Then let her come. In an inexplicable turn of events, Monggu agreed, which was illogical for him. He agreed to let a girl he had only seen once come to the Dream Factory. Immediately, Monggu hurriedly added, Ari, isn't she your friend? I only let her in because of you. How many friends do you have? With powerless hands, she let go. The summer day remained silent, her eyes still gazing at the night sky. Since childhood, her grandmother had taught her the simple lesson of not trying to reverse the direction of the wind. On the day she appeared at the Dream Factory, Su Honglian was dressed beautifully. She wore a fitted red dress, cinched at the waist with a wide black belt, a radiant smile on her face, and a sweet voice. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Honglian. I am a good friend of Summer, and I really like it here, so I shamelessly asked Summer to let me join in. Cheng Zhigao was grinning widely on the side, while brother Zhou Jie couldn't wait to introduce himself. Jiang Haoyan stood beside Summer, watching Su Honglian. There was no doubt that she was a very attractive girl. If he hadn't known Summer first, he probably would have been just as delighted as Chang Zhigao. He subconsciously shifted his gaze to Summer, who quietly directed her attention to a certain direction. Following her gaze, Jiang Haoyan saw a pair of lovebirds standing there. For the first time, he realized that a girl who matched Mungo had finally appeared. They stood there like a picturesque scene. They look good together, right? Jiang Haoyan said softly. MHM. Summer replied gently. That day, Su Honglian became the 8th master of the Dream Factory. Su Honglian wanted Summer to add her silhouette under the rainbow in the painting on the wall, but Summer refused. That painting was another secret garden hidden in Summer's heart, inhabited only by her own emotions. Chapter 14 Bitterness, Part 1. When Su Honglian was a child, she once saw her father in a car with a strange woman at the supermarket entrance with her mother. She was very happy and wanted to run over to her father. Her mother tightly held her back, and before her mother covered her eyes, she saw her father's hand on the woman's cheek. Her mother took her inside the supermarket, wandering around in circles, but in the end, they bought nothing. When they exited the supermarket, Su Honglian saw that her father's car was gone. Her mother took her on the bus, and when Su Honglian woke up, she noticed her mother's eyes were red. A few months later, Su Honglian saw her father with that woman again. This time they were in the car, embracing each other. She was furious and wished she could claw the woman's face to shreds. She wanted to ask her father how he could treat her mother like that. This time, it was her aunt who held her back and took her away. In a secluded place, her aunt said to her, Honglian, if you rush out, your family will fall apart. She cried, I'm not afraid. I just want my mother. But your mother is afraid. She loves your father so much, while your father loves your mother very little. Her aunt held her small self and said this. Later, Su Honglian understood that it was an unequal relationship, like a scale where one side was high and the other side was low. So, Su Honglian hated inequality from a young age. She often thought that if she fell in love with a man in the future, she would take away his equal love. Even if it was unequal, she would find a way to make it equal. The boy who uncovered her veil, Su Honglian fell in love with him at first sight. She couldn't explain how she fell in love so easily. It was just that, at the moment he lifted her veil, everything seemed to be enchanted. Su Honglian remembered that Russian palace drama, where the handsome young count and the beautiful noble girl fell in love at first sight when they uncovered each other's masks. She used to not believe in love at first sight, but now she did. The boy smiled charmingly, and Su Honglian read a message in his eyes. He was curious about her and had a bit of interest. Su Honglian also smiled brightly at the boy. A little interest was fine. She would turn the interest in his eyes into a lot. Mengo. She learned his name was Mengo from Xiari, the prince of Beijing's No. 1 high school. Mengo. Su Honglian secretly repeated this name in her heart, filled with tenderness. With Xiari's help, she successfully became the 8th person allowed to enter and exit DreamWorks freely. Xiari stared at the scores she got in her mock exam and guessed she wouldn't do well, but she could not have predicted she would do this poorly. Just now, she came out of the teacher's office, disappointing a teacher who had high hopes for her. Mengo walked over, patted her shoulder with a smile, and naturally displayed a hint of pride. It's okay. It was just a mock exam, right? Only Xiari knew in her heart why she did poorly this time. Just before the exam, her desk mate told her she saw Mengo rowing a boat in the park with a beautiful girl in a red dress. The countdown to the college entrance examination was written on the classroom wall, and Xiari had her hands in her hair. Mengo took her hand out of her hair. Right? Stop that. Ari, let us go. I'll treat you to dinner. This person was always so carefree, at ease in front of others, and Xiari felt powerless. She shook off his hand and called out to Jiang Haoyan. Mengo looked at his empty hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. He didn't understand what was wrong with Xiari. There were times when she didn't do well on exams before. But as long as he offered to treat her to dinner, she would happily follow him around. Following their gaze, Jiang Haoyan naturally took the books from Xiari's arms. Freeing one hand to fix her ponytail, his actions so natural as if he had done it countless times before. When did their relationship become so good? Wasn't he the only one who could hold Xiari's ponytail? Mengo felt a surge of frustration. Xiari went to the amusement park with Jiang Haoyan, pointing to the roller coaster and saying, let us go ride that. When the roller coaster reached the top, Jiang Haoyan heard Sherry shouting, "Let all those messy things stay away from me." He always knew how wonderful this girl beside him was, upward, optimistic, and quiet, like a sunflower facing the sun. Because of her fondness, he paid attention to her, and the more he cared, the more he liked her. Jiang Haoyan cherished the kind of feelings from his grandparent generation and hoped that he and this girl named Sherry could have a relationship like that too. He also hoped that no other boys would discover how good Sherry was. But what was troubling her now? What were those messy things she was talking about? After they got off the roller coaster, Sherry's face was pale, and Jiang Haoyan hurriedly supported her. Jiang Haoyan, I will definitely get into Peking University. In the name of my dad's daughter, and in the name of my sister Xia Tian. With a pale face, Sherry wore a faint smile, her voice firm, sounding like she was speaking to Jiang Haoyan, but actually more for herself. A month before the college entrance examination, Sherry moved into the school dormitory. Mingo was a bit dismissive of Sherry moving into the school, thinking that this girl was indeed a complete bookworm. The college entrance examination was driving her to madness. During that month, Sherry dared not secretly glance at Mingo's direction. She spent her time either self-studying in the classroom or staying in the library. In that month, she spoke to Mingo less than 10 sentences, which was fine, she told herself. After the college entrance examination, Sherry and Xia Tian returned to the countryside to pay respects to their grandmother. After staying in the countryside for a while, on the first night back in Beijing, she was pulled by Mingo to KTV, saying it was Lin Xingmei's birthday. As soon as they entered the KTV room, with a bang, colorful confetti fell from above. In the Crimson Room, familiar faces radiated joy. "Ari, you did amazingly, third in the school. Of course, the first is still me." Mingo hugged her and whispered in her ear. Like settled dust, Sherry was almost moved to tears. 12 years of schooling seemed to be for this moment. One by one, they came over, hugging and offering congratulations. Sherry drank some beer, leaning aside, listening to Cheng Zhigao's off-key singing. Tonight, Cheng Zhigao was particularly wild, having drunk quite a bit, and was swaying while still gripping the microphone. Mingo went up to get him to rest, but he pushed Mingo to the ground. Su Honglian gasped and walked over with Jiang Haoyan, one pulling Mingo up, the other supporting Cheng Zhigao. Cheng Zhigao leaned against the wall for a while, glancing gloomily at Su Honglian, who was helping Mingo before walking out. The music continued. Mingo lowered his head, unable to see his expression. After a pause, Sherry followed Cheng Zhigao outside. Cheng Zhigao came out of the restroom with a bad expression, and Sherry walked over to support him. They found a ventilated spot, and Cheng Zhigao took out a cigarette from his pocket. Just as he was about to light it, Sherry took it from his hand. "Since when did you start smoking?" Although Cheng Zhigao was a bit of a rogue, he was only so verbally. "No, I haven't smoke yet. I just want to try it now." Cheng Zhigao leaned his head against the wall. "I'm just a bit annoyed." Cheng Zhigao will pass. Sherry imitated him and leaned her head against the wall. "Everything will pass. You figured it out, meaning you know." In the dim light, Cheng Zhigao heard this girl, who always seemed so bright, sounding heavy, as if filled with helplessness. "I guess what I guess is always right. The Summer's voice is hoarse, but I hope I'm wrong." "Yes." Summer hopes everything is just an illusion created by alcohol. The sofa is so big, yet those two people sit closely together. Summer hopes that the matching couple watches on their wrists are just a coincidence. She also wants to pretend not to see the hands tightly clasped under the table. But why does Su Honglian keep pouring out the wine in Meng Ji's cup? And why does Mingo look at Su Honglian with such gentle eyes every time she pours out the water in his cup? In the past, Mingo would never allow the girls he dated to meddle in his affairs. This time, it's different. Summer mocks her damned premonition. Look, it rivals that of a prophet. Cheng Zhigao's heart stirred, and he realized that he had guessed right in the past. So, we can say we are both lost souls in the world. Yes, we can now say we are both lost souls in the world. It's helpless. The bloody and messy reality leaves no room for escape. When did it happen? Cheng Zhigao feels sorry for Summer. He remembers it was Summer who brought Su Honglian to Mengge. "I don't know. It just became like this over time. So what are you going to do now?" "What can I do?" Summer turned her head and smiled at Cheng Zhigao, her smile bitter. "Cheng Zhigao, long ago, my grandmother taught me not to try to change the direction of the wind, so I want everything to go with the flow." She patted Cheng Jigao's shoulder and smiled again, this time more calmly. Cheng Jigao, you see, my secret is much heavier than yours, but I'm still doing fine. So don't let that little thing turn you into a strange Cheng Jigao. At that moment, the summer in front of Cheng Jigao, with her scrunched nose, suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 15 Bitterness Part 2 Cheng Jigao told Xiaori that a few days ago, he saw Su Honglian and Meng Gu holding hands as they came out of the cinema. He was furious. Everyone in the Dream Factory knew he liked Su Honglian and was currently pursuing her, and Meng Gu knew this too, yet the two were secretly dating. Cheng Jigao thought this was a betrayal, so he confronted Meng Gu, who casually replied that he didn't care about other girls, but Su Honglian was different. A long time ago, a few insignificant boys in the Dream Factory had a saying, due to watching too many Hong Kong movies, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Unexpectedly, such a plot had transitioned into reality. After hearing this, Xiaori felt as if she was tasting a cup of persistently bitter tea once again, the bitterness seeping into her heart. She thought that the later one fell in love, the more the taste of that cup of tea would fade, and perhaps after venting like Cheng Jigao, everything would feel light and carefree. Other girls didn't matter, but Su Honglian was different. This time, it seemed truly different. After leaving the KTV, they each went their separate ways home. Xiaori, Meng Gu, and Su Honglian shared cab, with Meng Gu sitting in the front and Xiaori and Su Honglian in the back. Meng Gu glanced at Xiaori through the rearview mirror. Perhaps due to the tiring journey combined with alcohol, Xiaori appeared downcast, her face pressed against the car window, half closing her eyes to look at the scenery outside. The neon lights of the street cast down one by one on her face, and as Meng Gu watched, he felt a pang in his heart. Xiaori seemed like a lonely child at that moment. Su Honglian noticed Meng Gu's prolonged gaze on Xiaori, and an uneasy feeling surged in her heart. She cleared her throat awkwardly, redirecting Meng Gu's attention to herself, and their eyes met in the mirror. Meng Gu then remembered Su Honglian was in the back seat and smiled at her. This girl had blocked his school gate after his college entrance exam and immediately said, "Meng Gu, I like you. Shall we give it a try?" That day, she wore a black tank top and a bright red ultra-short skirt, dazzling like a flame, instantly spreading warmth in his heart. Meng Gu knew he was smitten. After dropping Su Honglian off at her home, Meng Gu sat in the back seat with Xiaori, and neither spoke. The streets were sparsely populated at midnight, and when the taxi passed a convenience store, Xiaori asked the driver to stop. "Meng Gu, I want to drink some hot coffee," she said. In her heart, she regarded this midnight moment as the last segment of the journey for her and Meng Gu. Thus, the youthful feelings would settle in some corner of her heart from then on. They sat on a bench in front of the convenience store, with Xiaori resting her head on Meng Ji's shoulder. Meng Gu's shoulder wasn't as broad as her father's, but it felt comfortable like her dad's. The coffee in her hand was just the right temperature, and the orange streetlights softly draped over them, warm and cozy. This scene felt vaguely familiar, as if it had appeared in a dream before. Perhaps it was a fragment from a past life. Otherwise, how could it evoke such tears of familiarity? Tears fell from the corner of her eyes onto Meng Ji's shoulder. "Ari, what did Cheng Jigao say to you?" After a moment, Meng Gu asked. "He just said you prioritize love over friendship." Xiaori chuckled softly. Meng Gu's heart suddenly felt heavy. "So you know about my relationship with Su Honglian?" "Hey, if Honglian knows you still call her Su Honglian, she'll be upset." Xiaori took a sip of coffee. This time, "Should I ask my daughter's opinion according to the old rules?" Meng Yi looked at. "So, my good daughter, do you think that girl named Honglian meets your standards?" Xiaori tightened her grip on the coffee cup. A thought surged in her mind. "Meng Gu, what if I say no? You're joking, right?" Meng Gu turned his head, puzzled, looking at Xiaori. "Ari, you're joking, aren't you? Isn't Honglian your good friend? What if I say I'm not joking?" Meng Gu pondered for a long while and asked why. "Meng Gu, answer me. What if I say I'm not joking?" Xiaori's hand holding the coffee didn't tremble. Meng Gu thought for a moment and said no. Xiaori raised her hand, and in 10 seconds, he had given his answer. 10 seconds. Meng Gu, you only took 10 seconds to deny my answer. Those 10 seconds felt like a grueling marathon, leaving her exhausted. "Ari, listen to me." Meng Gu became anxious. He didn't understand what was wrong with Xiaori, why she was so unusual tonight. Silly, how could I disagree? Xiaori stood up from the chair and patted Meng Ji's head. I just wanted to see if you were sincere about Hong Lian. Look, Xiaori could also say insincere things now. She mocked herself in her heart. Didn't she say not to go against the direction of the wind? What was she doing just now? Meng Gu breathed a sigh of relief. That night on the way home, they chose to walk back. Xiaori talked a lot that night, chattering about many things that had happened before. After partying in the garden, Xiaori looked at Meng Gu for a long time and finally said, Meng Gu, goodbye. When Meng Gu returned to his room, he still saw Xiaori's figure standing in the garden. Throughout the summer vacation, Meng Gu's family debated endlessly about whether he should go abroad. Meng Yuhua hoped Meng Gu would study business management overseas and come back to take over his business, which was in automotive parts and currently well-funded. He wanted to expand his business internationally, hoping for a father-son partnership to elevate the company to new heights. However, Meng's grandfather looked down on this plan, believing that it was no different from doing business domestically and wanted Meng Gu to study music and become a pianist. Meng Gu didn't want to go abroad, had no interest in business management, and found piano practice tedious. He missed computers, which he was currently interested in. In the end, the head of the Meng family made a decisive decision. Meng Gu would stay in the country and choose what he liked, while Xiaori was not allowed to go anywhere and had to choose foreign languages, after which she would work as a translator for the Meng family business. After thinking about it, Xiaori let it go. Since her father left, that little thought in her heart had ceased to exist. During this holiday, Xiaori worked as a waitress at Jiang Haoyan's NS restaurant, working 6 hours a day. During this time, Cheng Zhigao and Meng Gu's group often came here to eat, and of course, Su Honglian would also come. That enthusiastic and beautiful girl changed Meng Gu quite a bit. For example, Meng Gu didn't like girls to paint their nails, so she didn't paint. Meng Gu didn't like girls to wear high heels, so she didn't wear them. Xiaori watched the two of them getting better and better, with Meng Gu's gaze on Su Honglian growing longer and softer. Regarding her relationship with Meng Gu, Su Honglian told Xiaori when she returned to Beijing, saying, Xiaori, I like him at first sight. We're good friends, so you have to support me. Xiaori didn't know how else to support her besides insincerely. On Sundays, Meng Gu would come to the restaurant to play the piano as a guest pianist. The title of genius pianist attracted many supporters. Xiaori particularly loved this moment, as if returning to the time they first met at the age of 10, when no one had grown up. There were no complex feelings and no Su Honglian, only the sound of the piano and the faint fragrance of osmanthus in the summer courtyard. At the beginning of the school year, the 8 members of DreamWorks and Xia Tian arrived in Lijiang. Xia Tian had long yearned for Lijiang in summer, but upon actually arriving, she felt somewhat disappointed. The place was filled with commercial vibes, far from the tranquility and peace she had seen in magazines. However, those book bars opened by foreigners in the attics fascinated Xia Tian. She loved the scent of books, tea, and coffee mingling together. So, she separated from the group and spent her days hiding in the book bar, reading, drinking coffee, and listening to music. Okay, she admitted, she had a bit of an escapist mentality. She was afraid to see the two of them being affectionate with each other. Every time she looked at them, it felt like a thin knife was slicing through her heart. On the night before leaving Lijiang, everyone attended a folk program. They lit a roaring bonfire outdoors, with some familiar and some unfamiliar faces gathering around. Perhaps due to the firelight, the night took on a primitive feel. Everyone was silent. Even the usually boisterous Zhou family brothers looked gloomy. After returning to Beijing from Lijiang, everyone faced the reality of parting ways. Xia Tian, Meng Yi, Sheng Shigo, and Jiang Haoyan would remain in Beijing, but only Meng Gu and Xia Tian would be at the same school. Zhou Jie would return to Germany for further studies. Zhou Wei would attend aviation school, and Lin Xumei would go to Tianjin for her studies. A local poured his homemade liquor into small cups and invited them to drink together, and everyone accepted without hesitation. This liquor didn't taste sweet like the ones bought in stores, and Xia Tian found it particularly enjoyable, reminiscent of the lychee wine brewed by her neighbor's back in the village. She asked for another cup, and in the flickering firelight, she saw Su Honglian tugging at Meng Ji's hand, and the two of them left together. Xia Tian stared at the direction they were going, and her eyes suddenly felt dry. After the 4th cup of liquor, Xiaotian's stomach began to feel uncomfortable. She excused herself from her spot, wanting to find something to settle her stomach. She had imagined that scene before, using her imagination as a precaution. But when imagination turned into reality, Xiaotian felt all those precautions had been in vain. In a deserted alley, under the mottled moonlight, two figures were closely intertwined, like a beautiful and romantic painting, with the girl standing on tiptoe, tilting her head to accept the boy's kiss. Xiaotian desperately tried to keep her footsteps silent, thinking that her trembling legs must be due to her stomachache and the alcohol. She closed her eyes, refusing to look at that scene, turned around, and began to step away. "All right, Xiaotian, you can run now." But as she was about to leave, she bumped into someone. Chapter 16 Bitter, Part 3. Summer was worried about his sister, so when she left, he followed her, intending to scare her a little. As a result, he saw. "Atian, what are you doing here?" Summer exclaimed in panic. "I've been right behind you," he replied. In the moonlight and dim light, his sister's face was pale, and Summer felt helpless, realizing that it had turned out just as he feared. Falling in love with someone like Mongo was destined to bring suffering. Summer knew that Mongo's charming demeanor was always a facade. He had heard him tell his stepmother, "Auntie, I don't want you to bring me a brother or sister. If such an accident happens, I have my ways. If you want to stay in this family, just behave yourself." At that time, Mongo was only 15, and a 15-year-old child could have such depth. His silly sister clearly knew what kind of person he was, yet she still fell for him. Hearing Summer sigh, Summer said softly, "Atian, can you pretend not to know? Then I can act like I never loved this person, okay?" The moonlight tonight was enchanting. Summer smiled and took her hand. "Sister, I'll go get some more wine. Let's climb up to the roof and drink, just like those heroes in martial arts movies, okay?" "Sure, you're the hero, and I'm the hero's sister," Summer laughed as well. By the time Mongo and Su Honglien returned to the bonfire site, it was already quite late. When they heard that Summer and her brother were missing, Mongo became anxious and asked everyone to spread out and look for them. Finally, on the roof of an old, low house, Mongo found Summer and Summer huddled together. These two drunks, Mongo scolded angrily, slapping Summer's face. In a haze of drunkenness, Summer saw Mongo. Under the silver moonlight, which spilled over the tiles, the boy she secretly admired appeared handsome and dashing, just like the cavalryman in the movie The Light Cavalry on the Rooftop, which Summer adored. Her Mongo was that brave cavalryman with brown eyes. Fearing that Summer might fall, Mongo crouched down, holding her in his arms, and took out his phone to call for someone to come pick them up. In fact, Summer wasn't drunk, she was just a little sleepy. She knew that the person holding her was Mongo. "My cavalryman, I'm so happy you came," Summer sighed. "Let's just pretend this is a movie. You've watched too many movies." Mongo felt that Summer was becoming increasingly difficult to understand, no longer like before when he could easily guess what she meant. "Ari, what's wrong with you lately?" "It's nothing, I just had a breakup." "Breakup?" Mongo almost jumped up. "That Jiang Haoyan kid has moved on?" "No." Summer could only sigh in her heart. It wasn't Jiang Haoyan. It had never been Jiang Haoyan. It was her cavalryman who had fallen for someone else. The actor playing the cavalryman was in love. Mongo knocked on Summer's head, exclaiming, "What a stubborn stonehead. Hey, he could be your dad. Do you like older men?" Summer pulled her head out of Mongo's embrace and rested it on Summer's shoulder. From now on, she couldn't dwell on lingering feelings. Summer closed her eyes. Feeling a bit tired, she wanted to sleep. In August, Summer and Mongo became freshmen at Peking University, the first time stepping onto that famous campus. Summer couldn't quite express her feelings. They were mixed, with the greatest regret being that her father couldn't see this moment. The first year of college was calm and uneventful, without any dramatic moments or romances. Mongo, on the other hand, was thriving. With his handsome face, good family background, and impressive piano skills, he quickly rose to prominence. His fans worshipped him like a god, and many well-off girls openly and subtly pursued him. After learning that he had a girlfriend like Su Honglien, some fans withdrew, while others, undeterred, challenged Su Honglien. Perhaps it was due to growing older or the reduction in numbers, but they rarely appeared at the Dream Factory. Chung Zhigao took some of the Dream Factory's elements to the student bar he co-owned with his cousin, which still bore the name Dream Factory. Their gathering place also changed to this new Dream Factory, but Summer still preferred the old one. Occasionally, She would return there to sit quietly in the dappled sunlight. Jiang Haoyan had recently become a significant headache for Summer. Despite her repeatedly showing him that she had no feelings for him, he remained the same. Knowing what it felt like to love someone for a long time, Summer couldn't bear to be harsh with him. However, after many failed hints, it had turned into a tangled situation. The courses in the first year were easy, and Summer sometimes worked at a small theater near the school, helping with stage props. Although the pay was low and unstable, Summer loved it. She had always been fascinated by those things. Mongo was busy at school, and Summer rarely sought him out. He seldom came to find her, and with their different schedules, they no longer mentioned going home together. Their Sunday gatherings at the Dream Factory bar became rare due to Summer's theater work, and with her deliberately avoiding the time to go home. They would only see each other roughly every 10 days, exchanging only a few hurried words when they did meet. That night, Mongo suddenly felt disinterested at the Dream Factory bar. He instinctively looked to his left and realized something seemed to be missing. After a long while, he recalled that he hadn't seen Summer in quite some time. Recently, he had been busy absorbing the new experiences of college and filling his free time with various dates with Su Honglian. Why didn't Ari come today? Mongo asked Cheng Zhigao beside him. Young master, she hasn't just missed a day. Cheng Zhigao glanced at Su Honglian, who was closely next to Mongo. Summer is no saint. Mongo picked up his phone, but Cheng Zhigao stopped him. Don't call. Summer said she might not come. She has to work. Work? Mongo searched his mind, vaguely recalling that Summer had mentioned a job before, but he had forgotten what kind it was. She's a student. Why isn't she focusing on her studies? Running off to work, isn't she just playing the role of the kind and hardworking heroine in a drama? Correct. Cheng Zhigao snapped his fingers. Our Summer is just that kind of good girl. Su Honglian felt uncomfortable upon hearing that. The boys at the Dream Factory had already formed a certain image of Summer. A unique existence. She remembered the painting Summer had made at the Dream Factory. It was like a small world where those 7 people existed harmoniously, as if no one could intrude. She recalled suggesting to Summer to include herself in the painting, but at that time, Summer pursed her lips and told her that adding another person would disrupt the space. The sensitivity of a girl made Su Honglian vaguely sense something, but she wasn't willing to think too deeply about it. It wasn't like Summer was the only one working. Many college students nowadays work part-time. Su Honglian lazily rested her head on Mongo's shoulder, enjoying this intimate moment, and Mongo liked it too. Cheng Zhigao found Su Honglian displeasing and grew increasingly annoyed with her. After some time, he realized that his initial feelings for Su Honglian were merely a youthful infatuation, a longing for something beautiful. The beautiful girl before him now gave off an oppressive feeling. But I bet you, young lady, you will never become just another one among so many college students. Why should I become one of them? I'm not worried about food or clothing. Su Honglian gave Cheng Zhigao a big eye roll. Cheng Zhigao wanted to refute, but Mengge impatiently slammed the cup. All right, that's enough. That night, Mengge went home early and saw 2 familiar figures on a street not far from his house. He got out of the car. A slender boy was supporting a bicycle, while a petite girl was holding books beside him. The 2 walked slowly, and it seemed the boy said something, making the girl laugh from time to time, her voice crisp like the pleasant sound of wind chimes. Mengge quickened his pace, quietly following behind them, keeping in step with their leisurely pace. I really want to grow up quickly, then I won't have to worry about anyone. The boy's voice was filled with melancholy. Hey, you think I worry about you? I have never worried about you. Look, aren't you already grown up? You know to come pick me up every day now. Tell me, is there anyone in this Beijing city who is more sensible than my brother? Cease. You really shouldn't work anymore. Those props are so heavy. What if you get hurt? Tian, it's really not hard. I only lift those occasionally. Working there is a win-win for me. I really like it, and I can also earn money. Sis, we don't need money right now. Isn't the tuition free? Then I'll save that money for later. After a pause, to help you marry a wife in the future. Huh. The boy laughed. You're just trying to keep it as a dowry for yourself, right? That works too. I wonder what kind of girl my brother likes. I'll keep an eye out for you. The boy turned to look at his sister. What kind of girl do I like? In the end, it will be someone like you, obedient and beautiful. The girl chuckled. Wise choice. My brother really has good taste. Mengge, who was following behind, could no longer hold back. If this continued, This pair of siblings wouldn't stop showing off for a long time. He ran over and walked alongside them. Hey, how long are you two going to keep flattering each other? Meng shook his head at Xia Ri and Xia Tian. Chapter 17 Thorn, Part 1. On the quiet street. Only Xia Tian and Mongo remained. Ari, what's wrong with your brother lately? He always gives me a cold shoulder. Did I offend him? Mongo found it strange, not understanding what was going on with Xia Tian, who had been acting oddly during this time. Xia Tian smiled. Her brother must be feeling wronged on her behalf. Aren't teenagers like that? But I never was. Mongo blurted out. Stopping, Xia Tian looked deeply at Mongo, realizing that this person had hidden all the restlessness and rebellion typical of adolescence in front of others. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. How has Hong Lian been lately? Xia Tian changed the topic. It had been a long time since she had visited Grandpa Su, and she occasionally spoke with Hong Lian on the phone, but their conversations were no longer as abundant as before, often falling silent after just a few sentences. How is she preparing for the entrance exam to Beijing Film Academy? Not bad. She specifically hired a teacher for guidance. Talking about Su Hong Lian in front of Xia Tian made Mongo feel particularly awkward. Another silence ensued, making Mongo uneasy, as if something was slowly slipping away. Ari. Mongo stopped and held Xia Tian's shoulder. Listen, you're my last friend. Even if I have a girlfriend, you will still be my last friend, understand? Got it. How can I not understand? But managing the boundaries of friendship was more difficult than she had imagined, so she always kept her distance. Lying on his bed, Mongo thought of that pair of siblings, feeling envious of their bond, and even more envious that Xia Tian had an older sister like Xia Ri. He used to think Xia Ri was silly, but as he grew up, he understood that it was actually a kind of simplicity. In this era, girls like Xia Tian were becoming increasingly rare, and in the future, the man who won Xia Ri's heart would be happy. He remembered what Xia Tian had said about dowries, and suddenly felt how quickly time was passing. Getting married? Xia Ri would get married, and Mongo found it strange. He slapped his forehead. He was in love, so why wouldn't Xia Ri fall in love? Time passed quickly. When Xia Ri looked at the fresh-faced freshman calling her sister with innocence, she suddenly realized she was a sophomore now. What are you thinking about? Xiao Wanqin walked over and patted her shoulder. If there was one thing Xia Ri gained in her freshman year, it was making a friend like Xiao Wanqin. Xiao Wanqin was recognized as a beauty, with a good family background and a gentle character, known as the flower of the foreign language department. She and Xia Ri clicked well, and they only gradually became close in the following semester. Time really flies. Xia Ri pointed to the freshman. Rarely do we see you being sentimental, Xia Ri. Xiao Wanqin pulled Xia Ri into the shade of a tree. The summer sun was too harsh. From a distance, Xia Ri saw Mongo and a few others walking toward them. As they passed by, he didn't even look up and walk past them. Xia Ri knew Mongo had seen her again, but he just didn't want to greet her. So arrogant. Isn't it just that he has a pretty face? Isn't it just that his family background is a bit better? Isn't it just that he can play a little piano? Xiao Wanqin scoffed. This Mongo really thinks of himself as a prince. I wouldn't care less. Xia Ri curled her lips. Finally, a girl was immune to Mongo. Then, a wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Mongo hadn't spoken to her at all during the entire summer vacation. Ever since she started accompanying his stepmother to church every week, Mongo had completely ignored her. But she hadn't done anything wrong. She was just getting closer to his stepmother. A few months ago, Mrs. Mongo had injured her hand. She was a devout Christian and would go to church every Saturday to help distribute communion. After her injury, Grandpa Mongo asked Xia Ri to accompany her and help her with the tasks she used to do. As they spent time together, Xia Ri gradually felt that this was a lonely and somewhat pitiful woman, and her heart wasn't too bad. Her husband was often busy with work, and due to Mongo, he always seemed cautious about certain matters. One day, when Mongo heard Xia Ri call her aunt, his face immediately changed. In the past, Mrs. Mongo had always wanted Xia Ri to call her aunt, but Xia Ri, due to Mongo, had always called her madam. As they grew closer, Xia Ri felt that calling her madam seemed too impersonal, especially since she treated her well and was also good to Xia Tian. Little did she know, Mongo immediately declared, Xia Ri, open your eyes and see which side you should stand on. It wasn't about which side to stand on at all. Xia Ri felt a headache. For so many years, Mongo had acted like a hedgehog whenever it came to his stepmother. No matter how Xiaori explained, he wouldn't listen. Thus, this situation formed. What made Xiaori even more headache-inducing was that just a few days after Qiao Wanqin had disparaged Mongo as a vase, she declared her love for him. She said she had fallen for Mongo, claiming that she was captivated by him playing the piano, and even declared she would win him over. Recently, rumors circulated in the school about the flower of the foreign language department falling for the piano prince. Qiao Wanqin's pursuit could be described as passionate, as she devised all sorts of encounters with him every day with a variety of creative approaches. In short, it was quite colorful. Eventually, Xiaori told her that Mongo already had a girlfriend, but she still acted nonchalantly. More than a month later, Xiaori saw her secretly hiding and crying. It turned out that Mongo had tired her out with his pursuit. One day, he agreed to a date with her. But who knew he showed up with a very pretty girl, kissing her passionately and saying, "Why would I like you when I have such a girlfriend?" Think about it, if you have a brain. This was indeed Mongo's style. Everything he didn't care about was trampled underfoot. Xiaori still remembered the warning he had given her that day, saying, "Xiaori, don't be so self-righteous and think of yourself as a savior. What? Are you going to use your overflowing kindness to resolve our grievances now? How ridiculous. I occasionally indulge you, and you think of yourself as something to me." Although Qiao Wanqin had a delicate appearance, her personality was quite blunt. For her to be so heartbroken, it seemed she genuinely liked Mongo. Xiaori understood very well that the more you like someone, the more it hurts. Picking up her phone, she called Jiang Haoyan, knowing Mongo was at DreamWorks now. Xiaori took Qiao Wanqin's hand and left. This DreamWorks, run by Cheng Zhigao, was a place Xiaori had only visited 3 times. As soon as she entered, Cheng Zhigao shouted that it was a rare guest. Xiaori noticed that everyone was there, except for the Zhou brothers. Mongo and Su Honglian were sitting together, both laughing heartily. Xiaori brought Qiao Wanqin to Mongo. When Mongo saw Xiaori, he felt a surge of joy, thinking she had come to him. His stepmother had always been a thorn in his side. He couldn't bear to see Xiaori getting close to her. It didn't matter to him about anyone else, but Xiaori was different. Only she could not be. He was stubbornly convinced of that. Little did he know. Mongo apologized to Wanqin. Xiaori's gaze locked onto Mongo, who was lounging carelessly. It turned out she wanted him to apologize. Mongo felt very disappointed and then scoffed. "Xiaori, you've got it wrong again." "Mongo, girls are like flowers. They're meant to be cherished and loved. It's okay if you don't love her. You can tell her, but please don't look down on her love." So, Mongo apologized to Wanqin. In the quiet room, Xiaori's voice flowed, deep and slow. This was Xiaori openly criticizing Mongo in front of everyone. Jiang Haoyan couldn't help but cheer for his crush in his heart. Indeed, she was the girl he admired. The elegantly phrased words spoken by Xiaori on a summer day not only did not seem pretentious, but also carried significant weight, causing Mengge, who was always known for his cleverness, to change his expression dramatically. "Hey, Xiaori, it seems like you not only took the wrong medicine tonight, but also got poisoned by Shakespeare. Apologize? Just because of your little sprout? You think you can rely on my family's big Buddha and turn yourself from a mountain chicken into a phoenix? Why should I apologize to her? Just because she loves me? There's so many girls in this world who love me. If I have to cherish each of them like flowers, I'd be exhausted." Mengge held on to Su Honglian beside him. "Honglian, what do you think? Should I listen to Xiaori?" "Men Yi." Su Honglian tugged at Mengge, her eyes signaling for Xiaori to stop. Mengge shook off Su Honglian's hand and coldly said, "You two are really ridiculous." "The ridiculous one is you, Mengge." Xiaori was furious. "You have always been that spoiled child, selfish and willful, never understanding how to respect others. Mengge, you've wasted your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a glass was hurled at Xiaori. Fortunately, Qiao Wanqin pushed Xiaori aside. Otherwise, Xiaori would have definitely been hit. Jiang Haoyan swung a fist at Mengge, catching him off guard and knocking him down onto the sofa, causing things on the table to fall to the ground with a muffled sound. The scene fell into chaos. Cheng Zhigao and Lin Xingmei each helped one of them up. Mengge still wanted to counterattack Jiang Zhigao, but Xiaori stood in front of Jiang Haoyan. "Enough, Mengge, I have never been this disappointed in you before. If you think I'm challenging your authority, then go ahead and hit me." Because of Xiaori's words, Mengge felt like a balloon that had suddenly deflated. He had never seen Xiari speak to him with such an expression before. Her disappointment made him inexplicably anxious. His tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed weakly. If you won't hit. Wanqin, let's go. Without even looking at Mengge, Xiari helped the injured Jiang Haoyan leave. Unable to recover, Mengge sat down on the sofa. Su Honglian saw a strange expression appear on the face of the loved one as he looked in the direction Xiari had left, clearly resembling someone who had lost something dear. Chapter 18 Thorn, Part 2. Next, the relationship between Mungo and Summer reached a freezing point. During a brief moment of free time over the weekend, Summer went to Grandpa Su's place to find Su Honglian. The door to Grandpa Su's house was tightly locked, and when she called Su Honglian's phone, it was turned off. Summer sat at the door waiting. That day, she felt she had been a bit impulsive. At the very least, she hadn't considered Su Honglian's perspective. Both she and Xiao Wangquan were good friends of hers. However, ever since she got together with Mungo, Summer felt that she instinctively kept her distance from Su Honglian. After a long wait, she finally saw Su Honglian get out a luxurious sports car. A cultured middle-aged man got out of the car and opened the door for Su Honglian. After opening the door, he didn't immediately get back in, but stood in front of Su Honglian, fixing her hair. Su Honglian didn't stop him, and there was a subtle hint of ambiguous feelings between them. When the car drove away, Summer silently stood there. The moment Su Honglian met Summer's gaze, there was a flicker of panic in her expression, quickly followed by a return to calm. You're here, Summer. She took out her keys from her handbag. My grandpa has gone to Hangzhou with friends for a trip these days. Who was the person who just dropped you off? Summer had always known how charming Su Honglian was. Previously, she had saved the names of more than 50 boys in her phone. Su Honglian's hand, holding the keys, trembled slightly. Oh, that person is a friend of my dad's, an uncle who has watched me grow up. I see. Summer's heart relaxed. She was afraid that this fiery, beautiful girl might bring harm to Mungo. In a sense, Su Honglian was Mungo's first love, and first loves are always unforgettable. The two sat in the courtyard, and Su Honglian took out a tea set to brew tea for Summer. Su Honglian's hands were beautiful, fair, and slender, like a work of art, matching the pure and elegant tea set. Honglian, congratulations. Summer remembered that she hadn't congratulated her yet. Su Honglian had been accepted into Beijing Film Academy this year. That day, Mungo had held a celebration party for her at DreamWorks. But Summer had been absent due to other commitments. Su Honglian looked up and winked at Summer. What is there to congratulate about something so expected? In many ways, Su Honglian was very similar to Mungo, outstanding, confident, intelligent, and exquisite. Clearing her throat, Summer said, I'm sorry about that day. I didn't consider your perspective. I think I was just furious. Su Honglian chuckled softly, gazing deeply at Summer, and held her hand. Listen, Summer, you don't have to be this way. You don't need to be considerate of everyone. Otherwise, I will feel heartache. What you said that day was very true. Girls are like flowers, meant to be cherished. I hope you cherish yourself too. You don't need to always think about how others are doing. You just need to think about how you want to be. When you're unhappy, you can act spoiled. Remember, you don't owe anyone anything. So, you don't need to think about anyone else. Nor should you make that feeling a habit. Habit. Summer had always thought that habit was a terrifying thing. Growing up in a foster home had formed a certain pattern of living for her. In the past, she was busy trying to please her aunt and uncle. And when she came to Beijing, she played the role of a well-behaved girl. She was almost forgetting what she was supposed to be like. Su Honglian was a smart girl and could see what Summer had forgotten, always pretending to be optimistic and proactive in the end. She had come to believe she was that way, and Summer smiled wryly. After returning from the church with Mrs. Mungo, she didn't ask the driver to take her home directly this time, but went to Starbucks. Summer felt a bit strange remaining in the car. Why would Mrs. Mungo come to Starbucks? Looking again, she saw Su Honglian still wearing a red dress, sitting in a very conspicuous spot by the window, with Mrs. Mungo sitting across from her. This situation felt odd to Summer. Through the car window, Summer saw Su Honglian shaking her head at Mrs. Mungo. Summer got out of the car and pushed open the Starbucks door. The two looked extremely excited, just as Summer was about to ask what was going on. The door to Starbucks was pushed open again, and this time, Mungo stormed in, looking furious. He immediately stood in front of Su Honglian, his gaze locking fiercely onto Mrs. Mungo. What do you want with her, Aunt? Then, turning his angry gaze towards Summer, he said, You brought her here, didn't you? Summer, what are you really trying to do? Are you two teaming up to give me a soap opera drama? But Aunt, you know you don't even have the qualification to be a wicked stepmother. And Summer, what are you? The secondary female lead who secretly has a crush on me? But usually, they end up with nothing good. At a loss for words, Summer felt that this person, who had been in her life for 10 years, was now saying such things. She didn't even want to talk to him anymore. Mungo regretted it again. He knew very well what kind of person Summer was. Yet, the sight of Summer standing with his stepmother was particularly jarring, and with the pale-faced Honglian, some words just slipped out uncontrollably. Mrs. Mungo picked up her handbag on the table without explaining and pulled Summer out of Starbucks. In the car, Mrs. Mungo slowly explained her reason for meeting Su Honglian. It turned out that a friend of Mrs. Mungo had discovered that her husband had been particularly close to a young girl for the past 2 years. She hired someone to investigate and found out that the girl was the daughter of her husband's business partner. 2 years ago, her husband had sold part of the company's stocks to help that nearly bankrupt real estate developer, and that developer's daughter was Su Honglian. Mrs. Mungo had inadvertently learned that the girl's boyfriend was Mungo, and she was worried that Mungo would be hurt, so she went directly to find Su Honglian. Summer suddenly remembered the middle-aged man who had dropped Su Honglian off that day. The next day, Summer went directly to Su Honglian's school to find her. Su Honglian seemed to have anticipated Summer's visit and took her to a nearby CAF. Summer, now you know, right? I'm not as good as you imagined. In the rising mist, Su Honglian said faintly, but I can tell you that I haven't done anything to wrong Mungo. That man you saw that day is not the uncle who has watched me grow up, but my dad's business partner. My dad's investment in Africa failed, and he is in deep debt. Finally, someone appeared who was willing to help him, but the condition was that I had to stay by his side for a while. That person said I looked like his deceased first love. He promised he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. He just wanted to watch me and occasionally keep me company. What else could I do? As their beloved daughter, I couldn't refuse. Su Honglian grasped Summer's hand earnestly and said, Summer, you have to believe me. For the past 2 years, I have been completely innocent with that person. I haven't done anything to wrong Mungo. Summer, you know how much I love Mungo. What will you do in the future? Do you still have to accompany that person? That person just wants me to stay with him for another 2 months. After that, he will focus on his wife and children. Does Mungo know? Summer, do you know? Every time I go to see Mungo, I spend 2 hours preparing, washing my hair, styling it, picking out clothes. I always hope to present myself perfectly in front of him. How can I let him know? Summer fell silent. You probably didn't expect that the invincible Su Honglian would become like this because of love, but that person is Mungo, the one I fell in love with at first sight. Su Honglian's eyes turned red, and Summer felt a pang in her heart. Yes, how invincible Su Honglian was. She watched her call forth and dismiss boys she liked without any mercy. In the summer, I wanted to tell him everything, but I didn't dare. I wasn't sure. Mungo seemed to treat me well, and I had never been wronged while being with him, but I felt like I had never truly entered his heart. Sometimes, he always appeared absent-minded, even when we were. At this point, Su Honglian blushed, and the answer was obvious. You two are together. Xiaori's voice trembled a little. Her tongue seemed to be tied. She reached out to pick up the cup of coffee in front of her, only to find that her hand was also shaking. In the end, she placed her hand under the table. No. Su Honglian's voice became frustrated several times. At crucial moments, Mungo pushed me away, so that made me feel scared. I couldn't even explain what I was afraid of. I really didn't mind him doing that to me, but I knew it wasn't normal. My classmate and her boyfriend slept together after 3 months of dating, and I've been with Mungo for almost 3 years. Xiaori, do I not have that charm? The palms of her hands under the table were all sweaty, and Xiaori felt very powerless about herself. No, Honglian, maybe Mungo is just too precious of you. That's why he acts that way. You should feel happy about it. Xiaori mocked herself in her heart. She had just sighed in relief a moment ago. Thoughts are really a good thing, no matter how hypocritical. Others can't see through them. I hope so. Su Honglian also hoped that Xiaori was right. Chapter 19. Midsummer 1. During the New Year. Xiaori went to the temple with Grandpa Meng for a night. After returning, Meng Ge was hospitalized. After listening to Butler Li explain the reason, Grandpa Meng was furious and scolded the little brat for being jealous like others. According to Butler Li, last night, Meng Ge got into a fight with several young men at a hotel because of a girl named Hong Lian. Meng Ge was injured and fainted due to a high fever, and it took several hours for him to wake up after being sent to the hospital. Grandpa Meng immediately had the driver take him to the hospital and asked Xiaori if she wanted to go with him. Xiaori vaguely said she would go later, but she didn't know when that later would be. After calling Cheng Zhigao told Xiaori that Meng Ge was fine now, having taken his medicine and finished his 4-drip and was currently sleeping. What's going on? Xiaori hesitated and asked. I don't know the specifics either. When Meng Ge woke up, he didn't say much, only told Hong Lian to leave because he didn't want to see her. Now, Hong Lian is outside crying. Xiaori couldn't be sure if Meng Ge knew about that incident, but she realized she was feeling jealous. Meng Ge was such a self-controlled person. Yet he fought with other boys for Hong Lian. He had always looked down on such behavior before, but now, Meng Ge was awakened by his grandfather's loud voice. Hearing his grandfather's voice made him happy in his dazed state. Did Xiaori come back too? After opening his eyes, Meng Ge instinctively looked to the left. When he was sick before, Xiaori always stayed in that position. Without much talking, if he wanted an apple, she would peel it for him. If he wanted a pear, she would peel it for him. At that time, he didn't even want to eat much, but he just liked ordering her around and enjoyed seeing her busy little figure. She wasn't there. He thought she would be there. Meng Ge assumed that as soon as Xiaori heard he was sick and hospitalized, she would rush over eagerly, just like before. She wasn't there, and this realization made Meng Ge feel that his grandfather's loud voice was like that annoying crow. Grandpa, can you be quiet for a moment? Meng Ge couldn't help but shout. Grandpa was momentarily stunned. What was wrong with his grandson? In the past, he listened to him with utmost seriousness every time they spoke. But now he was impatient. Sure enough, it was the trouble caused by a beautiful girl. After thinking for a moment, Meng Ge, feeling a bit unconvinced, asked gloomily, Grandpa, when did you come back? I came back at noon. As soon as I arrived, I heard that you, this little brat, caused such a ruckus, so I rushed over. Meng Ge glanced at the sky. It was already dark, and it had been 6 or 7 hours since noon. Does Xiaori know I'm in the hospital? Unable to hold back, Meng Ge pretended to be casual and asked, how could she not know? She even knows which hotel you're at and that you're jealous of that girl. Jealous? Meng Ji's head began to ache. Jealous? Well, sort of. That night, Meng Ji's friend told him he saw Su Hong Lian going to a hotel with a middle-aged man. He followed the address his friend gave him, and sure enough, saw Su Hong Lian being intimate with a man in the hotel lobby. At that moment, words about cheating flashed through his mind. It really liked Su Hong Lian, liked her to the point of pretending to ignore brotherhood. After being with her, he feared she would misunderstand that he had never had any ambiguous feelings with the girls who liked him. He never gave any response to the girls pursuing him. He indulged her and accompanied her to watch movies he didn't like, even spending hours at plays he didn't even know what they were about. Occasionally, he would wear some little trinkets she bought for him, which made him feel unnatural. He considered himself a qualified boyfriend. Anger was the first thought that crossed Meng Ji's mind when he saw Su Hong Lian with that man. He turned around and walked away, but Su Hong Lian saw him. The expression on her face when she first saw him was panic, and then she grabbed his hand. Meng Yi, it's not what you think. Meng Ge, you have to listen to me. You have to give me some time to explain. Su Hong Lian held on to Meng Ge's hand tightly. People in the hotel lobby kept glancing at them. Su Hong Lian spent almost 10 minutes explaining why she was with that man at the hotel. That man was a partner in her father's company. And because she looked very similar to his first love, he developed feelings for her. To help her father's company, she occasionally accompanied him to listen to stories about his first love. Their relationship had nothing to do with love. It was purely a kind of emotional support. The reason she was at that hotel tonight was that one of his clients was staying there, and she was pulled in last minute to act as a translator. I'm sorry, Meng Ge, I was just helping my dad. You have to believe me, I didn't do anything to hurt you. Su Hong Lian looked like she was about to cry. Hong Lian, you should know my dad is the president of Guowei Group. I can help you. Why didn't you tell me? But, Meng Ge, that's your dad has company, Su Hong Lian said softly. After hearing her words, Mengu suddenly remembered what Xia Ri said that day. She said he had always been a headstrong child. Mengu felt a wave of sadness. Yes, at a critical moment, he could only mention his father. He recalled the expression Xia Ri had when she said those words. Had she seen through him long ago? And Hong Lian, his girlfriend, didn't believe him either. In fact, even he didn't believe himself. With mixed emotions, Mengu shook off Su Hong Lian's hand. At that moment, several boys in the lobby, not knowing better, tried to play the hero and ended up clashing with Mengu, leading to the jealousy situation. Before leaving, Grandpa Meng told his grandson, "Oh, Xia Ri said she would come see you later." When is later? Mengu waited but didn't see Xia Ri. Instead, he saw a large group of relatives and friends coming in waves. In the evening, Cheng Zhigao and Jiang Haoyan arrived, followed by Su Hong Lian. Mengu glanced at Su Hong Lian. Her face was clearly tear-stained. Mengu's heart softened. In fact, he believed that Su Hong Lian wouldn't do anything to betray him. He knew that girl loved him. A few people teased Mengu, saying the flowers in his room could rival those in the entertainment industry. After chatting for a while, Jiang Haoyan's phone rang. He glanced at his phone, smiled, and went out to take the call. It was easy to guess who could make Jiang Haoyan show such an expression. After answering the call and returning, Jiang Haoyan showed an apologetic expression and said he had a date and had to leave first. As he reached the door, Meng Ji's cold voice echoed, "Jiang Haoyan, if you walk out of this room today, you will no longer be my brother." Jiang Haoyan felt a headache coming on. He knew that recently Mengu and Xia Ri had been at odds, and Mengu's one-sided flame of war had finally affected him. Helpless, he had to take out his phone. Damn it, this little brat Mengu is sick, Jiang Haoyan thought to himself after finishing up with Xia Ri. Mengu was also unclear why he said that. He felt uncomfortable seeing Jiang Haoyan smile like that. That sycophantic smile was just like Xia Ri's. And the words slipped out. In the kitchen, Aunt Zhou was complaining about the seafood porridge that Mengu insisted on having for dinner. Being from the north, she found making porridge particularly annoying and kept mumbling to Xia Ri, who was helping her. Little Gu is good at everything, but when he gets sick, he really knows how to make people restless. Yes, from childhood to now, Mungo only shows a bit of his childlike behavior when he is sick. I remember when Mungo was 12, he was also sick, and, at that time, he didn't want to eat anything. His family had no way to deal with him. Later, Shuri made him oyster porridge. When he didn't have an appetite before, his grandmother would always make him oyster porridge. From then on, every time Mungo got sick, Shuri would make him oyster porridge. "Let me do it, Auntie." Shuri took over the task from Auntie Zhou. When there was only Mungo left alone in the room, he stared blankly at the spot on his left. He admitted that at this moment, he missed Shuri. Being alone when sick always makes one particularly vulnerable. And one can't help but want to find a support, and unknowingly, Shuri had become his support. Someone pushed the door open, and he buried his head under the blanket. That person came to his bedside, and Mungo knew that Shuri had finally arrived, bringing his favorite seafood porridge. All his pores relaxed, and Mungo peeked out from under the blanket. Shuri was standing at his bedside, and when she saw him, she showed an unnatural smile. "Oh no, you caught me. I was going to sneak in and leave it without you noticing," Shuri said, raising the porridge box in her hand. "Is it because you don't want to see me?" Mungo said gloomily. "A little," Shuri put down the porridge. "I was angry. That day. Who told you to scold me without reason?" "I'm sorry." Mungo also felt he had gone too far. She was Shuri, someone he had known since he was 10. How could he not understand her? I want to do it again, Ari. In the future, Mungo kept promising Shuri many things for the future. But later he remembered that he had never fulfilled any of those promises, and he had hurt the person he cherished the most in that hot summer, Shuri. Chapter 20 Midsummer, Part 2. Su Honglian arrived at the hospital early in the morning and saw such a scene. Xia Ri lying on the family bed, with just over half a meter separating the two beds, both of them lying face to face. The rising sun cast a warm glow on the two of them, and Su Honglian admitted that it was a scene that anyone would find heartwarming, but she hated such scenes. Yesterday, when Mingo spoke those shocking words to Jiang Haoyan, it made her heart race. There were some things she couldn't control, like time, the time Xia Ri and Mingo spent together. She knew how terrifying time could be for two young people growing up together, childhood sweethearts, pure and innocent. That was the most beautiful friendship in the world. Xia Ri frowned, as if a burning gaze was fixed on her. She opened her eyes and saw Su Honglian standing in front of her, her gaze unfriendly. Xia Ri remembered that she had chatted with Mengo late into the night, and he had asked her to stay here. She forced a dry smile at Su Honglian and tidied her hair, saying, "So early. Have you and Mengo made up?" Su Honglian sat down on the edge of Mengo's bed. "Yeah," Xia Ri replied with a helpless look. "We're quite childish, aren't we? Like kids playing house." This statement sounded even more jarring to Su Honglian, who felt that Xia Ri was flaunting her great childhood friendship with Mengo. The earlier scene had sent shivers down her spine. After freshening up, when Xia Ri walked out of the bathroom, Mengo was already awake. As soon as he saw Xia Ri, he broke into a big smile. "Ah, Ri, you were talking in your sleep last night." Xia Ri felt a rush of panic. She had dreamt about Mengo last night. What? What did I say? Mengo laughed even more, picked up his phone, and soon Xia Ri heard her own off-key singing coming from it. She sighed with relief. Yes, she had dreamt of singing with Mengo. In her dream, they were singing La Vie en Rose by Lisa Ono on the rooftop of Mengo's room. A French song she couldn't sing in real life, but somehow could in her dream. She glanced nervously at Su Honglian, who looked unwell sitting next to Mengo, feeling like a mouse hiding in the shadows, peeking at food that didn't belong to her. Finding an excuse, Xia Ri hurriedly left. "Mengo, I'm jealous. Jealous that my man spent the night with another woman." Su Honglian, puffing her cheeks, looked quite cute. Mengo pinched her face and said, "Then, Beauty, stay with me tonight." "Deal." Su Honglian pretended to be excited. "Then, Beauty, I will definitely eat you up tonight." After saying this, she licked her lips, pretending to drool. That pink little tongue stirred something in Mengo, and he leaned in to kiss her. "Hey, you haven't brushed." The rest of her words were silenced. Outside, Xia Ri, who had forgotten to take her thermos, walked away dejectedly, hating her absent-minded habit. After the new year, Xia Ri enjoyed staying in that small theater even more. Sometimes she would go there even when she didn't have to work, gradually blending in with the staff. The head of the theater also noticed that this girl had a unique perspective on stage styling, and sometimes involved her in some stage design, which made Xia Ri very happy. After finishing her sophomore year, the theater had become the place where Xia Ri spent the most time. At the end of June, a sudden disaster hit like a bolt from the blue. A call from the traffic police late at night left Xia Ri hovering on the edge of hell. Holding the phone in shock, she learned that Xia Tian was involved in a hit-and-run and was now in detention. She couldn't believe her brother would do such a thing. Besides, Xia Tian didn't even know how to drive. Trembling, Xia Ri rushed to the detention center and was confronted with Xia Tian, who was handcuffed. What happened? Xia Ri tightly grasped Xia Tian's hand. "Ah Tian, did they make a mistake? You clearly can't drive." Xia Tian looked at her with pleading eyes and lowered his gaze. "Sister, I can drive. I learned secretly." Her heart sank gradually. Xia Tian didn't explain what happened, only said sorry before being taken away. Xia Ri sat outside the police station until dawn, then called Grandpa Mengo. Soon, Grandpa Mengo arrived with lawyers from the Mengo family, and even Mengo Yobo came. The situation was this. Around 10 o'clock last night, there was a traffic accident on the South 3rd Ring Road where a BMW crashed into a van. The perpetrator fled the scene, and after being chased for several kilometers, the car was stopped. Now, the victim was unconscious in the hospital, and the perpetrator was Xia Tian, who had a man and a woman in the BMW at the time. Grandpa Mengo's lawyer was negotiating with the police while Xia Ri took a car back to the Mengo family. In the car, she repeatedly called Mengo and Su Honglian, but both of their phones were off. The BMW was Mengo's car. He had just gotten his driver's license a month ago, bought for him by his father, and the man and woman in the car were Mengo and Su Honglian. Regardless, Xia Ri couldn't believe Xia Tian would do such a thing. She knew her brother well. He was a kind child who would never disregard life. Now, she didn't have the mental capacity to guess why those two had their phones off. She just wanted to find them and get some answers. When she arrived at the Mengo family, Butler Lee said Mengo hadn't returned all night. Calling Mengo's friends yielded no sightings of him. Finally, Xia Ri went to Grandpa Su's tea house to ask for Su Honglian's address. Arriving at the small apartment Su Honglian had bought, Xia Ri pressed the doorbell. When the door opened, Su Honglian, looking weary with red-rimmed eyes, stood before her. Is Mingo here? Xiari tightly grabbed su onyan ese arm. She nodded and led Xiari into her room. Mingo was lying on the bed, reeking of alcohol. Xiari, I'm sorry, Su Honglian cried, looking disheveled, clearly having spent a sleepless night. Xiari, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Mingo drink so much last night. We ran into Xia Tian, and I asked him if he could drive. He said he could. I didn't think much of it and let him drive Mingo's car, and this is what happened. But why did you run away? Xiari felt utterly drained, despair consuming her like rising sea water. Why did you run away? Su Onyan sobbed, I'm sorry, Xiari. I was so scared at that moment. I urged Xia Tian to leave quickly. I was really confused and scared. I'm sorry. Xiari pointed at Mingo and said, did Mingo know? He didn't know. Mingo was in a particularly good mood last night and drank without restraint. He still doesn't know what happened. I had to get help to bring him back. Su Honglian deep. Xiari looked at Su Honglian, closed her eyes, and opened them again. Su Honglian, don't you have a brain? Don't you know there's a profession called designated driver? Because of your fear, my brother is paying the price. The trouble was caused by you. You just walk away with your lover. Last night, you should have stayed there with my brother instead of calling someone to take your lover home. Because of your stupidity, my brother is now facing hit-and-run charges and driving without a license. Who do you think you are? I was blind to be friends with someone like you. For the first time, Xiari felt disgust toward that beautiful face. By the time the Mingo family's lawyer bailed Xia Tian out, it was already night. The Mingo family was brightly lit, and Grandpa Mingo repeatedly called his grandson's phone. But the reply was always the cold mechanical voice. Xiari spent the whole night in the summer room with him, and that child kept asking her, Sister, are you disappointed in me? As he kept asking, he brought Xiari to tears. How could that be, a Tian? How could that be? She murmured, crying as she spoke. Outside the room, Menggu stood quietly for a long time before leaving his home again. The next evening, old Master Meng welcomed Menggu back. His eyes sunken, his face pale, staring straight at him. In the end, he just hugged him. The way he called Grandpa made his heart ache. That day, he didn't understand why Menggu kept repeating that one sentence. Xiari will never forgive me again, never again. Later, he understood the meaning of that sentence. Xiari spent the entire month of July doing one thing, running to the hospital. The victim woke up 5 days later, but the young man had forever lost his legs and would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. His newlywed wife was just 3 months pregnant. Xiari took all the insurance money and compensation from the accident her father caused and handed it to the victim's wife, who threw that bank card hard in Xiari's face, saying, I'm not selling my husband. Xiari continued to report to the hospital every day, waiting outside the victim's ward. Later, old Master Meng couldn't bear to see it anymore. He felt sorry for Xiari, who had become nothing but skin and bones. He went to the hospital and had a long talk with the victim and the victim's family, telling them about Xiari and her brother's situation. Later, when Xiari returned to the hospital, the victim's wife no longer rejected her. Due to her pregnancy, Xiari helped her care for the patient, and later, she accepted the money Xiari gave her without refusing. More than a month later, Xiari received a letter of understanding written by the victim himself. Holding that letter, she hugged Xia Tian, crying and laughing, saying, Look, Tian, they have forgiven us, they have forgiven us. The Meng family's lawyer submitted that letter of understanding to the court. That summer, Xiari felt that the sunlight in Beijing was particularly scorching, as if it were about to suck the very soul out of a person. Chapter 21, Sharp Blade, Part 1, at the end of August. The trial for the summer case was underway. Grandpa Meng hinted to Xiari that he could ask his old comrade for help, but Xiari refused. Grandpa Meng had lived a clean life, and she didn't want him to be implicated because of the summer incident. One evening, Menggu approached Xiari. She had been busy with the summer matter these days, and perhaps out of guilt over the summer incident, Menggu seemed to be avoiding her. Xiari knew that Menggu had not been doing well during this time. Aunt Zhou mentioned that he had been having a lot of conflicts with his family recently. This was the first time Menggu actively sought her out since the summer incident, and Xiari's first impression was that he had lost a lot of weight. She noticed a flicker in his eyes. Xiari remembered that on the 3rd day after the summer incident, they stood in the garden facing each other. After a long silence, Xiari asked him, Why did you drink? Why? He didn't answer and turned away, his back heavy. Xiaori knew she shouldn't blame him, but she still couldn't let it go. A month after the incident, Summer received an admission letter from Fudan University, a school he had longed for. He had always hoped to wear that white coat, but now. Menggu took out a check and kept his head down. "What are you doing?" Xiaori asked, holding the check that Menggu had forced into her hand. "There's 1 million in there. Save it, and you can use it when you need it." Menggu's voice was hoarse. The bright light shone on his face. Menggu had lived surrounded by people since childhood and had always been successful, but now he looked haggard and numb. Seeing him like this made Xiaori feel a pang of sadness. This matter had nothing to do with him. "Meng Yi, I'm sorry for my attitude towards you during this time." Naturally, Xiaori reached out to tidy his messy hair, just like when she used to straighten his wrinkled clothes as a child. Menggu felt as though someone was cutting into his soul with a knife. If Xiaori ever learned the truth, would she still comfort him with that gentle expression? No, it couldn't be. Fear compelled Menggu to suddenly embrace Xiaori. Ari, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Why the hell did I drink? Ari, you have to forgive me. Meng Yi. Menggu, listen to me. What is done is done. I know it's not your fault. You don't have to do this. You don't need my forgiveness. Really? Xiaori was almost out of breath from his embrace. Ultimately, the check returned to Menggu's hands. After Xiaori left, Menggu fell into despair. He didn't know what to do or how to deal with Xiaori and himself. On September 1st, the verdict was handed down. Summer was sentenced to 2 years and 3 months in prison for hit and run and driving without a license. Although the lawyer had hinted to Xiaori early on that the case was not optimistic, the BMW, driving without a license, and hit and run were sensitive issues in recent years. Moreover, the incident was tied to a retired official in a consortium, causing a public outcry, and many media outlets were tracking the story. It would be difficult for him to walk away unscathed. 2 years and 3 months. As Xiaori stepped down the courthouse steps, her legs went weak, and she fell on the steps. Jiang Haotian caught her in his arms. Watching her these days had nearly broken his heart. Fate had shown its cruel side to this girl time and again. Jiang Haotian, my brother's only 19, only 19. Xiaori buried her head in Jiang Haotian's arms and began to cry. Menggu wandered by them like a lost soul. He arrived at Su Honglian's house and pointed at the fiery, beautiful girl, saying, "Su Honglian, look at what we've done to Xiaori. We are sinners, sinners." Su Honglian became frightened. She was afraid Menggu would say something that terrified her next. She held him tightly. "Menggu, I came up with that idea. The guilty one is me. Menggu, I love you, so you can't leave me. I'm already yours, so you can't abandon me." Mengyu looked at vividly, recalling that crazy night. When he pressed against her and entered her body, he forgot everything. The accident, Summer, Xiaori. He was lost in her. Su Honglian kissed Mengyu, her body coiling around him like a snake, her hands slipping into his clothes, teasing him. She knew her body could bring him pleasure. They tangled together repeatedly on her bed. Menggu's body was as perfect as he was, and she found herself increasingly unable to part with him. Suddenly, Menggu pushed Su Honglian away, and Xiaori's figure at the courthouse entrance stabbed into his heart like a knife. He picked up the phone and dialed the police station's number. A hand pressed down on the phone screen, and Su Honglian's terrified face slowly magnified before Menggu. "What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Can't you see? I've already made Xiaori sad enough. I can't let her be sad any longer. Menggu, have you thought this through? Don't forget what kind of family you come from. I can't care about that anymore. The fact is, we made a mistake from the very beginning. I can't keep making mistakes. Then doing this will put a false accusation of perjury on Summer. At least after restoring the truth, Summer won't bear the brunt of public condemnation." Su Honglian's voice began to tremble. "Menggu, do you think Xiaori will forgive you if she learns the truth? You know how important Summer is to her. If she knows the truth, you know her character. At that time, Menggu, what do you think she will do?" The phone slipped from his hand. Yes, if Xiaori learned the truth, what would she do? They might not even be able to be friends anymore. She might not hate him, but will be disappointed in him. No, at that moment, Menggu felt his greatest fear was that the girl named Xiaori would distance herself from him. Menggu shook his head desperately. No. He doesn't want Xiaori to be disappointed in him. He doesn't want Xiaori to look down on him. Su Honglian smiled sadly. facing the pale Meng Ge who kept shaking his head. She knew she had bet right, but she hoped she had bet wrong. She even hoped Meng Ge would pick up the phone again and dial that number. On the first day of Summer's imprisonment, the first thing Xia Ri did was to withdraw from school. The second thing was to visit Summer. Before Summer was released, Xia Ri patted her face and then smiled. When she saw Summer's bald head, Xia Ri couldn't help but cry. I knew you would cry. Summer sighed from behind the small window. Tion, you've really inherited your sister's good genes. Even bald, you're still a handsome boy. The boy smiled. Tion, I need to tell you something. I've dropped out of school. Xia Ri used her eyes to comfort her brother, whose face had changed drastically. Since Dad left, you've been my spiritual support. Without you, I think I might have become a little delinquent. You don't know, but doing anything for you makes me happy. I'm willing to do anything for you. Do you understand? With tears in his eyes, Summer nodded. He understood. So Tion, please don't take away my right to be an older sister. I dropped out because I really have no interest in foreign languages. You know what I like, right? Now, I've got a job that I'm very interested in. In these 2 years, I will save some money, and when you come out later, we will leave here together. We'll go to Japan. Don't you like Hokkaido? At that time, I'll find a job there, and you can continue your studies. We'll be together. Okay. Tion? Together? On a summer day, looking at the hopeful face of Summer, she nodded vigorously. At that time, they would leave this place together and forget the unpleasant events that happened during the summer. The third thing Summer did was take out the business card given to her by the theater manager and dial the number on it. Returning to the Meng family. Meng Ge was already blocking the door, the dim light revealing his gloomy face. So why did you drop out? Summer shrugged and casually replied, You know, I'm not interested in foreign languages. If you don't tell me the reason, we're going to waste time here tonight. Meng Ge had heard about Summer dropping out as soon as he got to school, and he rushed back as soon as he heard, waiting from noon until now. She was very tired today, and Summer pressed her forehead. Meng Ge, this is my choice. I know that after Summer comes out, many people will see him through colored glasses, and the big label of hit and run will follow him like a shadow. Summer is still young, and I don't want him to live in such an environment. So after he comes out, I will take him abroad. We will start anew. Leave? Go abroad? Meng Ge was stunned by the information Summer provided. He never thought that Summer would leave him, nor did he think he would leave Summer. He always believed that their relationship was like soil and roots, that neither could live without the other. Don't. Meng Ge became flustered, speaking incoherently. Ari, you can't say you want to leave. I won't allow you to say that. I won't. I won't let you go. I won't allow you to have such thoughts. Didn't we agree that we would still be together when we're old? You can't break that promise. Meng Yi, just your words are enough. It's worth it. The panic on Meng Ji's face brought tears to Summer's eyes. She placed her hand on Meng Ji's cheek, something she used to do when he was asleep a long time ago, and she often reminisced about that moment. Fool, I'm not leaving right now. Chapter 22, Sharp Blade, Part 2. Xia Ri's decision to drop out of school sparked a revolution in the Meng family, especially since old Master Meng would not agree to it no matter what. In the end, Xia Ri squatted on the ground, hugging Grandpa Meng's leg. Grandpa, please agree to me. If I don't do this, I don't know what to do. Just let me try, okay? I promise if I can't make it, I will accept your help. The old man felt a pang in his heart. He remembered the honest and loyal man named Xia Deqin and felt proud of his subordinate. He had a good daughter, independent, sensible, and self-reliant. Thus, the matter of Xia Ri dropping out of school was settled, with the strong recommendation of Mr. Chun. The former head of the theater, Xia Ri became an assistant to Deng Jianxin, a well-known stage designer in the capital known for his bad temper. When Xia Ri first arrived, she often faced his scoldings, but she remembered her ancestors' words. Do not strike those who smile. No matter how harshly Deng Jianxin scolded her, she always wore a smile. Gradually, Deng Jianxin accepted this hard-working girl with skin as thick as a city wall. As the peak season for performances arrived, Xia Ri became busier. With more work coming into Deng Jianxin's studio, she spun around like a top all day long, often following him as a flying trapeze artist, sometimes staying in one place for months. Jiang Haoyan had been feeling quite depressed lately. No, he had started feeling that way since Xia Ri entered Deng Jianxin's studio. He wished he could turn himself into a mini version of Jiang Haoyan to fit into Xia Ri's bag, so she could take him wherever she went. It had already been over a month since he last saw Xiaori, and even their phone calls were just a few hurried sentences before hanging up. At this rate, he didn't know when his romantic endeavors would bear fruit. Jiang Haoyan was already quite frustrated, but he noticed that the charming guy, Meng Ge, was even more so. The man who used to be so vain had become disheveled. Ironically, he was becoming more and more attractive to a group of girls. Recently, he heard that the trend was to look disheveled, with Hollywood stars appearing on the red carpet looking like refugees. The harder to get, the higher the ratings. That day, he was quite startled by Johnny Depp. Captain Jack Sparrow's look was already shocking enough, but in reality, he had to outdo it. It seemed Meng Ge had fallen under Johnny's spell. Recently, Meng Ge hadn't taken Hong Lian out for a show. Jiang Haoyan placed his hand on Meng Ge, who was drinking alone, and noticed that Meng Ge had been leaning towards drinking again. He didn't know if there were issues between him and Su Honglian. The two had been as close as conjoined twins before, and Jiang Haoyan knew that his pretentious friend had feelings for the beautiful woman named Su Honglian, feelings that had lasted for years. Don't bother me. Meng Ge harshly pushed Jiang Haoyan's hand away. Jiang Haoyan was a bit angry, but fortunately his phone rang and the name flashing on the screen cooled his anger. He happily went out to answer the call. It was rare for Xiaori to call him first, and he vowed to make this call last longer than their previous ones. After hanging up, it was 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Very good. Better than the previous record. Turning around, Jiang Haoyan was startled by Meng Ge standing behind him. What the hell? Do you float when you walk? After chatting for so long, what did Xiaori say to you? Meng Ge's voice sounded a bit threatening to Jiang Haoyan. Jiang Haoyan didn't want Meng Ge to ruin his good mood, so he put away his phone and sat back down at the bar in the Dream Factory. What did she say to you? Meng Ge was getting impatient, and from Jiang Haoyan's foolish expression, he guessed it was Xiaori who called him. Seeing Jiang Haoyan's lack of ambition made him even more impatient. Oh! Jiang Haoyan elongated his voice. Xiaori said she would be delayed in Dalian for a few days and asked me to buy some books for my little brother. Little brother? Meng Yi Fruvnid. Jiang Haoyan, will you wake up from your daydreams? Ari doesn't like you at all. Doesn't like me? You're not her. Meng Ge, let me tell you. Xiaori believes in me, and that's enough for me. When she's not around, she entrusted her brother to me, asking me to take care of him. You know how much Xiaori values her summer. So what does that represent? Meng Ge felt a wave of powerlessness. Cheng Zhigao came over and patted his friend's shoulder. During this time, Meng Ge didn't know what problems he was facing, nor did he bring Su Honglian out anymore. He didn't know if they had issues, and when he asked Meng Ge, he wouldn't say anything. He knew Meng Ge well. He seemed to always live with a mask on. At home, he was the smart and harmless good kid. At school, he was the gentle and refined young man. In front of Su Honglian, he was the perfect lover. Even among their childhood friends, he maintained a faint sense of distance. Only in front of Xiaori was he real, often revealing a childish side. A few days ago, he heard him on the phone telling Xiaori, I don't care. You must come back for Grandpa's birthday. A vague thought flashed through Cheng Zhigao's mind, like a flower in the fog. He couldn't quite articulate it. The emotions between men and women had always been elusive. Meng Ge stepped out of the Dream Factory and called Xiaori. When her voice came from thousands of miles away, Meng Ge felt the surroundings suddenly quiet. Ari, when will you be back? Meng Ge felt that his tone of voice resembled Summer's. About a week. Ari, if you have anything you want me to do for you, like Meng Ge paused, like bringing books for Summer or taking care of Summer for you. There was a moment of silence on the other end before she said, It's a Tion. It's a Tion who has to go. Meng Ge heard Xiaori's light laughter on the phone. Meng Ge, it seems you and my brother are really not meant to be. Not meant to be? That naive child had witnessed his own human weaknesses and selfishness. He certainly had reasons to dislike him, even look down on him. Meng Ge had never desired time to turn back as much as he did at this moment, to return to that summer 2 years ago. Then, the outcome would have been different. The phone rang again, and Meng Ge hesitated before answering. Do you want to come to my place tonight? Su Honglian said cautiously. Meng Ge hadn't been to her place for a long time. Every time she invited him, he always said he was busy. No, I've already returned home, Honglian. I need a rest. On the other end, the call ended. Their conversation lasted less than 50 seconds. Were they still considered lovers? Su Honglian stared blankly at the ceiling. The car accident in midsummer had changed everything. It seemed that she and he could never go back to how things were before. 2 years later, Xiaori rose from a small assistant to become Deng Guoxing's capable aide. As soon as she got off the plane, Xiaori took a deep breath of Beijing's air. She had stayed in Singapore for 3 months, where they worked on a large-scale stage design project. Since it was their first large-scale stage play, Deng Guoxing valued it highly and sought perfection. They stayed in Singapore for 3 months, and, fortunately, their hard work paid off with a successful performance that earned them much praise for the stunning stage design. As a result, she received a long vacation for the first time in 2 years, a 10-day break. She could finally go back to Beijing to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. After watching Summer, Xiaori returned to the Meng family. In the past 2 years, her visits had been few and far between. As soon as old Master Meng saw her, he was thrilled and pulled her downstairs to play chess. Halfway through the game, Meng Gu arrived. He walked over and sat next to Xiaori. Xiaori glanced at him and smiled. Her once round chin had become pointed. The afterglow of the sunset still lingered in the room, surrounding everything with a soft yellow light. The still air was filled with the aroma of pu'er tea. Mungo stared at the summer day, scrunching her nose again due to the unpromising moves in the game. This person had been gone for 3 months, during which she had turned off her phone every day and even missed her graduation ceremony. On the day of his graduation ceremony, Mungo felt empty inside because she was not by his side. If this had happened in the past, Mungo would have definitely flown into a rage and complained endlessly. But after that incident, he became cautious in front of Summer, as if guarding a beautiful illusion, living in constant fear that the illusion might shatter at any moment. Sitting beside her, listening to her breathing so close, inhaling the unique scent of summer, Mungo thought how wonderful it would be if the world could pause at that moment. Old Master Meng inadvertently lifted his head and, upon seeing his grandson's expression, felt a stir in his heart. That thought began to take root again. He really liked Summer and hoped his grandson could keep her in the Meng family for a long time. However, Mungo never showed such intentions and later even heard that he had a girlfriend with whom he was very close. That thought faded away, but seeing the way he looked at Summer just now clearly indicated something was amiss, and that thought reignited. Xiaogu, can you take over for Grandpa? I have something to attend to for a while, the old man said, calculating his next move. After finishing a game, the so-called undefeated Mungo was surprisingly defeated by the Go novice Summer. Hearing this result, old Master Meng was overjoyed. His grandson must be lost in thoughts about her. After dinner, Mungo took Summer to his room, where he had created a small screening room. They sat on the floor with cushions like they did when they were little. Summer quietly observed the increasingly handsome boy beside her under the dim light. 23-year-old Mungo looked like a charming Jiangnan watercolor painting, warm and jade-like. Summer lowered her head. Hadn't she said not to think about those things? Hadn't she said to leave as soon as Summer arrived? So, she shouldn't linger. What do you want to do after graduation? Mungo had graduated several months ago, but there was no news from him. Instead of answering, he asked, have you decided which country you want to go to with Summer? Japan. Summer likes it there. She went once when she was little and has never forgotten it. Always mentioning Hokkaido, Summer replied. Hokkaido was indeed a wonderful place. Mungo recalled the photos Uncle Summer had sent back from Hokkaido, where little Summer wore a thick sweater and a snow hat, smiling radiantly like the aurora. After pondering for a while, Summer gently asked, is Hong Lian doing well? Since the incident with Summer, she had cut off contact with Su Hong Lian. She didn't want to reach out. Recently, from Jiang Haoyan's phone call, she heard that Mungo and Su Hong Lian seemed to have had some unpleasantness. It was said that Su Hong Lian had been frequently dating other boys, and they had run into each other several times. Mungo always appeared expressionless and did not react much. Seeing Mungo frown, Summer quickly changed the subject. Hey, tell me about your college life. Let me, as a daughter, feel a bit envious. Mungo's furrowed brows relaxed, and he began to share some interesting stories from school, talking about the girls who liked him. Mungo rested his slightly tilted head on his shoulder and continued watching the movie. Japan. The place Summer wanted to go was Japan. It seemed he needed to hurry up and learn Japanese. Chapter 23 Sharp Blade, Part 3. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone from the Dream Factory gathered at the most famous entertainment venue in the capital, the Royal City, except for Su Honglian. After watching a performance by a percussion band specially invited from Europe, they went to their private room, where the luxury left Xia Ri in awe. They had all shed their youthful awkwardness, and Xia Ri reminisced about the boys from that old factory, lamenting how time flies. During this time, Zhou Jie, who had just returned from studying abroad, casually asked Hong Lian why she wasn't there. Mengge, did you two break up? Mengge didn't answer him and continued to play with his phone. Drink up, drink up. Cheng Zhigao, who had always played the role of the big brother, poured drinks into everyone's glasses. Xia Ri, I heard you're doing quite well. Xia Ri forced a smile, and Jiang Haotian chimed in. Of course. My taste has always been good. Xia Ri felt a headache coming on. Jiang Haotian seemed eager for the whole world to know he was interested in her. Soon, everyone began to tease them, making Xia Ri feel a bit awkward, and she found an excuse to slip out of the private room. In the corridor, she encountered two people, one of whom she very much did not want to see. After 2 years, she looked even more beautiful and enchanting, her charm captivating. She was arm in arm with a tall young man, and he paused slightly upon seeing her. As they brushed past each other, Xia Ri slightly opened her mouth but ultimately didn't call out. The image of Xia Tian, handcuffed and alone in a detention center, made her throat dry. In a deserted corner, Xia Ri leaned against the wall and closed her eyes to rest. On this holiday that symbolizes reunion, she had to spend her mid-autumn festival behind high walls. After slapping her face, Xia Ri walked back along the path she had come from. At the door of their private room, she was shocked to see Su Honglian kissing the man from earlier. A passionate kiss where the man even slipped his hand under her skirt. From Xia Ri's angle, she could see Honglian's expression. A strange look as if the person kissing her wasn't even her. Her eyes were fixed on the door of the private room. Then, the door opened, and a shadow lunged towards them. By the time Xia Ri came to her senses, the two men were already fighting. The shadow that had rushed out was Mengge. Mengge, what are you doing? Xia Ri felt a surge of anger. This person, with his extraordinary thinking ability, had already stirred up jealousy once and now was doing it a second time. When Mengge heard Xia Ri's voice, he froze for a moment. Sobering up a bit, he looked in her direction. At that moment, the person who had been knocked down got back up. Xia Ri immediately threw herself onto Mengge, and a heavy punch struck her old injury on her back, causing a pain that made her dizzy, and she collapsed. Mengge trembled as he caught Xia Ri, remembering the little girl who had once said she would fall into his arms beneath the tree. Look at what he had done to her. First, he hurt her most cherished person, and now he was hurting her again. She lay in his arms with her eyes tightly closed, so still it frightened him. Xia Ri. Su Honglian called out the name of the person in Meng Ji's arms, equally terrified. Mengge shot a fierce glare at Su Honglian. If anything happens to Ri, I will kill both of you. Meng Ji's gaze filled Su Honglian with despair. A look so malicious it felt as if she were his sworn enemy. No, she didn't want it to be like this. Xia Ri didn't stay unconscious for long. After being sent to the hospital, she woke up to see Mengge quietly watching her, and the pain in her back made her frown. Seeing her frown, Mengge became anxious, holding her hand. What's wrong? Ri, does it hurt? I'll call the doctor. No. It'll stop hurting soon. Xia Ri hurriedly stopped him. Mengge recalled what the doctor had said about Xia Ri's old injury. What happened to your old injury? Oh, Xia Ri was also troubled by her old injury, which occasionally caused her to grit her teeth in pain. It happened while I was on set. I was hit by a falling object. Hearing this made Mengge feel sad. He pressed Xia Ri's hand against his cheek, murmuring, Ri, let us go to Japan together. When the time comes, we'll take care of Xia Tian together, and we could buy a house in Hokkaido and live together. The words of a beloved always flow like honey on the tongue, intoxicating. Xia Ri closed her eyes. She couldn't let Mengge see the emotions swirling in her eyes at that moment. A secret she had hidden for many years was on the verge of being revealed because of this short sentence. So, she could only close her eyes and pretend she hadn't heard. She was afraid she would be unable to resist agreeing to him. Living together as three, that was something she never even dared to dream of. Seeing Xia Ri with her eyes closed, Mengge felt a wave of melancholy. Perhaps Ri didn't want it, just like she said she was a child who would never grow up and was willful. Xia Ri had always been strong and independent, while he, on the other hand, was calculating and narrow-minded, arrogant and selfish, having lived a life of luxury. In the eyes of others, he was merely a spoiled rich kid. Why would Xiaori accept him? Meng Ge had always been confident, but in front of Xiaori, he couldn't find that confidence. The phone in his pocket vibrated again. Meng Ge took the phone outside. There were dozens of missed calls, some from Su Honglian, some from Cheng Zhigao, but Zhang Haoyan had the most calls. Picking up the phone, Meng Ge sent a text to Cheng Zhigao and then turned off the phone. Subconsciously, he didn't want them to know that Xiaori was hospitalized, especially not Zhang Haoyan. He didn't understand why he felt this way. He felt a bit like a father overly concerned about his daughter, disliking other young men flirting with the daughter he had raised for many years. He drove to buy some daily necessities for Xiaori. When he reached the lingerie section, Meng Ge gritted his teeth and walked in. The sales assistant asked for the bra size, and Meng Ge's face turned red to his ears. Medium size. After thinking for a moment, he said softly. He remembered a time when Xiaori was drunk and insisted he carry her. Her soft chest had pressed against his back, and back then, he didn't think much of it, but now the memory made him blush. Back in the room, Xiaori was asleep. Meng Ge sat at the bedside, carefully looking at her face. It had been 2 years since he had properly looked at her. She had lost a lot of weight. Her chin was sharper than before. And Xiaori's skin had always been good, especially when she woke up, always rosy like an apple. Now, perhaps due to being busy, she looked much paler. Her eyebrows were very light. Her small nose turned up when she smiled, and her lips often pressed together, revealing her stubbornness. The color of her lips was a faint pink, but very glossy. Without thinking, Meng Ge reached out to lightly touch Xiaori's lips. They were soft like flower petals. Then, without thinking again, he pressed his lips against hers, the sensation incredible. Unconsciously, Meng Ye captured Xiaori's lips. Outside the door, Su Honglian felt weak, but her mind was exceptionally clear. She knew she couldn't disturb that person now. This was the longest Xiaori had slept in 2 years. When she woke up, it was already past morning. Meng Ge was resting on the sofa, and on the table were Xiaori's favorite breakfast items, along with some daily necessities. When Xiaori took a look, she couldn't help but laugh. It was truly hard on him. Thinking of Meng Ge's awkwardness while buying these things, she couldn't help but smile. All right, stop laughing. The current situation made Meng Ge, who had just woken up, look rather flustered. It's my first time buying those, and I didn't know if I bought the right ones. It was the first time buying it, and she had never bought anything for Su Honglian Meng Ge before. It was the first time, and in her heart, Xiaori secretly replayed this sentence. While brushing her teeth, she smiled foolishly at the mirror. After getting ready, Meng Ge took Xiaori to have breakfast. Did you not go back last night? I told my grandfather. He will come to see you later. Just as they were eating, the door was pushed open, and in came Su Honglian. She glanced at them and said, Meng Ge, come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. But I have nothing to say to you. Now, please leave, Meng Ge said coldly, picking food that Xiaori liked and putting it in her bowl. Meng Ge, Su Honglian hesitated for a moment and said, I'm pregnant, I just found out. 2 months and 4 weeks. The cup in Meng Ge's hand fell to the ground, the crisp sound shaking Xiaori's eardrums. Xiaori stared blankly at Meng Ge, who avoided her gaze and pulled Su Honglian out of the room. Xiaori was in a daze for a long time until her hand became numb. Finally realizing that she hadn't moved the hand holding the cup at all. When she got to the bathroom, Xiaori looked at her face in the mirror again. Just a few minutes ago, it was the same mirror and the same face, but it felt like a lifetime apart. Looking at the mirror, Xiaori smiled bittersweetly, tears streaming down her face. The person who said they would treat her like a child was finally going to have their own child. Approaching the bed, Xiaori found her mind a bit short-circuited, as if there was something very important she couldn't remember. After thinking for a long time, she finally realized that her vacation ended today. No, she had to hurry back, or else her explosive parents would go crazy again. All right, she needed to make a phone call first. After searching for a while, Xiaori remembered that her bag was still in the private room in the Imperial City. Oh, and she hadn't completed the discharge procedures yet. Now, she needed to go out to handle the discharge paperwork. Her mind was still short-circuited, and while walking, she got lost, not knowing where she was. Coming to a corner, Xiaori still remembered the wind at that corner long after, whipping against her face painfully. The voices of those two people at that corner pierced her heart like the sharpest blades. Munga, I just need one word from you. Do you want or not? Let it be born. I don't want to be a jerk again. I've already been a jerk about Summer once. How long do you want to bear that? It was I who suggested doing that back then. I don't want you to carry a DUI charge along with a hit-and-run accusation. If that happens, it's over for you, do you understand? Xiaori wasn't sure how she got back to the ward. When she realized she was back in the ward, it felt more like a dream. It must be the medicine she took last night playing tricks on her. How come we could do that? How could she? Dipping her face in the water, the voices of those two echoed in her mind, clearer each time. He said, I don't want to be a jerk again. I've already been a jerk about Summer once. She said, I don't want you to bear a DUI charge and a hit-and-run accusation. So that's Summer. That 19-year-old boy made a resolute choice. Her brother had always been a good kid. Chapter 24, The Wounded City, Part 1. After tidying everything up, Summer quietly sat on the bed facing the door. Finally, the door was pushed open. He walked in, and the bright light from the window fell on his youthful face. Like a perfect work of art in the sculptor's hands. Over the long passage of time, she witnessed him gradually shedding his childishness and naivety. She didn't ask for much. She only harbored a small wish in her heart, hoping he would live a safe life. It was okay if he didn't love her. As long as she loved him, that was enough. She would keep that love in her heart until she left this world. Summer spoke, her voice calmer than she had imagined. Mongo, is it true? Yeah. Mongo lowered his head, tidying up the unfinished food. It's not about the kids, it's about Summer. That face gradually turned pale in front of Summer, finally resembling ash. I heard everything you said to Su Honglian. I just want to hear you say yes or no. It felt like a century had passed. Yes, actually. I was the one who injured the person that day. Mongo's voice was hollow and distant. Summer laughed, pressing her cold hands against Mongo's face. Isn't it strange? On such a hot day, my hands are so cold. But Mongo, my heart is 1,000 times colder than my hands. As she withdrew her hands, a wave of sorrow surged within her. This was the person she had loved for years, from childhood to youth, from boy to man. Because Summer and I are poor children who lost our father, and because we've long accepted your Meng family's kindness, everything is taken for granted. Right, Mongo? So, it's Summer who goes to jail, not you. So noble, is that right? No, it's not like you said. The resoluteness in Summer's eyes filled Mongo with despair, a despair mixed with great panic like cold seawater. No, Summer, you can hit me, scold me, even kill me. But I beg you, please don't be like this. Then what should I do? Summer laughed lightly. Mongo, you don't know, do you? I'm also someone who can act, and my acting skills are not worse than yours. You act for others, and I act for myself. Yes, Summer wants to be a girl as sunny as her name. When I was young, I told myself, what is so great about being a child that mom doesn't want? It's not like dad is by my side, right? There's still grandma. Later, when grandma left, I told myself, what is so great about it? Isn't dad right here with you? Later still, when even dad was gone, I told myself, don't you still have Summer? All along, everyone said I was attached to Summer. In fact, the one truly attached to Summer is me. Summer is like that last straw, and I hold on to him, living every day like a startled bird. Today, let me tell you, Mongo, the aftermath my father left me hasn't disappeared even until now. I'm so scared, always fearing that this capricious fate will take Summer away one day. Thinking of other kids who should be the most carefree age now, receiving education and their parents' love, but my Summer has to spend his best years behind high walls. Every time I think of this, it feels like a knife stabbing into my heart. But I could never guess that the one who stabbed that knife into my heart would be you, Mongo. Do you know it's because of you that I feel this way, worse than death? Tears surged out, and Summer didn't wipe them away, letting them blur her vision as that person swayed in the tears. Ari, I was wrong. Mongo trembled as he took out his phone. I'm a bastard, a coward. Ari, I'll turn myself in right now and bring Summer back. Summer snatched Mongo's phone and threw it hard out the window. Have you gone mad? Do you want Summer to carry the charge of being an accomplice and committing perjury? Do you want to ruin the 2 years he spent in prison? As soon as she finished speaking, the door was forcefully pushed open, and Grandpa Meng and the driver appeared at the doorway, an old face flushed as if it were about to bleed. It's actually you. He pointed at his grandson, unable to speak. He never expected that his usually well-behaved grandson would turn out to be such an irresponsible person. Raising his hand, he slapped Mongo hard across the face. This was the first time he hit Mongo, and thinking of Summer and Summer, he couldn't help but shed old tears. Summer didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to see Summer. In the room, Mongo numbly watched Summer's figure disappear before him. Gazing for a long time at Summer, a wave of heartache hit her. Her brother not only had a face that resembled their father, but also had a personality strikingly similar to their father's. At that time, if their father had been replaced, perhaps he would have made the same choice as Summer. Summer felt uneasy being watched by her sister. What's wrong? Are you captivated by your own brother? I knew it. My brother is not the kind of person who disregards life. I just knew it. As soon as she finished speaking, tears fell. You know, silly girl, why take the blame for that bastard Mongo? Summer suddenly broke down in tears. I don't know. I just thought that if Grandpa knew, he would surely be heartbroken. You know, Mongo is his pride. So when Sue Holian made such a suggestion, I agreed. Cease. I don't regret it. Let be a way to repay Grandpa's kindness to us. Remember when we were kids, the children of those relatives always mocked us? Then, one time Grandpa heard it, he hugged me and pointed at those kids, saying, Summer and Summer are my grandchildren, just like little girl. If I hear you little brats bullying them again, I want to be polite. Since then, those kids never mocked us again. I always remember that incident. Summer suddenly burst into tears. All right, stop crying, sis. I'll be out in a couple of months, and after I get out, we can go to Japan without worry. Right? Yeah, then we'll sneak away from that big bastard Mongo and make him feel guilty for a lifetime. Sis, do you still like him? Summer lowered her head. Her feelings for Mongo had grown little by little over the years, and at that moment, they had grown into a towering tree. While emotions were the most incomprehensible poison in the world, devoid of rationality. Forget him. He is not worthy of you. Summer recalled the situation back then, feeling heartache for her sister. Although you might be sad to hear this, I still have to say, if he cared about you even a little, he wouldn't have made that choice. At that time, he didn't say a word and let his girlfriend arrange everything. Lifting her head, she smiled, then nodded vigorously. Ari, I also think that Coward is not worthy of me, so you don't have to say it. I will forget him. From now on, he will just be an extra in my heart. Yes, Mongo, from now on, you will only be an extra in Summer's life. Summer suggested moving out for Mongo, but the Meng Yobua couple strongly opposed it. However, Grandpa Meng said nothing, watching her pack her bags with a heavy heart. It seemed that Mongo's matter had deeply affected him. This man who had lived a life of battles appeared to have aged significantly in just one day. Grandpa, in my heart, you are still the same original Grandpa. Summer said softly. Ari, I'm sorry to you all, but I also know I have no face to ask you to stay. But you must remember, you and Tion are also my grandchildren. Come visit Grandpa when you have time, okay? The old man's voice was filled with pleading. I will. Summer hugged him, knowing how much he loved the siblings. While packing her luggage, Meng Yobua called Summer into his study. In Summer, I actually know the reason why you want to leave. After the incident in Summer, Mengo told me everything. He begged me to help you. And at that time, I promised him that I would make sure you were okay. I thought that with the Mengo family's connections, you would be able to get through this unharmed. But later, who would have known that the media's involvement complicated matters even more? So, I let Mengo down, and he hasn't been well either. After that incident, the boy, who used to be so spirited, gradually became despondent. Not long ago, for some reason, he mentioned wanting to continue his studies in Japan. He even invited a Japanese teacher. That day, he excitedly told me he wanted to go to Japan with you. Maybe you think that what I'm saying is just to absolve myself, but since yesterday, that kid has locked himself in his room. I believe he is feeling just as bad as you are right now. So, Ari, I'm not asking you to forgive him now. I just hope you won't stay angry with him for too long because of us. Mengo knows he is being selfish, but he is very worried about Mengo. It was the first time he saw Mengo show such an expression, as if he were completely hopeless. How could he not understand his son? No, Uncle, you might be disappointed because that person is Mengo, and it might be even harder for me to do this. For the past 2 years, every time I think about Tion spending his birthday inside, I feel sad, and after knowing the truth, I feel even worse. That child must have felt so wronged. You know how the newspapers wrote about him back then. 19 years old, and he has to bear all this. Yet he can't defend himself. My Summer must have felt so wronged. Powerlessly letting go, Summer spoke reasoningly. Mango sighed and took out a check, handing it to Summer. All right, Uncle won't force you anymore, Ari, but you must accept this check. Otherwise, I won't find peace in my life. Mango looked at Summer with pleading eyes. Just consider it helping Uncle. In the end, Summer still didn't accept the check, whether it was out of revenge or pride. She went to the garden and quietly gazed at Mango's room window. Countless times, she had secretly stood in this position countless times. She felt joy when she saw the light in Mango's room turn on, knowing Mango was just a few steps away. Countless times. She listened intently to the music flowing out from that room, Mango softly humming along with the music. Therefore, Mango would never know why Summer sang all the songs he liked. Countless times, after the lights in Mango's room went out, she returned to her own room, content and falling into a peaceful sleep. Those scenes were like movie film. The girl's silly smile in the film brought tears to Summer's eyes. What a ridiculous, unrequited love. Picking up a small stone, Summer threw it with all her might at Mango's window, and the glass shattered in response. In her heart, it sounded like a chorus of thousands. The glass shattered on the ground, and Mango picked up a piece of glass and fiercely dragged it across his leg. Chapter 25, Wounded City, Part 2. After moving out of the Meng family, I moved into Xiao Wanqin's home. Shortly after graduating, Xiao Wanqin found a respectable job at a foreign trade company. She had just stepped into the middle-class circle and rented an apartment not far from the company. It was late at night a week later when I returned to that exquisite apartment after summer. During that week, she had gone to Yunnan for a study trip with Deng Wuxing. Xiao Wanqin looked at me up and down, exclaiming, "Summer, how did you suddenly become such a heartthrob?" "What do you mean?" I replied, lying on the bed, too tired to even open my eyes. "If you had come back a bit earlier, you would have definitely run into that door god called Meng Ge. For the past few days, he usually hangs around my door from 7:30 to 10 o'clock. And even if I called him in, he wouldn't come." I frowned. How did he find this place? Oh, I told him. The other day, I ran into him at a bar. He apologized for what happened before, and I got a bit carried away and accidentally let it slip. That guy has eyes that seem to charm people. Summer, I saw him stutter when he talked. As she spoke, she took out my phone that I had left behind. "I recharged it for you. Look, see who's been trying to reach you." It kept ringing for days. I took the phone and saw dozens of missed calls, 2/3 of which were from Jiang Haoyan. Jiang Haoyan didn't expect to receive a call from me late at night. And what surprised him even more was that I asked him over the phone, "Jiang Haoyan, shall we go on a date? Just the two of us? Pick a place you like." So, Jiang Haoyan stayed up all night, his eyes wide open until dawn. That day, I could tell he was overjoyed. Clearly, I had dressed up carefully. My lightly styled hair fell softly over my shoulders, and I wore a very light makeup. The knee-length royal blue dress accentuated my skin, making it look as delicate and fair as white jade. Under the blue sky, with bright eyes and a charming smile, I looked just like the figure from countless dreams Jiang Haoyan had. We went to the Forbidden City, listening to the tour guide recount the heavy history beneath those vermilion walls from the beginning to the end. After traversing through the long scroll of history, we exited the Forbidden City just as dusk approached. At Wang Fujing, we wandered like many couples lost in the enchanting night illuminated by city lights, walking from one street to another. At night, we arrived at a bar in Sanlitun to watch a soccer match, drinking beer and shouting with everyone. Finally, Jiang Haoyan walked me to my door, but the person who had felt like he was walking on clouds all day told me, "Jiang Haoyan, I won't say sorry, but I must thank you. There are many things I want to thank you for, but I don't know where to start. Jiang Haoyan, please forget me. Soon, I will leave for Japan with Summer, and maybe I won't come back. So go find another girl." Under the moonlight, Jiang Haoyan calmly looked at me, gently caressing my cheek. "When the time comes, take me along too. Let's go together, the three of us. How about that, Summer?" The memories sliced through my heart like fine threads. This moment felt familiar. Not long ago, someone had said similar words in the same tone, and I had been blissfully happy then. Jiang Haoyan felt the warmth of my tears on his hand. "Are you moved by my words, Jiang Haoyan, actually." I lower my head, unable to meet his moonlight clear eyes. Actually, there's always been someone living in my heart. I can't guarantee if I can push him out. Would you mind this me? Would you still be willing to go to Japan with me? How could he not know? How could he not know who the person living in my heart was? Although I had hidden it well, as long as I didn't say it. He pretended not to know. That was his way of loving me. Many years later, Jiang Hao-Yin would still remember that scene, after I kissed him and said, Jiang Hao-Yin, this is my first kiss. I'm leaving it here with you. At that time, he foolishly replied, what a coincidence, this is also my first kiss. After saying that, he wished he could bite his own tongue. A 23-year-old's first kiss was not something to boast about. I laughed, a sound more beautiful than any music in the world. Many years later, Jiang Hao-Yin would remember that kiss, the taste like peach and plum in early spring, sour and astringent, but that sourness occupied every sense and nerve. The next day, almost everyone in the Dream Factory knew that my first kiss belonged to Jiang Hao-Yin. Of course, he didn't mention that it was also his first kiss. And they also learned that he was about to travel far for love. I specifically worked overtime in the studio until past 11 before going home, but unexpectedly, I ran into someone I didn't want to see. Menggu, reeking of alcohol, blocked my way, his gloomy face illuminated by dim light. With my bag on my shoulder, I crossed my arms. You should know that you've become the person I least want to see. Please don't come looking for me again, or I'll call the police. You kissed Jiang Hao-Yin? Menggu pushed me against the wall, his body pressing down on me. He didn't know what was happening to him. The moment he heard I kissed Jiang Hao-Yin, he felt all the blood rush to his head. Just thinking about our lips intertwined made him want to tear Jiang Hao-Yin's mouth apart. In fact, he did just that. He fought with Jiang Hao-Yin in the Dream Factory and came here right after. Menggu, you'd better let me go. If you don't, I'll call security. This Menggu made me feel threatened. No, he wouldn't let go. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against mine. Who said my first kiss belonged to Jiang Hao-Yin? Before Jiang Hao-Yin, he had already kissed me. He remembered that feeling, beautiful enough that only he, Menggu, could touch it. Only he, Menggu, could possess it. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. I leaned weakly against the wall, tears streaming down my cheeks. Menggu reluctantly let go of me, and I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the face. Menggu, how bad can you get? How can you still have the face to do this to me? Don't make me look down on you even more. Menggu, sobering up a bit, reached out to wipe the tears from my face, but I brushed his hand away. Menggu, from now on, we are destined to become strangers. In the dim light, I wore a resolute expression. Menggu never expected these would be my last words to him, just as he never expected that after this meeting, they would face a long separation. In the following 5 long years, Menggu often dreamed of turning back time, going back a little, then a little more, and a little more again, hoping to rewind to the year they were 10, the first time Summer and Menggu met. At that time, he would never have laughed at her, looked down on her, called her a village girl, bullied her, or lied to her. He would have sincerely held her hand, given her his favorite toy, played the piano for her, taken her to the places she wanted to go, and shown her his best side. On the day of his 18th birthday, he would have lifted the mask of the mermaid beside the Persian princess, and when she said she didn't like him with Su Honglian, he would have readily agreed. At that time, in that hot summer, he would never have chosen to hurt her in that way. On the last day of 2004, the bustling Beijing would become a wounded city for the two of them. That day, Jiang Hao-Yin lost his newly begun first love. That day, Mungo lost his little companion named Summer. Early last night, a riot broke out in XX prison, resulting in 1 innocent death and 1 serious injury. By the time Mungo saw the news, it was already past 7 in the evening. He was staying at Cheng Zhigao's house, and Cheng Zhigao entered with a pale face, silently placing a newspaper in front of him. When Mungo saw the familiar name of the prison, his hands began to tremble. Upon seeing the name of the seriously injured person, he was stunned, muttering, "How could this happen? Cheng Zhigao, how could this happen?" Cheng Zhigao dragged the dazed Mungo to the prison to gather information. The staff at the prison expressionlessly told them that there was nothing to disclose. When Cheng Zhigao tried to call Summer, the phone was unreachable. Finally, through connections, Cheng Zhigao learned that the injured Summer had been taken away by higher-ups last night. But the extent of her injuries and her whereabouts remained unknown. Suddenly coming back to his senses, Mungo snatched his car keys and sped away. He returned home. where Butler Lee informed him that his father and grandfather had left early in the morning. The next day, when Mungo's father returned, no matter how much he pleaded, his father remained silent. 8 days later, Mungo's grandfather returned, looking haggard, and coldly told him, knowing today, why bother in the first place? Thus, Mungo ran through various hospitals in Beijing with photos of Summer, asking everyone if they had seen the two people in the pictures. This continued until a middle-aged couple arrived at the Meng family, claiming to be relatives from Summer's hometown who wanted to take Summer's ashes back to her ancestral home. In front of the family, Mungo desperately pleaded with the couple not to take Uncle Summer away. The couple remained unmoved, only looking at him with cold expressions. Finally, he went to his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, I'm begging you, please don't let them take Summer's dad away. What if Ari can't find him when he comes back to pay respects? Ari won't be back, Xiao Ge. You are destined to be fated yet unmeant," his grandfather said, patting his shoulder with a heavy tone. From that day on, the siblings named Summer and Xia Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world. In the vast city of Beijing, Mungo could no longer find their traces. The girl named Summer, who had accompanied him since he was 10, left behind only a mural she painted in an abandoned factory and no other signs of her existence. A month later, the first snow fell in Beijing, covering the roads and mountains with feather-like snowflakes. The neon lights shone brightly in the snowy glow, a scene that Summer loved. The girl had always been strange. She didn't like toys, beautiful clothes, or amusement parks, but only loved oil paints and crayons, using them to depict the scenes of her dreams. She said, "Among the 4 seasons, I love spring the most," so most of her drawings depicted thriving scenes. But in the year Uncle Summer left, she had drawn a year of winter with barren trees and branches without leaves growing wildly in the sky and under the trees. A girl held the hand of a younger boy, gazing into the distance. Summer was indeed a strange girl. How could she like him? Just now, Cheng Zhigao had punched him in the snow and told him, "Why would Summer like a jerk like you for so long?" Yes, why? Didn't she always know what kind of person he was? Didn't she always know how irresponsible he was? Didn't she always know he liked beautiful girls like Su Honglian? Yet that silly girl still novelly brought Su Honglian to him. So foolish. Foolish enough that it felt like a knife had pierced his heart. A red figure stood in the snow, not knowing how long she had been standing there. She watched him build 2 little snowmen in the snow, noticing that their hands were connected. He guessed that the person had already named the 2 little snowmen, with the one wearing a hat surely named Mungo, and the one with a ponytail surely named Summer. Chapter 26 Reunion 1. He Ding Dang was very happy to be arranged to sit in the corner, which was the best place to observe her big boss. No matter how obsessed she was or whether she drooled, no one would notice her, a small secretary in this world. Her big boss, as always, looked expressionless as he watched his subordinates babble, and she, too, looked at her boss, who was expressionless while watching his subordinates babble. He Ding Dong's real name was not He Ding Dang. She was originally called He Ding Dan, combining her father's and mother's surnames with a Dan. Who would have guessed it would turn out like this? Since childhood, everyone called her Ding Dang, and in the end, she got confused herself, often signing her name as Ding Dang. Her first meeting with her big boss was indeed a bit like a scene from a romance novel. 2 years ago, she started the kind of life where she was either applying for a job or on her way to apply for one. That day, she went to apply for the secretary position, but who knew that the girls in line were all beautiful and graceful? She immediately lost her confidence and returned to the elevator with her resume in hand. Once inside the elevator, she kept staring at the shiny shoes and straight pant legs beside her, lost in thought, until a male voice next to her asked, "Are my shoes that good looking?" Startled, she looked up and saw an unparalleled face. Yes, at that moment, the only word that came to her mind was unparalleled. A few days earlier, Mr. Rog had described the opening ceremony of the Beijing Olympics as unparalleled, and when she first saw him, she thought of Rog's words, unparalleled, an extreme visual enjoyment that couldn't be described in words. She wasn't foolish, but it seemed she had been foolish for a few minutes in that elevator, staring blankly at his face, not even realizing when her resume fell. That unparalleled man picked up her resume and handed it back to her, and she was still oblivious. Until he said, "Now, has my face outshone my shoes?" She took her resume, and awkwardly smiled. He looked at her smile, a bit distracted, reaching out his hand, which hovered in the air for a moment before finally settling down, his face showing a hint of loss. "Your name is Ding Dang." His voice was as charming as he was. Ding Dang nodded passively. That day, he took her resume, and a few days later, she miraculously got the job. Yes, it was miraculous because she got the job in a 300-1 competition, and after 2 years, she still hadn't shaken off the suspicion of having a parachute. 2 years ago, when she discovered that the unparalleled man was actually her direct superior, she understood why all the girls who came to apply were young and beautiful, each one more dazzling than the last. Who wouldn't want to pursue a diamond bachelor? At that time, her boss was already a somewhat famous diamond bachelor in Beijing. In fact, 2 years ago, Ding Dang had also fantasized. She wondered if she had suddenly been favored by both the goddess of luck and Cupid's arrow. And she imagined whether she and he would have an elevator romance. 2 years later, he had transformed from a somewhat famous diamond bachelor to a highly renowned diamond bachelor. And her little crush had been sent to the depths of hell. Over the past 2 years, he treated her the same as all other subordinates, polite and distant, except that he occasionally showed a hint of melancholy towards her. Everything else remained normal. Since he had to attend a banquet that evening, he was dressed in formal attire, a black fitted suit that made the girls in the company drool, often mentioned during lunch. Of course, this was something she was interested in as well. He moved, and he habitually frowned. Damn it, whose phone is ringing? The culprit was the assistant Yang, a prominent figure next to the boss. He hurriedly picked up the phone and handed it to the boss, who took it slowly. The entire room fell silent. Say it again. He stood up, his hand gripping the phone, slightly trembling. Yes, trembling, and even his voice sounded shaky. Ding Dang didn't know if it was just her illusion, but he was Mondo, the man described in newspapers and magazines as someone who wouldn't blink an eye even with an army at his doorstep. Cheng Zhigao. Oh! The boss's voice suddenly amplified several times, even becoming incoherent. Cheng Zhigao, listen to me. You must follow him. Don't lose track of him, no matter what method. You must follow him. After hanging up, he stood dazed for a moment. Then, in a strange manner, he left the meeting room, or rather, more accurately, he left in a fluster after tripping over a chair. He left everyone in the meeting room looking at each other. When he left, he didn't even instruct them whether to stay or leave. Ding Dang was extremely frustrated. She had not seen her boss at the banquet, and many people came to ask her where her boss had gone, including Bao Guo and Su Honglian. Speaking of Su Honglian, Ding Dang was filled with anger. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Beauty aside, she also had a great figure, and on top of that, every move she made exuded endless charm. A seductress. That was Ding Dong's first impression of Su Honglian. She thought that in the entertainment industry, relying on her looks to be a vase was fine. But her acting skills were absolutely top-notch, so it was no wonder she was so famous. What made Ding Dang even angrier was that she had been involved in an unclear scandal with her boss for many years, with relentless paparazzi revealing that the two had been a couple since their teens. Ding Dang had secretly made many speculations about the relationship between Su Honglian and her boss. They seemed like a couple, but also seemed not to be. She had received calls from Su Honglian to the secretary's office twice, both during very ambiguous times, where her boss was working overtime. At one point, she suspected that Su Honglian was living with her boss, but judging by her boss's attitude, it didn't seem like it. Where her boss spoke on the phone, he maintained a distant and polite tone. However, he'd asked her to order flowers twice, both on Su Honglian's birthday. On the terrace, Ding Dang saw Su Honglian on the phone and wondered if she was calling her boss. Tonight, Ding Dang had sneaked in, partly out of curiosity to see if her boss would be absent from the banquet, and partly to feast her eyes, as it was R's anniversary celebration. In the entertainment industry, just showing up could cause a stir, so she thought there would be plenty of big stars. As the entire banquet came to an end, regardless of how the socialites or the dazzling female stars longed for him, the head of R did not appear. The entire event was only supported by the second-in-command, Jin Tiyu, who repeatedly apologized to the guests in broken Chinese. When the banquet concluded, Ding Dang saw him slumped in the guest seats, muttering a series of Korean phrases, and from his expression, it was clear he was cursing. Order! Jin Tiyu called out to Ding Dang, who was slowly moving toward the hall's exit. Damn it, that Korean businessman. He's so obsessed with business that he keeps calling ding-dong order. Tell me what happened in the meeting room. So, he ding-dang recounted everything in detail. Of course, omitting the part where her boss tripped. She wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish her boss's image. Jean Taiyu listened with curiosity, wondering what could have caused Mondo to be so flustered. The first time he met Mondo was 4 years ago, back in Korea. That handsome Chinese man got straight to the point. I know you, I trust you, and I hope to cooperate with you. Together, we can create a grand stage where many can realize their dreams. Jean Taiyu had to admit the persuasive power of words. Did the hope flickering in that young man's eyes move him? Thus, he gave up a high salary and traveled thousands of miles to this country with him. In the dazzling world of the entertainment industry, Mungo seemed like a Puritan in his eyes, never dating girls, not playing gender games, and avoiding places of indulgence. Other than work-related socializing and drinking a bit, he hardly touched alcohol or cigarettes. For a time, he suspected he might be gay, but later he understood that Mungo had someone in his heart. One day, after getting drunk, he hugged himself and said, "Come back, okay?" His expression at that moment was like a child longing for their most beloved. That day, he kept repeating that sentence. Later, he found a secret in Mungo's wallet. Was she back? The girl he had kept hidden in his wallet? That was why Mungo seemed so unlike himself. Jean Taiyu was a bit impatient to see the girl who occupied Mungo's thoughts. He ding-dang hadn't seen her boss for 4 days. Her boss was a workaholic, and whenever he was in the country, his schedule was packed every day. Besides work, he also spent a lot of time each year in Japan and the United States. Each trip lasted over 10 days, and he usually returned with a bad complexion. Around 3 o'clock, he ding-dang received a call in the secretary's office. Taking her bag, along with cold medicine and a bubbly mood, he ding-dang pressed the doorbell of her beautiful boss's office. Now, she was following the second-in-command's orders to deliver cold medicine. And of course, she would take care of him as well. The result was like a bucket of cold water splashed down. The one who opened the door was actually Su Honglian. Were they really living together? Moreover, after she walked in, she noticed a fragrant smell of congee coming from the kitchen. He ding-dang quickly surveyed the room's decor. The entire house was simply and cleanly decorated, and there were no gossip magazines that girls usually loved in the living room. Also, there were no women's shoes in the shoe cabinet. Later, she would sneak into the bathroom to see what was going on. To be honest, she didn't like Su Honglian at all. Usually, women who were too perfect were not likable. "You can go back. I'll handle it here," Su Honglian ordered her from a higher position. "No need, Honglian. You can go back," he ding-dang replied. The door to the room on the left opened, and Mungo walked out. "I need to discuss work matters with Ding-dang." The queen looked dejected. "Got it. Mungo, take care of yourself. Remember to take your medicine on time." As she left, the queen shot a resentful glance at herself. Her expression complicated. Soon after, Wei Ding-dang met the woman named Xia Ri. She finally understood why Su Honglian had looked at her with such a complicated expression, and why she had become that one in 300. The woman named Xia Ri smiled and had fine lines on her nose, just like her. Not long after, she also understood why her boss looked so pale at that moment. Damn, love really can cause internal injuries. Chapter 27 Reunion, Part 2. Xia Ri's return to the country this time was mainly because her employer, at the invitation of the Chinese organizers, would perform the original Broadway musical Madama Butterfly at the Beijing Grand Theater for 10 consecutive shows. Her design company had just signed the contract, and she had thrown herself into this opportunity, claiming to lead by example. However, Xia Ri did not expect to encounter Mungo right after getting off the plane. During the year she had been away, she had been working in Broadway theaters, initially doing odd jobs for the first 2 years, taking on any task. After 2 years, she was finally recommended to work under Ken Arthur, which was remarkably similar to her situation in Beijing. Nonetheless, Xia Ri felt extremely fortunate to work for Ken Arthur, a stage designer known for his extensive experience in designing large-scale productions. She learned a lot from him, and this trip to China piqued Ken's interest, as it was his first venture into stage design in China. For several days, Xia Ri and Ashu had been negotiating with the organizers, who were led by a person from Sichuan, often taking them to Sichuan restaurant for meals. After a few days, both she and Ashu were complaining about it. By the fifth day, when most of the negotiations were nearly concluded, the organizer insisted on taking them out for another Sichuan meal, thinking they would enjoy it as well. Xiaori declined, using the excuse that she needed to sleep early to pick someone up the next day. Back at the hotel, after finishing a phone call, Xiaori was startled by a Shu, who had silently stood behind her. "Hey, could you please make some noise when you walk?" she said. She called the hospital again. "Has your brother shown any improvement?" Xiaori shook her head with a bitter smile, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Ashu respected and felt pity for this girl who was a year older than him. The burden on such young shoulders was too heavy. Ashu met Xiaori 3 years ago when he was a new employee at Ken Arthur's design company. At the same time, a Chinese girl named Xiaori joined. And later, one time, he went to a bar with friends for fun and saw Xiaori working as a waitress, heavily made up, wearing a tight white shirt and a short skirt, stuffing tips in her bra. She greeted him casually without any embarrassment. At that time, he looked down on her, thinking she was like many other girls who would compromise themselves for branded items. Until one day, he accidentally learned that the girl named Xiaori had a brother in a vegetative state, currently hospitalized in Miami, known for its high costs and good care, while she was just working as a waitress at the bar. So, he approached her, and to his surprise, Xiaori was from the Minnan region and spoke fluent Minnan dialect. He knew that Taiwanese and Minnan dialects were quite similar. He realized they had many things in common, like their eating habits and their obsession with money. However, Ashu's pursuit of money was ultimately to exchange it for new game consoles, while Xiaori's pursuit was to pay for expensive medical bills. Ashu once asked Xiaori why she didn't transfer her brother to a cheaper public hospital, and she replied calmly that she couldn't bear to and couldn't afford to gamble on that. In Ashu's eyes, Xiaori was a cactus girl. As soon as King got off the plane, he headed straight to the theater, feeling quite good today. He even gave him all a warm hug when he got off the plane. Xiaori guessed it was because Obama's approval ratings were rising. Ken was a fervent political enthusiast and idolized Obama. Upon arriving at the theater, Xiaori spotted Mr. Fong, the organizer, talking to someone in the lobby. When she recognized that person, she froze and instinctively leaned back to hide behind a few people in front of her. Xiaori did not expect to sit down at dinner with Mungo after so many years. He was someone she wished to avoid for a lifetime. Over the past 5 years, she still occasionally dreamed about him, where his features were blurred and his face gradually faded with time. Just when she was about to forget what he looked like, he suddenly reappeared. He sat there in an antique-style private room, the amber light falling into his eyes, reflecting infinite brilliance. He was conversing with Ken in fluent English, discussing art, sports, current events, and even politics. Ken, usually the talkative one, seemed enchanted, quietly listening with admiration, as if feeling they had met too late. Feeling tipsy, Xiaori no longer avoided Mungo's gaze. Propping her hand on the table, she watched him speak eloquently, noting how time had deepened his features, mellowing his youthful impulsiveness. The Mungo she hadn't seen in years reminded her of a midnight mandala, familiar yet strange. In the past, Xiaori had envisioned Mungo at various ages, 20, 30, 40, 50. She even imagined what he would look like at 100. It turned out that 28-year-old Mungo would grow up to look like this, more remarkable than she had imagined. Her eyes glistened as she picked up her wine glass. A hand blocked her glass. The owner of that hand had a gentle expression that made her want to cry. "I'm sorry," Xiaori said, retreating from the private room. After Xiaori left the room, Mungo stopped talking. Tonight, he had been trying hard to engage the American named Ken in conversation, knowing that as long as Ken was present, Xiaori would be too. After discovering Xiaori was here, he could no longer stay in his office, impulsively rushing to where she worked. Since that day she had said that one sentence, he knew he had been sentenced to death. He understood he should not seek her out, convincing himself with 100 reasons not to see her again. Yet he still came. 100 rational thoughts could not suppress the desire to see her. Ashu observed the handsome man sitting across from him, who made Ken's eyes light up. Although he was talking intently, he often stole glances at Xiaori. Whenever Ashu interacted closely with Xiaori, the man frowned. After Xiaori left, the man's thoughts no longer lingered in the private room. Thus, Ashu concluded that Xiaori and this man must have a story, perhaps a very entangled one. Outside the private room, Xiaori took a cigarette from her bag and lit it. She didn't have a smoking habit, but would occasionally smoke when feeling troubled. She recognized Mungo's footsteps approaching and sighed deeply as a clean, long hand reached over to take the cigarette from her hand. Mungo, I don't want to repeat what I said that day, Xia Ri said without looking at him. But, Ari, wanting is one thing, doing is another. I just can't control my feet. What do you want, Mungo? I don't want anything, Mungo said, twisting the cigarette he took from Xia Ri uncomfortably. Ari, can you let me stay by your side? Just to be by your side, okay? With such a lowered gaze, such a sense of uncertainty, and such caution, these traits never belonged to the proud Mungo. This version of Mungo irritated Xia Ri. She took out another cigarette, but couldn't light it. Finally, she threw the lighter and cigarette harshly to the ground. Mungo, for that little guilt in your heart, are you acting again? Don't you think it's ridiculous? She snapped. What do you want to stay by my side for? Huh? I am no longer the silly Summer I used to be, believing your nonsense. All right, didn't you swear to me before, saying that the only person in this world who wouldn't lie is me? But you not only lied to me, that lie lasted for 2 years. Why do you want to stay by my side, Mingo? What do you want from me? But what can I do? There is no Summer anymore to take the blame for you. Memories of the past surge in my mind. It has been a long time since I thought about those days. Those were the hardest times of my life, unable to close my eyes, afraid that if I did, Summer would disappear like my father. Fate usually brings what you fear the most, and I was truly scared, terrified. Mingo, do you want me to tell you how I felt back then? If I had a gun in my hand at that time, I would have killed you in an instant. It took me a long time to move on, but you appeared before me like a haunting spirit. You asked, what do you really want? Remembering that summer day, my body trembled. Mingo hugged me tightly, as if invisible hands were gripping his heart. Ari, Ari. For a moment, Mingo wanted to agree with me, to say, fine, I'll listen to you, I want to appear before you again. But in the end, he said nothing. Mingo has never been good at doing great things. I pushed him away and said, Mingo, let me go. Actually, I have long stopped resenting you, but we can never go back to the way things were. From now on, we can only be strangers. One day, I suddenly understood that everyone in this vast sea of people has some scars in their hearts that they don't want to mention, whether more or less, deep or shallow. Those who are too obsessed with their pain will have those scars linger in their hearts for a long time, perhaps even accompanying them until they leave this world. If you learn to let them go, then time will help you take them away. And perhaps you will become someone who can easily find happiness. I have been striving to be that happy person, waiting in a good state for the day when my Summer wakes up and we can go together to Hokkaido, where he likes. Actually, all I wanted was just this. Just this. Mingo offered to take me back to the hotel. He had assistant Yang drive, sending Ashu to sit in the front. He and I sat in the back seat. I closed my eyes, leaning against the car window, my scent lingering faintly in the car. This moment was precious. Mingo wished this car could drive forever. When we arrived at the hotel, I had already fallen asleep. Ashu wanted to wake me up, but Mingo signaled him to be quiet, gently picking me up. Let me do it. Ashu tried to take me from Mingo, uncertain if I would seek revenge on him when I woke up. That person ignored him and walked straight into the hotel, carrying me. Mianwile Yang, who had been following Mingo, was dumbfounded. He had been Mingo's assistant for over 3 years, and to him, the boss had always been an emotionless iceberg. The expressions he had seen most were exhaustion, occasional anger, loneliness, indifference, and sometimes a bit of resentment, but he had never seen such tenderness before. Over the past 3 years, the only woman who had any interaction with the boss was the popular artist Su Honglian. He occasionally took her out to dinner, listened to concerts together, and then sent her home. Their relationship had always been ambiguous in his eyes, looking like a couple, but also not quite. Chapter 28 Intersection 1. Upon entering the hotel room, Mungo gently placed Xia Tian on the bed. Ashu stood there, staring blankly at the charismatic man who emerged from the bathroom, meticulously wiping Xia Tian's face with a wet towel, then removing her shoes, and returning to the bathroom to clean her hands and feet. For some reason, Ashu was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe loudly, fearing that the sound of his breath would disrupt the warm scene. However, he couldn't help but blurt out, "You look just like Xia Tian's father right now." Mungo seemed to remember that Ashu was still in the room, frowned, and his handsome features were clouded with melancholy. In the past, these things were done by a Ree for me. Oh, a Shu felt a bit like an elementary school student, usually quite good at rambling. Finally, he made sure the quilt was arranged well for her, then looked up at Mungo, his voice growing impatient. Why are you still here? Aren't you going back to your own room? Actually, I'm also staying in this room. A Shu pointed to the other bed in the room. He was here as a replacement for the unexpectedly injured Susan. The organizers thought they were booking a room for 2 women, so they only reserved 1 room. And he and Xia Tian didn't mind. They had done this before. The man's face turned an expected shade of pale. The next day, when Xia Tian woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was startled by a Shu who was sitting at the foot of her bed, staring at her with panda eyes. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Of course, a Shu couldn't tell her he was trying to study her looks. After a long time, he concluded that she wasn't too ugly, but it took a while to appreciate her beauty, like her good skin and her small nose. But there was still a distance from being beautiful. However, last night, that handsome guy was on guard against him like he was a thief, or rather, like he was guarding against a wolf. As soon as a Shu moved, the one sleeping on the sofa would open his mesmerizing eyes and give him a stern warning. Please, if he and Xia Tian had a spark, he would have made his move long ago. He always liked spicy and beautiful girls, and Xia Tian was neither. Glancing at the sofa, a Shu felt a bit balanced. It really was unfair to him. Squeezing his tall frame into such a small sofa was quite a hardship. From that day on, the hotel manager provided Xia Tian and a Shu each with a key card to a luxury suite. And every morning, a server would bring them Xia Tian's favorite soy milk and vegetable buns. Xia Tian naturally knew who was behind it. But as long as that person didn't appear in front of her, she didn't mind. After about a week of relative calm, Mungo swaggered into their work site as a sponsor and a new Chinese friend of Kin, becoming the esteemed guest in everyone's eyes. This esteemed guest brought a variety of food every day to visit, and now everyone smiled brightly upon seeing him, except for Xia Tian. Mr. Fong was grinning so broadly that his chin almost dropped off, and his recent catchphrase was, with Mr. Mungo, as this big tree. It would be hard not to create a sensation this time. He began to ramble on about Mungo's great achievements. For example, how he took the limited inheritance left by his mother and flew to South Korea alone to recruit the most famous decision-maker in the Korean entertainment industry to his side. Or how, in just a few years, he managed to devour several once prominent entertainment companies without shedding blood. Or how the girls were so infatuated with him that several TV interviews achieved high ratings, with 2/3 of the viewers being young girls. Or how his company had a star-making team that was outstandingly dreamlike, producing numerous superstars. And how he was low-key and rarely made tabloid headlines. Xia Tian stood up, thinking that this guy could go on and on with examples. Regarding Mungo's frequent appearances lately, Xia Tian adopted a cold attitude. Kin didn't like his employees to bring emotions into work, so she coldly watched as Mungo had his assistant repeatedly bring her some fatigue relief herbal soup, which she drank in front of him time and again. How could she not know that it was made by the Mungo family's cook? In fact, Xia Tian didn't know what to do. She even used Xia Tian's death to deceive him, just to have no further connection with him. But now, in this situation, she didn't know how to handle it. Mungo always reminded her of those past times, the deadly sweetness and painful memories. That long, unrequited love seemed to have melted into her blood and bones, becoming a part of her being. So, on the night Xia Tian appeared, she wished she could kill him, and she used an extreme way to say to Mungo, "Grandpa, this time, you must help me." Thus, when Xia Tian was more stable, she brought him back to her mother. She didn't want him to know where they were going. She wanted him to suffer and feel guilty for a lifetime. Look, wasn't she quite ruthless? She actually thought of punishing Mungo in this way. But hatred was too heavy. It made it hard to breathe. As soon as Mungo walked into the theater, he habitually looked for that figure. When he saw she wasn't there, his heart sank. He knew that this moment was what he looked forward to every day. Yet he didn't dare to talk to her, fearing that if he did, she would drive him away. He always approached her when there were many people around, afraid that if they were alone, she would say something cruel, and he was afraid she would avoid him, just like he felt empty at that moment. Taking out the prepared phone, Mungo asked Yang Shou to find Xia Tian and then hand it to her. A few days ago, he heard that Xia Tian's phone was broken. So, he chose the same model as his. However, he still didn't dare to hand it to her personally. After a while, Yang Shou returned the item. Miss Xia said she doesn't want it. Light filtered through the long, hanging curtain, sparsely falling on Xia Tian, who was sitting under the large pillar. She had her legs propped up, her head resting on her knees, arms wrapped around her calves. In the flickering shadows, Mungo seemed to see her as a small girl, sitting in the courtyard waiting for her father to return. Whenever she heard the sound of a car, she would jump up and run towards the garage, her skirt fluttering in the wind, and her bangs bouncing on her cheeks. In the blink of an eye, everyone had grown up enough to understand love and hate. Gently walking to her side, he sat down, mirroring her posture, instinctively rubbing his nose against her. Xia Tian had his favorite scent. Before he could settle down, the person next to him suddenly jumped up, frowning at him. She stood up and tried to walk away. In a panic, Mungo reached out and pulled her back. Because he pulled too suddenly, she fell into his arms. The moment she fell into his embrace, Mungo's first thought was that he never wanted to let her go again. In his arms, she felt the most real, touchable, tangible, and palpable. "Mungo, let me go. Let me go." Xia Tian shouted in exasperation. "No, I won't let go, never again." Mungo seemed to be transported back in time, to when that little girl was breathlessly chasing after him, not knowing what she was pursuing. It seemed that whenever he turned around, he would always see her. That little girl would seriously tell him that she would take good care of him, because she was born a few months earlier than him. So, occasionally, she would still act spoiled towards him, just like now. Mungo tightened his embrace around Xia Tian. The feeling of holding her was too tempting, so he was reluctant to let go. Mungo, as summer approached, Xiaori couldn't match his strength. She desperately searched her mind for a way to break free from his embrace, and her mouth began to spew out insults, ones that a Shu often used. "You madman. Lunatic, pervert, disgusting, impotent." When Xiaori heard the word impotent come out of her own mouth, she momentarily froze. During her daze, Mungo suddenly blocked her mouth, his tongue forcefully invading, fierce and urgent, carrying a desolation akin to the end of the world. Yes, it was desolate. By doing so, Ari would never forgive him. Yet at this moment, he had dreamed for 5 years, always imagining himself holding her, kissing her, touching her, even closing his eyes. Mungo supported Xiaori, pressing her against a pillar, pulling her waist closer to him. It felt like a century had passed before Mungo finally released Xiaori. He didn't dare look at her, his eyes downcast, waiting for the slap to fall. Yes, Xiaori wanted to slap him. Her hand rose in the air and turned into a fist, raining down on him. What to do? She couldn't bring herself to do it. She felt a slap would humiliate him, but a fist wouldn't. Because he was Mungo. After all, though he could pretend to be innocent, though he was hypocritical, though he could make her feel like a servant, even turning Xia Tian into that way, he was still Mungo, the one who held her hand and walked into the dream factory, who promised to treat her like a daughter the year he lost his father. Sharing a bond over 13 years. 13 years was a long time, the most crucial phase from 10 to 23 years old. With Mungo participating in her transformation at every stage, childhood, adolescence, youth. So, she couldn't bear to part with him. How could Mungo not understand Xiaori's feelings? He was a master at finding openings. He let Xiaori hit him, changing his expression. Previously, he often used that expression to appease the angry old man. What Cheng Zhigao would call a fox expression. Ari, you know that men usually hate being called impotent the most. You provoke me first. Who provoked you first? You were the one who hugged me first, the one who touched me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Xiaori angrily grabbed her hair, feeling like she was regressing. Aging in vain. It seemed she had returned to the time when she and Mungo would occasionally bicker. All right, Ari, it's my fault. I provoked you first. I'm in the wrong. Mungo seized the moment, quickly picking up the phone he had prepared for Xiaori and forcibly putting it in her hand. Didn't your phone break? Take this, it's the same model as mine. If you don't like it, I'll buy you another one tomorrow. My number is in the phone. Xiaori stared blankly at Mungo talking to himself, and by the time she came to her senses, the phone was already in her hand. Crazy, crazy. Xiaori swore this would be the last time she let Mungo lead her by the nose. Meanwhile, Yang Shou, who came to find Mingo, was stunned by his boss. The current Mingo was extremely strange, as if he were two different people. He was not a work machine, devoid of the maturity he had during social gatherings. And there was none of the usual aloofness and gloom. Yang Shou, look, she accepted it, didn't she? His boss had a face like a peach blossom. On the surface, he was obedient, but inside he was secretly laughing. His charming boss looked like a child who scored full marks, seeking praise. It was him who had insisted on delivering the medicine soup to Miss Xia. Yang Shou, do you think she just behaved like a woman throwing a tantrum at her man? His charm was not yet satisfied. Yang Shou was once again stunned. His boss's performance resembled that of a clueless rookie, a love novice. That afternoon, the employees of T were taken aback. Their boss on the 15th floor was unusually friendly, greeting each of them one by one. It was extremely strange. Her superior even complimented her earrings, which she had been wearing in front of him for 3 months. As the saying goes, when one encounters happy events, one feels refreshed. Could it be so? He ding-dang said flatteringly, Mr. Mingo, Miss Hong Lian is waiting for you inside. Chapter 29 Intersection Part 2. Su Honglian still cannot understand which moments of her life are acting and which are not, appearing glamorous in front of the public. Wearing an appropriate mask, smiling naturally when it's time to smile, and occasionally throwing a fit, being as sincere as she can. Therefore, in that circle, she has always been well-liked. Today, a reporter asked her what her highest goal is. She pretended to think for a moment and smiled, saying she hopes one day her works can be showcased in Berlin and Cannes, so that the world can see the charm of Chinese artists. Such a diplomatic answer. She lied again. She has become so accustomed to lying that her heart doesn't race and her face doesn't flush. She first deceived others and eventually even herself, convincing herself that she hadn't seen the painting in Mingo's study, the one that he never allowed anyone to enter, painted by Shiori in the Dream Factory. She also lied to herself every time Mingo went to Japan and the United States, believing he was on business and not looking for Shiori. And she convinced herself that everything Mingo did was out of guilt. He loved her. He was trying hard to give her what she aspired to make her the center of attention. But being the center of attention was never what she truly wanted. Just a little more, just a little more. And the scales of the love she longed for would be balanced. It was that car accident that changed everything, steering love off course. But it was okay. She would bring everything back to its rightful place. Hearing a voice, Su Honglian put on a smile. Aren't you supposed to be at the press conference? The tone was the same as it had been for the past 5 years. Devoid of emotion, it would be troublesome if a reporter sees you out here in broad daylight. As her hand rested on his shoulder, he immediately avoided her. If it were the old her, she would have thrown a tantrum, but she was no longer the 17 or 18-year-old girl. Su Honglian forced a faint smile. Time had worn down her sharp edges. No, perhaps it should be said that love had worn down her sharp edges. Mingo looked at Su Honglian's smile and felt uneasy. This beautiful woman had given him everything wonderful. She had once been his first love. Over the years, he had given her all he could. I'm going to Europe to film tomorrow. The director said I wouldn't be back for a few months. I wanted to see you before I left, Mingo. Didn't you used to make me fried rice? I really want to eat it. After finishing the fried rice, it was already around 8 o'clock. Mingo glanced at his watch and decided to go home. He told Su Honglian, who had been in the room after dinner, that he was leaving, and picked up his clothes from a sofa. Wait, Mingo. Su Honglian rushed out of the room. Mingo, can you stay tonight? Under the dim light. Su Honglian wore a purple spaghetti-strap nightgown, her fluffy, slightly curled hair cascading over her shoulders. Barefoot, she looked like a forest nymph, graceful and alluring. Most men in the world probably couldn't resist such temptation. Crouching on the floor, the closed door caused Su Honglian's heart to ache. 5 years, wasn't that enough? Just now. He said, Honglian, I'm sorry. A few days ago, Shiori had told herself to treat Mingo like a ghost. So she tried to hide as far away as possible whenever he came. But at this moment, she was staring blankly at Mingo's business card in her hand. After more than a month, the stage was almost set up. Once the screen held up at customs arrived, it would be basically complete. That screen was an indispensable scene during the climax of the entire play, where Madame Butterfly would end her life behind the screen to express her loyalty to love and the pain love brought her. Shiori was very troubled. Just then, Ken had just returned to the U.S., and his wife had given birth to twins. Her colleagues were unfamiliar with the area, and the organizers said it was a matter for their design department, and they were powerless. But time was of the essence, and the performance date was approaching. In the end, Mr. Fong suggested they go find Mango. Ashu promptly recommended Shiori as their representative, and before she could refuse, the impatient gentleman said, "I guess everyone doesn't know yet, but Shiori and that Mr. Meng used to know each other." Thus, Shiori became the representative by popular demand. He Ding Dang had an inexplicable fondness for the woman before him, feeling that her face was somewhat familiar. The fondness was also due to her attire. She wasn't dressed extravagantly. Wearing a blue canvas shirt and brown pencil pants, her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, revealing a bright forehead. The sleeves of her shirt were rolled up high, and the small ear studs on her ears glimmered slightly, complementing her most striking feature, her big eyes, making her face, which couldn't exactly be called beautiful, appear incredibly lively. "I'm here to see Mango." Her voice was quite pleasant. Wait, this person actually dared to directly call the boss's name. Ding Dong's fondness turned into hostility. "Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment?" Shiori felt a headache. "No." "Then I can't help you," Ding Dang said coldly. "How about?" Shiori pointed to a chair in the secretary's room. "Can I wait here until he gets off work?" Such sincerity rekindled Ding Dong's fondness for her. She picked up the phone. "All right, I'll let him know." Mango almost doubted his hearing, so he carefully asked over the phone, "Who did you say it was?" Sitting in Mango's office, Shiori found fate rather amusing, and she felt ridiculous herself. Ding Dang couldn't guess who this woman named Shiori was. To have the boss personally make coffee. Unfortunately, she didn't have eyes that could see through walls. Shiori told Mango what was going on, and finally asked straightforwardly, "Do you have a solution?" Nodding, Mango said gently, "Ari, the weekend is the highest birthday. Would you like to go with me?" Smiling, Shiori countered Mr. Meng. "If I say I don't have time, will you not help me?" "Ari, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Despite his strong words, Mango felt guilty. He clearly was that kind of person. "I'm free this weekend," but Shiori felt a pang of guilt. She realized how self-indulgent she had been. "I also want to meet them." Jiang Haoyan didn't expect to see Shiori at Cheng Jigao's birthday party. He saw her almost at first sight, dressed in a black mid-sleeve cardigan over a white tank dress, standing quietly next to Mango, elegant like a small daisy. In Jiang Haoyan's heart, Shiori was a quiet daisy, embodying all the distant places he could imagine in his youth. In Jiang Haoyan's heart, Shiori was a very special presence. Moving in a little closer, he could see her face clearly. Her hair was shorter, her face slimmer, and as she lifted her head, revealing a pointed chin. She seemed to realize something and looked over at him. Jiang Haoyan thought he should hate Shiori, after she left a brief message saying, "Jiang Haoyan, I'm leaving. Forget about me." He should have been angry, but at this moment, he felt relieved that he didn't have to wait until they were both old and gray to meet again. Following Shiori's gaze, Mango saw Jiang Haoyan and walked over to hug him, loudly saying, "Jiang Haoyan, you're not at home with your wife today. Didn't you say you were going to hide at home for a baby-making plan these days?" Cheng Jigao secretly laughed. This jealous man could still be more childish. "Shiori is here. How could I not come? Shiori was my first love." He elongated the words "first love" and glanced at Mango. "Shiori, can I hug you?" "Why not?" Shiori embraced Jiang Haoyan. This boy in her memories always felt warm, with a handsome appearance, telling jokes that weren't really funny. That night, everyone except Zhou Wei had arrived. During this time, there were many faces that hadn't been seen during the summer, and Zhao Xingmei was no longer called Zhao Xingmei. He had a Western name, Billie Jean, claiming that his name change was a tribute to his idol. The group went to the third floor of the Dream Factory, which still went by that name, but was no longer the student bar it had been 5 years ago. It now featured top-notch DJs, excellent bands, the coolest activities, and the decor catered to the style favored by young people today, glamorous, luxurious, and with a hint of decadence. The first and second floors were open to the public, while the third floor was a private venue. Mango was undoubtedly the most popular among the group. The men discussed business with him, while the women flirted with him. As Mango was tied up, Cheng Jigao pulled Shiori aside. "Shiori, what are you planning to do about Mango? Will you forgive him?" "I can only say that I no longer hate him." Shiori's eyes turned to Mingo, surrounded by people. I think, in this lifetime, that's all I can do. But I can't forgive him. In fact, Chung Zhigao felt regret for his friend. He had seen how Mingo had struggled over the years. I know he was wrong. But no one wants such things to happen. If he knew it would end like this, I believe if he had 100 chances, he wouldn't choose to do it that way any of those times. Shiori, he has had a tough 5 years. Don't be fooled by how glorious he seems now. That saying is true. There are no fruits of labor without toil. After you left, he clung to his grandfather and father every day, begging them for news about you. In the end, he resolutely declared that if they didn't tell him where you had gone, he would never return home. That's how he ended up leaving. Do you know why he chose that career? At first, I didn't understand why he invested his mother's inheritance in a nearly bankrupt entertainment company. Why he tore it down to rebuild it. Have you ever seen Mingo begging anyone for help? After a pause, Chung Zhigao lit a cigarette. In the first year after his company was established, he followed bankers and investors every day, waiting for someone willing to invest. Then he spent all day in front of officials from the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Bureau, sometimes squatting in front of them for hours. At that time, he was like a tireless workhorse, and it broke my heart to watch. He once told me, Chung Zhigao, Shiori loves the stage, so I'll create a big stage for her. When she returns one day, she can paint it any color she wants, without worrying about what others think. He also said, Chung Zhigao, I have a premonition that one day we will reunite because of the stage. It's not that I wasn't moved. I was even more moved because he is Mingo. But because he is Mingo, I couldn't be moved. After hearing all this, you should forgive him. That silly boy even bought a house in the suburbs of the East District, where land is extremely valuable. That silly boy, after buying the house, happily said, Ari will like it there. It's quiet enough, and Shiori will like it too. From now on, Ari and I will live there and have a bunch of kids. Shiori was a bit stunned by this information. Live together? Have a bunch of kids? Chung Zhigao, what on earth are you talking about? That day, when I heard about what he did to Shiori, I hit him, and I also told him that you liked him. So, Shiori laughed, tears spilling from her eyes. So that silly boy wants to use love to make up for his shortcomings. What am I in this? Chung Zhigao, trading Shiori's misfortune for my love. Chung Zhigao felt he had done a bad deed, despite his good intentions. Chapter 30 Entanglement 1. Quietly, Jiang Haoyan observed Mungo. Although Mungo appeared to be cheerful and relaxed, his mind was clearly already with Shiori. The phrase 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank came to Jiang Haoyan's mind when he looked at Mungo. As soon as Mungo saw Shiori walking towards him, he hurried to greet her. Would you like to have a drink? No, thank you. Shiori smiled at Mungo. Mungo, please take me home. Such a gentle smile had been absent from Mungo's heart for 5 whole years. The car passed through the reflections of streetlights, and a soft female voice flowed gently in the cabin. After a while, Shiori spoke. Mungo, let's sit in the park for a while. They arrived at the street park they often visited before, sitting side by side on a bench. Shiori looked around. It was still the same as before. In the past, they often frequented this place with a group of friends. Shiori broke the silence between them. How is Honglian doing? Through various magazines, newspapers, and television media, Shiori knew that Su Honglian had become a household name, and that T.R. was the one who had helped her reach that height. She also learned from snippets in the media that Mungo and Su Honglian were very close. She remembered that Su Honglian had once been pregnant with Mungo's child. Mungo's heart sank, but he knew this was a question he had to face. She's fine, Shiori. I have broken up with her. A wave of bitterness surged in her heart as she remembered that midnight when she said she didn't like him being with Su Honglian, but he had refused her in less than 10 seconds. How could two people like that just break up, especially when they had a child together? You. Wasn't Honglian pregnant at that time? After a long silence, Mungo said, Did Chung Zhigao say something to you? No. Shiori shook her head. Mungo, I don't hate you anymore. Maybe I hated you before, but not now. No, I haven't hated you for a long time, but I really can't face you. Mungo, we're not kids anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? Once this performance is over, I will leave. So let's leave it at that. Don't entangle in the past anymore. If you still love Honglian, go back to her. You don't have to do this for me. R.E.I. And I'll be getting married soon. A thunderclap came out of nowhere. Shiori, what did you say? You're getting married? Who are you marrying? Shiori took off a necklace from her neck. It was platinum, with 2 matching rings that had a simple design, glinting softly in her hand. His name is Chung Ruoxing, my stepfather's son. We've been together for 3 years. These 2 rings were bought by him before he went to the Middle East. He said he would put them on my finger himself when he returns from the Middle East, and then we will get married. Married? Shiori was going to marry another man? What had the past 5 years meant for him? He had even bought a house, decorated it in the style Shiori liked, and even created a big garden with the jasmine flowers she loved. But now, Shiori said she was getting married to someone named Chung Ruoxing, and she claimed they had been together for 3 years. It sounded like a joke, so he laughed. Shiori, do you dislike me that much? Dislike me so much that you would fabricate a lie about getting married and use those worthless props? Fine, if you don't like me, I won't show up anymore. You could take back your lie. The smile on Mungo's face gradually turned grim. Shiori didn't expect Mungo to react this way. She reached out, wanted to pull him back, wanted to tell him that she wasn't lying. But before her hand could touch him, he forcefully shook it off. Don't you hate me appearing in front of you? Then fine. As you wish from now on, I will stay as far away from you as possible. With that, Mungo strode out of the park. Watching his departing figure, Shiori smiled bitterly, feeling as if it had become her fault. Chung Zhigao was pulled out of bed in the middle of the night by Mungo, who gave him a beating. The drunken man grabbed him by the collar and said, Chung Zhigao, what did you say to Shiori? Why did she come up with such an absurd lie to deceive me and send me away? In the face of love, even the smartest people become fools, and the most rational people turn into madmen. Chung Zhigao realized it too late. After the fight, they lay on the carpet in Chung Zhigao's house. Of course, he didn't dare to tell Mungo about the blunder he had made. Otherwise, his already not-so-good-looking face might turn into a pig's head. Moreover, he had observed Shiori. She was too calm when she said, Do you know why I don't hate him? I used to hear that without love, there is no hate. After going through it, I realized that it was true. Mungo, why do you think Shiori is lying to you? Shiori is a good girl, of course. Someone will love her and like her. Didn't Jiang Haoyan once love her wholeheartedly? Maybe now another Jiang Haoyan has already appeared by her side. Chung Zhigao didn't dare to continue because Mungo now resembled an angry cheetah. Before dawn, Yang Shou was reached by a death-defying phone call from his boss at his apartment. His boss, who made countless unmarried women in the capital think about him day and night, with bloodshot eyes, threw a line at him. Find the best credit investigation agency in Beijing and have him check on a man named Chung Ruoxing. Yang Shou felt that when his boss spoke the name Chung Ruoxing, it was like squeezing it out from between his teeth, sharp and cold. Also, you don't have to do anything for the next few days. Just sit there and urge them to hurry up. Yang Shou wanted to curse. Here he was, a top student from a prestigious university, now reduced to running errands. In the days that followed, Shiori hadn't seen Mungo again. She couldn't clearly describe her current feelings. They were complicated, filled with worry, relief, and a faint sense of melancholy. In the end, she summed up this complex emotion as a looming farewell. Beijing, this city had exhausted all her joys and sorrows, yet she still liked it, for she had spent her best years here. Madame Butterfly finally welcomed its premiere, and it was said that the tickets sold well, especially for the premiere, which was sold out. The organizers also invited all the stage design staff. As soon as Ashu arrived at the venue, he was shocked by the grand setup in the lobby, where dozens of media outlets were on high alert. When did musicals become so highly regarded? Amidst his doubts, the reporters rushed forward, swarming towards the lobby entrance. Mungo, accompanied by the popular company T.R., appeared at the entrance, and as soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a large group of reporters. Mr. Mungo, can you explain the altercation at the bar yesterday? Mr. Mungo, a man named Sun said he would file a complaint against you. What will your response be? Mr. Mungo, is your appearance at the bar in the early hours related to Miss Su Honglian's recent trip to Europe? Mr. Mungo, your timing is very sensitive. Can you explain it as promoting your investment in Madame Butterfly? Mungo sneered inwardly but maintained a calm exterior, smiling slightly at the camera. Here, I thank everyone for their concern, but this is my private matter. Everyone's imagination is just too rich. To that friend who said my timing is very sensitive, your performance is too unprofessional. Haven't you done your homework properly? First, let me clarify first, our company did not invest in Madame Butterfly. Because this is a musical rather than a film, I personally sponsor it out of my interest in musicals. That friend, do you understand? In the future, please think clearly in your mind before asking questions. Otherwise, it will cause your employer to lose confidence in you. Those words made the reporter who hinted at his hype turn red and white. At this moment, Mongo, who was arguing with the media, had no idea whether he would still have the mood to laugh and curse when he saw Shiori in the next moment. Ashu couldn't stand his arrogance. Clearly, he was a businessman, but he looked more like a star than a star himself. The two handsome guys standing behind him looked like two attendants next to him. Ashu was not in a hurry to enter the venue. He crossed his arms and watched the good show about to unfold. This morning, Ashu looked at Shiori differently, unexpectedly. She had a boyfriend she had been dating for 3 years, and the boyfriend picked up from the airport was definitely a handsome guy. Although his face was ordinary, it was well-defined with deep features. That guy's physique was beyond reproach, definitely model material, and coupled with a decent aura. He wasn't a pretty boy, but definitely a stylish guy. That stylish guy also had a profession that Ashu dreamed of but dared not enter, a special correspondent for Reuters, and a war reporter. Sure enough, when Mongo saw Shiori appear with that stylish guy, his expression froze, and then his cold, sharp gaze shot towards him. Ashu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Tonight's drama among these three would probably be more exciting than the one on stage. Shiori did not expect to have a narrow encounter with Mongo here. Mongo did not expect that Shiori would actually bring out the real thing. Chung Ruoxing, right? He did not expect that the boyfriend Shiori mentioned was a muscular guy. How vulgar. After living in the U.S. for a few years, the hormones had definitely increased a lot. As Shiori walked past him, Mongo said, "If I say I had an argument with someone in a bar last night because I was drowning my sorrows in alcohol, would you believe it?" A reporter excitedly asked. "Then, Mr. Mongo, why are you drowning your sorrows? What if I say I was dumped, and it was by a woman who has no appeal at all? Would you believe it?" Mongo said fiercely. She was leaning on him like a little bird, not even glancing at him, which left his mind in chaos. Angry, jealous, and irritated. Some words started to come out without thinking. The reporters responded, "Mr. Mongo, this joke is really cold." Ashu shook his head. Men can be so childish when jealous. Indeed, IQ and emotional intelligence are two independent entities. Shiori couldn't remember when she made the wish to grow into a beautiful girl. At that time, her simple mind just wanted to know if she became a beautiful girl, would Mongo become friends with her. She knew that Mongo liked beautiful girls. He took beautiful girls to watch movies and treated them to cake. Once, she asked Mongo, "Can you take me to watch a movie too? Is that not possible?" He shook his head. "Why not?" She asked again. "Because you're not pretty," Mongo said, as if it were a matter of course. It seemed that God did not hear her wish. Shiori had always been unattractive, just as Mongo said, not appealing at all. Chapter 31, Entanglement, Part 2. After more than 2 hours of performance, the actors came out to take their bows, and the audience erupted into heartfelt applause. It is important to know that in China, song and dance dramas have always been an unpopular topic. It is truly remarkable to see so many audience members dressed up and giving such enthusiastic applause. Although most of the audience wouldn't pay attention to the constantly changing scenes as the plot developed, Shiori still felt happy. The Beijing Grand Theater had been her dream since she was young. Chung Ruoxing held the woman beside him, feeling satisfied. When he first met Shiori, he knew she was a stubborn woman. After learning about what had happened to her, he never expected to go from initial pity to ultimately becoming lovers. Nor did he realize when he had fallen in love with her or how deep his feelings were. Just a few days ago, he had woken up in the hospital and immediately rushed to the airport, buying a ticket to Beijing. Yes, he had come to see her. When a huge explosion sounded behind him, he felt regret because he had not seen Shiori. The person next to him tugged at his clothes, asking, "What are you thinking about?" I was thinking about that actress who played Madame Butterfly. She's beautiful and sexy. She has completely captivated me. I have her phone number. Do you want it?" Shiori shot him a glare. As soon as they entered the celebration banquet, Shiori spotted Mongo, dressed in a black suit and a maroon bow tie, surrounded by a crowd. The dazzling lights made him look like a king. Chung Ruoxing observed the man who seemed to embody a starry night, and a professional sensitivity told him that this man harbored animosity toward him. He instinctively glanced at Shiori and saw her with her eyes lowered. The air was filled with the fragrance of fine wine, the faint scent of women's perfume, and something else that flowed subtly. Mongo left the celebration halfway through, feeling suffocated. He recalled Chung Jigao's words. Ari is a good girl. Good girls will always be loved. He was a confident man, dressed in ordinary attire. A simple casual suit paired with faded jeans, chatting and laughing with Shiori in front of a group of formally dressed successful individuals. His eyes sparkled when he smiled, and Mongo began to panic. This man resembled a younger version of Uncle Xia. Additionally, what unsettled him was the tacit understanding between Shiori and this man. Chung Ruoxing often looked towards Shiori while speaking, and she consistently responded with a faint smile, which clearly was not something that could be cultivated overnight. Eventually, Mongo escaped, driving aimlessly, his heart sinking like it had plunged into a cold, dark sea. The past 5 years felt like fleeting shadows. During these 5 years, he had always been pushing forward. He wanted to prove to Shiori that he could be a good man, so he discarded the halo of his family status. Hearing that summer was over, he felt desolate. He no longer dared to hope to be with her. Yet, he still had one thought. Just staying by her side was enough. But now, someone was already there beside her. So, what had he been tirelessly striving for over these 5 years? It turned out that everything was just his own wishful thinking. Exhaustion, a sense of near despair, washed over him, making his heart feel like it had aged 10 years. Mongo parked his car in front of his house. In the dappled light, he seemed to see the girl with a ponytail, bundled in a thick down jacket, constantly blowing on her hands, occasionally stomping her feet at the back door, waiting for him to return home. When she had given him the hand-knitted hat, he had carelessly given it to someone else, and even said in front of her that it was a gift from his grandfather. On her 20th birthday, he had accompanied Su Honglian to meet her friends, and when he returned, she had fallen asleep in his room, with an untouched cake at his feet, the candles still intact. He remembered asking her to wait for him in his room before he left, promising to celebrate her 20th birthday with her. But it was already past midnight by then. He felt a dampness on his shoulder. That night, Shiori had clearly cried on his shoulder. That night, when she told him she didn't like him being with Su Honglian, he had refused her. When he returned to his room, he found his shirt's shoulder soaked through. Thinking he was clever, he realized he had always been a fool. Now Mongo couldn't even muster a bitter smile. The light in his grandfather's study was still on, and an old song by Tsai Chin echoed in the room, her deep voice resonating throughout the study. The old man was resting with his eyes closed in a recliner, and Mongo gently approached, resting his head on his grandfather's lap. As soon as the old man opened his eyes, he saw his grandson's head, and it reminded him of the year his mother passed away when he had held his legs in the same way, trembling slightly. "What's wrong? Little girl." "Grandpa." Mongo squeezed out these words from his chest. "Shiori has returned, but I don't want her to come back." Mongo buried his head in his grandfather's lap. If she didn't come back, at least there was hope. At least Summer still lived in hope, not having left. If she didn't come back, he wouldn't have to know that someone named Chung Ruoxing was already by her side. If she didn't come back, at least he could still imagine their reunion in his mind every day. Heaven had led him down the most desperate path. "Grandpa, I don't know what to do anymore." This was the first time Mongo had shown vulnerability in front of his grandfather since becoming an adult. "Yes, I don't know what to do either." After Mongo left, the old man dialed Shiori's phone number. In fact, he had known she was back for a long time and had even looked up her number, but he had been contemplating whether or not to make the call. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to call. He couldn't let those 2 children waste any more time. In the hotel, Shiori hung up the phone, squinting her eyes as she looked at the sea of lights below. She stroked the phone in her hand, which Mongo had forcibly given to her. Tonight, her mood felt a bit blocked. In the past, whenever she knew Mongo was in a bad mood, she would feel a similar heaviness in her heart, as if she were the one feeling down. What a strange habit. Tonight, Mongo's gaze was filled with sadness, even though he was laughing and joking. The sight of Mongo leaving the venue felt like the lonely night, evoking a sense of sorrow. Who just called? Chung Ruoxing had just finished a shower when he saw Shiori staring out the window. He walked over and hugged her. Shiori was petite, and every time he held her, she felt soft and fragile, making it hard for him to let go. "Ruoxing, tomorrow. Do you want to meet a few people with me?" The person in front of her was the one she was about to spend her life with. Shiori suddenly wanted to bring him to meet Grandpa Mongo. Of course, I will be very honored. After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed the lips he had missed for a long time. Shiori appearing with a male companion was something Grandpa Mongo had not anticipated, and their intimate gestures confirmed his suspicions. He finally understood the abnormal behavior his grandson had displayed the previous night. Now, he didn't know whether he had made the right or wrong decision at the beginning. He remembered what he had said to Mongo when he left home. Little Guh, do you know why I named you Mongo? Guh can mean gold weapons and iron horses, or it can mean resolving conflict into peace. Because of hope. That child had been so bravely solitary, perhaps. But now, fate seemed to have played a trick on him. Last night, upon returning to the apartment, Mongo received a call from his grandfather, urging him to come home today. However, when he returned home, he saw a scene like this. Shiori and Chung Ruosheng were both sitting in the living room, and his father was there too, the atmosphere warm and cheerful. Chung Ruosheng didn't know what he was saying, gesturing with his hands and feet. Because of his tall stature, his movements resembled those of a large gorilla, which was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Shiori was watching him, with her brows furrowed, but her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. So this was the feeling. Was Shiori once experiencing countless moments like this? He looked at Su Honglian, and Shiori looked at him, forming a triangular shape in geometry. When he walked in, the tall man looked up at him with surprise in his eyes. Shiori took his hand and stopped in front of Mingo. Ruosheng, this is Mingo, someone I've known since childhood. With this sentence, the guests were already distinguished. Under the old gentleman Mingo's insistence, Shiori and Chung Ruosheng stayed for dinner. The table was filled with Shiori's favorite dishes from before. She used to love fish. Mingo picked a piece of fish and placed it in Shiori's bowl. Shiori clearly hesitated, and Chung Ruosheng, who was sitting next to her, smiled and picked up the piece of fish from her bowl to put in his own. Oh, so that's how it is. Shiori used to love fish, but 2 years ago, she got a fishbone stuck in her throat while eating fish. And after struggling for hours in the hospital, it led to nearly a week of vocal cord inflammation. Since then, this coward has never touched fish again. Chung Ruosheng put down his chopsticks to explain. There was a moment of silence. Old gentleman Mango glanced at Mingo and chuckled, I see. Mango Yobwa felt uneasy as well. How could he not understand his son's feelings? Surely, his heart was now a stormy sea. Looking at Mango, he appeared calm, but his current actions betrayed him. Mango never ate squid slices, yet at this moment, he was chewing on them nonchalantly. Mango Yobwa felt a wave of discomfort. Surely, Mango didn't even know what he was eating now, right? The atmosphere became momentarily oppressive. Shiori cleared her throat and asked, Grandpa, where did Annie go? I haven't seen her. Shiori hadn't seen Mrs. Mango when she arrived. Oh, she's out playing with the kids and her friends today, Mango Yobwa replied. Kids? Shiori hesitated, glanced at Mango, and asked. Ahem. Mango Yobwa's voice was unnatural. The kid is the one my wife and I had later. Mango Yobwa's face turned red, and Shiori smiled, saying to the old gentleman Mango, Grandpa, should we have a game after dinner? I'm not the same as before. In the study, after finishing the game of chess, old gentleman Mango asked Shiori when she would tell Mango about the summer events. Actually, Shiori also planned to tell Mango that she hadn't died. She would tell him when she left. Chapter 32 Entanglement, Part 3. After leaving the study, Shiori went to the room where Mango used to live and knocked on the door. Mango's room still retained its original appearance, with a small movie screening room, tall bookshelves, trophies of various sizes displayed in the window, and a piano by the window. The hole in the glass that she broke with a stone 5 years ago was still there. At this moment, time felt dreamlike. Why is it still preserved? Shiori pointed to the small hole in the glass. Mango did not answer, only said, He treats you well, right? Yes. Shiori's hand fell on the black and white keys of the piano. If it weren't for him, I think you wouldn't be seeing this version of me now. Fate has never shown compassion and has never ceased to impose its control on you because of your misfortunes. This is Shiori's understanding of fate. A certain place in her heart began to beat rapidly. Ari, Mango's voice was hoarse. Are you with him because you feel grateful? Grateful? Maybe. But gratitude alone can't sustain a relationship. Shuri actually wanted to say it was similar to guilt. So do you love him? Mingo asked, trembling. Love? Shuri actually didn't know if she loved Chung Ruoxing. The experiences of these years had almost made her forget that word, and love seemed to have been exhausted during that long period of unrequited love. Turning around, yes, I love him. Shuri's answer left Mingo heartbroken. Heartbroken to the point of saying many insincere words. Ari, that's good. You should live well with him in the future. Ari, I wish you well, truly. In the end, even he didn't know what he was saying anymore. What else could he do? All paths were blocked. What else could he do? Yang Shou held the thick stack of documents in his hands. These days, whenever people from the credit agency saw him, they rolled their eyes. Finally, he got the documents. But the secretary said the boss hadn't come to work for 3 days. Afraid of being blamed by the boss for the delay, he had no choice but to muster the courage to come to his apartment. He almost broke the doorbell before he saw his pale-faced boss opening the door. In Yang Shou's eyes, Mingo was a strong person, but now he was somewhat hard to compliment. I'm sick, Mingo simply said, his voice hoarse. Have you seen a doctor? Yang Shou asked as he placed the documents on the table. Such a big house. It must be lonely for the boss to live here. He had always found it strange that the boss was a native of Beijing, and his family was said to be relatively happy. He didn't know why he had moved out to live alone. It seemed every family has its own troubles. Not going back. Suddenly, his boss spoke. Is your illness serious? If not, should I stay? Mingo in this state was indeed concerning. His face almost devoid of color, wearing a sullen expression, his clothes wrinkled like pickled vegetables, and his hair a mess. No need. I won't die, Mingo said fiercely, not knowing who he was angry with. Leaning on the sofa, Mingo opened the stack of documents. The first thing he noticed was Chung Ruoxing's distinct face, followed by a line of details about him. Chung Ruoxing, male, currently 30 years old, working at Reuters, specializing in war reporting, of Chinese descent, originally from Foshan, Guangdong. His father was a civil servant in Chicago. His mother passed away early, and when he was 16, his father remarried. His stepmother also passed away from illness 3 years ago. Stepmother? Died of illness 3 years ago? Mingo felt as if his heart was about to split open. Fate had never shown mercy to Shuri. First it was Uncle Xia, then it was Xia Tian, and finally, it was her mother. Pressing his hand against his temple, he continued to read. No bad habits, likes photography and travel. After graduating from university, he worked as an editor at a travel magazine in Chicago and later switched to Reuters as a reporter. Most of his monthly salary would automatically be transferred to a hospital account in Miami to help cover his girlfriend's brother's hospitalization costs. Upon reading this, Mingo's heart raced uncontrollably, almost in disbelief. He read it again. Yes, the document listed the same information. He wasn't mistaken. Trembling, he pulled out the folder labeled Chung Ruoxing's girlfriend. Shuri, female, currently 28 years old, moved to Chicago from Beijing 5 years ago to join her mother, has a brother in a vegetative state, currently residing in a hospital in Miami. Vegetative state? Tears streamed down Mingo's face. Xia Tian, how could you become a vegetable? The further he read, the more sorrowful he became. 3 years ago, due to his mother's death, Chung Ruoxing, who was still her stepbrother at the time, took her for 6 months of psychological counseling. He was once diagnosed as a carrier of depression. So that's why Shuri said, without Chung Ruoxing, there wouldn't be the current version of me. Mingo sat for a long time. Having not slept all night, he took a shower, changed clothes, and stood in front of the mirror. Well, Shuri actually lied to him that Xia Tian was dead. The morning breeze made Mingo feel awake. If Xia Tian didn't die, then nothing could stop him. Mingo felt as if thousands of horses were galloping in his mind. When Shuri opened the door for him, all the blood rushed to his head. The white shirt covered a third of her thigh, and she appeared at the door wearing only a shirt and hotel slippers, her hair disheveled. Mingo stared blankly at Shuri, all his accusations dissipating, leaving only her before him, bare-faced, with an expression like a little kitten, making his heart itch. Shuri was also stunned, thinking it was Chung Ruoxing who had just said he was going to the gym. Ari. Mingo's throat was hoarse. When he realized Shuri was wearing a men's shirt, his expression changed. The next second, he rushed into the room, feeling extremely angry, like a husband who caught his wife cheating. Everything in the room was self-explanatory. The messy bedding, the men's slippers. He slammed his hand against the wall. Who could he blame? What right did he have? But that anger was impossible to suppress. You go change your clothes, Mango gritted his teeth. Ironically, the culprit still looked bewildered, making him want to bite her face. Just thinking about her wearing that man's clothes and appearing in front of that man like this drove him crazy. Every time Shiori looked like this, did that man immediately pounce on her, just like he wanted to pounce on her at this moment? Then, Shiori realized her outfit was indeed a bit inappropriate and hurriedly grabbed some clothes and ran to the bathroom. Mango's car drove like crazy. Sitting in Mango's car, Shiori couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" The current Mango was like a volcano ready to erupt. Mango opened the door and forcefully pulled Shiori inside. Turning around and pressing her against the wall, his voice fiery. "Why did you lie to me? Shiori, tell me, why did you lie that Xia Tian was dead? Do you know how despicable you are?" This woman had kept him living in hell for these days. Shiori crouched down, escaping from under his arm, turning her back to him, coldly saying, "It feels terrible to be deceived, right? Especially by someone close to you. Mango, today you finally tasted it. How does it feel? So you lied to me. I did lie to you, but I was ready to tell you the truth before I left here." Shiori turned her head, staring into Mango's eyes. "Did you investigate me?" Mango avoided Shiori's gaze. Shiori smiled. She was afraid to see this person. This person always reminded her of those times. "So, Mango, you must know about Xia Tian, right? A vegetative state. How does that sound?" Those screenwriters always like to bring comatose patients into their movies and TV shows. You must be familiar with this term, right? You probably think in your heart that a comatose patient is just like those portrayed on screen. A good child who is carefree and immersed in sleep all day long. But that's not the case. They experience muscle atrophy, water retention in certain areas leading to edema, and when the weather is hot and humid, they can develop rashes on their backs, large patches that leave you helpless, their hair dry like straw, and their skin dull and lifeless. In summer, when you close your eyes and think of lying in bed, time passes day by day, and summer grows year by year, only to realize that you're about to miss the last moments. The sunlight in Miami is always vast and brilliant, such sunlight that Summer would love dearly. How wonderful it would be if he could touch it. Summer squats down, burying her face in her palms, which are filled with tears. "Mungo, do you know what it feels like to look at the same expression on someone's face for 5 years? Especially when that person's face belongs to your closest and dearest one, who will never speak and remains indifferent to everything you say to him. He always makes you feel hopeless, hopeless enough to want to hit him hard to see if that would wake him up, hopeless enough to want to stab him with a knife to see if he would feel pain, to see if the blood flowing from him is cold. For more than 1,000 days, Summer has been going through that psychological journey of hope and despair, giving rise to hope again, then despair, and so on. She's exhausted. Mungo squats down and hugs Summer, resting his head on the top of her head. Summer punches Mungo's back, hitting as hard as she can. "It's all your fault, you bastard. It's you who made Summer turn out like this. It's you. It's all because of you." Summer leans on Mungo's shoulder, crying like a child. "Yes, it's me. I'm the bastard. I've always been a bastard. I've made Summer like that. It's my fault. It's my mistake, it's me." Mungo murmurs. Chapter 33. Marriage 1. Xiaori still retained her old habit during the summer. Once she cried herself out, she would fall asleep. Mungo gently picked up the curled-up Xiaori and laid her on his bed, then fetched a towel to softly wipe the tears from her face. He gazed at Xiaori's face for a long time, then gently pressed his lips to her face, starting with her forehead, then her eyes, followed by the tip of her nose, and finally her lips. Removing his jacket, Mungo laid down beside Xiaori, inhaling her unique scent. His mind wandered back to the image of Xiaori he saw that morning at the hotel, and he couldn't help but feel warmth throughout his body. He shifted his body slightly away, adjusted his breathing, and closed his eyes. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. This sleep lasted until dusk, and when Xiaori woke up, she saw only a dim light. As soon as she moved, Mungo opened his eyes and pulled her into his embrace. Xiaori was astonished. "Why are you here? Why are you sleeping with me? Sleeping together?" That phrase perfectly delighted Mungo and made his heart bloom. "This is my room. Of course I'm here. Besides, we've slept together before, so why are you so surprised?" Mungo elongated the words sleeping together, making them sound incredibly ambiguous. Her face flushed. Back then, They were just over a decade old. Xiaori tried to struggle free from Mungo's embrace, but he wouldn't let her go. In the end, Mungo lifted his leg and pinned Xiaori beneath him. Now, the two were truly ambiguous, extremely so, especially with their breaths rising and falling together. Xiaori squealed, wanting to escape from the enticing bed. Ari, Mungo suppressed his voice. Please, don't move. If she continued, he would explode. Xiaori was no longer a naive girl in her teens. She understood the situation. She dared not move and allowed Mungo to breathe on her. As soon as Mungo moved away, Xiaori quickly got off the bed and awkwardly adjusted her clothes. I'm going back, she said softly, feeling uneasy with the ambiguous atmosphere lingering in the room. Just as she moved her feet, Mungo, who was sitting on the bed, grabbed her hand. After a moment of silence, he said, Ari, be with me. The room fell into a dead silence as Mungo continued, be with me, Ari. We can take care of Summer together. I'll find a way for Summer's matters. Xiaori tucked her hands into her hair. This person was still the same, never considering others' feelings. Mungo, do you think this is possible? Why not? Isn't Summer still here? Mungo insisted. Xiaori laughed in anger. Listen to me, Mungo. Matters of the heart are not games for children. You can't just say it starts and it starts. Say it ends and it ends. Have you ever heard that? Wherever you go, there are traces left behind. And you, Mungo, have left a deep mark in my heart. My brother spent 2 years in prison for you. Then, 5 years. Over 1,000 days passed without consciousness. Do you think we can? Besides, I'm leaving and I'm getting married. So Mungo, don't waste time on me. You think you can leave? Didn't your boss tell you? Our company will collaborate with yours to make a movie, and you will stay as the consultant for this collaboration, Mungo said coldly. Xiaori was stunned and angrily grabbed a pillow from the bed and smashed it over Mungo's head. You bad person, lunatic, neurotic scum. The pillow fell wildly on Mungo. How can you speak so righteously and do such things? How dare you? Who do you think you are? On what grounds? Mungo hugged Xiaori's waist, resting his head against her chest. He didn't want to reach this point, nor did he want to corner Xiaori, but he would not let her leave, nor would he let her marry another man. Ari, just listen to me this time. In the future, I'll listen to everything you say, okay? Mungo's voice was almost pleading. This person truly took feelings as a joke, but let him be happy. Xiaori bit him hard on the neck. Mungo winced in pain, loosening his grip, and Xiaori seized the opportunity to break free from him. Mungo, you'd better not appear in front of me again. If you treat me like this again, I will fight you. Xiaori left after saying this harsh sentence. 5 minutes after Xiaori left, Mungo picked up the phone and had he ding-dang booked the fastest flight to the United States. A few days later, Ken excitedly informed Xiaori that he would collaborate with T, or to create a musical film similar to the Oscar-winning movie Chicago. And all the stage design for the film would be personally handled by him. And she, Xiaori, would stay in China as the consultant for this collaboration. In the end, the sycophant A. Shu chimed in. Xiaori, are you happy? Your salary doubled. When Mungo returned home, he saw Xiaori leaning against the door of his apartment, her face hidden in the dimming light. Hearing footsteps, she looked up at him, her eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. Gripping her luggage tightly, she thought not to soften her heart. Mungo's other hand crackled. Have you been waiting long? Mungo opened the password lock. Xiaori didn't answer and followed Mungo inside, sitting directly on the sofa and finding a comfortable position to lean back. She had been looking for Mungo all day, but his secretary said he went to the United States. Then she found Cheng Zhigao, who told her Mungo would return tonight. So she came here to wait for him. Mungo poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Xiaori. Are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat? This was Mungo, remaining so calm after a series of big moves. Mungo, Xiaori took a sip of water. Stop it, okay? We are both capable adults, so let it go. You know Summer is in the United States. I can't stay here. You should talk to Ken. Clearly, it was his fault, yet she still had to beg him in the end. Mungo made himself a cup of coffee to stay alert. He was also tired. The past few days had undoubtedly been a war for him, with less than 10 hours of sleep combined over that time. And over 10 hours of flying made him exhausted. The next few hours were crucial for him. He had to be fully focused for this exhausting negotiation. Finding a comfortable position, Mungo said, Xiaori, do you know Donnie, Gerald Donnie? The name made Xia Ri's spirit lift, and her heart raced. How could she not know Gerald Donny? He had once brought her a sense of impending doom, and she had pursued him for nearly a year. Gerald Donny was born into a famous medical family in the United States and is one of the most authoritative neurologists in recent years. He had performed brain surgeries on several patients who had been in a coma for a long time, successfully removing blood clots from their brains. Of the 4 patients he operated on, 3 recovered, while 1 died during surgery. At that time, Xia Tian's attending physician suggested she seek out this man because the cases of those patients who had undergone Dr. Donny's surgery were very similar to Xia Tian's. So, whenever Xia Ri had free time, she would stand guard at the Donny family's door, but she was turned away every time. Later, someone told her that this Dr. Donny only operated on wealthy clients and had a strange personality. Sometimes even money wouldn't work. She didn't believe it, and finally, with Cheng Ruoxing's help, she finally met him. In the summer, I still remember that it was a thick winter season. In that splendid Chinese restaurant, Mr. Donny was leisurely sipping afternoon tea, with a magazine on the table. After she finished stating her purpose, he picked up the magazine, opened it, and pointed to a page, saying in pure American English, "Can you book me a ticket like this? If you can, I will agree." It was an aviation magazine, advertising the future space travel of the famous European airline Virgin. At that moment, Xia Ri shed tears. No, she didn't have the ability. The ticket price was astronomical. She was just a small employee at a design company. How could she do it? That day, Cheng Ruoxing was escorted out by his bodyguard because he had been cursing at his employer. From then on, Xia Ri no longer thought about Mr. Donny. Mongo, Xia Ri's voice trembled involuntarily, and she cautiously asked, Do you know him? Mongo nodded. We met the day before yesterday and had a meal together. I gave him Xia Tian's medical case. Xia Ri rushed to Mongo's side, gripping his collar tightly. Really? Mongo? You really know him? You really had dinner with him? You really gave him Xia Tian's case? Please, Mongo, don't lie to me. Mongo's words were like a ray of light. Xia Ri almost doubted whether this moment was a dream. It's all true, Ari. Mongo held Xia Ri's shoulders. And we also went to see Xia Tian, and he even gave Xia Tian a full checkup. How is it? Xia Ri's voice trembled violently. Because Xia Tian was still young and had good innate physical conditions, Donny said there was an 80% chance for the surgery. Xia Ri suddenly jumped up from the sofa, shaking Mongo's body incessantly. Mongo, that's great. Mongo, it's really great. Mongo. She began to speak incoherently. It was an unexpected celebration, joy crashing over her like a huge wave. After her mind cleared a little, she hugged Mongo tightly. Mongo, you did something amazing. Thank you, Mongo. Mongo took a deep breath. Xia Ri, this surgery for Xia Tian comes with conditions. Her face suddenly turned pale as Xia Ri remembered the setback. Her eyes staring directly at Mongo. The condition is you, Xia Ri. Mongo said word by word. The price for Xia Tian's surgery is that Xia Ri must become Mongo's wife. Xia Ri felt as if she had heard an absurd joke, one that was not funny at all. But indeed it was a joke, just like a ruining bee's most cherished possession, and then a offering to help you restore it, while imposing harsh and unreasonable additional conditions. Mongo, you're insane. Yes, I am insane. Time is cruel, consuming all beautiful friendships. They had once been childhood sweethearts, completely trusting each other. She still remembered that year when the spring was bright. He held her hand and brought her to the foot of the Great Wall. She couldn't walk anymore and said, Mongo, you go ahead. I will wait for you here. After you see it, tell me about the scenery. The handsome boy replied, No, good scenery must be seen together with you. Then he carried her on his back. She always remembered all the little kindnesses he showed her. But today, those were all unrecognizable. Chapter 34 Marriage, Part 2, 3 hours later. Xia Ri signed a marriage agreement with Mengo, as well as the divorce agreement. Xia Ri felt that Mengo had made a very unprofitable deal, 5 years as obligated spouses. And after 5 years, if either of them felt it wasn't working, they could divorce, at which point she could claim half of his property and receive alimony every year. 5 years. Even if it were 100 years, she would agree even if she didn't get a penny. Xia Ri thought Mengo was a bit foolish, finding it ridiculous that such a romantic comedy scenario was happening to her. What was called beautiful in movies was merely a business transaction in reality. Shiori didn't know why Mingo was doing this. Maybe it was out of affection, maybe out of guilt, or was something else. But at this moment, it didn't matter anymore. Unable to suppress a mocking smile, Shiori hung her arms around Mingo's neck and whispered in his ear, "Darling, from now on, you need to work hard to make money. So when we get divorced, the amount I get will be a bit more. At that time, I will be grateful to you." Mingo pulled her hands off his neck. "Don't be angry, Arir. I didn't want it to be this way, but I don't want to see you marry someone else. Don't be angry. If after 5 years, you think I'm not good enough, then I will let you go." Still finding it hard to bear his humility, Shiori picked up her bag from the sofa. As she walked to the door, she heard Mingo say, "Tomorrow we'll go register. I'll pick you up, and I'll send someone to bring your luggage back from the hotel." The response to Mingo was the sound of a loud door slamming. Back at the hotel, Chung Ruoxing was sitting on the floor, a laptop resting on his lap, a pen in his mouth. Shiori walked over and pressed her face against his back. This man had a warm and broad back, like a harbor, and being next to him always brought her peace. However, that might not be possible anymore. "Are you tempting me?" Chung Ruoxing chuckled softly, pulling Shiori in front of him and kissing her cheek. Shiori quietly watched him work. "Something's off with you tonight," Chung Ruoxing said, taking the laptop away and pulling Shiori into his arms. "What's wrong? Is it about Shiori?" "Ruoxing, let's go eat." Occasionally, Shiori felt like the most heartless person in the world. On the way back, she was still thinking about how to break up with Chung Ruoxing, her mind rationally sorting out one plan after another. Chung Ruoxing liked Japanese cuisine, but because Shiori didn't, and because Japanese food was expensive, he hadn't visited a Japanese restaurant in a long time. Shiori ordered all of Chung Ruoxing's favorite dishes, and for the first time, she served sashimi to him, dipping it in wasabi like a devoted wife. In the end, she finally cried, tears dropping onto the table, her tear ducts particularly fierce lately. "All right, tell me what's wrong. Let me help you solve it," Chung Ruoxing said as he hugged her. This man was always like this. 2 years ago, when Shiori's mother passed away and she exhausted all her savings, facing the reality that she couldn't afford Summer's medical expenses, her club fired her for offending a client. On the unfamiliar streets of a foreign land, Shiori closed her eyes tightly and thought, "So be it. Sex work, it's not such a big deal. Aren't we all like that?" At that time, it was Chung Ruoxing who stopped her, saying, "Silly girl, don't forget I'm your boyfriend. I'll help you with your problems." He then gave up his favorite job and sold himself to Reuters. Chung Ruoxing, how much he loved to travel and the carefree lifestyle Shiori had always known. In the past, it was taken for granted because she could repay him, but now, she could no longer repay him, couldn't marry him, couldn't go on a honeymoon to Glamling Island, and couldn't have children with him. Shiori took out the resident permit for Glamling Island that Chung Ruoxing had drawn for her a long time ago, along with the ring on her necklace, and placed them in front of him. "Ruoxing, I can't marry you anymore because I'm going to marry Mingo." Chung Ruoxing frowned. "Do you know, Ruoxing, I liked Mingo since my teenage years. No, I should say it was a crush. Now that I finally have a chance to be with him, I don't want to give it up. Do you understand?" Chung Ruoxing tapped her forehead lightly with a fork. "Shiori, what on earth are you thinking? Do you think I would listen to your nonsense?" Liking him was only part of the reason. Shiori remained unfazed. The more important reason is that after marrying him, he will take responsibility for Summer. "Ruoxing, you've seen what my life has been like over the past few years. I'm terrified of that life. I'm afraid of receiving calls from the hospital demanding payment, afraid of hearing about rising medical expenses, and I'm afraid of you working in such a dangerous place. What if one day you don't come back? What should I and Summer do? You should understand what I'm saying, right?" Shiori raised her head. Chung Ruoxing's expression was no longer relaxed. "So, Ruoxing, once this contract ends, just go back to America." Closing her eyes, Shiori murmured, "Please, Ruoxing." Chung Ruoxing had a dream last night, dreaming of fishing with Shiori on the ice in Alaska, listening to music and drinking beer. The big fish they caught flopping before them, its scales glistening in the sunlight. A bitter smile appeared. Such a beautiful and vivid dream represented heartbreak. All right. Chung Ruoxing patted Shiori's shoulder, his voice bitter and sour. "Stop crying, I understand, I get it. I will go back to America." What an unfortunate person. Such a good man destined to be missed. Shiori self-deprecatingly looked at her long shadow cast by the light. Shiori took Chung Ruoxing to the dream factory. A bit tipsy, She asked him, "Will you hate me? Will you dislike me? Will you think I'm a heartless woman?" Chung Ruoxing didn't answer, staring blankly at his wine glass. "Ruoxing, please don't hate me, okay? Just pity me and don't hate me, all right?" Shuri pointed at herself. "This woman in front of you has hoped for a lot of love since childhood, but those who loved me have all left. Even Summer has become like that. I don't know what to do anymore. I know you love me, and that makes me very happy. You don't know how happy I am. Just thinking that you might hate me feels like a thorn lodged in my throat, making me extremely uncomfortable. So please don't hate me, okay?" Chung Ruoxing began to understand a bit. The woman in front of him, no, perhaps he should say a child lacking security, always wanting to grasp something due to that lack of security, like love, or the obsession with Summer. "All right, I promise you, I won't hate you, nor will I dislike you." And, Chung Ruoxing sighed, "It should be very difficult to forget such a Shuri, right? And I think I'll continue to love you." Shuri leaned her head on Chung Ruoxing's shoulder. "But what should I do, Ruoxing? Hearing you say that makes that thorn in my throat hurt even more." After thinking about it, "Chung Ruoxing, all I need is for you not to hate me. You should go love other girls." That night, Shuri got completely drunk. Chung Zhigao looked coldly at Shuri, pouring glass after glass of alcohol into herself, while the tall man beside her looked at her with a very complicated expression. It was clear that their relationship was deep. When they went out, he followed them out as well. He didn't dare to call Mungo, fearing that the guy would go on a drunken rampage. The scene from a few years ago when Mungo beat Jiang Haoyan was still fresh in his mind. That guy treated Jiang as an enemy as soon as he heard about Summer and Jiang Haoyan kissing. After leaving the Dream Factory, Summer, unable to distinguish the road due to her drunkenness, was carried on Chung Ruoxing's back, who smiled wryly. After walking a few steps, Summer suddenly broke free from his back, squinted her eyes, crouched down, and looked around, then walked directly to the round pillar resting in the corridor to take down the fire extinguisher. She stopped in front of a silver Porsche for a long time and gave a strange smile to the bewildered Chung Ruoxing. Then, she picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard against the windshield of the Porsche, laughing giddily while shouting, "Mungo, I smashed your car. Let's see if you still dare to use Summer as a pawn." When the glass shattered, Summer laughed even harder. For a moment, the area in front of the Dream Factory was bustling. The car alarm blared loudly, and many people gathered around. Chung Ruoxing took Summer down from the car hood, and Summer smiled at him, saying, "Ruoxing, I was really happy just now. I smashed that jerk Mungo's car." After saying that, she wrapped her arms around Chung Ruoxing's neck and found a comfortable spot in his arms to fall asleep. Chung Ruoxing smiled wryly. She was happy. But the owner of the car was fuming, a young man with chestnut-colored hair glaring at them as if he could spit fire. Chung Zhigao had no choice but to call Mungo. By the time Mungo arrived, several people had already been taken to the nearby police station, where only 2 officers were on duty. The car owner looked relentless, while the culprit was still sound asleep in someone's arms. Mungo shot a cold glance at the 2 of them and, with his lawyer, replaced Chung Zhigao to negotiate with the car owner. Upon seeing Mungo, the owner's face momentarily froze, then his smile widened. By the time they walked out of the police station, it was already early morning. As soon as they exited, Mungo tried to take Summer from Chung Ruoxing's arms. "No need, I can handle it." Chung Ruoxing still held Summer tightly. "Now you can't. In a few hours, she will become my wife." "No, to be more precise, she is already my wife," Mungo said coldly, unceremoniously moving Summer from Chung Ruoxing's arms to his own. After walking a distance with Mungo, Chung Zhigao couldn't help but look back at the man named Chung Ruoxing, who remained in that position with his hand half extended in the air, as if Summer were still in his arms. He stood there straight, the night casting him as a silhouette, clearly a tall and imposing figure, yet in the light and shadow, that silhouette gave off a sense of desolation. Chapter 35 Marriage, Part 3. The staff in the PR department of T were overwhelmed as soon as they entered the office today. Their low-profile boss had somehow attracted unwanted attention. Early this morning, a video went viral across major websites, showing a man bowing and apologizing to another man outside a police station. To their shock, the man bowing was their Our president. The video, involving the charming yet usually discreet boss of TR, sparked a rush of curiosity among the masses, with paparazzi eagerly trying to dig deeper. almost wishing to become detectives. Given that the incident took place at a sensitive location like a police station, it quickly became a hot topic on the streets and in various newspapers within just a few hours. What frustrated Jean Taiyu was that the person involved had his phone off all day. The people in the secretary's office said that Meng Ge had instructed them that he wouldn't be coming to work for the next few days. He pushed back all the work he could, leaving the rest for the second in command, which was Jean Taiyu himself to handle. Fine, he wouldn't hold it against him. To be honest, he was a bit worried about Meng Ge lately. That guy had been acting strangely, either daydreaming or seeming like a ticking time bomb, sometimes showing a dull look in his eyes. Having spent quite some time with him, Jean Taiyu guessed that Meng Ge must be dealing with something extremely troubling. So, on this day, Jean Taiyu was like a wound-up machine, rushing from one place to another. To be honest, an hour ago he was in a good mood because a client brought his daughter, who had just graduated and was following her father to learn the business. The daughter was exactly Jean Taiyu's type, beautiful like a doll, and she had a way of electrifying his heart. He pretended to know a lot about Chinese culture and insisted on not using a translator, which resulted in several amusing blunders. But what is a couple of harmless jokes if it makes a beautiful girl laugh? However, the girl ended up saying something shocking. "Mr. Jean, your President Meng must be feeling very down right now, right? My classmates, and I believe that someone set him up to smear his reputation." With tears in her eyes, she continued, "Mr. Jean, do you have his personal mobile number? Can you tell me? I just want to let him know that we all believe in him." Oh, he felt like cursing. After all that effort, what did he get? After the beauty left, he grew increasingly agitated and in a fit of anger. He decided to go to Meng Ge's home. He wanted to tell him off that he was done with this and was going back to Korea. He wanted a vacation. To his surprise, he found that even the door lock code had been changed. He reached out and pressed the doorbell hard. He had no good feelings for the doorbell or the person inside. "Jean Taiyu, what are you doing here instead of at the company?" Meng Ge maintained his charming image even at home, wearing loose dark blue pants and a gray V-neck sweater, with some bangs falling on his forehead. If the girls from the company saw him like this, they would probably faint again. Wait, he was here to confront him, not to admire him. Where to start, right? From seniority. In Korea, seniority is important. He was 6 years older, yet Meng Ge always called him Jean Taiyu. "Hey, Meng Yi," Jean Taiyu shouted, still considering whether to confront him in Korean or Chinese. "Shoo." Meng Ge hurriedly placed his finger on his lips. "Keep your voice down." After saying that, he glanced at the closed door. Jean Taiyu immediately realized that something was off in the room. No wonder he wasn't at work. He was hiding in a warm nest. The ice mountain had finally softened. "You be honest. Is there a girl hiding in your room?" Jean Taiyu adopted a tone reminiscent of Japanese people. Meng Ge shrugged and didn't answer. Suddenly, Jean Taiyu rushed towards the room like the wind. But Meng Ge pulled him back firmly. "All right, Jean Taiyu, Taiyu-ji, spare me, please." The two sat back down on the sofa, staring at each other. After a while, Meng Ge finally stammered, "Actually, my fiancée is in there. We were supposed to register our marriage today, but she drank too much last night, so we had to postpone it to tomorrow. You can keep this to yourself. She said it's best if fewer people know about our marriage. Taiyu, you're my trusted friend, and I believe you won tea spread around. She's still sleeping now. I'll definitely introduce you to her another day." Jean Taiyu was completely shocked. Marrying a man like Meng Ge was a dream come true for countless girls. It should be announced to the world. And here was this ice mountain, practically dripping honey when he spoke about her. What was going on now? Feeling a pang in his heart, he asked, "Is your future wife the one from your wallet?" "Wallet? Oh, right. She is the one in my wallet," Meng Ge nodded. But Jean Taiyu, prying into someone's privacy isn't what a gentleman does, you know? Jean Taiyu automatically ignored the latter part of Meng Ge's words. This was it soon. He would have his beloved. Well, what about him? Jean Taiyu felt a sourness in his heart. Xiaori woke up, startled, to find Meng Ge sitting at the head of her bed. "How did you get here?" Meng Ge brought a cup of strange-looking liquid to her. "Drink this. It's a hangover remedy." After hesitating for a moment, Xiaori accepted the hangover soup Meng Ge offered. Last night's events came back to her in fragments. Chung Ruoxing's eyes were too sad. So sad that she didn't know what to do, and in her frustration, she smashed Meng Ge's car. After that, she couldn't remember anything else. "Is your car all right?" Xiaori lay back down on the bed, still suffering from a splitting headache. It's fine. Ming leaned down. Ari, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat, okay? This gentle Ming Gu made Xiaori feel anxious, uneasy, and in some part of her heart, something was slowly softening, along with an unconscious urge to escape. No need. I want to sleep a bit longer. Covering her head with the blanket, Xiaori fell back into a drowsy sleep. Little by little, Xiaori stared at the dawn light seeping through the curtain seams, watching it grow brighter until it became blinding, finally replaced by the sun. She was now sleeping in Meng Ji's room, in his bed. She had woken up since the early hours and had kept her eyes open until dawn. She heard the door to the next room open, followed by soft footsteps, and then she heard faint sounds from the kitchen. When everything returned to calm, her door was opened. Meng Gu approached her bed and patted her face. Wake up, Ari. I know you've been awake for a while. I made breakfast. Hurry up and eat. You haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. Aren't you hungry? Her stomach coincidentally growled, and Xiaori awkwardly opened her eyes, only to see Meng Gu looking at her with an amused expression. With a red stamp on the paper, she became his wife. Xiaori felt that everything was a bit absurd, like a childish play. Meng Gu secretly glanced at Xiaori and noticed a hint of mockery on her calm face. He squeezed her hand. It's okay. I have 5 years to prove myself. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Meng Gu pulled Xiaori into his car. Once the car started, he glanced at Xiaori. Say whatever you want. They were too familiar with each other. A single glance could easily convey their thoughts. How about this? There is still time. Let's go take a look at the house I bought in the East District. The renovations are almost done. You'll like it. If you like it there, we can move in. It's a bit far, but the environment is great and very peaceful. Summer revealed a sarcastic smile. Mungo, you're not planning to give me a honeymoon period now, are you? Don't forget why we got married. Mungo held Summer's hand with one hand. Don't say that, okay? Ari. Summer lowered her head. Mungo took her to the theater, and Summer stood at the entrance of the theater for a long time before she hailed a cab to the hotel. The hotel staff told Summer that Mr. Chung had already left and handed her an envelope, saying it was left for her by Mr. Chung. Inside the envelope was the ring she had returned to him, the resident card for Grandling Island, and a card with beautiful Chinese characters saying goodbye, with a sun drawn underneath, vibrant in color. To be honest, he Ding Dang really wanted to comfort her handsome and capable boss. That video must have hit him hard, as he had been gloomy since he stepped into the office. She had mustered the courage several times to encourage him under the pretext of delivering documents, even preparing her lines. But she just didn't dare. The way her boss remained silent was a clear sign to keep her distance, exuding a strong aura. This was already the 3rd time she had wandered around in front of him, placing the documents back on his desk. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, he waved his hand impatiently. At that moment, his personal phone rang, and he answered it with an annoyed expression. Before her boss could lose his temper, he Ding Dang thought she should sneak away first. Just as she turned around, she heard a gentle baritone that seemed to drip with water. You're home. Then, he Ding Dang listened as he recited a series of numbers on the phone, repeating them several times without a hint of impatience. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it. Then he said, wait for me. I'll be back soon. After hanging up, he looked unsatisfied and muttered softly, what a numbers idiot. Treated like an invisible person. He Ding Dang watched her boss hang up the phone, sort the documents into piles, and grab the car keys, almost doing it all in one breath. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and smiled at her, a smile that almost melted her bones, and finally said, Secretary, your dress is really beautiful today. Here it comes again. Last time it was about the earrings, this time it's about the dress. He Ding Dang certainly didn't believe that her dress caught his eye. It was beautiful only because it belonged to the woman he was on the phone with. He Ding Dang was very curious about who this woman, who could make her generally indifferent boss so visibly pleased, was. She was sure it wouldn't be Su Honglian. The way her boss spoke to Su Honglian on the phone was always measured, neither distant nor overly warm. A bright and vivid face flashed through her mind. That day, the boss personally made coffee for her, adding an extra piece of sugar to her cup. That woman must really like sweet things. You're home? Could it be? Are they living together? Chapter 36 Reunion 1. Perhaps it was 5 years later that Shiori and Mongo first sat together so calmly. The light was the orange-red light that Shiori loved the most, a color that symbolized warmth, softening every corner of the living room. He sat next to her, his eyes fixed on the huge LCD screen where the American blockbuster 2012 was playing. After dinner, he pulled her onto the sofa and said the countless words he had said before. Shiori, watch the movie with me. The scene was too familiar. So familiar that it made her think they were still in the past, without the long separation of 5 years. This orange-red light gradually softened Shiori's heart. Tonight's Mongo surprised her as he could cook, and did it quite well. The old Mongo was the kind of young master who would be served hand and foot. As she stared blankly at the 3 dishes and a soup on the table, he casually remarked, "Living alone, if you can't cook, you'll starve." Turning her face, Shiori secretly observed the familiar face she hadn't seen in a long time. The creator had put all his effort into him. The adult Mongo was like a perfect work of art, and in the light his face still fascinated her, more so than any oil painting. She remembered that someone once said that if a Chinese man were a play, no matter how pale the content, it would still be a box office hit because countless women would pay for that face. Silently laughing to herself, well, Mongo could at most be considered a vase. My face looks better than 5 years ago, right? Suddenly, the person next to her said with suppressed laughter. Unnaturally, she shifted her gaze to the screen, as if she had looked at him for too long. She stood up and walked towards the guest room. Although Mongo wanted her to sleep in his room, and he would take the guest room, she felt uneasy sleeping in his room, as if everything had returned to the past, and she was still that silly girl in love with him. Mongo wished he could bite off his own tongue. He had longed for moments like this countless times, yet seeing Shiori gazing at him with such adoration was too cute and silly, as if they had returned to their 17 or 18-year-old selves, so he couldn't help but want to tease her again. After taking a shower, Shiori picked up a book and leaned back on the bed. After a while, the door opened, and Mongo, smelling of soap, also took a book and leaned back on her bed, mimicking her. Shiori shot him a fierce glare as he adopted his old tone. Just for a while. I'll go back to my own room soon. This version of Mongo always made it easy for Shiori to soften her heart. The years they spent together had seeped into their very bones, turning into a profound emotion. No matter how far you push it away, it was always within reach. She turned around, facing away from him. I heard about the car incident. I'm sorry, Shiori said. This afternoon, as soon as she entered the theater, Ashu had presented a video to her, in which Mongo was apologizing to someone with chestnut-colored hair. She called Chung Jigao and learned that it was all trouble of her own making. The car owner wanted Mongo to apologize and even suggested recording it on the spot. If you really feel sorry for me, just turn your head and let's talk. Mongo certainly wouldn't let this good opportunity slip away. Shiori felt a mix of laughter and tears. He seemed to have transformed back into the Mongo of their youth. Let's talk about the surgery. All right. Let's add a little incentive. After hesitating for a moment, Shiori finally turned her head, and as she did, she collided with his starry eyes, which looked like a captivating dream under the light. Shiori quickly lowered her gaze, fearing she would fall into that dream again. Mongo leaned a little closer to Shiori. In a few days, Donnie will confirm the surgery date, and I will go with you. Can't we go in a few days? Shiori missed summer a bit. She had been away from the U.S. for some time. Not in the next few days. Shiori soon understood why they couldn't go in the next few days. Ashu presented Mongo's schedule in a live broadcast manner, and the entertainment news online and on TV was overwhelming, reporting on President T.R.'s entanglement with an Arab beauty, detailing the identity of this Arab beauty. She was a genuine royal member, a daughter of a noble family, and it was said that she came to this ancient Eastern country at Mongo's special invitation. Mongo insisted in front of the media that she was just a friend who had come a long way, and he was merely fulfilling his duties as a host. However, intimate photos of the two together were published one after another, climbing the Great Wall together, visiting the Forbidden City together, experiencing Beijing's Hutong culture together, and dining in an exotic restaurant, among which was a photo of Mongo personally playing the piano to entertain his companion. In the photo, Mongo wore a white shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and appeared tender and affectionate, while the Arab beauty looked enraptured beside him. The media boldly predicted whether this foreign romance would blossom. Shiori, do you think this foreign romance will blossom? Ashu turned the computer screen toward Shiari, forcing her to look at the sweet scenes of the two. How would I know? Shiari shot Ashu a glare, realizing that the reason he had said they couldn't go in the next few days was because of this Arab beauty. This person seemed particularly interested in Middle Eastern beauties, having previously been enamored with Persian princesses and now Arab beauties. Around 5 o'clock, Shiari returned to Mongo's apartment. But Mongo still hadn't come back. They hadn't seen each other in days. When he returned, she was already asleep, and when she went to work, he was still sleeping. Around 10 o'clock, Chung Zhigao returned with a drunk Mongo, who was so intoxicated that he stumbled as he walked, with his assistant following behind. They helped Mongo into his room, and Chung Zhigao came out and said to Shiari, who was drawing on the sofa, "Shiari, go in and take care of him." "Aren't you here?" Shiari didn't even look up, coldly responding. Chung Zhigao was infuriated by her emotionless demeanor. He walked up to her and yanked her up from the sofa. "Shiari, you've had enough time to be angry and to hate all these years. He's done this much. He knows his stomach is bad and shouldn't drink. But to please those Saudis, he drinks as much as they offer. Do you know why he wants to please those Saudis? Isn't it because of you? Because of Summer? That Dr. Donnie likes Saudi royal yachts, but royal yachts aren't something you can just buy. That kid even had to use his good looks to charm their sister into agreeing to sell him the yacht. If those people knew his true intentions, he would be in big trouble." Chung Zhigao, seeing that Shiari remained calm, grew even angrier and pulled her to open Mongo's study, pointing at a painting on the wall. "Do you see that? That is your painting. I never knew this kid could be so childish. In this era, with his status, no one would believe it if he said it. Mongo could have any kind of woman he wanted, and Su Honglian had always been devoted to him. Yet he could easily break up with her. That was the mural Shiari painted at DreamWorks, and Mongo had actually moved it here intact. The once vibrant colors had faded. The rainbow, stripped of its color, was no longer bright, and the 7 children's silhouettes beneath it were modeled. It stood opposite the desk, visible at a glance to anyone sitting behind it. Shiari stood dazed in front of the painting. Before leaving, Chung Zhigao said, "I've been by his side all these years. I know his thoughts best. Shiari, if Summer can get better this time, give him a chance." After Chung Zhigao and the others left, Xiaori entered Meng Ji's room. Meng Ge, lying on the bed, had a pale complexion, and the veins on his forehead were visible with his breathing. Xiaori unbuttoned his shirt, and when she got to the 3rd button, Meng Ge murmured her name. "Ari, Ari." His hands were grasping aimlessly in the air, and Xiaori held his hands. "Meng Ge, I'm here. The person with his eyes tightly closed opened his mouth and kissed the hand he was holding in a flurry of affection. Xiaori gently stroked Meng Ji's face with her other hand. He looked like an innocent child in his sleep. This face, this person had once given all his love. And now, what to do, Xia Tian? It seems everything has rekindled. 2 days later, Xiaori and Meng Ge arrived in Miami together. After many years, Meng Ge finally saw Xia Tian, the boy who had once called him brother multiple times, quietly lying on the bed, surrounded by various instruments. He crouched in front of the bed, pressed his face against Xia Tian's hand, and murmured, "I'm sorry, Xia Tian." Xiaori was in tears beside him. They met Donnie on the 2nd day of their arrival in Miami, at a restaurant near Miami Beach. Donnie was dressed in a white casual outfit, and under Meng Ji's introduction, he shook Xiaori's hand and said, "Nice to meet you." Xiaori smiled at him. This gentlemanly smile probably made him forget about her. Xia Tian's surgery was set for that weekend. In the days leading up to it, Xiaori seemed to be suffering from anxiety, repeatedly calling Donnie to confirm the risks of the surgery. She wished she could be glued to Xia Tian 24 hours a day, often staring blankly while holding his hand. In the end, it was Meng Ge who carried the sleeping Xiaori back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, she was still anxious, holding Meng Ge and saying meaningless things. On the night before the surgery, she held Meng Ji's hand and said, "Meng Ge, what if Xia Tian doesn't have the surgery?" "Okay." Finally, she collapsed in Meng Ji's arms and cried, "Meng Ge, I'm so scared. That 20% makes me terrified. Meng Ge, you know I'm such an unlucky person. I can't keep anyone around me. I often think if I hadn't gone to find my mom, would she not have gotten sick? It must be my bad luck that brought her illness. Meng Ge, I'm afraid. I've always been an unlucky person. I'm scared for Xia Tian." Meng Gu covered Xia Ri's mouth with his hand and held her tightly in his arms. Ri, listen to me. I promise you, Xia Tian will be fine. I swear I will make sure Xia Tian is okay. Do you believe me? In that moment, Meng Ji's gaze was firm, as if he had transformed into the cavalry from the movie The Light Cavalry on the Rooftop, which Xia Ri had long remembered, protecting the heroine under his wings in a time filled with the scent of death. Unconsciously, Xia Ri nodded. On the day of the surgery, the weather was sunny and pleasant. On the day of the surgery, Xia Ri welcomed a long-missed person, Su Honglian. Chapter 37 Reunion, Part 2, Under the Bright Miami Sun. She leaned against a yellow square column with her back to them, her figure alluring. Her loosely gathered hair revealed a neck as graceful as a swan, and below it, a thin maroon veil wrapped around her enchanting body. That silhouette inevitably reminded Summer of Maggie Chung-in in The Mood for Love. With just one glance, Summer recognized it was Su Honglian. She looked even more beautiful, the appropriate makeup enhancing her beyond what was seen in magazines, newspapers, or on screens. Calmly, Summer watched her approach step by step. All along, Su Honglian had been a thorn in Summer's heart, occasionally remembering her caused pain. Su Honglian, what are you doing here? Summer said coldly. I know Mr. Donnie. I accidentally heard him mention he would perform surgery on Xia Tian, Su Honglian replied. Not looking at Summer, but focusing on the figures behind her, whether it was Donnie or Mongo, was unclear. So I came. Summer, let me stay here today. I will leave after Xia Tian's surgery. Summer didn't respond. She walked up to Donnie and asked, Can I see Xia Tian again? Donnie nodded. Summer approached the hospital room and closed the door behind her. Half an hour later, she emerged with red-rimmed eyes. Mongo stepped in front of her and held her tightly. When Xia Tian was pushed into the operating room, Summer curled up like a small shrimp on the chair outside, gripping Mongo's shirt tightly. Mongo remained still in that position, allowing her to hold on. Su Honglian felt that time in this hospital corridor was frozen, suffocatingly so. The two had maintained that position for nearly 3 hours, with her beloved tightly embracing another girl, even breathing cautiously, afraid to disturb her emotions. She coldly mocked in her heart. She never knew Mongo had such willpower, maintaining that awkward position for 3 hours. In their eyes, she seemed just like a wisp of air. For hours passed, and Mongo wanted to get something for Summer to eat. The moment he moved, she clutched him tightly, saying, Mongo, don't go, don't go. No, I'm not leaving. I won't leave. Mongo gently patted her shoulder. Mongo, why is the surgery taking so long? Will it? Will it? No, it won't. The surgery will end soon, Ri. Mongo, Xia Tian will really get better, right? You wouldn't want to leave me, right? Yes, Xia Tian will get better. He wouldn't want to leave you. Mongo, talk to me. Anything will do. All right. How about we talk about Xia Tian's embarrassing moments before? No. Xia Tian would be unhappy. He might come back to settle the score with me later. Then let me tell you about my embarrassing moments. I've never shared them with anyone. Su Honglian's hand was sore from holding on. Finally, the surgery door opened, and Donnie, drenched in sweat, walked out of the operating room. Summer stared blankly at his face, a metallic sound scraping at her eardrums, making it hard to hear what he was saying. Donnie kept signaling her with an okay gesture. Finally, she got Xia Tian back, retrieved him from the hands of fate. As the tension in her heart eased, her vision darkened, and she fainted into Mongo's arms. Summer woke up in the hotel room, the night deepening. Mongo sat at her bedside, holding her hand, his messy hair falling on his forehead, half-closed eyes. The moment she moved, his eyes opened. In the silent space, they gazed deeply at each other, as if reuniting after a long war. He pressed his face against her hand, murmuring Ri, Ri. Warm tears fell onto Summer's hand, landing heavily on her heart. Hesitating for a moment, Summer extended her other hand to gently smooth Mongo's messy hair. This man was like a tree in her heart, once lush and green. 3 days later, Xia Tian's fingers moved. After that day, Summer never left Xia Tian's hospital room. 5 days later, Xia Tian opened his eyes. The bright Miami sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, making Summer want to cry. She struggled to keep her eyes wide open, afraid that tears would fall, fearful that this was a beautiful mirage, evaporating like tears in the air. If you can feel anything now, please blink, Summer trembled as she translated Donnie's words. The eyelids fell heavily. Do you recognize the person talking to you now? Summer translated, trembling again. The eyelids fell once more. Unable to hold back, Summer leaned beside Xia Tian and cried. Her Xia Tian had finally returned, truly returned. Mongo stood at the hospital door, listening to Summer's cries. A bitter smile spreading across his face. Summer wouldn't let him in. He could only stand outside, listening to her cry joyfully. Xia Tian's first words came on the afternoon of the 8th day. He said, "Sister." His second sentence came half an hour later. "Sister, thank you. You've always been in my dreams." At that moment, Summer could no longer contain herself. She beat him, sobbing loudly. "You little brat. You really know how to make me worry. You sleep for 5 years while I cross half the Pacific with you, draining my energy and youth. If you continue to torment me like this, I swear I'll die." Crying, cursing, and wiping her tears with his sleeve. Xia Tian smiled broadly. He had never known his sister was such a tearful person. When she cried, it was like a spring welling up. While Xia Tian slept, Summer returned to the hotel. The hotel was not far from the hospital. It took just over 10 minutes to walk there. Upon returning to the hotel, Summer saw Mongo lounging on her bed, doing a video call. As soon as he saw her, he grinned, back with a pair of rabbit eyes. "Ari, I really didn't know tears could flow so abundantly. Aren't you going back to your own room?" Summer shook the clothes in her hand. "I'm going to take a shower." Mongo closed his laptop with a playful smile. "I checked out of my room. Anyway, you won't be back, so why waste it? As for the shower, are you implying something like together? If so, I might reluctantly agree." After Summer showered, Mongo cleared his throat, his thoughts drifting to her shower sounds. "Ari, when will you take me to see Xia Tian?" "Why would I take you to see her?" Summer's voice involuntarily turned sharp. "Do you think Xia Tian would want to see you now? How will we know if we don't try?" Mongo held Summer's shoulders from behind. "Ari, I promise you, no matter what method I use, I will make Xia Tian forgive me. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 3, until he accepts me." "Accept you? Why should he accept you?" Summer said coldly. "Accept." Mongo tried to keep his voice steady and natural. "Of course, he should accept me as his brother-in-law. Then you need to let him introduce me to others as the guy who took the blame for 2 years, lay in bed for 5 years as a vegetable, and was used as a pawn. Some scars will still tug at your thoughts, reminding you of the pain during the healing process. Mongo, tell me, is there such a brother-in-law in this world? Also, don't forget, we each have our divorce agreements tucked in our pockets after 5 years. If either of us calls it off, it's over for us. Have you forgotten, Mongo?" Mongo suddenly let go of Summer. "Damn it." Summer wiped her face hard and slammed the door as she left. In the room, Mongo clenched his fist again. "It will get better. At least Summer is okay now, right? It will get better." In the following week, Summer told Summer about some facts from the past 5 years, like the Beijing Olympics, the Wenchuan earthquake, how the White House has a new owner, the U.S. military withdrew from Iraq, how Summer's favorite Kobe changed his jersey number from 24 to 8, and he led his team to 2 championships and the U.S. team to an Olympic gold medal, and about the recently concluded World Cup in South Africa, where the Matadors won the World Cup for the first time, and also about the octopus paw, which became famous during the World Cup. Ulrico, cease. Let me discover some surprises on my own. Summer interrupted the talkative Summer. Her sister wished she could finish telling everything in one breath. "Sis, please call Mongo over. He's been wandering outside my door for who knows how long, and I think it's time I see him." Summer stepped out to make the call, and saw Mongo not far away. Following Summer, Mongo met the awake Summer, whose face was slightly swollen. But everything was mostly back to normal, and she smiled at him when she saw him. "Sis, you go out for a while. I have something to say to him," Summer said. Aimlessly, Summer wandered around the small square in the hospital meant for patients to rest, feeling a bit distracted, unsure of what Summer would say to Mongo. A figure blocked her path, casting a shadow over half of the sunlight. Summer squinted and saw Chung Ruoxing suddenly appear in front of her, carrying a large travel bag. Looking weary, they sat down on one side, and Summer dared not look at Chung Ruoxing, lowering her head to play with the buttons on her clothes. "Why are you here?" "I came to see Summer." Chung Ruoxing took Summer's hand away from her buttons. She had that little habit of unconsciously playing with buttons when she felt uncomfortable, a habit that seemed to have started after her mother left. "Summer, You don't need to feel uncomfortable. Aside from the fact that we are no longer in a romantic relationship, nothing else has changed. I'm still me. Do you understand? Chung Ruoxing was at a loss for words, not knowing how to talk to Summer. He didn't blame her. He scratched the back of his head, frowning. Ruoxing. Summer chuckled lightly, reaching out to smooth his furrowed brow. I understand. Occasionally, Chung Ruoxing was the most expressive child in Summer's eyes, wearing their emotions on their faces. The two exchanged a smile. This scene fell into Mongo's view not far away. Just now, Summer told him, brother, I will not give my sister to you. He spoke softly before her. Summer, listen to me. I was wrong in the past. I know I owe you an apology, but please give me time to prove myself. You can watch with your eyes, listen with your ears. If you think there's anything wrong with me, you can tell me. I am willing to change. I know I'm a jerk and don't deserve Summer, but I will make myself better. Good enough to match your sister. Summer, is that okay? Just give me one chance, please. He looked into her eyes, speaking frankly. No, I don't trust you. I don't believe you can bring happiness to my sister. Mongo finally understood that saying, you reap what you sow, throughout his youthful days. Summer and Summer were two children who posed no threat to his life. He could be imperfect in front of them, even revealing his true self. He didn't hide his flaws, especially towards the boy named Summer. On the night of the accident, he didn't even glance at the boy or say thank you. Just as Summer had said back then, he was just a child of their family's driver, so everything seemed taken for granted. Chapter 38, Confusion, Part 1. The first thing Chung Ruoxing said to Xia Tian was, Hi, pretty boy, welcome to the time spaceship to 2010. Xia Tian shyly smiled. Chung Ruoxing seemed to have come prepared. He brought Xia Tian his favorite model ship and joked while pointing at the sail made of small denomination pounds. Hey, Xia said you're a little money lover, so I made a sail out of the world's most expensive currency for you. How about that? If you ever run out of money, just take the sail apart and use the pounds. He gestured animatedly, revealing his gorilla-like nature, making Xia Tian smile with delight. Mongo lowered his head. He could also say witty things like that, and he could even do it better than Chung Ruoxing. But he was afraid that those words would sound insincere coming from him. Stealing a glance at Mongo, Xia noticed that he had a lonely expression, and even his gaze toward Chung Ruoxing showed a hint of envy. This realization made Xiao's heart ache. So, when he was about to head back to the hotel, he asked her if she wanted to go back together. After a moment of thought, she nodded. When Mongo looked up at her with a face full of excitement, Xiao felt a pang of bittersweetness, and perhaps a little more than just a hint of sweetness. The two of them returned to the hotel after 10 o'clock. Mongo stood at the hotel entrance, hesitated for a moment, pointed to the nearby beach, and said, Ari, shall we go for a walk there? After Xiao nodded, Mongo said, Wait for me a moment, and ran back into the hotel. When he came out, he had a bag in his hand. Miami is one of the world's most famous vacation destinations, attracting thousands of tourists from around the globe every year. At night, Miami is a city that never sleeps. And Miami Beach becomes a paradise for young people who party all night long. Young music lovers often bring their instruments, and due to a city ordinance prohibiting loud noise, they can only bring small drums and acoustic guitars to sing and dance on the beach. Xiao used to spend some time here every time she visited. She sat down with Mongo at a spot not far from a band, enjoying the music and the unique ocean breeze of Miami. Mongo opened the bag he brought from the hotel, revealing some red wine and disposable cups. He pointed at the cups and said, I was in a hurry, so I had to make do with these. Xiao laughed, took a cup, and drank the red wine, a rather unusual combination. As their cups were filled, with a wide view, the singing waves, and the fragrance of the red wine, Xiao leaned back on her arms, palms in the sand, facing the starry sky, and closed her eyes. Not far away, a deep-voiced boy was singing the English version of Lemon Tree, accompanied by the gentle sound of the guitar. It felt like lovers whispering under the stars, the familiar melody transporting her back to a few years ago. That year, she had just finished her college entrance exams. She went into a nearby video store, picked up a headset to listen to Lemon Tree. As she adjusted the volume, two young people around her age entered. The girl glanced at the cover of the CD in Xiao's hand and said to the boy, I want ice cream, lemon flavor. The cover of the CD Xiao held was white, with a lonely lemon tree drawn on it. Just as the song finished playing, the boy came in with ice cream, and the air in the video store seemed to freshen up with the scent of lemon ice cream. The girl was licking her ice cream contentedly in front of her, while the boy smiled softly, his grin reaching his eyes. After leaving the video store, Xiaori thought she wanted Monggu to buy her a lemon-flavored ice cream, believing that Mongji's ice cream would also be delicious. However, around the corner of the street, she saw the person she had been thinking about walking out of the dessert shop with Su Honglian, who was holding an ice cream. Xiaori remembered that day, feeling like a mouse cowering in the corner until the two walked away. When their figures disappeared, Xiaori entered the dessert shop and bought a lemon-flavored ice cream. That afternoon, she realized that not everything sold in dessert shops was sweet. Ari, are you listening to me? Monggu waved his hand in front of Xiaori. This brought her thoughts back to the present. Monggu, I want ice cream. Lemon flavor. Monggu took a long time to return, panting as he held the ice cream. It's hard to find an ice cream shop here. Hurry up and eat it, or it will melt. Xiaori stared blankly at the ice cream, afraid that its taste would be as bitter as the one from the dessert shop that year, bitter enough to bring tears. He tugged at her hand holding the ice cream and said, Why aren't you eating? Didn't you just say you wanted some? But with that tug, the already melted ice cream spilled all over her chest. Xiaori came to her senses and hurriedly tried to wipe it off, but realized that using her hands was ineffective. Looking at her oversized shirt, she pulled its hem and started rubbing it on Monggu. Mongji's throat moved. What was this woman doing? Then there was a suppressed swallow. Xiaori realized how ambiguous their situation had become. She was leaning over him, and beneath the lifted hem was a patch of white skin. She hurriedly tried to get off him, but it was too late. As Monggu shifted his body, he turned the tables, and in an instant, Xiaori found herself pressed down on the beach. He leaned down and kissed her, his tongue pushing in after Xiaori let out a surprise scream. The lingering scent of red wine in his mouth stirred within hers, and Xiaori's hands moved from initially resisting against his chest to wrapping around his neck. Closing her eyes, Xiaori felt as if she had been bewitched, enchanted by the night under the stars, the whispering sound of the waves, the captivating music, and the intoxicating aroma of red wine. Otherwise, how could she allow his hands to roam freely on her chest, to slip inside her shirt, to rub against her bra, to push it up? The waves of passion surged like water. Mongji's body pressed against Xiaori, her smooth skin igniting his senses, making him want to turn her into a part of himself, never to be apart again. Mongji's kisses traveled downward as he trembled, unfastening the buttons of Xiaori's shirt, kissing the skin revealed by the undone buttons. With her eyes closed, Xiaori's hands unconsciously fell into Mongji's thick hair. A sharp whistle startled the two lost in passion on the beach. Monggu glared angrily at the group of young people who were being troublesome, and they just happened to be looking at him too. He quickly adjusted Xiaori's clothes, covering her up securely, and glared at them, mouthing go away while placing his hand on his waist, hinting that he had a gun. Only then did the group of people leave reluctantly. Monggu then chuckled. He had no gun. It was just a gesture he learned from American Western movies. Xiaori remained motionless in his embrace, seemingly shy, bowing her head. He leaned down and whispered in her ear with a husky, lustful voice, Ari, let's go back to the hotel, okay? The person in his arms remained motionless, even producing slight sounds of deep sleep. Mungo laughed. This ostrich, after teasing him, buried her head in the sand and adjusted her breathing. Mungo glared angrily at the retreating figures of those young men. Americans really are such busybodies. Ari. Summer woke up to Mungo's calls. The moment she touched Mungo's slightly red eyes, everything that had happened last night flooded back into her mind. They were still on that beach from last night. And last night So, Mungo, how did we end up here? I drank too much last night. I have no memory of it. How did we end up here? This meant that she wanted to pretend everything that happened last night hadn't happened. In fact, she had always been good at playing dumb. Oh, I also drank too much last night and then fell asleep without realizing it. Mungo said casually, cursing inwardly, damn. She was really good at pretending, better than himself. She was sound asleep, while he was exhausted from adjusting his breath and counting stars all night. Ari looked the sunrise. Mungo turned Summer's face towards the sea. The newly risen sun looked like a piece of golden silk covering the entire horizon. and the Pacific breeze stretched that golden silk towards the sky. At that moment, Summer even thought at the horizon, had the sun god Apollo just gotten up? She even wondered if he looked as handsome as people said, with golden curly hair. Mungo quietly studied Summer, watching her bright face under the morning sun, observing the smile that slowly spread across her face, turning golden in the rising sunlight. He lowered his head again and kissed that golden smile. It must have been this dreamlike beauty that enchanted her heart, and the remnants of last night's wine still lingering on her palate that made her feel weak all over. She closed her eyes again. They didn't know how long their lips were intertwined until a voice emerged beside them. An elderly man dressed as an Indian, holding the cork from their red wine from last night, asked them in somewhat broken English, "Do you want this?" With innocent eyes, Mungo went crazy, snatched the cork from the old man's hand, and threw it hard into the sea. Damn it, these twisted guys living in Miami can't stand to see others being affectionate. Turning around, Summer had already vanished without a trace, and the old man was chasing after the cork he had thrown into the sea. Mungo spat at the old man's back. Chapter 39, Confusion, Part 2. At this moment, Xiaori couldn't articulate her feelings. Back at the hotel, she buried her head in sleep. But how could she possibly fall asleep? Her mind was in turmoil, like a raging sea, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. How did she and Ming go end up like this? All right, a good sleep should fix things. She had been too relaxed these past few days. Whenever she had nothing to do, she would loosen up, which led to what happened with Mango last night. Therefore, she needed to cast aside all that chaos. As soon as Mango returned to the hotel, he saw Xiaori fast asleep, smiled, and took his clothes to the bathroom. After showering, Mango pulled the blanket off Xiaori's head and whispered in her ear, "Miss Ostrich, don't suffocate yourself. I'm going for a run." After taking a few steps, he turned back, quietly observing the person on the bed, then raised his hand and gave Xiaori a hard slap on the butt. "When I get back, you better get up and take a shower. Don't bring the sand from the beach into our bed." Their words trailed off, with her head resting in the bathtub. Her mind felt like it was tangled in a ball of yarn. At the hospital, Xiao Tian asked softly, "Did you drink? Did you drink with him?" Just as Xiaori was feeling embarrassed, Cheng Ruoxing walked in, followed closely by Meng Ge. Cheng Ruoxing was there to say goodbye. He was taking the afternoon flight. Before leaving, he patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and said, "Young man, I hope we can play a game next time." It was clear that Xiao Tian liked Cheng Ruoxing. Xiao Tian's personality was somewhat shy and slow to warm up, but he said to Cheng Ruoxing, who he had known for less than 30 hours, "Cheng Ruoxing, don't forget to come see me." After sending Cheng Ruoxing to the hospital entrance, Cheng appeared somewhat despondent as he took a deep look at the hospital building. "You and I have accomplished what we couldn't do, Xiaori." Xiaori grabbed the collar of Cheng Ruoxing's shirt. Ruoxing. 1,000 words ultimately resulted in just these two, fearing that too clear of language would fail to express her feelings. Cheng Ruoxing patted Xiaori's hand and left. Standing at the bustling hospital entrance, Xiaori stared blankly at his retreating figure until it gradually faded away. The doctor was conducting a physical examination on Xiao Tian, who was still having difficulty moving around and needed assistance. Mango wanted to help him, but was gently pushed away. Xiao Tian placed his hand on the male nurse's shoulder instead. Meng Ji's hand lingered in the air for a moment before finally dropping down weakly. Xiaori stood at the door, watching this scene unfold. Meng Gu seemed unfazed, walking over to her, smiling, and saying, "Why were you gone for so long?" In fact, Meng Gu felt somewhat pleased with himself. He could tell from Xiaori's eyes that she hadn't completely changed. She still couldn't stand to see him wronged. In the following days, Xiao Tian began to accept the muscle rehabilitation therapy that Ken had arranged for him. Every day, a doctor would guide him through an hour of rehabilitation training. Meng Gu came to the hospital every day, and since that incident, Xiaori had not returned to the hotel. The yacht that Meng Gu had bought for Ken docked at Miami Harbor, and on the third night after its arrival, Ken planned to hold a private party on his yacht. Both Xiaori and Meng Gu were on his guest list. "Go ahead, sis," Xiao Tian said to Xiaori, who looked troubled. "Go have some fun. The party on the yacht should be interesting." Meng Gu smoothed out Xiaori's hair, which she had been messing with like a bird's nest, and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go by myself." Xiaori ignored Meng Gu and simply told her brother, "We should go. After all, he saved you." As the lanterns began to glow, Ken's yacht set sail for Miami Harbor. That evening, Meng Gu wore a fitted beige Armani suit, capturing the attention of all the girls present as soon as he appeared. The yacht stopped not far from Miami Harbor, and it was evident that the owner had put effort into this party. He had hired a band and performance guests. And there was a three-tiered cake on the yacht's deck. Champagne, fine wines, and beautifully illuminated tableware sparkled under the lights, while elegantly dressed men and women mingled. The ladies wore jewelry that shimmered in the light, and the soft jazz music, with a soulful performance by a black female singer, combined with the omnipresent aroma of wine, filled the night with a seductive atmosphere. Ken appeared in a black tuxedo, clearly excited that night. He walked up to Meng Gu, casually taking the microphone from the female singer and placing a hand on Meng Ji's shoulder. "I thank my Chinese friend for his generosity, which allowed me to have this yacht. I also want to thank her." With a gesture, he pointed to a corner of the yacht. At some point, Su Honglien was quietly standing there in a white gown, the night wind lifting the flowing fabric of her dress, resembling a goddess of the night against the twinkling lights of Miami in the distance. "I thank her, the beautiful goddess from the east. I sincerely thank her for coming to my party." The renowned doctor, who had been expressionless on the operating table, made his introduction sound like lines from an opera. Xiaori smiled, unsure of what she was smiling about. Just moments ago, when Ken had pulled Su Honglien out, Meng Gu had released his grip, seemingly instinctively. That night, he had held her hand tightly. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Su Honglien gracefully approached Ken, revealing a captivating smile. And Xiaori thought that every male present probably couldn't resist that charm. Xiaori didn't know why Meng Gu had broken up with Su Honglien. Meng Gu was a stubborn person. Once he was set on something, he would see it through to the end. Just like his attitude towards his stepmother, no matter how kind she was to him, it wouldn't change his feelings. "Do you want something to drink?" Meng Gu whispered in Xiaori's ear as if he remembered something. "Can you get me some soda?" In truth, Xiaori had never tasted soda. She knew Chung Ruoxing liked it and said it kept his mind clear. "There probably isn't any soda here." "Then forget it," Xiaori replied gloomily. "Or, I can go find some for you," Meng Gu suggested, noticing Xiaori's unhappy expression. After Meng Gu left, Xiaori took a cocktail from a waiter's tray. At that moment, Su Honglien approached her, also holding a cocktail. "You look beautiful tonight, Xiaori," Su Honglien said warmly. "Thank you." Xiaori felt as if she were a peony raised in a garden, complimenting a wild lily growing in the corner. Tonight, she wore a qipao tailored by a seamstress in Chinatown that her mother had taken her to before she passed away, sleeveless and knee-length, with a deep cobalt blue base and slightly darker patterns. Not long ago, Meng Gu had remarked, "Ari, what kind of weird clothes are you wearing?" "I heard that Xia Tian is recovering well." "He is recovering quite well." Xiaori maintained a lukewarm tone. "That's great." Su Honglien lightly shook her glass. "Then Meng Ji's heart will feel better too. You know, Xiaori, even though Meng Gu hasn't said anything, I know he has been struggling with his feelings ever since that day in summer when we parted ways." "I see." Xiaori couldn't clearly articulate her feelings, just as she couldn't decipher the cocktail's taste, puzzling over what kinds of alcohol the bartender had mixed together. "Su Honglien," a delicate female voice called out. "Su Honglien, from Beijing Film Academy, right?" A meticulously made-up woman in her 30s approached them, scrutinizing Su Honglien closely. "You are?" Su Honglien hesitated to ask. "I, Jingyin, am from the same family as you, Su Jingyin, and I'm a few years your senior. I even taught you in drama class, remember?" "Oh." Su Honglien seems to recall. Su Jingyin, the one who played the tutoring teacher. The two exchanged pleasantries and reminisced, when a woman named Su Jingyin abruptly said, "Honglien, you little brat, you've had a child and still look so beautiful. Your figure is still so good. Look at me, I changed completely after having a child." "Yes, child." Xiaori suddenly remembered that Su Honglien and Meng Gu had a child together. She often forgot about this. Xiaori's palms were sweaty. Or maybe she was intentionally ignoring this matter. "Child," Su Honglien said slowly. A noise came from behind. A server dropped a tray on the ground, making a harsh sound. Meng Gu stood beside the server, holding a cup. Soon, someone came to tidy everything up. Meng Ge stopped next to Xia Ri and handed her the cup in his hand. I finally got this from the chef. After saying that, he took Xia Ri's hand and wanted to leave, but Xia Ri didn't move. Su Honglian stood there, her expression inscrutable. After taking a sip of soda water, Xia Ri spoke up. Meng Ge, Honglian was just talking about her child. I also want to know what happened to that child. Honglian, can you tell me? Oh. Su Honglian smiled lightly. The child at that time, the people in the hospital made a mistake. There was really no child, Xia Ri. At that moment, music started playing, and Su Honglian approached Meng Ge, extending her hand. Meng Ge, you haven't danced with me in a long time. Will you do me the honor? Meng Ge glanced at Xia Ri and took Su Honglian's hand. They went to the center of the deck, the lights shining on them, and everyone made way for them. Xia Ri knew nothing about dancing. She didn't know what dance they were performing, but she thought they looked magnificent, constantly weaving and spinning like butterflies. In the end, Meng Ge kissed Su Honglian's temple, and when the music stopped, everyone gave them warm applause. A tall man next to Xia Ri struck up a conversation with her. Are you Chinese? Xia Ri politely answered him. You Eastern women are really cute. Small like a doll. He even took Xia Ri's hand and lightly kissed it. This woman felt great, and he wanted to kiss her again, but his hand was swatted away by the handsome man who had just made a scene. He stared blankly as the charming Chinese doll was taken away. Are you crazy? Can't you see that foreign guy is eyeing you? He angrily looked at Xia Ri's Chi-Pao, which was a bit too revealing. Don't you know those foreigners love Chinese girls in kipeos? What kind of outfit is this? Why is it so high-cut that it doesn't even cover your thighs? No, we should go back. Xia Ri said nothing. Meng Ge looked at her and said, Ari, kissing her just now was out of courtesy. Chapter 40, Confusion, Part 3, Summer Had a Dream, a scene from a TV show she had watched years ago. A bright red wedding hall, guests laughing and chatting, the bride walking down the aisle with the groom. The bride, with a joyful smile beneath her red veil, was filled with happiness. Just as the ceremony was about to conclude, a woman appeared, whispering in the groom's ear. Soon they both left. The bride was left alone in the hall, and the guests began to murmur. The bride felt her heart grow heavy like a mountain. She turned to look, and the woman named Zhao Min had a face identical to Su Honglian's, while her groom was Meng Ge. She opened her mouth to call him, but he merely glanced back with a look full of guilt. She wiped her face with her hand, and it was wet with tears. Yeah. Summer's voice called to her, and she opened her eyes. The sky outside was a pale gray. Instinctively, Summer wiped her face, feeling the coolness, and tasted salt on her lips. Go wash your face, she thought. Summer sat on the edge of her bed, her expression clear. Last night, just before sleeping, she recalled Su Honglian's words, Meng Ge and I separated on the day of the incident in summer. How could Summer not understand the meaning hidden behind those words? After washing her face, Summer helped Summer back to his own bed. In recent days, Summer had been able to walk a few steps with the help of a cane. Jia, sit down. Summer pointed to the edge of his bed. I have something to tell you. Summer complied and sat down. You just called Meng Ge's name in your dream. Summer did not look at Summer, but gazed at the gradually brightening horizon. Let him go back. My body is recovering day by day, so he can go back now. Summer's hand rested on Summer's hand. Jia, in this world, I hope more than anyone else that my sister can find happiness. But Meng Ge cannot give you happiness. Yes, he is good to you now, but a relationship built on guilt will not last. I hope that the one who walks with you to the end must at least have a true heart that loves you. With her head lowered, tears fell like pearls from a broken string onto Summer's hand. Summer suddenly became anxious and leaned down to look at Summer's face. Jia, did I say something wrong? No. Summer lifted her head and smiled at Summer. Summer, I seem to often forget that you're already 26. She placed her hand on Summer's anxious face. You didn't say anything wrong. I know what I need to do now. Don't worry. I will definitely find someone who truly loves me and knows how to cherish me. However, that will have to wait until 5 years later. I'm sorry, Summer. There are some things it's better for you not to know, like that marriage agreement. Stepping into the morning light, Summer arrived at the hotel where Meng Ge was still asleep. She quietly stood at the foot of his bed. In the past, Summer often secretly watched Meng Ge while he slept. He had a very good sleeping posture, like a well-educated prince. He always lay with his head slightly turned, hands neatly positioned on his chest, and this posture often remained throughout the night. However, today seemed different. Meng Ge did not have his hands on his chest as usual. Instead, he was tightly clutching the blanket over his chest, gripping it so hard that his knuckles turned white and his face was flushed. Summer leaned over to touch Meng Ge's forehead. He looked like someone who had caught a cold. Just as her hand touched his forehead, he suddenly pushed her away with great force. Unable to stop herself, Summer fell to the ground, hitting the bedside table, which made a crisp sound as the glass decorations on it clinked together. At the sound, Meng Ge angrily opened his eyes. Seeing Summer on the floor stunned him, momentarily unable to distinguish whether he was dreaming or in reality. He quickly got out of bed and helped Summer up. The place she hit was painful, and Summer rubbed her forehead. What happened? Did I dream of fighting with someone? Meng Ge's face turned red. He certainly could not tell Summer that he had just been having an intimate dream with her. Just at a crucial moment, that Indian woman had come to interrupt, and when her face got close, he had pushed it away forcefully. Who knew? I'm here to have breakfast with you, Summer said to Meng Ge, who had just come out of the bathroom smelling of refreshing aftershave. They went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Meng Ge was in a good mood, ordering a table full of dishes, both Chinese and Western. He picked many of Summer's favorite foods and placed them on her plate, which she ate one by one. Finally, he brought over a piece of grilled salmon, carefully removing the bones and placing it in front of her. The chef here is quite good. Give it a try. The nutritional value of fish is high. I've already taken out the bones. With Meng Ge's eager anticipation, Summer finished the entire piece of fish. After breakfast, they found a spot under an umbrella, and Summer pulled Meng Ge to sit down. Go ahead, what is it? Meng Ge said lightly. Meng Yi. Now Summer's condition has stabilized. You've been here for over a month. Do you want to go back? Summer looked at the sea horizon. It's not good for you to stay here all the time. Your employees will have opinions. After a moment of silence, Meng Ge said, if you want to go back, let's go back together. No, I need to stay and take care of Summer until he can walk, she insisted. Then let us both stay. Meng Ge raised his voice. I don't think it's necessary, Summer said coldly. What do you mean it's not necessary? Meng Ge came closer, gripping her shoulders, his eyes no longer warm. Did Summer say something to you? Did he say he doesn't like seeing me? If that's the case, I shouldn't leave. You let me spend more time with him, and I will make him change his opinion about me. Meng Ge's grip on her shoulders hurt, and Summer struggled desperately. No, it's not like that at all. Then did Hong Lian say something to you last night? Tell me, okay? Meng Ge's grip tightened as he recalled how Summer had obediently eaten the salmon he had pushed toward her. Summer broke free from Meng Ge's hand, standing up with her back to him. Actually, Meng Ge, it's me. I want you to leave. I've been very confused during this time, and I need some time to think. But you keep appearing in front of me, and I can't calm down. Meng Ge, please go back first. Just consider it giving us some time to cool off, okay? Want to cool off? Want to think alone? But what then after you think it over? Summer, don't forget, we are now in a marriage relationship, Meng Ge said coldly. Yes, Mr. Meng. Summer turned around and gave an empty smile. All along, because of Summer, I've been very passive, passively accepting everything, even that unreasonable marriage. But you seem to have forgotten who made Summer like this. You've always been like this, so aggressive. You only think about yourself. I know you feel guilty to the point of wanting to put the best things in front of me and Summer. But have you ever thought about what we want? Ari, do you think I'm doing this because of guilt? Alricht, Meng Yi. Men and women have different psychological structures. Right now, I just want you to give me a little time. Can't you do that? Meng Ge helplessly dropped his hands. Then, Meng Ge took Summer's hand and led her to a jewelry store, pointing at the dazzling array of jewelry. Pick a pair of rings. I wanted to buy them back in Beijing, but I was afraid you would dislike it. Now, no matter what, you must choose one for me. Meng's sulking expression left Xiaori both amused and helpless. She chose a pair of very simple rings, and Meng took one to wear on her phone finger while asking Xiaori to put the other one on him. When the rings on their hands sparkled in the sunlight, he finally said contentedly, Ari, now start saving money for me. Meng took a night flight, transferring in Washington. At his request, Xiaori went to the airport to see him off, and on the way there, they were both silent. This time, I'll listen to you. He hugged her and whispered in her ear, but don't make me wait too long. After checking in, he turned back again, one hand holding his luggage and the other wrapping around her, and kisses poured down like a storm. After being kissed into a daze, he winked at her. I heard women love unexpected gifts from men. Ari, do you like the gift I just gave you? Look, everyone at the airport is looking at you with envy. With that, he entered the security check without looking back. Shiari stood there, touching her swollen lips, lost in thought. Clearly, she wanted to distance herself from him. Clearly, she wanted to clarify their relationship. Why, at this moment, did her heart feel this way? Back at the hotel, the room where Meng had stayed for more than half a month made Shiari feel a bit disoriented. The air around her seemed to carry the essence of Meng. And as she lay on the bed, burying her head deep in the pillow he had used, a tide of loss surged over her. The bits and pieces of her days with Meng felt like a chaotic dream, yet she found herself unable to let go. With a bitter smile, Shiari took off the ring she was wearing. Meng called the next evening. Through the phone, he said, Ari, I'm home. I never really felt anything when I returned home from business trips before, but this time it feels like my home has become bigger, quieter, terrifyingly big and terrifyingly quiet. After hanging up, Shiari thought she should turn off her phone. If she had done that, she wouldn't have heard Meng's words. That person was very good with words. That person, when she was 16, said, I swear, in this world, I will never deceive you, Shiari. But later, he still deceived her. He still told her a monumental lie. Chapter 41 Stumbling 1. Xiaori still hadn't turned off her phone during the summer, and she would even perk up her ears to listen for any notifications. Occasionally, she would scold herself for being hopeless. She never called Mengo. It was always him calling her, usually just as she was about to fall asleep. With the time difference of more than 10 hours between Miami and Beijing, when she was ready to sleep, it was his morning. His most frequent question was, what are you doing now? How is Xia Tian recovering? Then he would start talking about work in a bland manner. Xiaori would not interject, just quietly listen. One time, he suddenly exclaimed over the phone, Xiaori, you're such a blockhead. After saying that, he hung up, and he didn't call the next night. It was not until the early hours that her phone rang. When she answered, she heard him speaking very cautiously, Ari, I'm sorry, did I wake you? Xiaori tiptoed to the balcony with the phone and sat down in the corner. He said, Ari, will you come back? Or should I come to you? Mengo was a schemer, always had been. Whenever he needed her help, he would put on an innocent face, coaxing and deceiving her. Say, Ari, please? He was sure she couldn't harden her heart against him. Before she could say anything, Xiaori quickly hung up and turned her phone off. Days later, Xia Tian was able to walk without crutches. At that moment, Old Man Mengo and Madame Mengo arrived. That afternoon, she and Xia Tian had just returned from the rehabilitation center when they saw Old Man Mengo's extremely excited face. He held Xia Tian's face in his hands. Tears streaming down, Tian, I never expected to see you again in my lifetime. I thought I wouldn't know how to face your father in the future. Now it's so good, I'm so happy. I can finally make amends. Tian, I'm sorry. Grandpa, I'm fine now. Xia Tian hugged him tightly. Old Man Mengo helped Xia Tian to the bed, touching his face and hands. Asking questions, Xiaori went to sit beside Madame Mengo. It had been some time since they last met. Xiaori, you've worked hard, Madame Mengo said, inviting her to sit on the sofa. At this moment, Ani doesn't even know what to say to you two siblings. It's all in the past, Ani. Xiaori glanced at Madame Mengo, who was a gentle woman, somewhat resembling her own mother. Her mother's gaze toward her was also soft like that. Let us go for a walk, Madame Mengo suggested, pointing at the old and young who were immersed in the joy of reunion. They went to the garden on the hospital rooftop, which Xiaori liked very much. From there, one could see the entire sea view of Miami. Ani, your child must be very cute. Xiaori recalled what she had heard during her last visit to the Mengo family. This seemingly lonely woman had finally become a mother. Oh, he is a little troublemaker, always messing around, Madame Mengo smiled. What is his name? Mengo Shuo, named by his grandfather. He is almost 4 this year. The sea breeze made their clothes rustle, and Xiaori leaned against the garden railing. Xiaori, a hesitant voice came from behind. How are things going with Mengo? She laughed. Auntie, why are you linking me with Mengo? I saw you and Mengo coming out of his house together. Madame Mengo wollte besiedig Xiaori. I saw it in the morning. Xiaori, listen to me. Mengo has been waiting for you all these years. I've watched him grow up since he was little, and I understand some of his thoughts. After you left, He had the workers regularly clean the house he used to live in, keeping it exactly the same, ensuring proper ventilation, and not letting anything inside be damaged. He told the housekeeper, Ari is someone who cherishes the past. When she comes back and sees the place she lived in as a child, she will be very happy. Auntie, Mingo, he just feels guilty and sorry for us. Xiaori unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her clothes. Silly child, Ani has been in this world for over 10 years longer than you. I can understand some things. That time you left home with Xiao Ge, you walked ahead, and he followed behind, staring at the back of your head and grinning foolishly. I've never seen him look at someone like that before. That child has always looked at people with suspicion, like a little warrior, afraid I would take his mother's place in his father's heart, afraid I would steal his father's love, always speaking harshly to me privately. But after you left, that situation never happened again. One day, he even came to find me on his own and said, Annie, I'll try to get along peacefully with you from now on. I asked him why. He said, now that I think about it, Ari was right. I've always been a selfish, willful child without responsibility, never growing up. Xiaori, I believe you change him. Seeing that Xiaori was silent, Madame Mingo leaned in closer. Xiaori, let me tell you something interesting. Guess what I overheard in Old Man Mingo's study before I came here? I heard Mingo tell Old Man Mingo. Madame Mingo cleared her throat. Grandpa, can you help me gauge Ari's feelings and see what she really wants? Old Man Mingo sounded a bit angry, saying, You little rascal, I'm here to see Xia Tian, not to be your advocate. Mingo then continued, Grandpa, please help me. Your grandson's happiness is in your hands. And Xia Tian, hasn't he always listened to you? Please say a few good words for me in front of him. Then Madame Mingo added, Xiaori. You don't know, Mingo, that little rascal speaking like that is just like a little brat, pulling out the tricks he used to coax his grandfather when he was a child. It's a pity he's not an actor. Madame Mingo, who usually gave a gentle impression, made Xiaori laugh today, especially as she mimicked Mingo's way of speaking alongside Old Man Mingo's. Seeing Xiaori's expression, Madame Mingo felt relieved inside. That night, Mingo Yobua, who attended the auto show in Detroit, also came to Miami to join them. This was Xia Tian's first outing since waking up from the hospital. To be safe, the hospital arranged a wheelchair for him, and Mingo Yobua made a reservation at a well-known local restaurant, 1S. They ordered the restaurant's signature dishes. That evening, Old Man Mingo appeared very happy, and Mingo Yobua, who usually didn't drink much, ordered the famous Spanish wine from there. The two of them chatted about everything under the sun. Around midnight, Mingo Yobua's phone rang. It was Mingo calling. He answered a few sentences and then handed the phone to Xiaori, saying, Mingo wants to talk to you. Xiaori, do you want to take it? Old Man Mingo's eyes were filled with anticipation as he glanced at Xia Tian. Xiaori took the phone and walked outside. In a small lounge at the hotel, Xiaori finally answered the phone. It's me. There was a moment of silence on the other end before he slowly spoke. Why have you kept your phone off? Xiaori did not respond. All right. I want to ask anymore. How is Xia Tian recovering now? Ari, don't misunderstand. I'm not urging you to come back. I'm just concerned about his health. He's recovering well. He can walk without crutches. Really? Ari. On the other end of the phone, Mungo's voice lowered, and Xiaori felt that the voice transmitted through the waves was like fine wine, seemingly intoxicating. Remembering what Mrs. Meng said not long ago, Xiaori couldn't help but soften her tone. Ari, I regret it now. I regret not going with Grandpa. If I had gone together, then we would be together now. Then why didn't you come? You know the reason I can't go. Are you afraid I'll be angry? A wave of inexplicable emotions surged in Xiaori's heart. In the past, she was afraid he would be angry, but now he was afraid she would be angry. Xiaori, of course. Mungo wouldn't answer such an embarrassing question. How about I come tomorrow? No. This person speaks of wind as wind, and rain as rain. Mungo don't. There was a moment of silence on the other end. I should just go back. After thinking for a moment, Xiaori said, more than 10 days ago, Ashu started complaining. This time, he and I were both assigned to the director's team, and that hot-tempered director has already referred to me as an invisible consultant, a super parachute. If it weren't for considering Mungo, I might have already become unemployed. Really? Really? Xiaori laughed. How about this? Ari, you come back with Grandpa. We can hire a few more special caregivers to take care of Xiantian. You and Grandpa can come back together That way you won't be bored on the journey. Sitting alone on a plane for over 10 hours is really boring if you go with them. Okay. Xiaori saw her smile and the window grow wider. I'll ask the doctor and also discuss it with Xiantian. It's settled then. Ari, I'll pick you up at the airport. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xiaori touched her face. Outside the lounge window, coconut trees were planted. Xiaori opened the window, and the fragrance of coconut drifted in with the night breeze. So be it, you still love him, don't you? Otherwise, how could he affect every thought of yours? So be it. Still loving him, just forget the past. Maybe he loves her too. Over here, he Ding-Dang felt uneasy because of the smile hanging at the corner of her boss's mouth. Recently, this guy had been wearing a serious face every day. Secretary, clear my schedule for the day after tomorrow. The boss was extremely amiable. Because he was so amiable, she took a step further. Mr. Meng, is there a beautiful person you're meeting? He Ding-Dang swore that as soon as she finished this sentence, she wished she could bite off her own tongue. Her boss was not the gossip subject for someone like her. It was simply, as the ancient saying goes, overstepping one's bounds. But he just lifted his head, not angry, and smiled at her enchantingly. What do you think? Who said their boss had no approachability? Clearly, he had a little bit. All right? Chapter 42, Foot Binding, Part 2. Xiaori still did not go back with old Master Meng, because Cheng Ruoxing's father, her stepfather, was coming to see Xiatian. At the airport, Grandpa said meaningfully, Xiaori, I hope you give Meng a good chance. When he came, he told me he didn't know where she was before. It didn't matter while waiting, but now that he knows where she is, it seems he can't wait even a moment. I see that boy has feelings for you. Ari, old Master Meng's voice choked with emotion. I hope to see you together. You're a good girl, and Grandpa has always hoped to truly become a family with you. I wonder if this wish can be fulfilled while I'm still alive. Xiaori felt a deep sadness in his eyes as he spoke those words. For the first time, she felt that time does not spare the elderly on the weathered face of the old man. After sending Cheng's father off for days later, Xiaori set off for a round trip to Beijing. Closing the magazine in her hand, Xiaori felt that fate was like a mischievous child. Every time she made a firm decision, that mischievous child would come to play a game of hide and seek with her. From a Chinese magazine in her hand, Xiaori saw those two people again. What a coincidence. They took the same flight back to Beijing about a month ago when he transferred from Miami Airport to Washington. Despite Su Honglian wrapping herself up like a zongzi, she was still recognized by keen-eyed reporters. However, when Meng Ge was interviewed at the airport, a reporter asked if he was traveling with Miss Su. He, without changing his usual sharp tone, referred to that reporter as a great fantasist. Xiaori couldn't figure out how Su Honglian, who was clearly filming in London, could have come to Washington to take a flight back home, and moreover, how she could be on the same flight as Meng Ge. By the time she got off the plane, it was already dusk, and twilight was gradually enveloping the surroundings. She stood by the telephone booth at the airport for a while, dialing a phone call to Xiatian to report her safety. After thinking for a moment, she still did not call Meng Ge. When she arrived at Meng Ji's apartment, the sky had completely darkened. Meng Ji's apartment was like a villa complex, heavily guarded, with each unit being independent. There were fountains, rockeries, and sculptures designed by a hire gardener in front of each house. The management staff recognized her and kindly informed her that Mr. Meng's car had just entered. From a distance, Xiaori saw two people walking out of Meng Ji's garage. Hiding in the shadows, she stared intently at the two increasingly clear figures. No, in fact, she recognized their silhouettes as soon as they appeared. He had his arm around her, and she was leaning on him like a little bird, carrying a large backpack on her shoulder and holding a bag of items in her hand. As they got closer, Xiaori saw that the bag she was holding had a supermarket logo on it. Their expressions were hidden in the night. This scene was like a newlywed couple returning home from the supermarket. All along, she had heard many stories of after effects, like those from car accidents or earthquakes. The symptoms of after effects are persistent and unpredictable. Xiaori felt as if she had contracted a kind of after effect called the Meng Ge and Su Honglian syndrome. Knowing they were together, seeing their eyes deeply reflecting each other, watching them hold hands and laugh as if no one else existed, witnessing their kiss under the moonlight, hearing that they were expecting a child, and realizing they had jointly deceived her, each time brought her long-lasting pain. So, she hid across the ocean. 5 years later, that after effect returned. When the two opened the door, and as it closed again, Xiaori smiled bitterly in the darkness. Now, what does it count for? In fact, she knew the code to that door. She could open it. But she was afraid of seeing the scene she didn't want to see, afraid of hearing words that would hurt her. So, she sat there all night, staring at that door, but that door remained tightly shut, and no one came out of it. That night left Xiaori feeling exhausted. When dawn broke, she approached the administrator and told him not to let Mr. Meng know she had been there. The administrator's face was full of sympathy as he nodded repeatedly, appearing to understand. Xiaori occasionally thought that life sometimes feels like a repetitive TV drama. Everyone knows the ending as soon as they see the beginning. She hailed a cab and arrived at Tiananmen Square just in time for the flag-raising ceremony. When she was younger, Old Master Meng would often insist they come here to participate in the ceremony to cultivate their patriotism. At the time, they were all quite impatient, not realizing that after going abroad, they would often recall those moments. When Ashu arrived, he saw Xia Tian staring foolishly at the 5-star red flag with her big bags. Upon getting closer, he was taken aback to see this woman with tears all over her face. Ashu, I truly love my country. A flag-raising ceremony made me tear up, she said, pointing at the red flag fluttering in the morning light, looking foolish. Ashu was speechless. Ashu stayed in the accommodation arranged by the crew, which had 2 beds. Xiaori, not wanting to cause trouble, simply stayed with Ashu. They had developed a tacit understanding, with everyone minding their own business. After resting for 2 days, Xiaori reported to the crew with Ashu. I was taking this co-production plan very seriously, even establishing a special team at R's headquarters. However, Xiaori did not expect that they had arranged an office for her, and the office was decorated according to her preferences. Consultant? Xiaori self-deprecatingly thought. Did she even understand? Initially, Xiaori was a bit apprehensive about coming to TR. She was afraid of running into Meng Ge. After arriving here, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This place was as large as a maze, with all sorts of departments. People working here said it was not uncommon to encounter stars, but meeting their boss was extremely rare. Their boss was at the top of the pyramid, with a special elevator and passage that could take him directly to his office. He only gave a few symbolic words at the company's anniversary gala, and some people had worked here for years without ever seeing their boss's true face, only through the media. In fact, Xiaori's job was quite simple. Though she was called a consultant, it felt more like being a translator. She interacted with a deputy director named Li, who asked her some professional lines from the musical. Those lines appeared in the script, and fortunately, Xiaori had experience working on Broadway, so those were not difficult for her. Moreover, this co-production was the Phantom of the Opera, a show that came to Broadway every so often and was quite familiar to her. Meng Ge showed up 10 days later while Xiaori was playing a 2-player game on the computer with Ashu. The 2 heads nearly touching ignited Meng Ge's anger. Zhou Jianshu, get out right now. Hearing this cold command spat out between clenched teeth, Ashu wisely bent down and retreated. In this building, who didn't know that this official was the highest authority? He had witnessed Meng Ge's methods soon after arriving here. Industry insiders treated him like a ghost, and his employees revered him like a flowing river. Xiaori lifted her head from the computer, raising an eyebrow with a half-smile. Meng Ge leaned over the desk, staring directly at Xiaori. In summer, you let me go, so I left. You told me not to look for you. So I didn't. You asked me to give you time to calm down, and I did. You have always been testing my limits. When you said you want to come back, I foolishly rushed to the airport early in the morning to pick you up, only to receive the news that you couldn't come back because your ex-boyfriend's father was visiting during the summer. Now, it's been 10 days since you returned, and you haven't called me even once, living with an unmarried man. What do you want to do? How much further do you want to trample on me? Summer didn't speak, just held her head high and looked at him. Sighing, Mungo rubbed Summer's shoulder-length hair. All right, you're back. That's good. Go pack your luggage, and I'll accompany you. Shaking off Mungo's hand, Summer said, Mungo, I think you misunderstood. I'm here for work this time, and I definitely won't be going to your place. Adi, Mungo's tone was clearly impatient. If you're not staying with me, are you going to live with Zhou Jianshu? Summer didn't deny it. Mungo's voice softened. Ari, that night, we were fine on the phone. Did I do something to upset you? Mungo, that night, my grandfather was present, and he wanted me to answer your call. So I did. You know I never want to disappoint him, but please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? To hell with misunderstandings. Mungo slammed the computer on the table hard to the ground. You women's thoughts are really hard to guess. I don't want to guess anymore. So why did you let me kiss you? It won't happen again. Summer's gaze fell on the broken computer on the ground. Mungo, it won't happen again. I used to like you. No, I should say I had a crush on you. You have always been the poison I thought I couldn't quit in this life. But I seem to have been wrong. The reason I let you kiss me was that I wanted to figure out if I still had feelings for you. Now I can tell you, Mungo, I have already gotten over you. There was a suffocating feeling in the air, and Mungo's chest was heaving heavily. So you're saying you have no feelings for me? The voice trembled like shaking leaves. Summer didn't answer, just locked eyes with him, their gazes entangled. Don't forget. Mungo was the first to lower his gaze. Don't forget, Summer, we have a 5-year marriage contract. The second clause in the marriage agreement states that you must live with me. Summer laughed, leaning a little closer to Mungo. Mungo, don't you know about the delaying tactic in the 36 stratagems? I don't care anymore. Anyway, Summer has gotten better. I won't live with you. How could I cohabit under the same roof with someone who deceived me and harmed my brother like that? If you're not happy, you can sue me. I'm not afraid of going to jail. If you want material compensation, sorry, I don't have any. You know I'm a poor person. However, if you're willing to wait, then wait until 5 years later when you can deduct it from our divorce settlement. Mungo grabbed Summer's hand tightly, his face pale. Ari, is this your true feeling? Or did someone teach you this? It's a true feeling more real than gold. Summer didn't pull her hand away from Mungo. Mungo, do you think I need someone to teach me such words? Hey, you seem to have forgotten. I'm almost 29 years old. Please don't treat me like that silly girl who knew nothing and only studied. Also, don't call me Ari anymore. Only my dad calls me that. When you call me that, it easily reminds me of my foolish past. Little by little, Mungo loosened his grip on Summer's hand. Chapter 43, Love, Part 1. Her boss was once again featured in a gossip magazine, this time with that Sue Honglian. The two were spotted together at the airport by paparazzi. He ding-dang silently cursed that enchanting woman in her heart. She was probably hiding around the corner, secretly delighted. She had seen plenty of the dirty dealings in the entertainment industry. When she turned around, she found her boss had quietly appeared behind her, his gaze unfocused as he stared at her. Just moments ago, he had excitedly left after answering a phone call. Now, he looked like a handsome corpse. A strikingly handsome corpse. He ding-dang tried to sneakily hide the magazine in her hands. She couldn't let her boss know she was reading gossip magazines during work hours. But it was too late. The magazine was snatched away from her with tornado-like speed. Then, her boss's eyes widened as he looked at the magazine, his grip tightening. Soon after, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. No wonder such heartless words were spoken. Turns out, you're jealous. Saying you want to break up with me." He ding-dang felt that this moment must be an illusion. Was he talking to himself? How could that be? When she regained her senses, her boss had already disappeared like a whirlwind, taking the gossip magazine with him. Mung's heart sank little by little because Xia Ri was seriously looking at the gossip magazine he had brought, and after reading it, she calmly asked, "What do you mean by bringing this to me?" It was clear she was seeing that magazine for the first time. "No, I wanted to explain that I didn't know Honglian would be on the same flight back with me. There's nothing between us, Ari. You have to believe me." After saying this, Mung forced a smile, realizing that asking her to believe him made him feel sarcastic. He pulled the magazine from Xia Ri's hands. Realizing he had been overly sentimental, he ding-dang felt that her boss was a bit crazy that afternoon. Looking at the magazine in the trash can, she secretly rejoiced. Her boss had just issued a secret order to take them down, to shut down the magazine, to make the reporter who wrote that article unable to survive in the capital. From that day on, Mung no longer troubled Xia Ri. However, that afternoon, Xia Ri was confronted by a furious Cheng Zhigao. This guy looked visibly upset, his muscles twitching, and after a while, he finally spoke. "Xia Ri, I underestimated you. You really have some skills. Only you can make Mung look like a person who is neither human nor ghost. Now, your brother is better. But why do you have to push him to his limits? Is it really that hard to forgive someone? Was all the time you spent together fake? Cheng Zhigao, you overestimate me. I don't have that capability. How could I have that capability? No, Xia Ri, you do. You might not know it, but that day, That kid was as happy as a grandson because you were coming back. Who knew he would end up empty-handed at the airport? That night, he came to me and drank all night, ignoring everyone's advice. Out of anger, I said if he missed you so much, he should just bring you back and tie you to his side. But you know what he said? He said, "No, she will be angry, and then it will really be over between us." As a result, he ended up drinking himself into the hospital, and in the early morning, he had surgery to remove his appendix. Don't you think this is because of you? Xiaori's heart was in chaos. Meng, he had surgery, had his appendix removed, and now, seeing him made her heart ache. Sometimes he would sit with her all night without saying a word, like a soulless person. Xiaori, don't keep getting stuck in a rut. Otherwise, your happiness might end up being destroyed by your own hands. Xiaori sank into the sofa, hiding her face in her hands. Cheng Zhigao squatted down, stroking her hair. Xiaori, also after I told you this, I hope you won't be too sad. The old man was just diagnosed with cancer yesterday. Xiaori's mind went blank. As dusk fell, she pushed open the door to Old Man Meng's hospital room. The light illuminated his gradually thinning face as he played with a 4- or 5-year-old child. The Meng Yobua couple sat nearby, but Meng was nowhere to be seen. "Grandpa," Xiaori called from the doorway. Oh, Old Man Meng was still as hearty as ever, his voice cheerful. "You've come? Have you eaten yet?" Nodding, Xiaori could no longer hold back. She buried her face in Old Man Meng's hands, her voice trembling. "How could this happen? Grandpa, how could this be? You were fine the last time." "Silly child." Old Man Meng reached out his hand to stroke Xiaori's head. "Birth, aging, illness, and death are natural laws. But don't worry, maybe heaven isn't ready to take me yet. The doctor just said, thankfully it was discovered early, and as long as we perform surgery to remove the cancerous part, it will be fine. Your Uncle Meng has already contacted foreign experts in this field." "Really? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask your Uncle Meng." Meng Yobua smiled and nodded at Xiaori. "You scared me." Xiaori felt a sense of relief, but as she accidentally misstepped, she fell to the ground, causing the child nearby to burst out laughing. Xiaori awkwardly got up from the ground. Mrs. Meng pointed at the child and said, "That's Xiao Sha." The child had bright, round eyes that twinkled as he looked at her. She reached out to touch his head, and he laughed heartily. "Sister, you fell just now. It was so funny." Outside Meng's room, Xiaori knocked on the door. The person inside ignored her, and after knocking for a long time, there was still no response. "Meng, it's me." After knocking again, the butler informed her that Meng had locked himself in his room since returning from the hospital. The person inside still did not respond, and Xiaori stood there. After a while, the door opened, revealing a pale Meng. "Meng." Xiaori swallowed hard. Meng stood by the window, his back to her. "Grandpa will be fine. The doctor said as long as he has surgery, he will be fine. In foreign countries, I know a few people who are like Grandpa. After their surgeries, some even found jobs again, so." "Xieti." The person with his back to her smiled faintly, his laughter cold. "Are you playing the role of Guanyin again? But I no longer need that." Xiaori walked over, pressed her face against Meng's back, and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Meng, I've already told Grandpa about our marriage." Xiaori felt Meng's body stiffen as she had wished. He turned to face her, the veins on his temples glistening under the light. "What do you mean by that? Didn't you say you wanted to break up with me?" Sighing, Xiaori stood on her tiptoes. This person was really tall. She reached out to touch the pulsing veins on Meng's temple. From childhood, that kid had refined himself like a golden bell, but she knew that whenever he was nervous, those veins would appear. "If it's because of Grandpa, you really don't have to." Sighing again, she hooked his neck, blocking his mouth with her lips. It was rare for her to throw herself at him, but he remained as stiff as a wooden man, his head hanging down. Xiaori felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't you like it?" As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force pulled her against the wall, and Meng's punishing kiss fell fiercely upon her. Not knowing how long it had been, the two were breathlessly leaning against the wall, their eyes locked in the air. Meng's gaze reflecting the ivory ceiling, bright as ever. Xiaori remembered something and lifted Meng's shirt, revealing a small, recently scabbed-over scar on his tan skin. "Does it still hurt?" Summer gently caressed the scar. Mango let out a muffled grunt, grasped Summer's hand, and moved it down, whispering hoarsely, "It doesn't hurt there anymore." "It hurts here." Blood rushed to Summer's forehead, and she felt her face must be as red as a tomato. She wanted to pull her hand away, but Menga held it tightly. He turned off the main light in the room, leaving only an orange-red wall lamp. Under the soft light, Summer's ears became translucent, and her flushed face resembled a big apple. Everything felt like a caterpillar teasing him. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, his lips landing on her translucent earlobe. "Ari, I want you," he whispered in her ear. "I've been a monk for 5 years tonight." Before Summer could respond, he had already carried her to the bed. Before she could say a word, her mouth was sealed, and his tall figure covered her. What an impatient man. In just a few moments, he had stripped off his clothes. His hands had already slipped under her tank top, igniting the fire. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a clasp of her bra. Menga grew anxious. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell. Summer chuckled softly, guiding his hand to her chest. "The clasp is in the front." This voice was undoubtedly music to Meng Ji's ears. He removed her tank top, flicked it away, took off her obstructive bra, and bent down to take in what he had longed for. When he entered, it seemed like Mengu heard his soul emit a beast-like sound, and with that sound, his body involuntarily trembled. Her hands tightly wrapped around Meng Ji's back. As his rhythm gradually intensified, Summer felt as if her whole body had been thrown into the clouds. Vaguely, she seemed to return to her childhood, sitting in the courtyard wearing a white dress, playing Go with her father, while Mengu played the piano in the large room, and the fragrance of the gardenia in the garden deepened with the dusk, becoming increasingly pleasant. Faintly, it seemed her father was whispering in her ear, "My Ari has grown into a big girl. She must have someone special now." A pang of sorrow struck her heart, and tears brimmed in the corners of her eyes. "In fact, father, your daughter has long had someone special, but he is too far away. So I have never dared to let you know, and that person has occupied my heart for many years." "What's wrong?" "Menye pos, nevuslu askning, Ari. Did I hurt you?" Summer placed her hand on his cheek, smiling gently. "No, Mengu, I'm just happy. Happy that in this house that has carried so many of our youthful memories, we finally belong to each other." Mengu lowered his head and kissed the small tear hanging at the corner of Summer's eye. He loved the feeling in the summer, warm and extreme, as if even the corner of his heart that had been empty since his mother left was starting to feel whole again. In the past, he hadn't been without romantic escapades, but after every passionate encounter with Su Honglian, he always felt emptiness and confusion. Lowering his head, he noticed Summer beneath him was enveloped in a fine layer of sweat, her body turning pink from the passion, shimmering softly under the orange light. The stirring made her mouth emit delicate sounds, like a small beast softly panting. Mengu exhaled a satisfied breath from the depths of his heart, the most intoxicating. Perhaps so. Chapter 44, Love's Decision, Part 2, This woman finally belonged to him. Propping his head up with one hand, Mungo lay sideways on the bed and smiled, kissing the tips of Xiaori's hair. She had been so tired last night that her eyes could barely stay open, yet she still remembered to pick up that little tank top and put it on. His hand fell onto Xiaori's hair, which was still as silky as before. It was neither permed nor dyed, and she only used a hairdryer occasionally, so her hair was in great condition. At that moment, they were falling onto the off-white pillow, and as his hand slid down her hair, it felt so smooth that it stirred something within him. The hint of what lay beneath that milky white tank top made him feel a rush of heat all over. Forget it. With a roll, he pinned her beneath him, his hands lifting the tank top as his lips pressed against her. "Stop it, Ruo Sheng. I want to sleep," the person beneath him murmured. Mungo froze for a moment, jealousy gnawing at his heart like a little bug. It was that man named Chung Ruo Sheng who had transformed Xiaori from a girl into a woman. That man must have experienced Xiaori's beauty, and he must have tangled with her repeatedly on such a morning. He plunged in fiercely, sealing her lips with his, wishing he could swallow her whole. Xiaori woke up amidst a wave of pain, the situation before her making her want to cry and laugh at the same time. Mungo was currently leaning over her, focused and hard at work, but his expression looked like he was angry about something. "Okay, considering he's been a monk for 5 years, let me push him away a bit," she said gently. Mungo, slow down. With her slightly ingratiating expression, Mungo's heart felt a little better, and he slowed down a bit. Call my name." This guy was truly perverted, or was this his special hobby? Had he said something similar to Su Honglian before? Thinking about this, Xiaori tightened her lips. Will you call me? Hmm? Mungo increased his intensity, and his hands were certainly not idle. No. Call. Not call? Hmm? After a while, still not calling? Mungo. Mungo. Okay, given that he had been a monk for 5 years. It seemed that those 5 years had twisted his mind a bit. After the passion, Xiaori found the tank top that Mungo had thrown on the floor and put it back on, just as she was about to get out of bed. Mungo caught her. Where do you think you're going? To take a shower. At this point, the sky was already bright. A shower? Just right. I need to take a shower too. He elongated his voice. Don't. Xiaori hurriedly waved her hands. Mungo was like a wolf, and she wasn't sure if she had satisfied him just now. You go first. Mungo picked Xiaori up and headed toward the bathroom. Ari, you're overthinking it. We're just taking a shower. When he said this, Mungo swore he really only intended to take a pure shower. But it was all Xiaori's fault for blushing like a red shrimp and being all shy. Did she not know how deadly that was for a man? In the past, Mungo was sure he wasn't a man driven by desire. The tricks those girls used to tempt him were varied, mature, inexperienced, bold, charming, hesitant, but he could watch them undress while wandering in his thoughts. Jean Tayu said he had the qualities of a Puritan, but now, it seemed he had turned into a man driven by desire. He recalled the crude jokes he used to share with Cheng Gao and the others about the bathroom. Just thinking about those tricks they relished made his blood boil. His mind frantically worked on how to make the woman who had stirred his desires. Actually, she hadn't stirred him at all. It was just that his mind had been invaded by lust. Throw herself at him. In front of the pale, yellow tiles with golden patterns in a bathroom, she lowered her eyes. The steam made her long eyelashes appear dark, half-lowered and slightly fluttering, like a butterfly about to take flight. Her slightly messy hair hung down on either side of her cheeks, adding to her allure. Coupled with the little tank top she wore, which revealed her not very long but very proportionate legs. Mungo's throat moved for the nth time, and he frowned, placing his hand on his abdomen, pretending to endure. What's wrong, Mungo? Is the surgical wound hurting? By the way, did the doctor tell you to pay attention to anything, like not to touch water? Oh no, you just touched water. Xiaori came to his side to check his wound. Thus, a pure shower turned into an impure long shower. At noon, Xiaori stared blankly at her shirt, then glared at Mungo. This impatient man had ruined all the buttons on her shirt, leaving none on the garment. In the end, she had to wear Mungo's t-shirt, which was too big, so she stuffed the hem into her tight jeans. But the culprit was still whispering in her ear, Ari, you make me think of things again. Xiaori certainly didn't dare to appear in front of Mungo's family, who had watched her grow up, dressed like this. She let Mungo walk in front, hiding behind him. Fortunately, Mungo was tall, so hiding behind him should keep her unnoticed. Fate had other plans. Just as she thought she could escape successfully, a voice called out from behind, Sister, are you playing hide and seek? If it were a child, she would have answered yes. But upon seeing Meng Shuo standing beside the couple Meng Yobua, Xiaori was once again dumbfounded. She kicked Mungo, wanting him to help her out of the situation. But Mungo stood there like a wooden block, his eyes vacant. Oh, Xiaori, Mrs. Meng spoke seriously. You must be hungry, right? I heard Uncle Li say you haven't eaten all morning. You must be starving. Xiaori kicked Mungo again, finally waking that block of wood. He pulled Xiaori behind him. No need. We'll eat when we get back. Let's eat before we leave. After the meal, I have something to say to Mungo. Meng Yobua cleared his throat. During lunch, Xiaori felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. First, the cook serving the dishes gave Xiaori a flirtatious smile, making everything around her feel strange. Plus, Mungo was not shy about piling her favorite dishes into his bowl, even saying a few words. Weren't you hungry earlier? You need to eat on time. You don't have much meat on you. As Xiaori desperately cleared her throat, he nonchalantly rolled his eyes at her. Also, Meng Shuo kept glancing at Xiaori and then at Mungo with his shiny little eyes, and then he laughed strangely. The climax of the lunch was when Meng Shuo took out some floral water and said something shocking. Sister, did an insect bite your neck? You should put this on. Last time I was playing in the garden, I got bitten by an insect on my neck too, and Butlerly helped me put this on. What an innocent child. He was simply so naive. It made one want to cry without tears. After lunch, Mungo was called to the study by his father, and Xiaori avoided the people in the house and went to the garden. Leaning over the granite table, Meng Shuo caught her attention. This child seemed particularly afraid of Mungo, not daring to look at him while talking. Upon closer inspection, the child was drawing, using colored pens to create a bright red sun. Maybe he was dissatisfied with his drawing. His brow was furrowed. Xiaori picked up a yellow-colored pen and added clouds around the sun, then used a black-colored pen to add flying birds. With a few strokes, the drawing began to take shape. The setting sun, the weary birds returning home. Sister, you're amazing. Meng Shuo raised his little face. On a summer day, a touch was added to that delicate face. Little ghost, tell me, why were you secretly laughing while we were eating just now? I was happy because my brother stayed home for dinner. Usually, he doesn't come for meals. Xiao Shuo really likes his brother, but he always ignores me. What's so great about your brother? Summer Day pretended to be indifferent. Because he is handsome. The child said seriously, because he is impressive. Because he is an extraordinary person. Extraordinary? What is so extraordinary about your brother? I don't know, but Miss Zhang said my brother is an extraordinary person. She said my brother makes those paparazzi jump up and down with anger. She said it's like Tom and Jerry, and of course, my brother is the clever Jerry. Oh, then can you tell me who this Miss Zhang is? She asked the teacher Mom hired to teach me English, but, sister, you mustn't tell anyone because Miss Zhang said this is our secret. Is that Miss Zhang pretty? She is okay. Mom said she looks like Wang Xinling. The charm of Mongo is indeed irresistible. Look, it has even infiltrated the home. Mongo came out of Meng Yobu's study and saw a big and a small figure in the garden, quickening his pace as if something was chasing him from behind. Mongo, why do you and Meng Shuo look so different? She asked him. The 2-meter distance, the voice was crisp. What do you mean by that? Mongo stopped, his voice rough. Your brother said he knows nothing about the piano. He only likes to draw, which is similar to me. She patted Meng Shuo's head, and the child blinked at her, his eyes shimmering with a familiar light. Mongo, I think your brother's eyes look like someone. Like? Mongo's voice trembled. Like who? I'm not sure. Summer Day abandoned her fearless search in her mind. It should be like you, right? I haven't seen you when you were 3 or 4 years old, but I think you must have looked like this then. So he seems quite familiar. What are you thinking about all those messy things in your head? Mongo hurriedly pulled Summer Day. Let's go back. You're just making a fuss dressed like this. Summer Day awkwardly tugged at her clothes, and after taking a few steps, she was stopped, looking down to see Meng Shuo gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Sister, will you come here again? Of course, little ghost, you don't know, but he used to live here. His appearance reminded Summer Day of her childhood summers, always pulling the guests who came home to ask when they would return. I'll come whenever I have time. Really? Of course it's true. Many years later, Summer Day would remember this scene. In the vast garden filled with vibrant colors, a small child holding his brother's hand, whispering, "Goodbye, brother." His brother only responded with looking at the child with a very complicated expression. Not long after, Summer Day finally understood the feelings hidden behind that gaze. Chapter 45, Beautiful Scenery, Part 1. After visiting Old Man Meng, Meng sat on the sofa, silent and sullen, while Xiaori sat down beside him. The doctor said that Grandpa's surgery this time was not very risky. Meng, I assure you that everything will be fine. Okay? Xiaori patted Meng Ji's face and then adjusted to face him. Meng placed his hand on Xiaori's hand in return. I just feel bad thinking about Grandpa having to go under the knife at his age. Xiaori was silent. She felt bad too, actually. Ari, did you come back to me because of Grandpa's situation? Meng looked downcast. Silly. Xiaori nudged Meng Ji's nose with her own and then leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm not a philanthropist. I'm not that great. You really shouldn't see me as a bodhisattva. Then why? I can't explain it clearly, but when I heard Ji Gao say you were hospitalized for acute appendicitis, Xiaori's voice grew softer. At that moment, I felt like I had become an acute appendicitis patient too. Since I was little, I couldn't stand to see him sad or upset. When he had a cold or fever, I would always be anxious on the side, wishing I could take on his pain myself. Xiaori had seen the power of acute appendicitis firsthand, and at that time she thought, Meng, he must be in so much pain. Meng was quite satisfied with this answer. He secretly thanked his appendix for its timely retreat. Next, Meng held Xiaori accountable for the past. Why didn't you call me after being gone for so long? I forgot your phone number. A moment of speechlessness Menggu almost wanted to explode. It's like this. I left my phone with Xia Tian. You know I'm terrible with numbers. Ever since we were young, Xia Ri has been a numerical idiot. Then why say such things? You hypocritical woman, saying you'd cut me off. That moment was truly hard to look back on. Menggu, actually, Xia Ri moved her face away from Meng Ji's shoulder to face him. Actually, I saw the magazine you gave me at the airport that day, and I also saw you coming home with Su Honglian. Plus, you stayed inside for a night. Menggu remembered that on the day he was discharged from the hospital, Su Honglian indeed stayed for a day. Xia Ri, that day, Honglian was staying with me. I was discharged that day and had originally called Cheng Ji Gao to pick me up, but I don't know how it ended up being Honglian. Later, she said her assistant had something to do and couldn't make it, so she stayed that night. That day, I took my medicine and felt so groggy that I couldn't care about much else. That day, you stayed outside the door all night. Menggu really wanted to take that stubborn head of his and knock it against this woman's brain. Xia Ri did not answer. Menggu, listen to me. Don't lie to me again, okay? If you deceive me one more time, then what will happen? Meng Ji's hand became stiff. Stiff enough that he could hardly hold Xia Ri's hand. Then we would really be done for. Xia Ri would always remember that year in the hospital corridor. The wind like a knife cutting into her heart, as if it were the end of the world. No, it should be said that she wished it were the end of the world. Menggu, do you know? Xia Tian doesn't want me to be with you. I used many reasons to persuade myself to accept you. If you deceive me again, then I would despise myself too. Do you remember the stray dog I brought back? The one you secretly let go? What was missing, I was always worried about it. When it thundered and rained, I was scared and felt bad, thinking it must be out there in the rain. It took me a long time to forget it. After that, I never wanted to raise a dog again. There are some things I don't want to experience again. So, Menggu, don't lie to me anymore. Menggu tightly embraced Xia Ri in his arms. He knew how hard-won this moment was, so, I won't lie to you again. Before she could finish her sentence, Menggu kissed her. At that moment, Menggu only wanted to kiss her, wanted to feel her, wanted to be entangled with her passionately. When Xia Ri woke up, she saw Menggu staring at her with vacant eyes, his gaze fixed on her, which made her feel uneasy. Xia Ri didn't dare to move, fearing that any movement would spark trouble, and afterwards, he would always blame her words for it, with excuses that were varied and even bizarre. Ari, give me a child? Menggu said lightly. You don't like children, do you? She asked him why he was so indifferent to Meng Shuo. And he said he didn't like kids, which was true. Menggu had hated children since he was little, describing them as little snotty worms. If you give birth to one, I will like it. Oh, if I give birth to one, then you'll like it. So if I have one with another man, you like that too, right? You dare? As soon as Menggu heard Xia Ri mention another man, he thought of Cheng Ruoxing, that big gorilla, and angrily pulled the woman over, making her lie on him. If you ever mention another man again, I will. What will you do? As Meng Ji's heavy breathing fell on her face, it felt warm and ticklish, causing Xia Ri to giggle uncontrollably. I will. Actually, he didn't know. He flipped her over and pinned her down, looking deeply into her eyes. Ari, let's have a child. Menggu now needed a bond to tightly tie their relationship. I want a child that belongs to you and me. We're not young anymore. And if we have a child at this time, Grandpa would be very happy. Menggu, Xia Ri avoided Meng Ji's hopeful gaze. Actually, I'm not ready yet. We just started, didn't we? Also, Xia Tian currently. He doesn't want us to be together, so let's wait a little longer, okay? All right, then I'll listen to you. Menggu sighed in his heart. How could he not know Xia Tian's concerns? But don't worry, I will deal with Xia Tian. I will make him see me differently. Jin Taiyu had calmed down. He temporarily allowed himself to be a gossip for a while. Through the light-colored car window, he assessed the woman beside Menggu. About 1.6 meters tall, petite, her face not particularly pretty, dressed simply and elegantly. The loose orange sweater on her petite frame gave her a certain charm, paired with gray skinny pants and short leather boots, her shoulder-length black hair casually falling. Carrying a large backpack that looked quite full. Menggu didn't know what he said to her, but she smiled and turned her head to look at him, reminding Jin Taiyu of the lily of the valley he had planted on the windowsill years ago. Whenever the sunlight fell on the windowsill, that plant would brighten up and dance. Meng Ji's car was parked next to his, just a few fists apart, and he could hear their conversation clearly. All right, stop attacking a shoe personally. Does he really look like a girl? The voice, physique, and tone of speech all resemble a girl. I think if he were in Thailand, he would definitely be a lady boy. Hey, don't apply your media rhetoric to my friend. He hasn't offended you. Look, he's been polite to you today, almost worshipping you. As the two were talking, they opened the car doors, and once settled, Mengu still gentlemanly helped his female companion fasten her seatbelt. Wait, that's not fastening a seatbelt. That's clearly taking advantage. Jean Tayu desperately shoved his head inside. He didn't want to take on the blame of being a voyeur. It was clearly a long French kiss. After Mungo kissed her, he leaned over and whispered something in her ear, prompting her to grab a magazine from the car and start playfully hitting him on the head. He then laughed heartily as he drove the car out of the parking lot. OMG, his partner was laughing as if 100 flowers were blooming. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear what he actually said, but he clearly saw the woman blushing. These few short minutes completely overturned the image Mungo had built in his heart over the years. Cheng Zhigao approached Mungo. This old friend of his had finally seen the light. But how could this person meet him without even saying thank you? It was obvious that he hinted at revealing the surgery he suggested for him to Xiaori. It was clear that Xiaori had put a lot of effort into her appearance tonight, wearing a black vintage mid-length dress and had done her makeup. The hem of her dress swayed in the air as she moved, enchanting and alluring. Cheng Zhigao admitted that Xiaori looked quite attractive when dressed up, her fair skin hidden beneath the black dress, petite and delicate, half exuding a woman's charm and half carrying a girl's innocence. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she was hard to look away from. Why hadn't Jiang Haoyin come? They would always pick a weekend each month to gather at the Dream Factory, and Mungo immediately looked for Jiang Haoyin upon entering. Cheng Zhigao chuckled to himself, realizing that men could be just as childish. But the problem was that this man seemed oblivious to his own immaturity. Just after Xiaori left, Jiang Haoyin, drunk, started talking about his first intimate encounter with Xiaori, mentioning how charming she was that day, the color of her dress, the lipstick she wore, and how great she looked in the dress. For a while, they would all recite it. Later, everyone gradually forgot, but it seemed he hadn't, which was why he came in looking for Jiang Haoyin right away. Men really could be quite childish when it came to love, just a naive fool. Picking up his phone, Cheng Zhigao said his uncle's 60th birthday. He can't come. Otherwise, I'd decall him. If he knew Xiaori was here, he would definitely come. Mungo waved his hand, frowning as he looked at Xiaori, who was watching the performance. The danger level of Xiaori tonight was a bit high. He definitely didn't want Jiang Haoyin to rekindle old feelings for her. However, would Xiaori's lipstick be a bit too red tonight? Bright red would easily attract attention. Mungo cursed under his breath. Damn, that makeup artist even put blush on her, making her look stunning under the dim lights. Cheng Zhigao now believed that, at this moment, all the men near Xiaori must have turned into lecherous men in Mungo's eyes. Mungo pulled Xiaori to a quieter corner, leaned down, and kissed her, wiping off her lipstick. Good. Now it was better. Mungo was quite satisfied with his work. Xiaori closed her eyes, leaning to one side, breathing lightly. Her fair and smooth collarbone glowed softly in the dim light, and Mungo felt a stir in his heart. Ari, let's go home. Home? Xiaori knew what Mungo wanted to do when he said he wanted to go home. Definitely not. By the way, a special thanks to Zhang Ran for those messages. I treasure those little fonts hiding behind the chapters. I hope this story will be presented to everyone in a gentle and flowing manner, and that the ending will be good. Isn't it a traditional belief among Chinese people to first endure hardship and then enjoy sweetness? So, please everyone, be patient. And I hope you can share the story with a relaxed mindset. After all, a story is just a story. Just like the title of a Korean movie I recently watched that touched me deeply. A movie is just a movie. Chapter 46 Beautiful. Part 2. Xiaori was pulled by Mengu to the 3rd floor, which is a private area and not open to the public. Normally, their group gathered here. A dozen pairs of eyes stared at her, and when they saw her fingers intertwined with Meng Ji's, the girl's expressions turned unfriendly, as if she were an unwelcome guest. Indeed, she felt like an intruder. Among the crowd, she only recognized Zhou Jia. The other person she knew, Cheng Zhigao, was downstairs entertaining guests. Mengu was quite familiar with these people. After greeting them, he put his arm around Xiaori and said, "Xiaori, my woman." At that moment, Xia Ri felt as if she had become Meng Ji's princess. Meng Ge led Xia Ri to sit next to Zhou Jie, who leaned close to Meng Ge and laughed. You finally made Xia Ri your woman, didn't you? Did you? Cough, cough. Meng Ge hurriedly took a sip of water, and the atmosphere became unspoken. On the way back, Xia Ri remained silent, her eyes fixed on the streetlights passing by outside the car window. Meng Ge used one hand to hold Xia Ri's hand and asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? If you don't like it, we won't come again. That's not it. Xia Ri just suddenly felt a bit stuffy. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she felt irritated. She recalled what that young girl in the purple dress had said to her in the bathroom that night. Standing behind the bathroom mirror, her eyes were mocking. Xia Ri, right? I heard you were Meng Ji's childhood sweetheart. As Meng Ji's childhood sweetheart, there are some things you should understand. Why did it take you so many years to choose to be together? You might say it's love that grew over time. But can you be sure? Does Meng Ge love you more, or is it just feelings? Su Honglian is my senior sister, so I know her story with Meng Ge. I've seen them together. I don't know why they broke up, but I'm sure it wasn't because they stopped loving each other. When did couples break up like that? For a period, Meng Ge picked her up every day, rain or shine. Whenever she got sick, he would summon their family doctor and bring their cook. When my senior sister said they had broken up, none of us believed it. In fact, I still don't believe it now. When my senior sister debuted, Meng Ge gave her the best agent and the best team, shielding her from all the messy social engagements. He protected her meticulously. The first movie she shot was tailor-made for her. She could skip any event she didn't want to attend, cancel any commitments, or stand up a big director. Meng Ge doesn't give face to anyone, but he would indulge Su Honglian. Do you know how those in the industry who are particularly close to Meng Ge describe him? Su Honglian is devoted disciple. Xia Ri couldn't say anything at that moment. All she could think about was that girl's words. Does Meng Ge love you more, or his feelings more? It seemed like she had never thought about that question, or perhaps she didn't want to confront it. All along, she had only heard others talk about how he was devoted to her, how affectionate he was, but Meng Ge had never explained why he wanted to be with her. Guilt? Habit? Feelings? Or love? Was it because Cheng Zhigao told Meng Ge that she had loved him for a long time? So Meng Ge wanted to use being with Xia Ri to compensate for his guilt? That girl leaned closer to her and continued to speak. Although Meng Ge told everyone you are his woman, I don't have a good impression of you. By the way, the seat you just sat in was once occupied by Su Honglian. Meng Ge stopped the car. Ri, tell me, did that girl say something to make you angry? That girl? Xiadi Chakold. She could imagine how that lady in Prada, who was flaunting her Chanel, would feel if she heard Meng Ge calling her a girl. Seeing Xia Ri smile, Meng Ge restarted the car. Actually, you don't have to take what they say too seriously. They're just jealous of you. A few of those girls have expressed their fondness for me in the past. You know how charming I've been since childhood, so you need to hold on to me well. In the end, give me a son and a daughter to solidify your position. What if I don't? This guy is really vain. If not, then, Meng Ge pretended to think, if you don't want to, then let me take your place and bear children for you. Oh, Xia Ri leaned closer to Meng Ge. How would you do that? Well, how about I find a secluded place, park the car, and I'll explain to you in detail how I plan to do it. Meng Ge was very willing to find a secluded spot to answer Xia Ri's question. No, Ri, I need to get someone to bring me a Hummer. The cabin is big, which would give me more room to demonstrate. What do you think, Ri? The magazines in the car came in handy again, and Xia Ri grabbed one to hit Meng Ge on the head. Meng Ge grinned. This woman was no longer in a low mood. After finishing Xia Tian's call, Xia Ri rolled down the window and poked her head out. The early winter night in Beijing already carried a hint of frost. Meng Ge hugged her from behind, his body carrying a fresh scent of bath products, gently brushing away the hair that had fallen on her shoulder. What are you looking at? Xia Tian said that one of the new caregivers was actually an old friend from high school. Xia Tian expressed how happy he was and mentioned that his friend had given him a telescope. He took it to the rooftop last night to watch the stars and said the stars were amazing. Then, how about I buy you one? That woman had already made Xia Tian's words a catchphrase. Still, no thanks. Xia Ri felt a little melancholic, her eyes fixed on the night sky. The night sky in Beijing had been replaced by colorful neon lights. I prefer the feeling of seeing stars with the naked eye, in large clusters. In the past, In the countryside, my grandmother and I would spread out a mat on the terrace on summer nights to lie down and watch the stars. At that time, it felt like those stars were so close, almost within reach. Then let's wait for next summer. I'll accompany you back for a while. At that time, we can pay respects to Uncle Xia. No, I should say to my father-in-law. We can also spread out a mat and lie on the terrace together, okay? Mm. Xia Tian fell into reminiscence. However, there's a place where the stars are even more beautiful than the sky in my hometown, in Alaska. You have no idea how beautiful the nights there are. There are hardly any large entertainment venues. It gets quiet at night. We stayed in a small inn there. And when you open the window, you could see the Big Dipper lined up just like that. The stars there seemed particularly large. What are you doing? Xiaori was interrupted by a slight pain on her neck as Meng Ji's lips landed on her neck, nibbling and biting. His hand had already slipped under her nightgown, and it was quite unceremonious and punishing. What are you doing? Xiao pushed Menggu away. Are you referring to you and Cheng Ruosheng? Her freshly washed hair fell on his forehead, and the eyes beneath the hair were gloomy. So, just now you were reminiscing about the times you watched the stars together? The intimacy of the words was striking. Xiaori, I want to allow you to mention him in front of me in the future. Menggu. Xiaori stared intently at Menggu. Does my not mentioning him mean that past didn't he exist? Just like if we don't mention Honglian. Does it mean that your past with Su Honglian never existed? You said it was the past. Since it's in the past, let us not mention it. That's your business, but I can't. Ruosheng is someone very special to me, a very special existence. Special person? Special existence? Mongo said angrily. Is it because he is your first man that he will be a special existence? Summer glanced at Mongo, and just as she lifted her foot to leave the room, Mongo hugged her tightly. I'm sorry, Ari, Mongo said, filled with regret. Just thinking about you being with him makes me lose control. But Mongo, you only think about it while I saw you together with Su Honglian. Slowly, Summer spoke each word, from the time I was 18 until I was 23. Mongo fell silent until Summer left, touching his chest where Summer's warmth still lingered. In the following days, Mongo treated himself like a pet dog raised by Summer, avoiding doing anything that would upset her. He stayed quiet as a mouse while she painted, even personally cooking her favorite dishes for several days. Not bothering her at the office, speaking kindly to that Ashu, lying on the same bed without touching her, and even thoughtfully placing her slippers for her. When Mongo neatly arranged her slippers at Summer's feet, she was stunned. A tall man was half squatting, looking at her with a flattering expression. It seems boss has fallen in love, he ding-dang, who had no experience in romance, could tell. Sometimes he would talk on the phone for half an hour, his voice sweet enough to drip honey, and he often arrived late in the mornings and left early. Moreover, there was one time she noticed faint bite marks on his neck, which should be called love bites. What was worse, he praised her almost every day, and he ding-dang was afraid of his compliments because they made her heart flutter. Feeling listless, she intended to bring coffee to the boss's office. But that woman who had appeared out of nowhere said in a friendly tone, "Let me do it." Why? Oh, right, this woman in front of her was named Summer, who had been to the office once and called the boss by name. Recently, she had become the subject of whispers among the girls in the creative department at the TR restroom, rumored to be a super parachute, with everyone guessing who her background was. The most credible rumor was that she was the secret lover of a famous director. Let me do it. She gave Ding-Dang an unbeatable smile. All right, Ding-Dang told herself, you shouldn't refuse someone with a smiling face. When Mongo looked up, he saw Summer standing in front of him, beaming and holding coffee. He froze for a moment, then felt uneasy, recalling how she had smiled at him like that in Miami, only to finally kick him back to Beijing. Ariyu, what are you doing here? Summer didn't answer, directly placing the coffee down, then sitting on Mongo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Just now, she remembered how her colleague, Susan in the U.S., had told her about how to seduce her boyfriend in the office, and Summer's mood was just right to use that on Mongo. Mongo this time, Summer's hand rested on Mongo's collar, her pinky unconsciously teasing his neck. This time, you really went hard on Summer. Mongo couldn't think anymore. All his attention was drawn to that snake-like hand, and worse, Summer's chest was pressed against him, warm and soft, making him restless. I heard that you personally invited Summer's classmate, and that telescope was bought by you for him. You even hired a tutor for him to learn Japanese and helped him contact a school in Japan. Summer's hand explored down his collar. Damn. Susan hadn't told her whether her hand should be inside or outside the clothes, so she arbitrarily chose the outside. When she touched the slight protrusion on his chest, Summer's face turned red. What was she doing? Mongo grabbed Summer's hand and pushed it into his shirt. He wanted to do something in his office now. Adi, this time it was you who lit the fire first. Mongo picked Summer up and carried her to his lounge. Summer felt a pang of regret. They had finally crossed the line. When he ding-dang got off work, she glanced at the tightly closed door of the president's office. Not long ago, no. It was a long time ago. Boss had said that no call should be taken now. All appointments were pushed back, and she could leave early. After dinner, he ding-dang went shopping at the mall with her girlfriends. Upon seeing that unparalleled perfect figure, she internally praised fate. But when she saw Boss walk into a women's clothing store, she was dumbfounded. Her boss told the sales clerk, "Pick some simple and elegant ones for me." So, she saw him awkwardly leave with a few women's tops. The next day, while tidying up the office, he ding-dang discovered several pieces of women's clothing in the usual place where Boss kept his clothes in the lounge. Those clothes were the ones he had bought at the mall last night. Additionally, she found a few buttons from the tops in the corner. He ding-dang understood. The person who left love marks on Boss was that super parachute. A sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. She couldn't quite articulate the feeling. For no reason, she started to dislike her own smile. Assistant Yang said that her smile resembled that of one of Boss's friends. So it was like this. This damn smile had caused her to bear the title of an airlifted soldier for a long time. Chapter 47 Tattoo 1. Facing the computer screen towards Xiaori. Ashu gloatingly said, "Did you see this, Xiaori?" The computer displayed a news headline. Su Honglian secretly arrived in Beijing from Manchester late last night. Spotted being picked up by another mysterious man. Behind the headline was a blurry silhouette of a man and woman taken with a mobile phone. Is that mysterious man our handsome Mongo? Ashu continued. Today, the girls in the office are discussing how that mysterious man's back looks a bit like someone. Late night? Picking someone up? Xiaori sneered inwardly. If you think so, then go ahead. As soon as Ashu saw Xiaori's calm demeanor, he knew there was no hope. Looking at her recent outfits, which were either turtleneck sweaters or buttoned up tightly, he remarked, "Hey, are you guys in a fierce battle lately? Why are you late every day?" Xiaori instinctively adjusted her collar and replied, "Zhou Jianshu, if you keep talking nonsense, see what happens." All right. It's like there's no silver lining here. I'm not joking with you. I heard Su Honglian is coming to the company today, and I want to take a chance to see if I can run into her and see if she's more beautiful than on camera. He ding-dang no longer disliked Su Honglian when she saw her appear. After all, they were both in the same boat now. Su Honglian was quite surprised by He Ding-dong's current attitude towards her. Normally, this secretary of Mongo didn't treat her well, but now she gently informed her that the president was in a meeting and invited her to Mongo's office, even offering her coffee. Now, Su Honglian felt extremely uneasy. Last night, she had called Mongo to pick her up from the airport. Usually, Mongo would fulfill her requests, and she understood that some things should be appropriate. A late-night airport pickup was not an unreasonable request. She had asked him to pick her up late at night many times before, and he had never declined. However, last night, the person who came to pick her up was Yang Shou. When she asked Yang Shou, he replied he didn't know. Su Honglian didn't even know why she was so obsessed. It seemed that once she decided on Mongo, he became her obsession. In this lifetime, she only wanted to grow old with him. Therefore, she was willing to wait endlessly, just like waiting for a tired bird to return to its nest. Upon returning to the office, Mongo saw Su Honglian napping on the sofa, her face covered by large sunglasses. He gently took the sunglasses off her face, and the slight hollowness of her eye sockets caused him pain. Love is the most difficult question in the world, and there has never been a way to satisfy both sides. When Su Honglian opened her eyes and saw Mongo quietly gazing at her from the side, with his coat draped over her, he smiled gently at her, a long-lost warmth in his smile. This sudden warmth stirred Su Honglian's heart. "Why didn't you come and pick me up last night?" "Honglian, have you eaten?" Mongo didn't answer her. "If not, let's go together. Don't you like Thai food? Today, we'll have Thai food." Xiaori didn't expect to run into Su Honglian here. If she had known, She would have called a shoe over. Her high heels clicked rhythmically on the bright marble floor of the corridor. Seeing herself, she was surprised, followed by a charming smile. Xiaori, what are you doing here? I thought you would be in Miami now. I heard Ken say that summer situation is still not very stable. Don't you like seeing me here? Xiaori felt very complicated towards Su Honglian, with childhood friendship mixed with condemnation for her selfishness, which over time turned into a kind of aversion. Therefore, she couldn't be calm with her, as if they would never be friends again. Not at all. Su Honglian's tone was very light, with a hint of sarcasm. I just didn't expect you would leave Summer alone there. Why would I be at ease? You seem to forget that Summer is no longer a child. No, he hasn't been a child for a long time. In my heart, he is a well-educated, responsible young man. Don't you think he's responsible? Xiaori stepped closer. Su Honglian, didn't you say how much you love Mongo? If you love him so much, why didn't you just take the blame for him back then and instead pushed everything onto that kid who wasn't even 20 yet? How ridiculous. Moreover, in my opinion, you're not only selfish but also uneducated. Throughout, you have never sincerely apologized to us siblings for your actions. Su Honglian's chest heaved, and Xiaori's words left her speechless. But she was Su Honglian, and her profession was acting. She frowned, touched her ear, and calmly picked up her phone. Mongo, can you help me check if my earrings fell in your car? The person in front of her glanced at her indifferently and brushed past her. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps, Su Honglian bitterly smiled. Look, she even did such childish things. It seemed she had acted too much and brought such a melodramatic scene into reality. It turned out that Xiaori had returned, and she had even brought her into the company. So, Mongo was so gentle serving her dishes and speaking many suggestive words. Mongo carefully observed Xiaori's expression as they ate together. She hadn't spoken a word to him since they returned home. The tables had turned. It used to be her who felt anxious for him, but now it was him who felt anxious for her. Ari, is there something wrong? He almost blurted out. Did I upset you? But he couldn't say that, or he would seem even more like her pet. Mongo, did you find the earrings? Earrings? Ah. I breathed a sigh of relief. When did you lose them? Where did you lose them? I'll help you find them. Xiaori smiled, a cold smile. Mr. Mongo, you really have a busy life. It seems you've gotten used to helping others find earrings. Did you find Su Honglian's earrings? She said they fell into your car, right? Mongo was embarrassed. Xieti, the old man Mongo likes Xiaori more and more. Grandpa is really happy. Your calling me Grandpa is now truly justified. Xiaori knew very well that ever since she told him she had registered her marriage with Mongo, this old man had been unable to contain his joy, expressing how happy he was every time he saw her. As for the wedding, let's wait for Grandpa's surgery to be done before we hold it. At that time, we will have a grand celebration, preparing 100 tables of wine and inviting my old friends. What do you think? Mongo nodded repeatedly in agreement, and Xiaori's face was filled with smiles. Old man Mongo spoke endlessly about the wedding until the caregiver came in to remind him that it was time for his afternoon nap, and he still seemed reluctant to stop. After leaving the room, Mongo's sycophant came to help Xiaori carry her bag, and Xiaori was still a bit unaccustomed to this side of Mongo. In the company parking lot, Mongo hesitated for a moment and said, Ari, I think I will be back late tonight. I'll have Yansho take you back first. There's a movie premiere at the company this afternoon that I must attend, and after the premiere, there's a cocktail party. I don't know when I can return, so you don't have to wait for me. Got it. Xiaori lowered her head to unbuckle her seatbelt. Ari, Mongo held onto Xiaori's hand. Tonight, Honglian will also attend. She is the female lead of the movie, which will be showcased in Europe. So there will be a press conference. I will attend it with Honglian. Xiaori replied softly, feeling angry. Mongo adjusted Xiaori's face. No. Who is angry? Xiaori huffed. That eye of yours looks like I'm angry, Mongo. You must be sick, you think you. The rest of her words were swallowed by Mongo. When Xiaori was kissed into a daze, Mongo finally let go of her, but even then, he playfully nibbled at her neck. This truly angered Xiaori, and she pointed at Mongo, speechless with rage. Mong Yi. I'm really angry now. That gossiping guy, a shoe, is going to write something again. Then kiss me back, and we'll be even, Mongo said, pretending to await punishment. You are such a rogue. No, you've upgraded to a scoundrel. All right, now Xiaori wanted to be a rogue too. Fine, then bring your pretty little lips closer to me, Mongo. Looking puzzled, leaned in, and Xia Ri really kissed him, even giving him a French kiss, extending her lips to the corners of his mouth and leaving a mark with a bit of force. You wouldn't want me to attend the press conference looking like that, would you? Manga pushed Xia Ri away, panting. So do you want it or not? Xia Ri pretended to grind her teeth. All right. Manga, determined, said bite me. In the end, Xia Ri still didn't bite down, just giving his lips a peck. Manga chuckled quietly. After all these years, he still knew her well. When Xia Ri finished work, she saw a large crowd of media gathered at the entrance of T.R., along with a sea of fans holding banners. It was said that Su Honglian would pass through here on her way to the premiere for a press screening. Scanning the enthusiastic fans, Xia Ri realized that Su Honglian's charm was truly irresistible. The fans ranged from teenagers to people in their 30s. Looking again, Xia Ri noticed that quite a few people were actually there for manga, mostly girls. Among them, two particularly attractive girls caught her eye, or rather, their banners did. One read, "Manga, I heard you play the piano when I was very young. My lifelong goal is to marry you." The other said, "Manga, look at me. Maybe you'll fall in love with me." Smiling, Xia Ri thought they were really cute girls. Such adorable girls made Xia Ri feel a pang of sadness. They were so fearless, saying whatever they wanted. She didn't know how many times she had checked the clock, how many times she had looked at her phone, or how many times she had glanced at the door. In that moment, Xia Ri finally realized that she was still in love with him, more deeply than ever. That night, Manga did not come back, and the morning light fell into their room, lonely and monotonous. Chapter 48, Tattoo, Part 2, frequent glances through the rearview mirror at the person sitting in the back revealed a calm expression. Yang Shou temporarily attributed the current situation to the calm before the storm. This morning, his boss had ordered him to pick up Miss Xia from her residence for work. And during this time, if she asked anything, he was to remain clueless. "Is there something on my face?" The person in the back asked softly. No. It's just that Miss Xia looks particularly beautiful today," Yang Shou stammered. "Thank you," she replied politely, her tone calm. She didn't ask, surprisingly, about where his boss had gone last night, not even a probing question, which made him anxious for quite a while. The fleeting figure of a woman in a hurry to work among the crowd made Yang Shou momentarily distracted. She was indeed a peculiar woman. Her lover hadn't returned all night, and she didn't even inquire about it. Ashu took another glance at Xia Ri and confirmed that she was completely unfazed. They had started simulating the stage design with 3D animations over the past few days, yet she had stayed in front of her computer for half the day without moving, just focused on playing with her phone. Was she affected by the news online? What a stubborn woman. She must not be calm now. As night fell, Xia Ri and Ashu followed a few people from the crew to a bar called Chong Le Fong. In truth, Xia Ri didn't know why she came along. She wasn't very familiar with them. She just knew she didn't want to go home, aware that Mingo hadn't returned yet. She had called the home landline a few minutes ago, but no one answered. Mingo still hadn't called her today, and like a petulant child, she didn't call him either. Perhaps due to the weekend, the bar was crowded, and they got a private room. Soon, Ashu had blended in with the others, and everyone was young, making for a pleasant atmosphere. Under their enthusiastic persuasion, Xia Ri also had a little to drink. Later, around 10 o'clock, they were taken to the police station because there was a disturbance at the bar. Ashu, meddling in other people's affairs, went to break up the fight and somehow ended up on the fighting side. The bar owner called the police, and thus, they were all escorted to the police station. Ashu was fine. He was now asleep on her shoulder, while a few others in front were visibly drunk, swaying side to side. Xia Ri smiled self-deprecatingly. Alcohol was truly not a good thing. Since returning to Beijing, she had ended up at the police station twice after drinking. Now, she could only hope that the deputy director would come soon to bail them out. To be honest, Xia Ri felt like she was sitting on pins and needles because among the more than 10 people, only she and another woman sitting beside her were female. The rest were men, and one muscular guy opposite her was staring at her with fiery eyes, giving Shu a hard kick. What a nuisance. Xia Ri picked up her phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally pressed the button. The mechanical female voice on the line made her feel pricked inside. "The number you have dialed is switched off." "Xia Ri, you've become weak," she murmured to herself. Yes, she had become weak. Back in the U.S., when she worked as a waitress in a bar, she had seen all kinds of people and experienced all sorts of things. But just now, She wished Mingo would suddenly appear in front of her, take her hand, and lead her away from there. On the wall of the police hall, a television screen was playing. A young girl on duty was flipping through channels with a remote control, finally settling on a handsome couple. On the TV, Mingo was wearing the fantasy royal blue shirt she had chosen for him yesterday, with a leather tie hanging loosely, looking a bit rebellious and handsome. Beside him sat the ever-beautiful Su Honglien, gazing at him tenderly as he answered reporters' questions, occasionally smiling lightly. Clearly, this was the press conference Mingo had mentioned. They sat side by side like a pleasing painting. A reporter asked Mingo if the ring he wore during his recent media appearances was a token of commitment. Oh, Mingo placed his hand with the ring on the microphone, displaying it to the reporters. Are you referring to this, Mr. Reporter? You probably wouldn't guess. I'm actually a follower of Buddha, and this ring was blessed by a master. After saying this, he smiled. It was still that familiar face, those familiar features. But Xia Ri felt that smile was distant, like it was floating in the clouds. This person could lie without blinking. She should have bitten him hard on the mouth at that moment. The reporters would have been more interested in this. Some staff members were reminding reporters to ask questions related to the movie. So, after a series of very official Q&A, a reporter directly asked Su Honglien if the red lotus tattoo on her back was for the plot or if it already existed. The red lotus on her back. Xia Ri closed her eyes, hearing Su Honglien's voice as clear as beads falling onto a plate. When I was 17, I fell in love with someone, and to commemorate that love, I got it. You mean the tattoo is to commemorate someone? So, is that person still with you now? Tattoo? But I prefer its other name, tattoo. In ancient times, tattoos represented a symbol, a belief. At that time, I told him, if you love me, do something for me. So, we went to get tattoos, and we each got a totem representing my name on our backs, which is the red lotus you see in the movie trailer. Xia Ri smiled again with her eyes closed, not expecting Mingo would do such childish things. It was strange tonight. She kept wanting to laugh, not even knowing what she was laughing about. Really good at showing off, the girl sitting beside her commented, glancing at Xia Ri, who was also looking at her. The star just now was photographed with that handsome guy beside her appearing at her private residence late at night. But that video mysteriously got deleted a few hours later. There is definitely something fishy about this. These two have been messing around for so many years. It's truly hard to see through. But don't you think they match well? Xia Ri replied lightly. That is true. The response sounded a bit forced. Finally, the deputy director arrived amidst many calls, looking frustrated, pointing at Xia Ri. Why are you mixed up with him? Upon returning home, Mingo still had not come back. After taking a shower, Xia Ri almost fell asleep as soon as she lay down, waking up to find herself in Mingo's arms. Xia Ri closed her eyes wearily again. Love really could be exhausting. Just as she was about to get up, Mingo pulled her back into his embrace, entangling her like an octopus. Let go, Xia Ri said coldly. Let me hold you a little longer before you get angry, okay? Mingo stubbornly pressed his head against hers. Let me hold you a little longer before I explain, okay? Xia Ri turned over, facing away from him. Ari, Mingo's voice sounded muffled above her head. Last night, I ate something bad. So, Dr. Liu helped me get my stomach pumped. As expected, that woman hurriedly turned around, holding her face. Mingo's face was unnaturally pale. You idiot. What did you eat to make yourself look like this? It doesn't even matter what I ate. I'm fine now, right? Really fine? Xia Ri nervously held Mingo's face. Mingo, are you still feeling unwell? Not unwell. He reached out and pulled her back into his arms. Just a bit tired. Why didn't you call to let me know? It was too late then, and I was afraid of waking you up. During the day, I wanted to call, but was worried you would make a big deal out of it. So I thought it would be better to wait until I was ready to explain. After a while, Xia Ri said, then why were you and Su Honglien photographed at a private residence late at night? Private residence? Those people really know how to exaggerate. It was clearly a private clinic. Mingo sighed. So you were really together late at night. Xia Ri's voice grew ominous. At that time, Yang So and Jin Tayu were also there. Mingo explained, angrily adding, those people just love to stir up trouble. Seeing that Xia Ri had stopped talking, he quickly lowered his head and saw her half-closed eyelashes fluttering like a fan. He bent down and kissed her eyes. Ari, let's make our relationship public, shall we? When reporters asked me at the press conference, I almost spilled everything. At that moment, I wanted to announce to the world that Meng Gu and Xiaori are a legitimate couple. Do you know how hard it was for me to lie about our wedding ring? I was even afraid my dishonesty would bring punishment. I'm not scared of other punishments, but the one I fear the most is that you won't be by my side. Ari, let's make our relationship public, okay? That way, there wouldn't be so many ridiculous speculations, and I could rightfully hold you in my arms. With her head resting in Meng Ji's embrace, Xiaori held him tightly. Meng Gu, you don't know, do you? After my mom left me, I went through therapy. For a while after she left, I liked to be alone. I was afraid to hear the phone ring, afraid of talking to anyone, and afraid to see families gathered together. I was also jealous of those with innocent smiles. I cursed fate for being so cruel and blamed it for leaving me with nothing. Once, I used a self-defense tool to stun someone who was following me, and when he fainted, I kept shocking him. Do you know what I was thinking at that time? I thought it would be best to kill him, and then I would bear the label of a murderer and see what else fate could take from me. Later, it was Ruoxing who stopped me, and then I went through about 6 months of therapy. In fact, I am a very timid person. I am comfortable with the status quo, afraid of change, and I also dislike socializing. Meng Gu, wouldn't it be good to just keep everything as it is now? Okay. Meng Gu held Xiaori tightly, wishing he could hide her in his pocket and protect her well. If you don't like it, if you don't want to, we can keep it private for a lifetime. How can we keep it private? But maybe we can wait until we have kids to make it public. Okay, let's wait until we have kids to make it public. Meng Gu whispered in Xiaori's ear, but when will you give me a child? I've been ready to work hard for you too. Work hard. Xiaori suddenly remembered something else. Meng Gu, take off my clothes. Meng Gu was overjoyed. After so long of coaxing, this woman finally got the hint. Since she had just had her stomach washed and was physically weak, she finally realized she needed to give herself that special service. So, Ari, if we're going to do it, let's go all the way. You take off the clothes. Xiaori couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This person was filled with those kinds of thoughts. Okay, young master. The servant will help you take it off. Under Meng Ji's eager gaze, Xiaori gently took off his clothes. Sir, turn around, Xiaori said softly. Meng Gu obediently presented his back to her, and Xiaori took a deep breath. Sure enough, there was a small mark on his back from the chemical wash. So she leaned down and bit down hard on that spot. She bit as hard as she could. Meng Yi, listen, Xiaori said fiercely to the disappointed Meng Gu, who was missing out on the special service. This is my mark on you. From now on, if you flirt with Su Honglian again, I'll mark your pretty face. Meng Gu cried out. When did his Xiaori become so fierce? Damn American beef. Chapter 49 Tattoo 3. Jin Taiyu was very disappointed. Originally, today was a good day for his blind date, and the date was a returning international student. Just that photo had taken away 3 of his 7 souls. Long hair, an oval face. For this, he even specially tied a pink tie. In China, it is said that pink can bring romance. In the elevator, that kid Mongo glanced at him and said, "At your age, still infatuated with Hello Kitty? If it were just the 2 of us, it would be fine." But that sometimes out-of-sorts female secretary of his was also there. Look at her face. It was turning purple. Later, when he went on the blind date, he was stood up by the girl. When he returned to the company feeling extremely frustrated, he saw Mongo sneaking into a small meeting room that they rarely used. Mongo finally realized that one could offend gentlemen, one could offend scoundrels, but one must never offend Koreans. He had worked hard to find such a secret place to rendezvous with Xiaori at noon. After just having his stomach washed out, the doctor advised him to eat some porridge or similar soft food. Xiaori had gone to the trouble of cooking porridge for him. Just as he finished the porridge and wanted to take a bite of Xiaori's tofu, the Korean barged in. After Mongo introduced them, Xiaori extended her hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Jin." Not bad, polite, and her voice was pleasant. Jin Taiyu also extended his hand to shake hers. Her skin was smooth, although a bit thin, but there was still some flesh on her chest, and her waist was slim. Hugging her would definitely feel good. Mongo was lucky. No wonder he was getting more and more showy. Showy to the point of outrageousness. Just looking at the number of times he went to the gym proved that. Bah, he was not that kind of strange uncle. Just now it was merely an assessment, pure assessment. Mongo hurriedly pulled Xia Ri behind him. He didn't want his woman to undergo an X-ray scan by this Korean. Taiyu, we have a meeting to attend later. Aren't you going to prepare? He meant to say, you can leave, don't be a third wheel here. I'm all set. What are you two going to do? We could do it together. Perhaps I can help a bit. Miss Xia, you might not know, but I'm a very, what is that idiom about helping others? It's called being helpful, Xia Ri said with a smile while looking at Mongo. Oh, Jin Taeyu exaggeratedly clapped his hands and said, right, being helpful. I really like being helpful, especially to a lovely lady like Miss Xia. The Korean was skilled at acting foolish. But Jin Taeyu, Mongo wrapped his arm around Xia Ri. What if I say my wife and I are going to do some couple things? Wife. So disgusting. Clearly showing off and mocking himself for not having a wife. If it weren't for your little brat's manipulation about how men in China prioritize establishing a career before starting a family, his child would probably be playing football with him by now. Now, this kid has both a family and a career. Jin Taeyu walked to the door and turned back. Mongo, Hong Lian asked me to thank you on her behalf. She said if it weren't for you blocking her drink after drink that night, the one needing a stomach wash would probably be her. Mongo had been standing at the door of Xia Ri's office for a long time, and the door remained closed. After leaving the office, Xia Ri didn't even glance at the person standing aside and walked straight past him. Ri. Mongo followed behind her. Listen to me, it was my fault. I only helped her block a few drinks. At that time, I forgot I just had an appendicitis operation. Good, forgot. Mongo always easily forgot many things when he saw Su Honglian. Xia Ri lowered her head. Her steps quickened. Sorry, Ri, next time I won tea. Mongo followed behind Xia Ri, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps. They arrived at the lobby, and many employees greeted Mongo. Xia Ri turned back and whispered, Get lost. Don't cause trouble for me again. Don't you know my nickname here is Super Parachute? If you keep this up, I'm afraid I'll go from being the director's secret lover to being your Mongo's secret lover. After saying this, Xia Ri continued walking, and Mongo still maintained his previous distance behind her, with company personnel casting curious glances at her. Xia Ri turned around and walked into the parking lot. In a place where no one was around, she turned back again. Good, great, blocking drinks, heroes saving beauty. Xia Ri recalled Mongo's nickname. Indeed. The 24 filial pieties of Su Honglian. So it is, then you might as well go back to her and be her 24 filial piety for life. The 24 filial pieties of Su Honglian were already exhausting to listen to. During the time, she couldn't see. How good could he have been to her? Being around Mongo always made her feel tired, but despite feeling tired, she still wanted to be by his side. Tears streamed down Xia Ri's face. For her lack of ambition, Mongo was flustered and confused, holding on to Xia Ri, not knowing what to say, just unconsciously calling her name, Ri. Shut up. Xia Ri raised her head. Mongo, if this continues, I will be exhausted. No, I'm already very tired. Do you know? When you were blocking drinks for Su Honglian, did you ever think about my feelings? Do you know while you were in the hospital washing her stomach, I was at the Public Security Bureau? I don't know why I was so unlucky. Every time I drink, I end up at the Public Security Bureau. At that time, we were sitting in the police car, and those drunk people were whistling at me. Because it was crowded, those people were all over me. I called you, but your phone was off. Mongo, why are you never by my side when I need you? I'm very curious if I will regret the choice I made now. No, Ri. Mongo held Xia Ri tightly in his arms. Her words pierced his heart like needles. No, I want to give you a chance to regret it. From now on, Mongo will only be Xia Ri's 24 filial piety. Mongo, why do I want you to be my 24 filial piety? Do you really think I'll treat you like a servant? To block drinks for me? Xia Ri took a deep breath, as if trying to suck back the tears in her eyes. All the talk about being content with the status quo and fearing change is deceiving you. In fact, I'm scared I lack confidence. I'm afraid of the future. Those 2 words carry too many variables. I've been through too much, so I'm afraid. But I dare not tell you that I lack confidence to walk with you, because I'm afraid saying it will hurt your feelings. But why is it only me who has to think for you? Well, you have never thought for me. If you had thought for me, you wouldn't have ruined your body. You've always known, I can't bear to see you hurt. I can't bear to see you in pain. This is truly a bad habit, but I can't quit. Sorry, Ri. At this moment, Mongo didn't know what to say, only holding her tightly, confirming that she was still in his embrace. In the future, I will never again drink a single drop of alcohol. Let go. I don't want to see you or hear your voice right now. Mongo remained still, holding her tightly. Xiaori lowered her head, her hand tugging at Mongo's shirt collar, and then bit down hard. Mongo remained unmoving, looking at the bite mark. It was much deeper than the one from this morning. Even bleeding, he didn't know how long it would take to disappear. He didn't know if that could also be called a tattoo. If it made Xiaori feel heartbroken, a tattoo of grievance. Let go, Summer calmly said. I won't leave you, at least not now, because on the night you were gone, I realized I still love you, no? I love you more than ever before. But, Mongo, don't make my love pathetic. If you won't let go, then take me home. I'll take my passport and luggage to Miami. Mongo slowly loosened his grip on Summer's hand, and she didn't look at him, until Summer walked away. Mongo picked up his phone. Yangshuo, Miss Yao will go out through the front door, follow her, and make sure she doesn't notice. After hanging up, Mongo covered his stomach and slowly squatted down. He ding-dang covered her mouth. She heard the woman with bright eyes speaking sorrowfully about her love. And the quiet space of the parking lot echoed, making her cry. He ding-dang once hated that woman who smiled a bit like her, and she was jealous of her. With a face barely above average, and not even graduated from college, why did she deserve Mongo's love? Now she understood. It's hard not to love such a woman because she understands love. Because she loves him, she can't bear to see him hurt or in pain. It's a simple truth. Loving someone can be simple, as long as they are well and free from troubles. A very obvious truth, yet many people don't understand, including her boss. That's why she was angry and sad. Su Honglian, that bitch, that actress, he ding-dang secretly cursed. She didn't know that her boss had just undergone an appendectomy, and yet he was still blocking the drinks. Truly a disaster for the country. A seductive vixen. Damn it. Summer stopped in front of old Master Meng's hospital room, patted her face, and raised her thumb and middle finger to lift the corners of her mouth. Old Master Meng was receiving visitors, and upon seeing Summer, his face lit up. He pointed at her and said, "My granddaughter-in-law." One by one, those people praised her, making the old man beam with delight. Really, a few polite words from others made him so happy. After sending off the guests, Summer accompanied him to sit on a bench in the hospital garden. Pretending to be casual, she took his hand and secretly circled her fingers around his wrist. He had lost weight. "Don't worry," the old man patted her hand. "The doctor said my condition is optimistic. My old friends and I have agreed that after my surgery, once I recover, we'll go hiking. Then take me with you." Summer leaned her head on his shoulder. "When the time comes, if I can't climb, you'll have to pull me up." Oh, Summer has become quite talkative. The old man was amazed, and has learned to flatter. The late autumn sun shone on them as Summer slowly closed her eyes. After a while, old Master Meng coldly hummed, "Brat, come out." Mongo walked out from the corner, sheepishly smiling at his grandfather. Mongo replaced old Master Meng's previous position, gently resting Summer's head on his shoulder and cradling her hand in his. As night fell, he picked her up and gently placed her in his car. In front of the bathroom mirror, Mongo stared at the deep bite mark on his shoulder for a long time. Then, using all his strength, he slammed his fist against the bathroom wall. Mongo, what a complete idiot. Chapter 50 Deep Feelings, Part 1. When she woke up, Mongo was sitting in front of her bed. Seeing her open her eyes, he broke into an incredibly bright smile. "Ari, you didn't eat anything last night. I made breakfast. Get up and have a little." Xiaori turned over, facing away from him, then buried her head deep in the pillow. It was always like this every time. Time flowed slowly, and she continued to turn her back to him while he sat quietly behind her. Xiaori sat up in bed. "You can go out. I need a change." Mongo did not leave, but instead squatted down, holding Xiaori's hand. "Xiaori, I love you. I always thought that keeping you by my side and treating you well was my way of showing love, but I seem to have been wrong. I always thought I was very smart, that I understood everything, that everything was under my control. But it turns out I'm just a fool, understanding nothing. Grandpa was right. Love is a subject to study. So, you need to stay by my side. Teach me a little about how to love you." "Okay, Ari." This person had already brought tears to his eyes early in the morning. Half of the tears in Xiaori's life probably belonged to him. Mungo reached out to wipe away the tears on Xiaori's cheeks. Xiaori covered her face. It was burning hot. Mungo's "I love you" made her blood boil like boiling water, as if she had waited 28 years just to hear that sentence, just to wait for this moment. Mungo pulled Xiaori's hand away from her face, filled with concern. "Are you okay, Ari?" "Mungo." Xiaori lowered her eyelids. "It turns out I'm also an unconventional woman, and I like to hear sweet nothings." Mungo breathed a sigh of relief, then patted Xiaori on the head. "You actually called it sweet nothings. Do you know how much courage it took for me to say that? A 28-year-old man doing what a high school student would do. Do you think it's easy for me? If those guys knew, where would I put my face?" Xiaori chuckled. "Were you just laughing at me?" Mungo protested. "Tell me, do you think I'm childish? Are you secretly pleased in your heart? The mighty Mungo is doing such things?" Xiaori finally burst into laughter. "Mungo, yes, it is a bit childish. You better not offend me in the future. Otherwise, I'll expose what happened today." Mungo hugged the giggling woman tightly in his arms. "For you to stay by my side, I'm willing to do the most childish things." I thought I would never say that sentence in my life. I always felt that saying love and affection was cheesy. I thought you would understand even if I didn't say it, but I forgot you have a thick skull. On this planet with over 6 billion people. Only you make me willingly do this for you, without any purpose, simply wanting to do this for you. At this moment, time stood still. "What happened to your hand?" During breakfast, Xiaori glanced at Mungo's hand, which was wrapped in a bandage. "Oh." Mungo moved his fingers. "I got it caught in a car door." Xiaori looked at Mungo in confusion. "It's fine." Mungo put down his utensils. "After we finish eating, we have to catch a flight. We're going to pay a visit to your father-in-law." Thus, Xiaori was taken to the airport by Mungo. Seeing him acting as if he were a superstar, Xiaori cursed him for being vain. "Isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Xiaori pointed at his baseball cap and large sunglasses. He was making himself all nervous, as if countless eyes were watching them in the airport. "This is called being cautious." Mungo looked around. Those paparazzi are always lurking around, doing nothing every day but hiding at the airport. Once, I had just landed and they caught me red-handed. The next day, a news report came out saying I was traveling with a beauty. When I saw the picture, I couldn't help but laugh. That so-called beauty was just a traveler passing by. While Mungo was venting, Xiaori remembered she hadn't asked for leave yet. She picked up her phone to inform Ashu, but Mungo turned it off. "I already asked for leave for you." Oh no. It seems I can't shake off that super parachute title for a while. Xiaori's hometown is a small town near Chuanzhou, not very populated, with simple local customs. By the time she arrived there from Beijing, it was already dusk. In her hometown, Xiaori had no relatives left, except for an old house left by her grandmother and a foster daughter her grandmother took in. She had the same surname as her grandmother, and Xiaori always called her Aunt He. When they arrived, Aunt He was already waiting for them with a few children at the village entrance. Aunt He had prepared a rich dinner for them at her home. At the dinner table, Mungo used his silver tongue to charm Aunt He and her husband, saying how delicious the dishes were, how good the soup tasted, and how young Aunt He and Uncle looked. Such a good actor, Xiaori thought, clearly buttering them up, but he made it sound so sincere. After spending time with actors, even his acting skills have improved. "Look at how you're stealing the spotlight," Xiaori thought, reaching out her hand to draw circles on Mungo's abs through his clothes. Sure enough, Mungo's voice trembled. Xiaori felt secretly pleased. Xiaori's hand moved down a little. Mungo suddenly stood up. "Annie, Uncle, I'm full. Ari, take me to the restroom." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Xiaori's hand and dashed into the house, ending up in the storage room under the stairs, pinning her against the wall. "Tell me, have you tried that move on anyone else?" The anyone else obviously referred to that big gorilla. Xiaori put on a thinking pose. "Let me think." Still thinking. Mungo's hand slipped under Xiaori's shirt, his fingers going right into her underwear. "Are you crazy?" Xiaori lowered her voice. They were only a wall away from the living room. "What if Annie sees us?" "Just now, what you did at the dinner table was even more dangerous." His grip tightened. "You still haven't answered me." "No," Xiaori admitted. "You were the first." "Good, very good, obedient girl." Mungo was satisfied with Xiaori's answer. "Now you can take your hand out." Since her hands were pressed behind her by Mungo, Xiaori could only give a verbal warning. No. Mungo grinned wickedly. "Ari, didn't the teacher teach you that mischief comes with punishment? Now I'm going to exercise slavery over you." With that, He pressed his lips down, trailing along her face, tearing her sweater open, and his lips landed on her shoulder. Mungo had to admit he was a very, very bad person, and he was extremely excited right now. In the past, he looked down on those men and women hiding in corners to have affairs. He thought that was disgusting behavior. But now he couldn't deny it wasn't disgusting at all, not one bit. Yes, he admitted he was a bit perverted. He liked this state now and enjoyed this stimulating game. Sayori finally managed to free one hand. She fiercely pulled away Mungo's hand, which had already unbuttoned her jeans. Mungo was, of course, unwilling. As they tugged at each other, a soft voice emerged. "Brother, sister, are you looking for the restroom?" Sayori nodded, chuckling awkwardly. Yeah. You're really smart. You guessed it right. We can't find a restroom. I'll take you." The praised child was overjoyed. "But just now, what were you doing?" "Us?" Mungo cleared his throat, his voice heated by the summer. "Just now? My sister got sand in her eyes, and my brother was helping her blow it out." "Blow out the sand? But it's pitch dark there. Can you see, brother?" I can see. Summer felt a bit creeped out. If Auntie heard this, it would surely lead to all sorts of imaginations. What Mungo did next left Summer both amused and touched. Mungo brought out a large backpack filled with Moutai liquor, pu'er tea, and some local specialties from the capital. He placed them on the table one by one, his arms hanging in front, shoulders slightly lowered. "Uncle and Aunt, I thank you on behalf of Summer. Over the years, thank you for taking care of my father-in-law and grandmother. You've worked hard. Now that they are gone, you are Aru's elders, and here, as Aru's husband, I assure you that in the future, I will give Aru a happy home and will not let her suffer." Auntie wiped her face on the side, and her husband, the dark-skinned man, was also moved, patting Mungo's shoulder. Good. Just hearing that from you is enough. I thank you on behalf of Summer's father." The mention of father made Summer feel melancholic. It would have been perfect if her father were here. One wishes to care for their parents, but they're no longer around, the most hopeless feeling in the world. As Summer lowered her head, tears fell. Mungo reached out and held Summer's hand. That evening, Mungo did something that surprised Summer. A few children, holding thick red envelopes, were overjoyed. These children were Aunt He's grandchildren, as her children had all gone to work outside. So they had been living with her. One eager child, noticing the adults were not paying attention, tore open a red envelope. The amount inside likely exceeded his expectations, and he walked away with the envelope, joyfully beaming, looking extremely cute. "How much did you pack inside?" Summer nudged Mungo. "How do you know about this?" 4,000. Mungo whispered. "I checked online. Isn't the custom in your Manan region to favor the numbers 4 and 8? I initially wanted to pack 8,000, but the envelope couldn't hold it. Later, I thought about packing a check, but I was afraid those kids wouldn't recognize it and would treat it as waste paper. You know, I counted that money with Yangshuo, counted until my hands hurt. This implied that there was still a lot left." Summer truly felt both amused and exasperated this time. Mungo nodded. "There should be dozens more. You know, isn't there a lot of emphasis on the son-in-law's first visit here? I will be responsible for making you famous in your village." "Son-in-law? Famous?" Using professional terminology now. The lost child reappeared, his little face flushed red. He whispered something in another child's ear, and the other child looked at him in disbelief. The flushed child nodded meaningfully, creating an amusing, silent play. It reminded Summer of a similar scene she seemed to have seen in a Stephen Chow movie. Summer called the still red-faced child over and whispered something to him in turn. The child ran out excitedly. "What did you say to him?" Mungo asked her. "Aren't you going to make me famous? I'm creating opportunities for you." Before long, Auntie's living room was filled with children, some still in their pajamas. Chapter 51, Deep Affection, Part 2. After taking a shower, Mungo hugged the woman who had been staring out the window for a long time. "What are you thinking about?" Summer pointed to a vacant lot outside the window and said softly, "There used to be a big pond here, and I have a particularly deep impression of it. When I was 7, I almost drowned here, but I still liked it very much. In the summer, you could hear many frogs croaking in the pond, and during a full moon, the moon would reflect on the water surface. I would sit by the window for a long time, watching it ripple with the waves of the water. Grandma always called me a silly girl. Those times were particularly beautiful. After that, we moved to our wedding house. By the way, you haven't seen the house I've prepared for our wedding yet. When the time comes, I'll have the master make a pond like the one you mentioned, and we can raise a few frogs." What naive guy. Summer laughed, buried in Mungo's embrace. "No, you're a rich young master who doesn't understand the real world. What kind of place is Beijing? The soil there has long been filled with steel and concrete. Where would the water come from? Do you want to dig a hole and raise frogs? Fool." Mungo tapped Summer's forehead lightly. "Water is probably the cheapest thing in Beijing." "Well, Mungo, I guess you've never seen a real pond. You must be thinking of a swimming pool. A pond has wild little fish, and when the season comes, there is some algae growing in it. And sometimes a couple of little snakes pop up. Is that scary? Little snakes?" Mungo scoffed. "All right, let's not talk about the pond. You really are a rich young master raised in the capital, without a hint of natural knowledge. It's a pity we can't see the moon now. After going to so many places, I still feel that the moon in my hometown is particularly bright." Before Summer could continue, Mungo covered her mouth. He didn't want to hear about those things in Alaska from her, especially not that word "we." "Summer, let's talk about something practical." "Like what?" Summer leaned against Mungo's chest, breathless. This man always kissed her until she was lost. "Like the topic of sex? Or we could just set an example and continue what we started downstairs." Sex and the moon are like mahjong and poetry. This guy really knew how to ruin the mood. "Summer, we have it." Summer quickly covered Mungo's mouth. "The kids next door are still sleeping. Can't you speak a little quieter?" Mungo lowered his voice. All right. Given how moved I was just now, I'll tiptoe and wrap my arms around your neck." Summer stood on her tiptoes to reach Mungo, who was a bit tall, so she could only hang on to him. What followed naturally developed in the direction Mungo hoped for, but, Mungo, you, Summer's voice broke. "Can you not be so pretentious? The kids next door. No, your husband is teaching you a lesson. This move is called Spartan. Ancient Greek men used it to conquer women. How's that? Not bad, right?" In truth, he had no idea what Spartan meant. He was just making it up. He had only seen 300, and he thought it sounded more intimidating. Summer gave up on resisting Mungo's so-called fearless approach. This guy was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The next day, when Summer took Mungo to pay respects to her father, they were met by a group of children waiting at the door, their eyes wide and smiling sweetly. Mungo pressed his forehead, thinking about this group of snotty kids and light bulbs. "Kids, do you want hamburgers?" Mungo's voice was as friendly as it could be. He had been trying to change his image these days. "Yes," they answered in unison. "All right, you all go back home and come back in the evening. I'll go buy you hamburgers, okay?" At that moment, Summer thought Mungo was quite versatile. He could be a rogue, a gentleman, very vulgar, yet also very elegant, truly capable of handling both the drawing room and the kitchen. Summer gazed at her father's face for a long time. The photo of him in the Memorial Hall was taken during his military days in a green uniform, looking vigorous, with a confident smile. Back then, her father was still young. "Dad, I'm with Mungo now. Today, I brought him with me." Summer pulled Mungo to bow to her father. Mungo looked up at the man in the photo. To be honest, he didn't have any particular impression of him, just knowing he was a solid man back then. He had never held him in high regard, even thinking he could look down on him. "I'm sorry, Uncle Sia," Mungo whispered in his heart. "Please forgive my youthful recklessness. And also forgive me for the mistakes I've made towards Summer. Thank you for bringing her to my side when I was 10, on their way down the mountain." Summer's mood was very low. Passing by the entrance of a small church, Mungo asked Summer to wait outside while he ran inside. After a while, he brought her in. It was a tiny church, filled with a few long benches for worship and a piano. An elderly man smiled at them kindly before leaving. Mungo seated Summer in the closest spot to the piano, took off his coat, and somehow pulled out a white shirt to wear. He tousled his hair a bit and rolled up the sleeves of the shirt. The early winter sunlight poured down through the skylight, illuminating Mungo, and the white shirt shone brightly in the sunlight, like snow. Mungo sat down at the piano, quietly gazing at Summer. The bright white shirt accentuated the color of his eyes, which looked like the deep sea. Sunlight flowed through the air like floating dust. Everything seemed dreamlike. The scene was familiar. Summer had once dreamed of this in her teenage years. Mungo in a white shirt playing for her in a very special place, just for her. "Summer, do I look a bit like the light cavalry that falls on the rooftop from the movie you like? Now, this light cavalry is going to perform for the woman he loves." His fingers fell onto the black and white keys, flying like the wind. Summer remembered what Xiao Wanqin had said a long time ago. Summer, I first fell in love with his hands, and then with the person. Every girl might treasure a glamorous dream in her youth. And Mungo was the dream that Summer cherished in her heart. She walked over, leaned against the piano, and gently placed her hand on Mungo's hair, feeling the sunlight on his hair dancing with every note. If she were a sorceress, she would turn this moment into eternity. Because nothing could make her happier than this moment. In this small church, under this roof, the man named Mungo helped her fulfill the dream of her teenage years. This dream was even more beautiful than in her dreams because it was within reach. Aunt Hie's husband took out his treasured sweet wine to entertain Mungo. Since Mungo couldn't drink yet and Summer didn't want to spoil his mood, the wine he poured for Mungo ended up in Summer's stomach. Fortunately, they were all sweet wines, and the taste was quite good. As Summer drank, she found herself becoming a bit addicted, due to his dark skin and serious demeanor. Summer had always been afraid of Aunt Hie's husband since she was little. Tonight, under the influence of the wine, he talked about many things from Summer's childhood, some of which she had forgotten, yet he still remembered, which touched Summer deeply. So, while clinking glasses with him, she listened to him speak and giggled foolishly. Summer didn't know how much she drank until Mungo forcibly took her away. Mungo carried her away, and Summer hung her hand around his neck. Aunt Hie's house and the old house left by her grandmother were just a few steps away. Stop, stop. As soon as they stepped out the door, Summer shook Mungo's neck. Mungo stopped, and Summer frowned at a spot across from the entrance. It's gone, the mango tree is gone. There. She raised her hand and pointed. There used to be a mango tree. Through the dim streetlight, Summer seemed to see a little girl standing under the mango tree, looking at a family of 3 with an envious gaze. When I was 8, there was a mango tree here, and the mangoes hanging from the tree always made my mouth water. At that time, I wanted to reach out and pick a couple to eat, but I couldn't reach them, and my grandmother couldn't either, so I waited every day for them to fall from the tree by themselves. Silly, right? Later, someone picked them all. I cried for a long time under the tree. At that time, my grandmother thought I was crying because I couldn't eat the mangoes. But actually, it wasn't that. It was because the scene I saw at that moment made me feel sad. The child who picked all the mangoes rode on her father's shoulders that day, picking them one by one, while her mother stood by with a big bag to catch them. Mungo, do you know? That child was very stupid. She always ranked last in class. And every time the teacher called her to answer questions, she would just cry. But in this village, the person I envied the most was her, because her father often carried her on his back everywhere. It was as if feeling tired. Summer buried her head in Mungo's arms and closed her eyes. She didn't know how long it had been, but when Summer opened her eyes, she found herself still on Mungo's back, wearing his coat. The surrounding houses had no lights on. It was clear that night had deepened. Mungo, what are you doing now? Summer touched Mungo's face, feeling a slight sweat on his forehead. I'm currently carrying you around, Mungo said, freeing one hand to pat Summer's bottom. Hold on tight, or you'll fall off. Silly. Summer hooked her hand around Mungo's neck. Now, it's that child's turn to envy me, because that child's man definitely won't carry her around everywhere. Even if he does, she will envy me because her man surely isn't as good-looking as mine. That's for sure, Mungo chuckled. My man, he's very pleased with that statement. He laid Summer on the bed and gently stroked her face. Ari, let us plant a mango tree outside our house when we go back to Beijing. When our child is 8, I'll let him ride on my shoulders to pick mangoes from the tree. And then you can stand under the tree with a bag to catch them. Chapter 52, Deep Affection, Part 3. On the 3rd day of their visit here, they went to Kaiyuan Temple in Xuanzhou. It was unclear why Mungo insisted on going to Kaiyuan Temple. Before leaving, Aunt Hie quietly said to Summer, that young man is quite thoughtful. As soon as he heard that your uncle and I had visited to pray for a good marriage fortune, he probably thought of going to Kaiyuan Temple. But he's also quite adorable. He was too shy to ask me directly, so he secretly asked those kids. I found it quite amusing listening in. So, on the way to Kaiyuan Temple, Mungo looked at Summer with confusion. What was this woman laughing about? When Summer was very young, she had come to Kaiyuan Temple once with her grandmother. She still remembered the legends about Kaiyuan Temple that had been passed down through generations. Whether those stories took place in a specific dynasty or if they were true, no one knew. They had just been passed down orally. It is said that a princess once came to Kaiyuan Temple to pray. Coincidentally, her future husband was also there. He had never seen the princess before and, on a whim, disguised himself as a monk to sneak in and see what his future wife looked like. However, the princess discovered him and, in a fit of anger, ordered the abbot to shave his head on the spot and commanded him to stay there as a monk. Later, when the misunderstanding was cleared up, the princess shaved her head as a nun to seek the prince's forgiveness. Eventually, with the help of kind-hearted individuals, they reunited and held their wedding at Kaiyuan Temple. On their wedding day, they held trays with each other's hair. Due to this legend, Kaiyuan Temple has gained a lot of romantic significance, attracting many people each year to pray for love. That day, as soon as Summer entered the temple, she saw many young men and women. Once Mongo entered the temple, he tugged at Summer and pointed to one side. "Ari, why don't we try that? It looks like fun." "It is fun." Summer responded to the public sentiment. "All right, let's give it a try." So, they went to the love fortune box to draw a fortune. The one interpreting their fortune was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who spoke in an obscure and pedantic manner. This made Mongo quite impatient. "Uncle, can you be more direct?" Mongo pulled Summer into his embrace and asked, "Just tell us, can we grow old together?" "Whether you can grow old together depends on your fate and affinity." A very official response. "Uncle, have you watched too many movies?" Mongo held Summer's hand and pointed to their rings. "See, we're already growing old together. You haven't heard the saying, what separates must come together, and what comes together must separate." He might as well have stroked his beard while saying it. "Uncle, I heard that saying in Chibi." Mongo was annoyed. "What separates must come together, and what comes together must separate. Do you believe I'll get a lawyer to sue you for plagiarism?" The middle-aged man just smiled. His eyes behind the lenses filled with wisdom. "Let's go." Mongo playfully tugged at Summer's hand. "Tomorrow I'll come here to set up a stall. Who can't talk nonsense?" "Young man," the middle-aged man called out to Mongo, "don't be so impatient. If you encounter anything in the future, remember, you must understand the importance of burning your boats." Summer now felt that this gentleman really wasn't just someone who watched too many movies, but perhaps had read too much history. Later, Mongo recalled this scene with immense gratitude for the fortune teller whose name he didn't know. Xiao Wei glanced at her cousin, who was squinting her eyes and looking tired. In front of her was a freshly printed morning newspaper, half of which featured Mongo's extraordinarily handsome face. She brought the newspaper closer to have a look. The photo was taken the previous evening at the airport, and Xiao Wei found it strange that Mongo seemed to have become so agreeable. Unlike his usual impatience with reporters, he showed no hostility and was very cooperative. "Cousin, who do you think the wedding that President Mongo mentioned is for?" "It must be someone significant to get him to attend, but it seems the entertainment industry has been quite calm lately." Xiao Wei, who had been working as an assistant to her cousin since graduation, had seen her cousin's feelings for Mongo clearly over the years. Su Honglian is griptaitan beinfali. She also hoped for that wedding, but she understood Mongo's intention behind his actions. He was unusually engaging with reporters, even willing to feed them fake news to divert their attention, so not many would notice the petite figure next to him, half hidden and wearing a baseball cap, looking like a staff member. Going on vacation, these past few days, when she went to Mongo's office, that quirky female secretary coldly tossed out that comment. Su Honglian felt love was like a chess game. One wrong step and everything is lost. Some fragments replayed like film strips, and suddenly, the scene froze on Mongo's ringed finger. Pointing at his phone, Su Honglian stood up abruptly. No. Summer won't forgive Mongo for what he did to her brother. That incident is like an indelible scar on Summer's heart. Why were those two at the airport? Did something happen during her absence from Beijing? She dialed the phone of her boss's valued assistant, Mr. Lin. "Mr. Lin, weren't you going to treat me to a meal that day? I just happen to be free tomorrow night." Summer had lost count of how many times she called out to the still lazy Mongo. "Mongo, aren't you getting up? My patience is limited. A kiss, and I'll get up right away." Mongo, still groggy, reached out into the air. After fishing around for a while and not finding anything, he opened his eyes to see Summer with her hands on her hips, glaring down at him. "Mongo, if this goes on, I feel like I'm going to become your maid." Mongo was quite impatient. With a long arm, He pulled Summer into his embrace, and suddenly, the refreshing scent of her toothpaste filled his surroundings. Now I want to try what flavor of toothpaste Summer uses. He leaned in, prying open her lips with his tongue, pushing deep inside. His hands. Summer liked to shower in the morning, so she must have just finished. It was all Summer's fault. She knew men usually had certain urges in the morning, yet she always made herself smell so good, leaving no room for wild thoughts. And it was difficult. Ari, now let's catch up on what we missed last night. Hey, Mongo, is there anything in your head besides that? Summer tried desperately to push him away. Doe me vork. You should be grateful that my body is only loyal to you. Mongo actually wanted to maintain a refined image in front of Summer, but there was no way around it. Every time he touched her, he thought of that. Summer struggled to sit up. No, she needed to have a serious talk with him now. Mongo, listen to me. Summer started to stutter. Can you restrain yourself in the morning? I promise you in the evening we can, I'll listen to you. Summer's head lowered more and more. I don't want to be late. And if you keep this up, aren't you afraid the company will go bankrupt? Mongo pulled Summer back to his side. All right, since you said you'd listen to me in the evening, I'll let you off this time. However, you seem to not understand your husband's financial situation. Have you heard that movie line? What is the most expensive thing in the 21st century? He is talented, which means that what surpasses talent is money. I, as your husband, have combined the two, using my money to recruit talent. Therefore, you need not worry about my company. Even if I am late to work every day, or even if I don't work for half a year, I can still have diamonds on all 10 fingers and enjoy the best delicacies every day. So, you're saying that I am a nouveau riche, a local tycoon, with diamonds on all 10 fingers? That's quite something. Summer pulled up that person who was still lounging in bed, feeling quite pleased. I don't want to die an untimely death. Mongo regretted that he couldn't finish his homework. Summer's office was on the 7th floor, where the creative department was located. Many people greeted Summer warmly when they saw her, which surprised her a bit. Usually, those people didn't pay much attention to her with the nickname Super Parachute. Upon entering the office, she asked Ashu what was going on. He said, "It's nothing. They came to ask me about your relationship with Mongo, and I told them you and Mongo are cousins." Ashu felt secretly pleased. If they did anything inappropriate, like flirting, they would be labeled accordingly. After work, Summer went to the hospital with Mongo to visit Old Man Mongo. The surgery date had already been set for the day after tomorrow, and the doctor from the United States had already conducted a full-body examination on him that morning. Upon entering the ward, Old Man Mongo looked at Summer with a big smile, leaving her confused. Then he said, "Summer, come out. You little mouse." Summer slowly walked out of the bathroom and shrugged. "Grandpa, the surprise is ruined." Summer rushed over and started patting Summer's body. "Tion, why are you here? When did you arrive? Didn't we agree that I would pick you up in half a month? Did the doctor say it was okay? Did the doctor really say your body can handle a long flight? Are you feeling okay? Are you dizzy? Sister, I'm standing right in front of you, aren't I?" Tion's hand rested on Summer's shoulder. "Now, I'm more curious about how you found out about my secret. Could it be that we have some kind of telepathy?" Summer pointed to the phone she had originally given him, which was resting in a corner of the sofa. "That little gadget sold you out." Mongo felt a headache coming on. As soon as his wife saw his brother, she completely became invisible. Summer and Tion sat down in a quiet spot outside the hospital under a flower rack. "Tion, I'm Mary Mongo." Summer didn't dare to look into Tion's eyes. "I know, Mongo picked you up today. He told me everything. I also know the reason behind your marriage." Tion looked at the darkening sky. "Today, I hit him. Unfortunately, I don't have much strength now." You know what he said? He said, Tion, as long as you are willing, I could be your punching bag anytime. He also said that was the only way he could think of to be with you. Tion, at first it was like that, but later I gradually became reluctant. I gradually wanted to give it a try. You also know that person has occupied a place in my heart for too long enough that it feels like it's woven into my blood. In this world, some people find it hard to love someone, and once they do, it becomes a lifetime. Tion, your sister is that kind of person. So even after he did that to you, she still loves him. Tion, am I hopeless? Sister, is he good to you? He's very good to me. Then are you happy and content when you're with him? Summer nodded. How could she not be happy? How could she not be content? She often woke up late at night, staring blankly at the person beside her, afraid that if she blinked, he would disappear. That's good. That year, their father left them, leaving them in this world, relying on each other. Before the accident, his last thought was that he couldn't leave her. That belief supported him in returning to her side. Perhaps that 5-year wait was just for this moment, to see his sister happy and content. Chapter 53, Deep Affection, Part 4. Meng glanced at the clock, reminding Xiaori that it was time to go back. Grandpa needed to rest. Grandpa Meng was indifferent, thinking that his grandson was using him as a shield again. It was clear that Meng was feeling ignored and was unhappy about being treated like heir, yet he said he needed to rest, apologetically smiling at the old man. Xiaori picked up Xiaotian's luggage, but Xiaotian stopped her. Sister, I want to stay here with Grandpa. Grandpa Meng was in a VIP ward, with a bed for family members behind a screen, as comfortable as a hotel. Yes, Meng hurriedly interjected. Let Xiaotian keep Grandpa company. They must have a lot to talk about. But you said Grandpa needs to rest. Xiaori shot him a glance. Sister, Xiaotian, hearing Meng's tone, clearly felt that he was being considered a third wheel, but he also had foresight. I think it's convenient to stay in a hospital. You forgot, I'm a patient too. Xiaotian's words made Xiaori uneasy. Then I really have to stay here tonight. Meng, you go back by yourself. Ari, actually, you don't have to worry. Next door, there's a 24-hour special care unit. If you press the bedside button, they'll come running like rockets. Meng was still concerned about another matter. Besides, there's only one bed here. Where you sleep? Pointing to the sofa, Xiaori said irritably, I can sleep there. No way. Meng waved his hand. How can I let my wife sleep in such a place? You forgot. Your sleeping position is terrible for my husband. Shut up. Xiaori hurriedly covered Meng's mouth to prevent him from saying something outrageous, then awkwardly smiled at her brother and Grandpa. Grandpa Meng was delighted by their interaction, thinking, love is in the air. It seems that soon I will be able to hold a grandchild. Meng, I warn you, if you keep talking nonsense, I will make sure that my sleeping on the sofa continues indefinitely, Xiaori whispered in Meng's ear. How about I stay here tonight too? Meng whispered back, teasingly saying while Xiaori pretended to grind her teeth. Okay, I'll go back. Xiaotian found Meng at that moment amusing, like a child who couldn't get candy. But he felt a surge of schadenfreude. Having seen Meng's domineering side too many times and how he often disregarded his sister, Xiaotian coldly snorted, thinking, I didn't expect Meng to have a day like this. Meng noticed Xiaotian's expression and knew that his brother-in-law was enjoying the sight. Half an hour later, Xiaori's phone received a text. I'm still here. I'll give you one last chance to catch a ride with me. Reply. No need. After a while, Ari, I can't find my underwear. Come on me look. Reply. Stop pretending, Meng. I'm not going back tonight. After a while, Ari, the house feels empty without you. The bed is especially big, and I'm definitely going to be sleepless tonight. Reply. Sister, let me teach you a method for treating insomnia. Count sheep. Even elementary school students know that. After a while, I counted, and when I got to 100, those sheep turned into your likeness one by one. Ari, for my husband, it's like a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's not just a second apart. Reply. Meng, you can be even more cheesy. I guess it's your sperm playing tricks? After a while, my wife is really smart. You've guessed it, so hurry back to turn off the fire for me. Reply, pervert. President Meng, if I expose these texts, your image. After a while, Xiaori, you liar, who was saying that in the morning about tonight. What was it again? Xiaori shivered and quickly turned off her phone. Looking at the other 2 people in the room, their expressions were clearly evident, and she chuckled dryly. Really? Just some junk texts. Continue, where were we? After a while, Xiaotian said, Sister, you should go back. Ever since Xiaori turned off her phone, she had become distracted. Well, that's fine. Xiaori's hand awkwardly fiddled with her hair. Xiaotian, let Meng come and pick you up. It's not convenient for a girl to go back this late. Grandpa Meng interrupted Xiaori's words, feeling sorry for the child. He didn't know what kind of text Meng had sent her. Hastily waving his hand. No need. I'll just call a car to go back from the hospital. Meng has already fallen asleep. Really, he's already asleep. This couple was really interesting, one wanting everyone to know, and the other trying to cover up. After Xiaori left, Xiaotian, do you think they will create a grandchild for me tonight? Cough, cough. Xiaotian felt awkward. Xiaotian, Grandpa is in a good mood tonight. Now that Shari has left, I still have you, my little guinea pig. Xiao Tian, you aren't still a virgin, are you? Ah. Xiao Tian turned over and decided to sleep. When Shari saw the figure waiting in the hospital lobby, she felt both angry and amused. He looked like a rocket. He stood there, giving her an incredibly bright smile, and with a sweep of his hand, he pulled her into an embrace. Can't you park in front of the hospital? Shari found it strange that Meng parked in the parking lot, the dim light making it a bit of a distance from the hospital lobby. It was nighttime. There should be parking spaces in front of the hospital, right? Meng tapped Shari's forehead. Of course not. Do you think I like parking here? It's pitch dark, and the air isn't smooth. Oh. The two got into the car, and just as Shari was about to fasten her seatbelt, Meng said, I'll do it. With that, he leaned over. Ari, with just one call from you, I rushed over in the dark of night. Getting a reward should be no problem, right? This person was taking advantage and still acting coy, but in this narrow space, Meng was only a few centimeters away from her. He smelled fresh from just showering, the dim light highlighting his features like a deity in a hall, his eyes dark like midnight. All of this left Shari feeling dizzy. She reached out, grabbed his collar, and pressed her lips against his. In that silent parking lot, their breaths intertwined, and the contact of their lips was clearly not enough. Meng reached out, reclined the car seat, and took Shari's hand to his pants button. Unbutton it, Arim, Meng whispered in Shari's ear. Shari didn't move. Deep down, she was still a very conservative girl. She knew that once that button was undone, something would happen next. Unbutton it, Ari. Large beads of sweat rolled down Meng's forehead, his hands igniting sensitive areas on Shari, wanting to see his Ari transition from passive to active. Ari, do you want me here? Shari felt like she was about to suffocate, but she liked the feeling Meng brought her. Embracing him, feeling him, wrapping him in her body made her feel like she was no longer alone. Do you want me? Meng increased the pressure a little. He was almost at his limit. Shari trembled as she unbuttoned Meng's pants, hesitating for a moment before reaching inside. Meng. Meng let out a muffled groan, eagerly pulling down his pants and thrusting inside. Shari tilted her head back, exposing her delicate neck as if making the most direct invitation. Meng lowered his head, and his lips descended. Afterwards, when Summer looked at Mungo, smiling like a fox, she realized that the scene in the parking lot was clearly a conspiracy carefully orchestrated by Mungo. Otherwise, how could he have tricked her into believing that she couldn't park in front of the hospital gate? And why would he have switched to that Volvo, which she didn't like? Of course, he was interested in the conditions inside the Volvo, just as he said it would benefit his performance. After a surgery that lasted 7 hours and 40 minutes, the doctors successfully removed the cancerous cells from old Master Mungo's body. The people waiting outside the operating room seemed to have gone through a battle, but fortunately, they won. That night after the surgery, Summer returned to the big house with Mungo and Meng Yobua. Everyone was clearly in high spirits, and they were joined by old friend from DreamWorks, all of whom were present. After a hearty meal and drinks, they all went to the leisure room in the garden. Last year, Meng Yobua had built a place here for post-meal entertainment, which included a ping-pong table, a billiard table, a chess room, a gym, and some things Summer couldn't name. Summer, we haven't seen each other in years. The long-lost Zhou Wei came to Summer's side. You've become quite charming. I've seen so many tall, blonde foreign girls abroad. But in my eyes, you're simply stunning now. Do you mind if we have an American-style reunion? With that, she opened her arms. Of course. Summer gently embraced her. Hey, Zhou Wei, Summer is now your friend's wife. Mungo coldly huffed from his side, clearly wanting to take advantage of Summer. These people have all grown into peculiar characters. That's too bad. Zhou Wei made a helpless gesture. I was just about to ask Summer if she has a boyfriend. But Mungo, when did you and Summer get together? Zhou Wei's aviation school was a closed institution in Amsterdam, Netherlands, so he rarely returned to his home country and didn't know how Mungo and Summer ended up together. He remembered that when he left, Mungo's girlfriend was Su Honglien, and he recalled Mungo once declaring emphatically, "Don't pair me with Summer. We will never have chemistry." So some things shouldn't be said too definitively. Also, Mungo, didn't you say you and Summer would never have chemistry? Mungo quickly glanced at Summer and let out a dry laugh. Everyone, let's not talk about those old stories. Today we're mainly here to catch up. Well then, let's catch up. Summer shot a cold glance at Mungo. Cheng Zhigao, Didn't Mungo once tell you that I'm a country girl and that in the boys' restroom, You yelled in the boys' restroom, Dad, Dad, while staring at someone else's thing, looking super funny. And he even peeked at you bathing when you were 10, saying you were a little sparrow. Cheng Zhigao was more than happy to continue this topic of nostalgia. He also said you would put on 1 or 2 ridiculous performances every year. How could he possibly have feelings for you? Moreover, Jiang Haoyin certainly didn't want to be left out. He was the most direct victim. He eventually understood why Mungo was always so eager to play the matchmaker role around him. Finally, on a night when it was all the moon's fault, he eliminated his rivals and successfully sent himself into the wedding hall. It turned out that this person had been harboring ill intentions all along. Summer, I'm here to tell you some things you don't know. In the end, a reunion turned into a judgment against Mungo. Chapter 54. The Reverse Scale, Part 1. For a long time, Su Honglian had been like a reverse scale in Summer's memories. A touch would evoke pain. Now, as Su Honglian entered the old master's hospital room, holding flowers and wearing exquisite makeup, Summer once again touched that reverse scale. Su Honglian was truly a confident girl. She spoke eloquently in front of Summer. Grandpa, I'm sorry for only coming to see you now. It's good that you've come, the old man joked, extending his hand. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Actually, Grandpa, her call of Grandpa, sounded very natural, as if she had called him 1,000 times before. Menga took me home a few times, but I never got to see you. I often heard Menga mention you, and I've always wanted to meet you. This beautiful girl was quite clever. She turned 2 visits into several, playing with numbers. The old man glanced at Summer. It seemed that their Ari was no match for her, and he had to help her a bit. Oh, you mean those 2 visits to the house? Old Master Meng continued to joke. I happened to be out at that time. If I had known you would become a superstar today, I would have definitely waited at home. Ari, go get a glass of water for the guest. Summer took the cup to the tea area, and Summer followed her, whispering, Sister, Su Honglian has really become a worldly person. She seems like a fox to me. Yeah, a 9-tailed one, Summer whispered back. The 2 exchanged a smile. As soon as Su Honglian left, Meng Ge walked in. Did you not run into her? Summer asked Meng Ge. Run into whom? Am I supposed to run into someone? Meng Ge was puzzled. As soon as he entered, he felt something was off. Su Honglian, your ex-girlfriend, was just here, expressing her gratitude to you. She said she would never have reached this height today without you. Summer spoke sharply, not expecting Su Honglian's success to be facilitated by Meng Ge. Now, she was still one of his top artists. Finding a parking space, Meng Ge parked the car. This woman had been sulking for too long, hadn't she? All right, Adi. Meng Ge adjusted Summer's face to face him. I have long since become the past for her. Summer was also unsure about her own feelings. After all, she still took her to meet the parents. If it weren't for Summer's matter, perhaps it would be Su Honglian now, wearing a wedding ring, just like Meng Ge's. Summer remembered how Meng Ge, who didn't like opera, would accompany Su Honglian for hours to watch operas because of her fondness for them. For Su Honglian's sake, the usually strict Meng Ge had a tattoo on his back, because of Su Honglian's preferences. That year Summer sent Meng Ge a pair of knitted gloves she had worked on for over half a month, and he put them on Su Honglian's hands during the first snow. Summer remembered a lot. She wanted to forget, but those fragments were like color-fast paintings, vivid and colorful. That year, she appeared before him time and again, holding Meng Ge's hand, smiling and humming, dressed in red like a dazzling sun. Meng Ge, do you promise you have truly become the past? I promise. That has become the past. After they got together, Meng Ge's first real business trip was for 3 days to South Korea, where he wanted to collaborate with a Korean TV station to register a talent show similar to the one in the UK and hold auditions in Asia. Summer helped him pack his clothes while Meng Ge happily watched. Are you that happy? Summer found it amusing. Meng Ge was increasingly acting like a child wanting candy lately. But this was the Meng Ge that Summer was familiar with, a bit cheeky and playful. Yeah, Meng Ge wrapped his arms around Summer from behind. Ari, you know? I've imagined this scene many times in my heart, and now it has finally become a reality. Turning around, Summer reached out her hand, wrapping it around Meng Ge's waist, resting her head on his shoulder. The whispers between lovers were always like a softener. After Meng Ge left, Summer rushed to the hospital and back to the big house after work, while Meng Shuo seemed particularly fond of her, always sticking to her. insisting on sitting together at meals, following her to the hospital, and waiting outside the restroom when she went in. He even confessed his feelings to her sincerely. "Sister, I like you. My brother has many drawings you've done in his room that I really like, but the butler never lets me touch them. He said they're my brother's treasures. Sister, please draw some for me too, and I will hide them as treasures as well. Also, the butler told me to call you sister-in-law. I asked him why, and he said it's because you are my brothers. I don't want to call you sister-in-law. If I don't call you that, it means you are not my brothers. I don't want you to be my brothers." What a funny child. Summer picked him up and kissed him on the cheek, making his little face turn bright red. The day after Manga left, something happened. Su Honglian collapsed on set due to exhaustion, and the crew took her to the hospital, which happened to be the same hospital where old Master Meng was staying. However, she was on the 9th floor, while the old man was on the 7th. Due to Su Honglian's arrival, the hospital implemented many security measures to prevent reporters and fans from disturbing other patients. On the 3rd day, Summer ran into Su Honglian in the elevator. Coincidentally, at that moment, there were only the 2 of them in the elevator, well 3, since Meng Shuo was on her back, chatting away about his sore legs and successfully climbing onto Summer's back. Seeing them, Su Honglian's expression changed, and she abruptly turned around. Summer couldn't be bothered with her. Meng Shuo was still sweetly whining. "Sister, when will you draw for me?" Gently patting Meng Shuo on the bottom, he giggled on Summer's back. This little guy was particularly ticklish. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor, and surprisingly, Su Honglian followed Summer out of the elevator. "Summer," she called out to her. Summer stopped, but did not turn around. "In my eyes, you are just a rather lucky person. Your father's death earned you the pity of Meng Ji's family, and later, Summer's incident helped you successfully win Meng Ge." The silence in the hallway echoed with her voice, sharp, like the sound of metal clashing. For a moment, Summer wanted to rush over and pull out all the beautiful hair on Su Honglian's head. How could she say such things? This time, Summer turned to face her, slowly coming to a stop in front of her. "But, Honglian, I wish I were an unlucky person, and that I would remain so forever. In my eyes, Honglian, you're the truly lucky one, because your parents are still alive, so you will never understand the feeling of looking around and finding no one to turn to. Therefore, you will never understand the heart-wrenching pain of feeling worse than death. That's why you can say such ignorant things, not knowing how your parents would feel if they heard your words. It turns out they have raised a white-eyed wolf all these years." Su Honglian fell silent. She didn't know if she regretted saying those words. She just wanted to tear apart Summer's face that bore a hint of happiness. Originally, such an expression should belong to her. Putting Meng Shuo down, Summer reached out to tuck a few strands of hair behind Su Honglian's ear. This face was indeed beautiful. Beautiful enough to turn the world upside down, something I used to envy. But not anymore, because hiding beneath this beautiful exterior was an empty, emotionless, and selfish soul. Letting her hand fall, she recalled the one who once held her hand and said, "Summer, you don't have to try to be perfect in everything. Otherwise, it will hurt me." The girl in the red dress dancing the flamenco seemed to fade away, leaving behind this stunningly beautiful yet detestable celebrity who was adored by many. Holding Meng Shuo's hand, Xiaori no longer wanted to stay in this moment. But what could she do? There are many people who cannot be immune to beautiful things. Even though she had known Meng Ge since she was 10, and I only met him at 17, the girl who became his first love was named Su Honglian. Not Xiaori. Your nearly 10 years of time cannot compare to my mere few months. Xiaori, if Meng Ge loved you, he would have loved you long ago. Xiaori pulled Meng Shuo's hand and walked forward. Also, Xiaori, let me tell you something a little over half an hour ago. Meng Ge just left my hospital room. And let me tell you, Meng Ge moved his flight up by 11 hours after learning I was hospitalized. Even if he is Meng Ge, it's hard for him to always maintain his rationality throughout the entire year. Occasionally, emotions can triumph over reason. As they reached the corner, Xiaori stopped and leaned against the wall. Meng Shuo, his small hand tugged at the hem of her shirt. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" Xia nodded. The child pulled her hand and sat down on a nearby chair, quietly sitting beside her. The winter light dimly illuminated the long corridor. Xiaori checked her phone. There were no missed calls or text messages. She and Meng Shuo turned back to the old house. She knew Meng Ge must be in old Master Meng's hospital room now, but Xia Ri didn't want to see him. By the time they returned to the old house, it was late. Meng Yobo and his wife were in Europe, and the house felt empty. Looking at the familiar building, Xia Ri felt for the first time that it was overwhelmingly large, and she felt a pang of heartache for the little one who had been holding her hand. That child said on the way back, "Sister, my friend said my mom doesn't look like my mom. She looks more like my grandma. But I still hope she can pick me up from kindergarten every day like other kids' moms do. But it's always the housekeeper who comes to get me. Little guy, how about we sleep together tonight?" Xiaori picked him up, and the little rascal nodded like he was pounding garlic. Xiaori loved sleeping. The more complicated her mind was, the more she clung to her bed. For many years, she had maintained this habit. Ashu had mocked her more than once, saying it was a form of negative escape, but Xiaori felt that without sleep, she might have turned into a mummy. Often, after a good sleep, she would feel invigorated, as if all the energy lost before sleeping had returned. In a half-asleep, half-dreaming state, someone picked her up. That person had the most uniquely pleasant scent in the world, and because she liked him, that scent became the most unique of all. Gently, that person laid her on the bed, so tenderly and carefully, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. That person held her and whispered softly in her ear, but Xiaori couldn't quite make out what he was saying. The cold winter wind blew through the small glass opening, as if reminding her of the stories that had once happened there. Memories were like old photographs, replaying one by one in her dreams. Finally, they froze on the tear-streaked face in front of the window, the girl tightly holding a small stone, raising her hand, and throwing the stone towards a glass window. Xiaori hated that tear-streaked face. It made her feel sad. She waved her hand desperately, wanting to chase that face away, when a larger hand grasped hers. On this chilly winter night, Xiaori felt like a tiny insect, and that hand felt like a warm, thick cocoon. They leaned on each other as they waited for transformation. Meng Yi. Xiaori smiled contentedly, hugging the owner of that hand, rubbing her head against his chest, finding a comfortable position, and once again falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 55. The Reverse Scale, Part 2, in a hazy state. Mungo felt a pair of hands wandering over his face, making him itch unbearably, like a caterpillar crawling on him. With a pull and a stretch, he secured the owner of those hands in his embrace. The person didn't move, lying obediently in his arms. How obedient! Mungo patted Xiaori's face. He had rushed back without stopping for a moment. This would definitely make you regret it later. The tone of his voice was proportional to the softness from earlier. Mungo opened his eyes and found Xiaori wearing a very dissatisfied expression. "Ari, what is wrong? Tell me, what is this about coming back 11 hours early?" It felt almost like an interrogation. "What do you think, dear?" Mungo chuckled softly. It's easy to guess. What else could make Mungo eager to return? Xiaori buried her head in the blanket, not saying a word. "We won't talk about those cheesy things, you know." Mungo pulled Xiaori back into his embrace. "I was in the hospital wanting to give you a surprise, but you, the leading lady, didn't cooperate. Later, I got back home and found you weren't there. When I learned you were here, I rushed over from home. And then I discovered you were living in the same room with a minor. So I brought you back. Why didn't you call me?" "Silly." Mungo flicked Xiaori's nose with his finger. "I said I wanted to give you a surprise. If I had known this surprise was so hard to deliver, I wouldn't have bothered." "So you mean," Xiaori raised her eyes to look at him, "you came back early because of me?" Mungo sighed. "Ari, I've been saying this for ages, and you just now understand? You really are thick-headed. Don't you know? Most married men don't like business trips, especially newly married ones." Xiaori broke into a silly smile. From this angle, her eyes looked even bigger, sparkling and bright because of her laughter, momentarily leaving Mungo mesmerized. Feeling the heat on her face under Mungo's heated gaze, Xiaori raised a hand to cover her face. But Mungo wouldn't allow it, flipping over and pinning her down, his face drawing closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, he paused. "Ari, I have one more thing to tell you. I went to see Hong Lian. She's in the same hospital as Grandpa. It wouldn't make sense not to visit her." Xiaori's face immediately turned serious. "Ari," Mungo's voice became urgent. "Listen to me. I mentioned this to Grandpa Xia, and they said I should go see her." Finally, Xiaori murmured, "Mungo, it seems you think I'm a tigress. Playing with me." Mungo said resentfully, pressing his lips down. He decided to stop being polite to this woman who had stolen his soul. Half a month after returning to Beijing, Xiaoti had her first full-body checkup since coming back, and the results showed that her health was all within normal ranges. In half a month, she could try some aerobic exercises. Xiaoti was in a great mood. She decided to take Xiaoti on to the DreamWorks on the occasion of Zhao Xingmei's birthday. It was said that Zhao Xingmei's wealthy father had invited a samba dance troupe from South America to perform, which participated every year in the Rio Carnival and had even been received by the Brazilian president for their outstanding performance. That evening, a large group of them arrived at DreamWorks. Cheng Zhigao led them to the biggest silver seat in the venue, where they could clearly watch the upcoming samba performance. The silver seat was already prepared with a birthday cake, and the dishes were a feast for the eyes. While watching Zhao Xingmei, Mungo whispered something interesting that had happened to her. It was said that Zhao's father was initially against his son changing his name and was superstitious enough to consult a fortune teller about the new name. The fortune teller gave it a thumbs up, saying it was a good change, but the details were a secret. Zhao's father thought about it day and night and eventually remembered that the name Billie Jean contained the character for gold. He had a light bulb moment and invested in gold, resulting in a significant profit. Now, if anyone didn't call their son Billie Jean, he would get angry. Mungo was whispering, but he was speaking openly next to Xiaoti, which made the birthday boy blush in anger at being upstaged. Focusing on romance over friendship, selling friends' inner wounds for the sake of women. He thought to himself that one day he would expose this guy's character and not let him deceive those women in Beijing who were misled by his appearance. People continued to enter the silver seat, all of whom Xiaoti didn't recognize, but each had a distinguished air about them, looking like young masters. For the performance, Cheng Zhigao had specially built a stage in the center of the hall to facilitate interaction between the performers and the audience. This move was evidently successful. Less than 10 minutes after the Brazilian dancers took the stage, many people could no longer contain themselves and began to sway along with the lively samba music. Some people in the silver seat joined in, and Mungo seemed to be infected as well, insisting on pulling Xiaoti over. Xiaoti felt very awkward on the dance floor because she didn't know how to dance, but fortunately, no one paid her any mind. Initially, Mungo held her hand tightly, but with so many people, she lost sight of him in less than 10 minutes. Surrounded by the noisy music and the sound of flirtatious whistles, Xiaoti suddenly felt uneasy as her hand was grabbed again. The joy that had been on her lips froze. It wasn't Mungo, but the person grabbing her was someone she knew, a girl who claimed to be a junior of Su Honglian, who had said not long ago at DreamWorks that she didn't think highly of her. "Miss Xia," she laughed, calling out loudly, "You really are slow. The men have all been taken away, and you still don't realize it. Are you looking for Mungo? I saw him take Su Honglian upstairs not long ago." After saying this, she pointed to the third floor. Guess what they went up there for? Yeah, what did they go up there for? Xiaoti suddenly wanted to know the answer, so she followed the steel staircase the girl pointed to, climbing up step by step. Cheng Zhigao had used excellent soundproof materials for their private gathering space, and it was completely different from the noise downstairs. The third floor was eerily silent. The layout on the third floor was mostly open plan, with only 3 rooms on the left side. Sometimes, when Cheng Zhigao and his friends played cards late, they would choose to stay here overnight. Now, 2 of the 3-room doors were open, while the last one was firmly closed. In the darkness where the light didn't reach, Xiaoti stared intently at that door. She recalled what Su Honglian had said that day. Even Mungo finds it hard to keep his rationality intact 365 days a year. Occasionally, emotions can overpower reason. How strange. Clearly a lie, but it made her feel like it was true. She didn't know how long she had been there when Xiaoti finally saw Mungo walk out from that door. Tonight, he was wearing a loose, high-necked silver sweater with a British style, paired with dark plaid British trousers. The backlighting made him look elegant and charming, like a romantic British lover. He passed right in front of her, and, thankfully, he didn't adjust his clothes in front of her. Xiaoti felt ridiculous, wondering why she had such thoughts. Was it because she had watched too many family dramas? No, she doesn't watch that kind of drama. It's Susan who really likes those shows. In the past, whenever she had free time in the US, she would talk about who had an affair, or how that famous couple was living a life of appearances. Susan is particularly fond of the American drama Desperate Housewives. and she is tireless in her fascination with the segments involving infidelity and affairs. Summer feels that this scene in front of her is not unfamiliar. She even thinks that Su Honglian is still in the room. In fact, Summer's intuition has always been quite good. After a while, Su Honglian really walks out of that room. But unlike Mungo, she sees her, which shows that women's sensitivity is always above that of men. She sees her and is not surprised. She even smiles at her from the dark corner, a smile that is ambiguous. Thus, they quietly gaze at each other. They've had quite a few scenes together recently. A medium-length wig covers a third of her face, and with heavy makeup. She looks like an ordinary girl out for a night of fun at a club. No one would guess she is the big star named Su Honglian. Summer, you seem uneasy. She leans against the wall opposite, playing with her painted nails. Summer wants to tell her that she is not, but she does not want to lie to her own thoughts. Summer, let's make a bet, or maybe it's better to call it a test. I believe this test will help you see some things clearly. Summer walks out of the darkness and brushes past her. Miss Ostrich, have you hidden back in your shell again, or are you afraid of losing? Su Honglian says slowly behind her, Summer, you always put on a brave front in front of others, but in fact, you are more timid than anyone. I'll wait here for half an hour. If you change your mind, you can come find me. Summer thinks Su Honglian is right. That's why she didn't dare to knock on that door earlier, just like before. And now, Summer returns to Ginza, and as soon as Xia Tian sees her, she tells her that Mungo has been anxiously looking for her. After saying that, she dials Mungo's number. Really? Summer pours herself a little wine. After Mungo returns, he sits down next to Summer and softly asks, where have you been? Oh. Summer takes a sip of wine and squats down a bit. I want to find you. I thought you were upstairs, so I want to look for you. Mungo's face clearly freezes. Did you find me? The usually sharp Mungo also says such a clumsy sentence. Summer's knife and fork tap against his forehead. Silly. If I had found you, I would have brought you back directly. Clearly, she is relieved. Something shiny on Mungo's sweater collar glints slightly under the light, making Summer's eyes ache. It's clearly the colorful nail polish of Su Honglian. Xia Tian, come with me to the bathroom. Summer pulls Xia Tian away from Ginza. At the bathroom door, Summer stops. Xia Tian, actually your sister is a coward. Sister. Xia Tian chuckles. That's not embarrassing. And I'm very willing to show my knightly spirit, but the destination being the bathroom makes the night feel a bit awkward. It seems this child misunderstood the situation. Summer sighs without reason. Actually, Xia Tian puts away her playful expression. You've done very well. In my heart, you have always been brave. Brave? Summer gives a bitter smile. Look, she even deceives her own brother. Su Honglian is still there, leaning against the wall, holding a cigarette. The curling smoke makes her face look like a seductress, and in that haze, she shows her confident smile. Long ago, Summer also longed to have such a confident smile. Slowly, Summer walks over step by step, as if stepping into a forest shrouded in mist. Chapter 56 Hourglass 1. So what is this test you mentioned? At this moment, Xiari felt surprisingly calm. Su Honglian flicked away her cigarette and casually raised her hand to check her watch. In 5 minutes, it would be 11 o'clock. In the 12 hours from 11 o'clock tonight to 11 o'clock tomorrow, I will do 3 things. First, I will let Mungo hold me and leave in front of everyone. Second, I think the second is the most important because it supports the first and third things. Second, we will bet on Mungo's trust, to see if he believes my words or yours. As for the third, I'll keep it a secret for now, but many people will be eager to see it and will be impatient to announce it. However, this set of tests is premised on only the 2 of us knowing about it. At exactly 11 o'clock, Su Honglian's test officially began. Xiaori did not leave. She leaned against the wall, picked up the pack of cigarettes that Su Honglian had set aside, and slowly began to smoke. It was indeed a very absurd night, as elusive as the smoke itself. But she really wanted to know the result of the test. After returning to Ginza, Cheng Zhigao teased Xiaori. Hey, if you don't come out soon, Mungo is going to storm in. Are you constipated? His latter remark caused a stir among the ladies. Hey, Cheng Zhigao, if you say that again, I'll lose my temper. Mungo looked protective of his wife. The topic of constipation was dropped. Mungo picked up a glass of juice and offered it to Xiaori. Is it too noisy here? Should we go back? Mungo. Xiaori rested her head on Mungo's shoulder. Do you trust me? Do you believe Everything I say? Mongo smiled softly in her ear. I trust you. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Suddenly, all the music stopped, and this unexpected situation caused everyone to pause and look at each other. Chung Zhigao stood up, took a few steps, and then stopped. His gaze fixed on the central stage, where a woman wearing a court mask and a Spanish red dance dress stood. She was poised and graceful, illuminated by the light that made her radiate brilliance. The court mask obscured her face, making her appear as a mysterious beauty traversing time and space. Raising her hand, she asked, "Do you prefer to see me perform a pole dance or a striptease?" Her voice was not loud, but strangely, it seemed to fill every corner of the venue. Suddenly, it was as if a pot had exploded. Someone shouted encore, and the noise grew louder, mixed with rhythmic clapping. The woman on stage put her finger to her lips on a mask, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Well, let me first show you a pole dance," she said, raising one hand and snapping her fingers. This was the first time Xiaori saw someone in a long dress dancing to canon. The red skirt swirling around the small pole, rising and falling, drawing everyone, including the men in Ginza, into a trance. Xiaori was watching Mongo, while Mongo was watching the dancing woman on stage, and everything seemed to return to that obscure youthful time. The shout for encore had turned into a demand to take off the dress. Take off the dress. Finally, Mongo couldn't hold back. He got up, and at that moment, Xiaori pulled him back, as if it was only then that he remembered her. He glanced at her, his gaze flickering. "Ari, something's off with her. I'll go check it out and be right back," he said, patting Xiaori's hand. "Let Chung Zhigao go check," Xiaori said clearly. Mongo hesitated and pulled Chung Zhigao back. "I'll go. I know her. You won't be of any help." After saying that, he hurriedly left, as if afraid someone would stop him. Xiaori did not look at the departing figure, but glanced at her brother. Xia Tian's expression made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Mongo hurried onto the stage and grabbed that red figure, seemingly saying something. In the end, he picked her up, and, at that moment, Chung Zhigao also walked onto the stage, apologizing to everyone for his absence. "Sis, let's go take a look." Xia Tian took Xiaori's hand. Mongo, kidding Suonglian, passed in front of Xiaori and her brother, pausing slightly. "She's on drugs and is out of her mind. I'm taking her home." Xiaori looked at the person lying in Mongo's arms. In America, she had worked as a barmaid for a while and had certainly seen her share of drug users. Those people's eyes were usually scattered and unfocused, but now the eyes looking at her through the mask were too clear, even with a hint of cunning. Once they left, Xiaori instructed her brother to wait for her here and chased after them. She arrived at the entrance of the Dream Factory and caught Mongo, who was about to get into the car. Xiaori felt her heart racing, as if she were back in the year of the college entrance examination. Anxious about her unknown scores, Su Honglian hasn't taken drugs. If I say she hasn't taken drugs, will you believe me? Mongo, you would believe me, right? Adi, you go in first. I'll take her home and be back soon. With that, he got into the car. Xiaori smiled at her hand, still suspended in the air. This person had just said half an hour ago that if the world didn't believe her, who would? Su Honglian was right. The second test was the most important, supporting the first test's outcome. He would hold her and leave in front of everyone. But what would the third test be? Suddenly, Xiaori was no longer curious. She called Xia Tian to tell him that she and Mongo were going back first. This was the first time she lied to her brother. She had always known how much he wanted her to be happy. At this moment, she couldn't see him. Just like the critics said, Su Honglian was a good actress. She was indeed not just a pretty face. Su Honglian was also a master of the game. The next day, Mongo appeared in Xiaori's office at 11:30 in the morning. That extra half hour was probably the time it took for Su Honglian to drive here. He was still wearing the clothes from yesterday, and his eyes were bloodshot. A shoe wisely stepped out. Mongo's words were filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Ari. I promised to take you home after dropping her off, but when I got to Honglian's house, she was all alone, and she was out of her mind. I couldn't find her assistant or manager, so I stayed to take care of her. I tried to call you, but your phone was off. Then I called Chung Zhigao, and he said you and Xia Tian had already gone back." Ari, as if feeling he hadn't explained himself fully, Mongo added, "You know, being an artist is a high-risk profession. If people find out she took drugs, it would ruin her." It turned out that he had never taken her words from last night to heart. Xiaori turned her eyes back to the computer screen. Mongo leaned closer to her. Ari, do you understand what I'm saying? Xiaori frowned. She hated the smell that clung to Mongo now. The air freshener mixed with a faint scent of perfume in the girl's room. You should go change your clothes. Mongo looked puzzled. Xiaori was too calm. Ari, you're not angry, are you? She didn't even have the energy to be angry anymore. The time spent in darkness and those 12 hours seemed to have drained all her strength. Then I'll go home, take a shower, and come back to pick you up. Shall we have lunch together? Ari. Mongo inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety in his heart, and only then did he remember Xiaori's word from last night. Ari, Hong Lian is really high. She said it seemed like someone secretly put something in her cup. Got it. Through the computer, she replied softly. You wait for me here. I'll come and pick you up later. Mongo came to the door and added, somewhat uneasily, I'll come and pick you up later. He said the same thing last night. After Mongo left the room, Xiaori also left her office. She took the bus to Tiananmen Square. In the vast Beijing city, Xiaori loved this place the most. So Mongo always said she was a country bumpkin, coming here like a silly goose just staring at people. But Mongo didn't know that the girl from the countryside was actually very afraid of loneliness. When Xiaori first came to Tiananmen Square, she fell in love with it because it was crowded with people, and she loved the vast sea of people. Just looking at them made her feel less lonely. The year her father left, she often came here on weekends and stayed for several hours. She sat on a stone-cut chair. Not far away, a couple of 17 or 18 years old was playing out a breakup scene, the girl crying and trying to grab the boy's hand. But it was futile. She could never hold on. The girl gazed longingly at the boy's retreating figure, clenched her fist, murmuring to herself, and then chased after him. Xiaori was actually very envious of that girl deep down. In such a bright age, how could one be so fearless, so solitary, and so easily forgiving? That afternoon, Xiaori didn't return to the office. After all, she was like a super parachute, and a parachute should have the demeanor of a parachute. As night fell, Xiaori borrowed a phone from a passerby to call Xiatian. She didn't dare to turn on her phone. At least now she was afraid to hear his voice. Sister, are you okay? The current Xiaori resembled her father, she thought. Of course. That's good. After the call, there were few people left in the square. Beijing's winter nights were extremely cold. Xiaori pulled at her collar, tucking her head into her sweater, the ring on her finger glimmering silver under the lights. And she stared at it for a long time. A little girl holding a Red Cross donation box passed by her. After a moment's thought, Xiaori called the girl over and took off the ring from her finger, putting it into the donation box. The girl looked at her in surprise, nodded to thank her, and walked away. Seriously, if she had known one day she would donate her ring to the Red Cross, she should have chosen that big diamond ring that looked like a pigeon egg back then. After eating at a small family restaurant, Xiaori stood at the apartment where Shu lived. That silly guy hugged her tightly as soon as he saw her. Xiaori, poor girl. You must be feeling terrible right now, right? The internet is truly a magical thing. The images lying within it proclaimed Su Hong Lian's complete victory, while she was utterly defeated. Chapter 57, Hourglass, Part 2. There's so many people in this world who love to watch the excitement. The comment from netizens below, those pictures are varied and constantly refreshing, with blessings, jealousy, indifference, envy, and suspicion. The titles of those pictures are even more colorful. Meng spends over 10 hours in Su Honglian's fragrant boudoir. Underground romance exposed. Industry insiders pointed out that everyone in the circle already knows they are a couple. Meng is even praised as a 24 filial boyfriend. Meng and Su Honglian couldn't contain their feelings and were caught passionately kissing in a car outside her apartment in the early hours of the morning. Shu carefully observed the expression on Xiaori's face, which was calm, perhaps too calm. He shot a fierce glance at the pictures. However, the photographer had captured the angle perfectly. Even though they were in a car, it made people's imaginations run wild. Su Honglian's long, fair fingers with meticulously painted nails hooked around Meng's neck, making every man who saw it feel a twinge of desire. He wondered if Meng looked pleased, but unfortunately, when the photographer caught the expressions of the parties involved, only two heads pressed together were visible, making it obvious that they were sharing a kiss. Let us admire Su Honglian's hand again. Ugh, what is there to admire? Clearly, she is a vixen. He Zhou Jianshu is a friend of Xiaori, from the same country as her. Ashu, let's go have hot pot. I suddenly want to eat some warm hot pot on this cold night, preferably the super spicy kind. Just now, in that little restaurant, a family at the neighboring table was enjoying hot pot, and she was drooling as she watched. Yes, it must be the kind that is so spicy it numbs the nerves. Okay, Ashu nodded repeatedly. Xiaori, I was just thinking about having hot pot too. So, they watched a stand-up comedy show while eating super spicy hot pot, which made Xiaori tear up from the heat. Around 10 o'clock, there was a loud knocking on the door. This person, Meng, had already come to harass him for the third time. The man's bad nature. He wanted to keep his mistress, but couldn't bear to part with his beauty. Zhou Jianshu, open the door for me right now. I know Xiaori is with you. Come and open the door, or I'll tear your door down. The person outside was shouting hoarsely. Ashu sneered. Shout all you want. It'd be best if you call all the onlookers over. But it's a pity that my neighbors are out having fun since it's the weekend. Xiaori, I know you're in there. Open the door for me, and I'll explain. Meng's voice outside gradually weakened. Ashu. Xiaori put down her chopsticks and winked at him. Do you want to vent your anger and make Meng, who has always bullied you, beg you? Ashu nodded vigorously. He looked through the peephole at the person outside. Damn it. Shouldn't he look like a ghost from a movie right now? Why does he still look so handsome? Meng, Xiaori is here with me. But Ashu deliberately prolonged his tone. You beg me, and I'll open the door. Please, Ashu. Ashu was startled. How did he respond so quickly? It wasn't like the movies where there would be a fierce struggle and some inner monologue. He hadn't even gotten into character yet. When the door opened, Meng practically shot in like a missile, stunned by Xiaori, who was focused on eating hot pot. Do you want to eat? Xiaori glanced at him and continued eating. Ari, Meng whispered, where have you been? You even turned your phone off. I've been looking for you all afternoon. Really? She didn't even look up. I can explain those photos. Meng sat down opposite Xiaori. Meng, Xiaori sighed. Can you let me fill my stomach first? Ashu cautiously moved aside to make himself seem less noticeable. Finally, Xiaori felt ready. She straightened up and crossed her arms. All right, Meng, you can talk now. Have you seen those photos online? Meng's voice was hoarse. The angles of those photos were flawless. Xiaori nodded. Meng wiped his face with his hand. Ari, everything is not as you see it. At that time, Holian's earring got caught on my sweater, and that's how those images came about. Oh, what a coincidence. Xiaori replied blandly. Meng forced a smile. Yes, it is quite a coincidence. Is that all the explanation you have? If that is all, you can leave now. Ari. Meng's heart seemed to tremble. You don't believe me? Xiaori helplessly slapped her forehead. How ironic. Yesterday, she had asked him this question, and today it was his turn to ask her. Meng stared blankly at Xiaori's hand, then fiercely grabbed it. Xiaori, where's your ring? Why aren't you wearing it? Oh, the ring? Xiaori casually waved her hand in a throwing gesture. I just whooshed threw it away. What do you mean? Some things were starting to slip out of his control. Meng's grip tightened. What do you mean? Xiaori stared directly at Meng, the veins on his temples bulging, because I think it's ridiculous to wear it on my hand. Meng, since last night when you left with her, I've been thinking about everything that has happened between us, and it feels like a ridiculous dream. I feel like we're just two childish kids playing house on a whim. Now, I suddenly find it extremely boring. Meng's hands fell weakly, letting out a laugh that sounded worse than crying. So, based on those few baseless photos, you've negated our relationship? Playing house. Xiaori, you've really gotten too into it, haven't you? While playing, you even ended up on my bed. Those pictures lay cold in the computer, mocking him. Meng picked up the tablet and smashed it to the ground. Do you fucking not believe me? Ashu cried out, OMG, he just bought this Apple tablet. And it's the latest model. What a tasteless man to take out his anger on his computer. Xiaori had a headache. She had become a disaster again. And Ashu would surely start nagging again soon. Meng. Xiaori pointed at the clock on the wall. It's late now. You need to go back. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. That way, you'll be charged with trespassing and intentionally damaging someone else's property. You know, there are many busybodies around, keeping a close watch. Ashu applauded in his heart. Good, call the police. I can really picture Meng, who is only a year older than me, but has always treated me like a minor, stuck in that square room. Meng pushed Xiaori against the wall, his hand propped up against it, his eyes blazing as he stared at her, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. This woman was powerful enough to control his emotions at will. From not being able to contact her in her office, to seeing those photos online, to this moment. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. Now, he had to share a room with that Taiwanese person. He had had enough. Xieri, you don't believe me? This person pulled her back into those disastrous 12 hours, during which she felt like an hourglass, slowly losing grains of sand, slowly losing herself. In fact, she cared deeply about the 3 test results from Su Honglian. He could hold her in front of countless eyes and leave with her. But he must not stop believing in her, nor should he spend the whole night by her side. She really wanted to win against Su Honglian just once. She wanted to shout loudly and confidently at her, Su Honglian, so what if you're Meng Ji's first love? He only loves me now, only trust me. When did Xiari become such a crybaby? These inexplicable tears turned Xiari into a pitiful creature, a loser who couldn't bear to lose. Mengge, how dare you? How dare you ask me such a question? Have you forgotten that around this time last night, we were discussing this very issue? At that time, I also wanted you to believe me and what happened. But don't get me wrong, I didn't stop believing you out of revenge. In fact, I believe what you just said. Those images were just an accident. What chills me is your disbelief. Do you think I'm someone who would say those things out of jealousy? It seems you didn't even consider my words. What? Do you still think I'm lying? Meng Yi, who do you think you are? How could you not understand what these series of events represent? However, I think everyone tends to embellish their first love, and I didn't expect you, Mengge, to be any different. Xiari Vavaderhand, interrupting Meng Yi. Okay, Meng Yi. I don't want to hear your monotonous excuses anymore. Right now, I just want to sleep. I'm extremely tired. Also, you'd better disappear in front of me, or I will call the police. Mengge fell against the armrest of the sofa, reaching out and futilely grabbing Xiaori's clothing. All right, Ari, you go rest. But I won't leave. I will wait here for you. When you wake up, we can have a good talk. Meng Ji's current mindset made him chuckle at himself. He even naively hoped that Xiaori's mood would improve after a nap, and that she wouldn't be so angry. How pathetic, as if he truly deserved it. If you want to call the police, go ahead. It was that same tone and expression again. Xiaori just felt annoyed, thoroughly annoyed. Mengge, you wouldn't want me to find a hotel to stay in at this late hour, would you? Ashu really liked Xiaori's smile. It was bright enough to meld away all suffering. After Mengge left, Xiaori pointed at the wreckage of the computer on the floor and apologetically smiled at him, saying, I'm sorry, Zhou Jianshu, I'll return it to you another day. The smile was still the same as before, but different. It pained his heart. Over the years, life taught Xiaori one truth. No matter what, the world continues. As long as the world continues, life goes on. After a good sleep, she woke up around noon. Ashu was sitting in front of her bed, staring at her with bright eyes. Today was Sunday, so Ashu was back to being a homebody. Ashu was really cute. Xiaori patted him on the head. She really liked this simple Taiwanese boy. His expression seemed to say, Xiao Bai, so cute. Ashu had a face full of black lines. Xieri, Ashu pressed down on Xiaori, who was trying to get up. Old Buddha, let me report to you now. Ashu chirped like a sparrow, speaking excitedly. Seeing his audience's calm expression, he couldn't help but wonder. Xiaori, did you understand what I just said? You shouldn't have that expression. Could it be? Ashu reached out to poke Xiaori's forehead. Ashu was really a blunt guy, thinking that matters between men and women could be as straightforward as in martial arts novels. I really found out that Mengge sent lawyer letters to major websites and newspapers before midnight. Those newspapers and websites came out to clarify that it was just a misunderstanding of perspective and remove the photos. He also issued a statement in electronic media saying that it was impossible with Su Honglian. Ashu waved his hand impatiently. The most important thing is that R's official website stated that Su Honglian will be going to France for study soon. How fortunate for her. She should have been sent to Madagascar. I guess the mastermind behind those photos is her. Now it has escalated. Chapter 58 Hourglass 3. At dusk, after a heavy rain. The sky was stained with a strange red. Mengge's car was parked downstairs at Ashu's house. He stood by the car, wearing a black short suit jacket over a black turtleneck sweater, his slightly damp hair falling onto his forehead. Below that hair were his midnight black eyes, still the kind that made her heart flutter. Xiaori pressed her hand against her heart. It ached inside her body because she knew she still had feelings for him. which made the pain even worse. Her heart was still engaged in a tug-of-war with her thoughts, unsure of who would ultimately win. As she passed by him, he awkwardly said, "Ari, get in my car. It's hard to hail a cab here." After she got in his car, he didn't start the engine but played with the car keys for a long time. "Ari, I'm sorry for not believing you." Shari leaned her head against the car seat, feeling exhausted despite having enough sleep. Mingo seemed to be saying sorry to her all the time. He was always trying to make up for his mistakes. He knew how the story ended, when the farmer finally patched up all the holes. The sheep would have already run away. The car was dead silent. Mingo lowered his head and buried his face in Shari's palm. "Ari, tell me what to do. How can I erase this from your mind?" "Actually, Mingo, I don't know either. A long time ago, I heard a song with a line that went something like, 'I wish to grow old overnight.' At that time, I didn't quite understand it. Now I have a bit of clarity. I've developed that same mentality to just close my eyes and rush into aging. Perhaps then I could truly forget everything." Shari's hollow voice made Mingo panic. In his fluster, he took off his coat and pulled at his sweater. "Ari, bite me. Go ahead and vent your anger." "Didn't you say you would bite me when you're mad?" "Put your clothes back on and drive," Shari said lightly. "It's already a different time now." After changing out of her shirt that smelled of chili sauce from last night, Shari picked up her bag. Mingo came out of the kitchen, half his body blocking the doorway. "Eat before you go. After eating, I'll take you to the hospital." "No need. Did you forget what I just said?" "If you forgot, I can repeat it. I need to calm down right now. At this stage, I don't want to see you." After saying this, Shari sidestepped past Mingo. Mingo stared at the empty house, wanting to spend time with her, wanting to give her the best in the world, wanting to make her happy. But why did everything always go against his wishes? Now, instead, he was pushing her further away bit by bit. In front of the elevator mirror, Shari pinched her face, trying to make it look rosy. To be honest, she felt a bit terrible now. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost. Old Mr. Mingo saw her as cheerful as ever. He didn't like those things online and rarely paid attention to entertainment news, so he probably didn't know yet. Summer saw her and didn't ask her anything, just said, "Let us go for a walk." They stopped in the back garden of the hospital and found a place to sit. Summer took out a portable music player and shared one of the earbuds with her. "Listen to this. I can't believe so much good music came out while I was sleeping these past 5 years. After I finish listening to this music, I'll find some time to finish watching all the good movies from the past 5 years. After saying this, he smiled at her, and Summer's smile had the freshness of a 19-year-old, warming Shari's heart inexplicably. "Summer, it's so nice to have you back by my side." "I know." Summer rested his sister's head on his shoulder. At that moment, as the lights began to twinkle, Shari talked about her mother for the first time with Summer, reminiscing about some joyful times when they lived together. When they returned to the hospital room, they saw Mingo sitting in front of old Mr. Mingo's bed. Upon seeing Mingo, Shari turned and walked away. Mingo chased after her and grabbed her. "All right, Ari, I'm leaving." In the following week, Shari didn't speak a word to Mingo. He would come to the old man's hospital room every day and stay for over 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, Shari would avoid him if she could. During this time, she worked during the day and stayed overnight at the hospital. Their special group had recently started casting for the Phantom of the Opera at some art schools, and Shari went along. So she had very little time to return to the office. Instead, the gossiping Ashu often called her, whether she wanted to hear it or not, to spill juicy news, such as the media was currently hyping up Sue Hoyen's study trip to France and making various speculations. For instance, many big-name artists from T were putting pressure on the company's higher-ups to protest against the cooling off of Sue Honglian, and her fans were protesting daily at T.R.'s entrance. Female employees in the company had recently enjoyed gathering to whisper together, mostly with joy on their faces, because Sue Honglian, the only one rumored to be involved with President Mingo, had finally been dismissed. On this Sunday afternoon, while Shari was peeling fruit for old Mr. Mingo, the room was now just the two of them. Summer had been dragged to the big room by that little rascal Meng Shuo to keep him company, and their friendship was rapidly warming up. "Shari," old Mr. Mingo called out, half leaning on the bed with a book. Shari looked up. "Come sit here." Old Mr. Mingo waved at her with a smile on his face. "Grandpa." Shari sat down on the chair beside his bed. "Are you going to give me something good?" When she was a teenager, every time old Mr. Mingo had something to give her, he would always act like this. Whenever he made that gesture, Shiori felt like he was trying to deceive a little pet. Now, he was making that gesture towards her 28-year-old self, which made her feel a bit amused and exasperated. Let me think, what should I give Shiori? Old Mr. Mango rubbed his temples. Got it. I'll give you my most treasured little girl. Grandpa, I'm going out to buy something. Shiori stood up. Old Mr. Mango grabbed Shiori's hand and sighed. Shiori, did the old man make things difficult for you? When you get old, you like to be lively. A few days ago, an old friend came to see me and talked about all sorts of interesting things regarding his youngest grandson's wedding. I was envious listening to him and thought about making your wedding with little girl like that. Even getting you a hot air balloon so you could hold your wedding in midair so this old man could enjoy the lively scene too. Shiori sat back down, her head lowered in silence. Are you angry? Old Mr. Mango gently touched the top of Shiori's head. Mango told me everything. His not believing you is wrong. But boys can be careless sometimes. Perhaps he didn't think deeply at that time. I know, I understand, but Grandpa, I just feel upset. Because he is Mango. The Mango I've known since I was 10. That's why it hurts even more. I know. But can you please not stay angry with him for too long for my old bone's sake? I've seen how difficult it is for that kid. These days. When he comes to see me, if you're there, he is fine. But when you're not, he starts talking nonsense. When you're there, he doesn't dare to look at you. But once you leave, he just stares blankly at the door, as if he is bewitched. After saying this, old Mr. Mango chuckled. Shiori, that kid Mango has always been spoiled and proud, and with a bit of cleverness, he could get along well with everyone. Before, it was only in bullying you in summer, but now it's reversed. That day, I felt satisfied watching him being silent in front of Summer. Shiori, look, his life is in your hands. Actually, he has come to see me every night after you've fallen asleep. Shiori frowned. Old Master Meng pointed at the sofa and said, he's been sleeping there at night these days. When he first came, he pretended to care for me, but I think he actually came to look after you. One night, I pretended to be asleep and saw that kid tiptoeing to your bedside. The moment you turned over, he adjusted your head, and when you kicked off the blanket, he tucked you in. Once, you mumbled in your sleep, and he thought you were waking up, so he plopped down on the floor. The scene was really funny, just like. At this point, the old master couldn't help but laugh first. And when he felt he had laughed enough, he said, it was like Ouyang Feng practicing the Toad Kung Fu. Just think about it. If this happened to someone else, it wouldn't be as funny, but when it happens to Mango, I find it amusing. Xiaori also laughed, imagining the dashing Mango and the Toad Kung Fu. Truly a mischievous old man. So, you've been hiding and pretending to be asleep every day? Yeah, old Master Meng seemed to enjoy it. Staying in the hospital is so boring. Watching that kid is really interesting. Also, he suddenly stopped, unable to say the next part. So he decided to tease Xiaori. Xiaori, hasn't that kid made you feel wronged? Grandpa suggests you pretend to be asleep tonight and play a trick on him. Pretend to be asleep? This old man is getting more and more childish, Xiaori thought, unsure if he was still the same grandpa of their family. What huge change. All right, Grandpa, now it's my turn to suggest to you. I suggest you go to bed right now and make up for the time you spent pretending to be asleep at night. So you agreed? The old man was extremely excited. Of course. Xiaori thought that statement made perfect sense, becoming more childlike as he aged. Of course not. She wouldn't satisfy his bad taste. That night, when Mango came, Xiaori blocked him outside the door. Mango, don't try your tricks to test me. Grandpa might believe your nonsense, but I won't be fooled. Mango grabbed Xiaori's hands and pressed them against his chest. This was the first time she spoke to him again after a week, although he didn't know what that meant. What did I say to Grandpa? Stop pretending, Mango. The wedding and hot air balloon that Grandpa mentioned, didn't you hint at him to do that in front of me? Mango was a bit confused. This time he really hadn't hinted to Grandpa about saying anything to Xiaori. Don't act like you know nothing. I'll tell you, during this period, you better not provoke me. Mango looked down at the woman who was more than a head shorter than him. At that moment, she was looking up at him. Perhaps due to excitement, her face flushed, with a few small freckles like little ants on one cheek. Oh, Ari, you have freckles. Mango squinted his eyes. But I think they look cute on your face. Shut up. You really don't understand the situation. What do my freckles have to do with you? Of course. It has to do with me. Mango smirked because they're on my wife's face, so it concerns me. Mango. Xiaori, excited. This guy was shifting the focus again. Listen, don't provoke me during this time. Adi. Meng shook his head. I've been very well behaved during this time. I listened to you, and didn't he provoke you? But now you're the one provoking me. I provoked you? Xia Ri exhaled again. Yes. Meng pressed Xia Ri's body against a certain part of himself. You provoked me first. First, you spoke to me in a very ambiguous manner. Second, the freckles on your face have an aphrodisiac effect. And later, you looked all huffy like a frog, which tempted me. Xia Ri was dumbfounded. This guy had an extraordinary level of thick skin. Adi. Meng gently blew into Xia Ri's ear, adding a bit of force to press her body closer to himself. Do you feel it? When Xia Ri came back to her senses, she realized the situation, and her face turned bright red. By the time she realized it again, she had already been kissed by Meng Ge, and by the time she realized it once more, they were already lying on the floor. The situation was as follows. Summer saw that as soon as she opened the door, she saw her sister and brother-in-law collapse together. And before they fell, they were passionately kissing. Old Master Meng saw that it was quite indecent, especially with the woman on top of the man. Butlerly saw that the old master was laughing so hard his mouth almost dropped off, truly disrespectful for his age. Chapter 59 Wisdom Teeth, Part 1. The events of the afternoon directly led to Xia Ri's insomnia. She tossed and turned, feeling her heart in a chaotic mess. There was a faint sound of a door opening, followed by footsteps creeping in. It was over. Now she had to pretend to be asleep, even though she originally intended to warn him not to come back tonight. After everything that had happened, she completely forgot. The person who came in quietly stood by the old man's bed for a moment, then walked over to her bed and pulled up a chair to sit down. Xia Ri held her breath. The situation was very delicate. She knew the old man must be straining to hear the movements in the room. Meng probably never expected one day to be played by his own grandfather. He first gently tucked her blanket, then took her hand and brushed it against his lips, whispering to himself, "Did it feel good to bite? I lost a lot of face. How did you become such a biter?" Yes. She had bitten him when he kissed her today, turning what was supposed to be a negotiation into a playful scene between a couple in the eyes of those people. Xia Ri had a headache. The room was so quiet she could hear a pin drop, and she believed Meng Ji's monologue would amuse the old man greatly. Meng seemed unwilling to stop, nibbling her hand gently. This person was really perverted. Xia Ri turned over, and Meng became flustered, squatting down by her bed. Xia Ri narrowed her eyes, wondering if he looked like Ouyang Feng practicing the toad technique. After a while, Meng returned to the chair, sitting quietly. She didn't know how long he had been sitting there, but just as she was about to drift off to sleep, her lips were suddenly pressed down. No wonder the old man had such ambiguous eyes earlier. Finally, he kissed her cheek and whispered, "Ari, I'm going to sleep." His long body curled up on the sofa, lying sideways, facing her. Xia Ri squinted at the person on the sofa. What a big bad guy. Why do something so childish, making herself childish too? The old man must be grinning from ear to ear right now, as if possessed. Xia Ri left her bed and went to Meng Ji's side, squatting down and gazing at him foolishly. Her hand fell on Meng Ji's brow. She loved his eyebrows, like the most exquisite peaks emerging from rice paper. She also adored his nose, straight and sharp as if carved by a knife. She liked his chin, which became the scenery she longed for when he slightly raised his head. How silly. Xia Ri mocked herself in her heart. What was there about Meng that she didn't like? Her hand fell on his lips, where he had just kissed her. The person lying on the sofa opened his eyes, and just like that, they gazed at each other quietly. Meng Ji's hand touched the hand Xia Ri had placed on her lips. She pulled her hand back, lowered her head, wanting to turn and leave. But her hand was caught. Meng pulled her head down to his heart. "Ari, did you hear that? Only you can make it beat so fast. No one else in this world can do that. Su Honglian couldn't do it before, can't do it now, and won't be able to do it in the future." It turned out that a monotonous voice could sound like heavenly music. Meng Yi. Xia Ri tilted her head slightly. During such a night, hearts became fragile. I still can't forgive you. The fact that you don't believe me is like a thorn stuck here. Xia Ri placed her hand on her heart. I know. I'm willing to wait and willing to change. Meng patted the spot beside him, indicating Xia Ri to lie down. Xia Ri hesitated for a moment, but then lay down next to Meng who wrapped his arms around her. Ari, that time I went to Japan. In a small village near Sapporo, I saw a grave like this, with an inscription that read, "No one in this world loves you more than I do, and no one in this world loves me more than you do." Locals told me that a couple was buried there, childhood sweethearts who went through World War II together, experienced Japan's economic boom together, and also endured the Great East Japan earthquake together. The couple had engraved the inscription before they died, promising to stay together even in death. "No one in this world loves you more than I do, and no one in this world loves me more than you do." Xiao reread it softly, as if savoring the finest wine in the world. Later, every time I went to Japan, I would spend some time at that grave. Meng-gu recalled the grave standing among the mountains. At that time, he could never find Xiaori. In Hokkaido, in his despair, he even resorted to the most primitive method, holding photos of Xiaori in summer, running around the streets asking people if they had seen them. "Ari, when we're no longer here one day, let us buy a piece of land in your hometown and have a tombstone like theirs and stay together like they did." Xiaori closed her eyes. "Meng-gu, will we really grow old together?" "Yes, we definitely will." Meng-gu hugged Xiaori tightly. "We will grow old together. And even God can't stop that." Old man Meng opened his eyes, looking at the two figures nestled together on the sofa. Those two kids really touched his old bones. Who said that the love born in this era was all fast food romance? When Meng-gu woke up, he found his arms empty, only to see his grandfather looking at him with a strange expression. "What's wrong? Grandpa, is there something on my face?" Meng-gu touched his face. "Where's Ari?" The old man chuckled, not expecting this kid to be so sentimental, daring to say such mushy words. "Ari, she left early." "Oh, right. She said she wouldn't stay here tonight." "Really? Grandpa?" Meng-ji's voice suddenly rose. "She said she wouldn't stay here tonight." The old man nodded. "So, tonight you don't have to sleep on the sofa. You can sleep in bed directly." After a while, Meng-gu hesitantly said, Grandpa, unfortunately, I might have something to do tonight and can't come." A typical case of forgetting one's roots after getting a girlfriend. He had guessed it would be like this. Xiaori certainly didn't dare to return to the hospital. Last night's reality show left her feeling apprehensive around the old man, so she escaped early, right into the old man's ambiguous gaze. Xiaori didn't know if she and Meng-gu had reconciled. She rode in his car and went home with him after work. She ate the food he made, and she lay in bed with him, assured by him that he wouldn't overstep unless she was willing. An older aunt in the crew told Xiaori that marriage is about mutual support, and when together, they should learn to tolerate each other. What seemed unacceptable in youth would gradually fade away with time and weathering. Yes, Xiaori yearned for the day when she and Meng-gu would also remember the essence of love when they grew old together, and when they passed away, they would be buried together with their own epitaph, telling the world of their love. "No one in this world loves you more than I do. No one in this world loves me more than you do." Every woman in this world probably yearns for such love in her heart, right? No matter how the times change, deep down, one still holds onto the longing for the truest and purest things. This afternoon, Meng-gu came to visit the set. He brought food that she liked, and he bought Ashu a new computer to replace the one he broke that day. He sincerely apologized to Ashu and spent the entire afternoon sitting beside her, quietly watching her work, blending in seamlessly with everyone, chatting appropriately, and getting along with the crew. In summer, Xiaori knew that Meng-gu was not a person with a friendly disposition. Women often feel touched by a man's delicate gestures, so Xiaori softened. In the middle of the night, Xiaori woke up with a piercing pain, a pain she was familiar with. That wisdom tooth, which had been growing for 3 years without breaking through, was tormenting her again. During these 3 years, every time it flared up, the dentist advised her to have it removed because it was growing at an angle. But Xiaori was unwilling. Wisdom teeth, for in total, are supposed to emerge after one reaches adulthood, symbolizing wisdom. Once they are fully grown, it represents that one has entered a stage of mature thinking, as Xiaori read in a book about wisdom teeth. Therefore, she was reluctant to extract that tooth that symbolized wisdom and stubbornly believed that one day it would finally emerge. Even though it caused her so much pain that she could barely open her mouth, Chung Ruoxing often said she was a strange girl. This time, the pain seemed particularly fierce, and Xiaori felt it shooting straight to her forehead, causing her to twitch and feel cold. Meng Yi, Xia Ri tugged at the person beside her. Seeing Xia Ri's pale face, Meng Gu was immediately alarmed. What's wrong, Ri? Tell me what's wrong. My tooth. It hurts. I have a toothache. Xia Ri was trembling so much she could barely speak. Meng Gu. Toothache? Xia Ri's appearance left Meng Gu in a panic, repeating her words over and over. Finally, he rushed into the living room and picked up the phone. The first call went to the police station, but he actually meant to call the hospital for an ambulance. Ri has a toothache. Please come save her. Crazy. The person on the other end harshly hung up the phone. The second call was correctly placed, and the other party politely said, I'm sorry, sir, for a toothache. You need to go to dental clinic and wait in line. Also, please rest assured, sir, in my experience in medical services, I haven't heard of anyone losing their life due to a toothache. With no help in sight, Meng Gu returned to the room and saw that Xia Ri had curled up like a little shrimp due to the pain. Toothache, damn toothache. Meng Gu hugged Xia Ri tightly. Ri, let me take a look. One side of Xia Ri's face had already swollen up, and when Meng Gu touched her, she cried out, leaving Meng Gu unsure of where to place his hands. Then, Meng Gu took a coat from the wardrobe and draped it over Xia Ri, putting on his own coat as well, and he carried Xia Ri on his back. Where to? Xia Ri wrapped her arms around Meng Ji's neck, gasping as the pain seemed to make it difficult for her to breathe. To the dental clinic. You idiot. Xia Ri tugged at Meng Ji's coat. The dental clinic is already closed. At that moment, Meng Gu had a flash of inspiration. He remembered that Yang Shou had mentioned that he had an uncle who ran a private dental clinic in Beijing. Chapter 60 Wisdom Teeth, Part 2. Yang Shou deeply regretted not turning off his phone before going to bed. If he had, he could have slept soundly without receiving his boss's urgent call. Now, he was leaving his warm bed at 2 in the morning, braving the biting cold wind of Beijing. Just a few minutes ago, he had made a prank call to his uncle, who runs a dental clinic, because the boss said Ri has a toothache. The boss also ordered him to drive as fast as possible. My God, is he disregarding life? Yang Shou stopped the car and honked the horn. He saw his boss, Meng Gu, rushing over with Ri on his back, and he vaguely heard the woman say, Don't run so fast or you'll bump your teeth. Okay. I'll walk a bit slower, the man nodded repeatedly. As they got closer, Yang Shou was indeed a little surprised by his boss. Meng Gu was wearing pajamas with a coat over them, while the woman on his back was dressed neatly with a scarf, gloves, and a wool hat. Yang Shou also noticed that Meng Gu had buttoned his coat incorrectly and was wearing a pair of very strange bear slippers that were fluffy and cute. It seems that caring can lead to chaos. Miss Xia is Meng Ji's weakness. At first, Yang Shou didn't think much of Meng Gu. He thought it was strange for someone like him to not succeed in Beijing. Gradually, during his first year as Meng Ji's assistant, he realized that even the handsome young man, who was 2 years older than him and lacked a powerful background, would succeed. In this era, it's all about means. And Meng Gu had all the means, playing it cool and discreetly. After spending time together, Yang Shou felt that his boss became increasingly mysterious. He often traveled to the United States and Japan, and every time he returned, he would be out of sorts for a day or two, often in a daze. In Yang Shou's impression, wealthy people usually liked things like changing girlfriends, changing cars, and frequently visiting entertainment venues, spending money lavishly and being jealous. But his boss seemed to have none of these habits. Many times, Yang Shou saw beautiful women approach him, but he treated them as if they were air. Once, a stunning woman said to him, Hey, can you give me a ride home? No, he replied simply, without even looking at the beauty. Tous, Yang Shou, like the outside world, began to associate this wealthy bachelor in the capital with the term gay. However, all signs indicated that he did not have such inclinations. It wasn't until a woman named Su Honglian surfaced that Yang Shou realized his boss actually had someone in his heart, but it didn't seem to be Su Honglian. His boss was very courteous to that woman, almost too polite for lovers, often showing a faint sense of distance. The outside world was gossiping about their rumored relationship, but his intuition told him something was off. How could lovers interact like that? He treated her well, but it was a strange kind of good, something he couldn't pinpoint. Yet he could tell they didn't seem like a couple, more like courteous business partners. The woman held her ground while the man intentionally kept his distance. Later, when a woman named Xia Ri appeared, Yang Shou understood that Meng Gu did have someone in his heart, but it wasn't Su Honglian, it was Xiaori. He projected his emotions onto her. Big beads of sweat dripped from Xiaori's forehead, yet she still felt cold, curling up in the car. What's wrong, Ari? Menggu gently patted her back. Be good. Hold on a little longer. We're almost there, really. Menggu, I don't know why it hurts so much this time. Xiaori said, her voice trembling. Mengye, I am cold. Menggu seemed to shiver as he spoke. Quickly taking off his coat and wrapping it around Xiaori, shouting at Yangshuo, did you not hear? Turn the air conditioning to the maximum. It's already at the maximum, Yangshuo muttered quietly. Still cold? Menggu held Xiaori, wrapped like a dumpling, in his arms, rubbing her back through the clothing to warm her up. Xiaori felt wronged. She thought the reason for her pain was because of Menggu. She felt like she was back in her childhood when her grandmother would give her gua sha treatments whenever she was sick, and she would lie in bed complaining about the pain. It's all your fault. If you had believed me instead of Su Honglian, I wouldn't be sad. If I weren't sad, I wouldn't have eaten that spicy hot pot. If I hadn't eaten hot pot, I wouldn't have gotten heaty, and if I weren't heaty, my teeth wouldn't hurt. Xiaori didn't know where she got the strength to kick the culprit. Yes, it's my fault I caused it. Menggu whispered in her ear, from now on, when you're angry, just punish me by making me eat spicy hot pot too, so my teeth can hurt once, okay? Once. Xiaori nodded sharply. No, not just once. You can have as many times as you want. Is that okay? Yangshuo's hands shook on the steering wheel. These two were driving him crazy. Did they even know what they were saying? Their childishness was infuriating. Menggu. Xiaori buried her head deeper into Mengji's arms and whispered, Menggu, I miss my grandma. Her grandmother always said that if she got gua sha treatments when she was young, she'd grow up healthy. That old lady had indeed turned her granddaughter into a rarely sick female Hercules. I know. Menggu stroked Xiaori's hair. At that moment, he truly wished to be her grandmother just to lessen her pain. In the past, he always thought men who became disoriented because their women were sick or hurt were being overly sentimental. Later, he finally understood those men's feelings. Yangshuo's car came to a stop, which made Menggu furious. But it wasn't his fault. They were stuck in traffic due to a truck that had a flat tire ahead, so they couldn't move for a while. Menggu looked at the person in his arms. Xiaori's expression was already somewhat twisted. Yangshuo, Menggu sighed. How long will it take to walk to your uncle's clinic? He wouldn't want to walk, would he? I know a shortcut. If we take that route, it will take about 20 minutes, Yangshuo said, feeling the cold. But that road isn't easy. We have to climb a hill. Menggu picked up Xiaori and said briefly to Yangshuo, you lead the way. Later, that winter night, and the toothache that tormented her became a sweet memory for Xiaori. She rested her head on his back, listening to the night wind whistling past her ears from all directions. The principle of sharing pain is the same as sharing joy. Her beloved kept asking her repeatedly, Ari, do you feel better? Ari, are you cold? Ari, just hold on a bit longer. We're almost there. Yangshuo, walking ahead, didn't expect that his usually reserved boss would behave like this when in love, making him want to find a woman to care for as well. But he wasn't sure if he could be like him, wearing thin pajamas and fuzzy slippers, carrying a woman through the streets without regard for his image. Finally, they arrived at the dental clinic run by Yangshuo's uncle. The poor dentist was so anxious from his nephew's call that he rushed to the clinic in a thin cotton coat. When Menggu heard that Xiaori needed surgery, he was terrified, grabbing the dentist's collar and asking, why does she need surgery? Why does she need surgery? The dentist was made extremely nervous by him. The so-called surgery is actually very simple. Just use this. He shook the slender, needle-like surgical knife in his hand. With this, he would make a small cut in the gums of this young lady to remove the pus. Once the pus is out, it won't hurt anymore. Mungo released the dentist. But just as he did, he grabbed him again. Doctor, will it hurt a lot? At this moment, Summer couldn't hold back. Mungo, didn't you see the doctor just gave me anesthesia? It doesn't hurt at all. Really, I've done this before. The dentist shook his head helplessly. He knew him and was aware that this was a well-known figure in the capital. He had encountered quite a few celebrities, and those people seemed very indifferent to him. Some of their wives would come here for dental work, and occasionally he felt a chill listening to their casual mentions of their husbands. Lowering his head, he said to the woman whose face was already half swollen, Miss, you are lucky. Your boyfriend seems to care a lot about you. Thank you, doctor. His patient smiled with great joy. Actually, we are already married. Married? Isn't that guy a diamond bachelor that countless women in the city are chasing after? Is it the case that nowadays everyone is secretly married? Finally, when the dentist picked up the syringe to give Summer an anti-inflammatory injection, he said, "Pull your pants down a bit." This startled Mungo again. How could that be? If that happened, wouldn't Summer be exposed? Doctor, are injections still given in the buttocks? Can it be done elsewhere? At this point, all three remaining people, except Mungo, were left speechless. Mungo then felt a bit childish and awkwardly said, "All right, you can inject wherever you want." Yangshuo had been kicked out by his boss, and of course, he wouldn't allow a third man to see Summer's backside. Yangshuo secretly mocked in his heart. Finally, a dramatic toothache incident came to an end at 5 in the morning. In the end, his boss sincerely asked his uncle, "Doctor, do you think she needs to be admitted for surgery, like for observation or something?" Now, it was the dentist's turn to go crazy. Such ignorant family members of patients were truly unprecedented. Who gets admitted for a toothache? They had no common sense at all. Besides, what dental clinic has an inpatient department? A heavy snow suddenly fell, dyeing the surrounding world white. She leaned in his arms, watching the snowflakes dance in the sky through the car window. In the cramped car, he asked her why she didn't have that wisdom tooth removed. She said, "Because I like it, so I can't bear part with it." Mungo was like that wisdom tooth growing on Summer. Even though it brought her pain time and again, she still couldn't let it go. She still had hope for him. She wanted to try again with him. Maybe, just maybe, they could be like those two fish who help each other. She didn't want to give up the chance to grow old with him. Chapter 61 thus. 1. The request of a beauty is always powerful, especially when it comes from a queen-level beauty. Well, this should be the first time that Su Honglien, a figure regarded as a goddess by the people, has made a request to this small employee. He Ding-Tang picked up the phone and connected to the boss's office. Su Honglien never expected that one day she would do such a thing, asking this female employee, who usually harbored hostility toward her, for a favor just to meet Meng Ge. Su Honglien also did not expect that Meng Ge would send her to France. Studying abroad in France sounds nice, but it's clearly a form of cold storage. He changed her agent, kept only one of her 4 assistants, and changed the role in the movie she was set to film in the second half of the year. She didn't care about those, but he never answered her calls, and the response she got from his assistant when trying to arrange a meeting was that it was unnecessary. "Mister, Meng wants you to go in." He Ding-Tang showed a formulaic expression. He said, "You only have half an hour." Half an hour? Su Honglien didn't know how pitiful she could become. "Would you like coffee or tea?" A very formulaic opening line. Meng Ji's voice was light and casual, as if addressing an ordinary visitor. Su Honglien sat there, looking up at her former lover, a man who made countless women in the capital yearn for him. And his expression at that moment filled her with despair. "Why won't you answer my calls?" She tried hard not to let her voice sound like that of a wronged woman. "You should know why." Meng Ge did not look at her, his eyes fixed on the tall buildings outside the window. "I told myself that from now on, I would never do anything to make her sad." Ari, Ari, when had this man ever called her name with such gentle affection? It took her a long time to get him to drop the Su prefix. "Did she tell you not to see me, not to answer my calls?" "No, it was me. I felt that we weren't suited to meet anymore." Then Meng Ge. Su Honglien became agitated. "Are you afraid of me? Being afraid to meet me shows that you still have feelings for me. If not, how could you be afraid to see me?" Meng Ge looked at Su Honglien calmly, and the calmer he was, the more afraid she became, until she finally started to cry. "Then why, after 5 years, do you still treat me like this? You know why I treat you this way? There are some things I cannot give you, but there are some things I can give you, like fame, like helping you fulfill your acting dreams. But everything must stop here." Meng Yi. Su Honglien didn't even know why she was doing those things she usually looked down upon. Was it because I went too far that day? Sorry. Did those pictures make Xia Ri misunderstand? I can go explain to her. Meng Ge lowered his head. "Honglien, you've always been a smart girl. You must have guessed what happened. I usually don't say it because I thought you understood, but I really don't understand. Meng Ge, tell me, what is the thing you cannot give me?" Even though she knew, she now felt like someone who wouldn't give up until she reached the Yellow River. "Love. The one thing I cannot give you in this world is love, because it belongs to a woman named Xia Ri." Meng Ge patted his chest. "Now, only she lives here. This place belongs only to her." How ridiculous. This person actually said such things. These words could appear in a movie, in a story, or even come out of the mouth of any man in the world, but they should not come from Meng Ji's mouth. Because he is Meng Gu. Meng Gu is Su Honglian's first love. She had never heard him confess his feelings to her so deeply. Why should he give that to Xia Ri? Girls like Xia Ri could easily be picked up on the street. Isn't it just that she was a bit resilient? Isn't it just that she got lucky and became Meng Ji's childhood sweetheart? You mean you love her? Su Honglian's voice trembled. Yes. No, Meng Fi. You are mistaken. Your feelings for her are merely guilt. You only feel pity for her suffering so much for Summer. How could you love her? If you were going to love her, you would have done it long ago, wouldn't you? Yes, I also think I was extremely foolish. Why didn't I figure out my feelings sooner? If I had understood earlier, we wouldn't have gone around in circles for so long, making her suffer so much. Su Honglian, I don't know what love is supposed to be like. But let me tell you what Meng Ji's love is. Just calling her name is enough to feel satisfied. Knowing what kind of clothes she wears today. Whether she is wearing earrings, remembering how many bowls of rice she ate. These are not things I intentionally remember, but are unconsciously stored in my mind, like a program. I can't bear to see her sad, can't bear to see her in pain, willing to say things I thought I would never say in this lifetime. Just to make her happy. I avoid thinking about the scenes of her with her previous boyfriends, still afraid of her, afraid she won't be happy, afraid she'll be angry. Just sitting together is not enough. I always want to touch her, to feel her. I wish I could put her in my pocket, so she would only smile at me. You say this isn't love, then what is? In this world, I can't do without her. There is no one else in this world who can pull at my heart like she does. Meng Ji's chest was violently heaving. Su Honglian stared at him blankly. And as she looked, she started to laugh, giggling to the point that she scared herself with her own laughter. This laughter was truly like Mei Chao foam. In this world, there is no one else who can pull at your heart like her. Mingo, what about me? What do I count as? Su Honglian is Meng Ji's first love. His youthful yearning, like every young person filled with longing for the unknown distance, but it was merely a longing. I do not deny that I liked you, but perhaps it only stayed at the level of liking. Later, I understood that liking and loving are completely different. I am Sore Honglan. That morning, he Ding-Tang saw the goddess like Su Honglian leave in a disheveled state like a big flower cat. When Meng Gu returned home, he saw the sofa in his living room moved in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, the curtains neatly pulled to the sides, and sunlight filtering through the glass. Softly spreading around, Xia Ri lay on the sofa, and soft music flowed gently from the living room speakers. The fragmented sunlight looked like a thin veil laid over Xia Ri, making the person lying on the sofa with closed eyes appear surprisingly gentle. Meng Gu quietly walked over, sat down on the floor beside the sofa, and rested his head on Xia Ri's belly. When Xia Ri woke up, she saw Meng Gu staring at her blankly. Are you stupid? The person leaning over her nodded obediently, and even showed a lazier expression than a cat. Does your tooth still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Xia Ri remembered Meng Gu's appearance at the dentist and smiled. Weren't you supposed to have a lunch meeting? I sneaked back, saying I had to go home to take care of my sick wife, and pushed everything on a Jin Taiyu. Meng Gu pressed his head even tighter against Xia Ri's belly. Ari, that kid Jiang Haoyan is going to be a dad. His tone was like a child envious of another child getting full marks. He called me, sounding as happy as a grandson. So, Meng Gu was about to say something, and Xia Ri probably guessed it. So, I want to be a dad too. Just thinking about it. But being a dad? Xia Ri squinted her eyes and mimicked Meng Gu's old tone. Children are terrifying creatures, sticky like snot, disgusting. I definitely want to have such little things to bother me. How long does it take for such a small thing to evolve? I take back what I said before. But Jiang Hao's child must still look like a slug, while ours won't. Ari, let's just have one for fun. But what can we do? I don't like taking care of kids. Xia Ri paused. How about you take care of it? Isn't there a nanny? We can hire a nanny for our child. Even a few if needed. Oh, hire a nanny? That's really insincere. So you just want to have one to play with? No, that's not it. Mongo hurriedly waved his hand. I'm just afraid I won't do a good job taking care of it. You know how men are with kids, right? Xia Ri raised her eyebrows. All right. Mongo gritted his teeth. As long as you're willing to give birth, I'll take care of it. How come Mongo is so easy to manipulate now? Xia Ri smiled proudly, her white teeth glimmering softly in the sunlight. Are you being silly again? Xia Ri waved her hand in front of Mongo's eyes. Mongo grabbed Xia Ri's hand and pulled her into his embrace, leaning his head down. He used to think Xia Ri was not worth looking at all, but now he felt that every expression she made was captivating. Xia Ri covered her mouth, mumbling, I have a medicinal taste in my mouth. Mongo took Xia Ri's hand away and gently pressed his lips against hers. Mongo looked at Xia Ri, whose face was flushed from his kiss, and thought, this woman is really adorable. What intimate things haven't they done together? And now, Mongo was thinking about how to coax this woman into bed. To be honest, he also wanted to try on the sofa, but it's daytime now. He didn't mind, but this woman wooed and agree. A familiar melody sounded in the living room. It was La Vie en Rose, which Xia Ri liked. She didn't know if she liked La Vie en Rose because of the French movie The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, or if she liked The Boy in the Striped Pajamas because of La Vie en Rose. Closing her eyes, Xia Ri seemed to catch a whiff of the bittersweet feeling she had every time she watched The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. She wondered if the movie soundtrack she bought before was still around. Mongo, let's watch a movie together tonight. The cinema was empty, just the two of them. Xia Ri frowned. Mongo, you're not going to be like those cheesy male leads in idol dramas and book the entire cinema, are you? Actually, the movie we want to watch isn't even available for sale. Mongo pressed Xia Ri down on the chair, making a gesture for her to be patient. When the familiar scenes burst onto the big screen, Xia Ri was genuinely startled. She didn't know where he got a copy of The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. She remembered that it seemed like it was never released in her country. This copy was specially arranged for me. Mongo seemed to sense Xia Ri's confusion and proudly said, don't forget what my job is. I know you like this movie. Did you know? After you left, I watched this movie many times, so I can recite the plot by heart. Wanting to test you? Mongo didn't like this movie before. He said there was nothing interesting about it, just two clueless kids playing a game called Truth or Dare, and in the process, they lost their lives over a box that looked like a birdcage. But Xia Ri loved it so much that she fantasized about becoming the brave and willful Sophie. And in fact, she became Sophie the night before she dropped out of school. That night, she wore a beautiful dress, put on lipstick, and hid in the library, wanting to invite Mongo to play a game of Truth or Dare. She called Mongo, but it was Su Honglian who answered. She didn't give up and left a message on Mongo's phone, sitting there firmly believing that Mongo would show up at the last second. If Mongo had appeared, she would have acted like Sophie and asked, love me, dare you? But that night, Mongo never showed up. She saw her reflection in the shop window illuminated by the early morning sunlight and, at that moment, she felt beautiful. Unfortunately, Mongo didn't see her. What a pity Mongo didn't see her. Chapter 62 thus, Part 2. The bright and lively movie scenes depict the first encounter between Julian, a French boy, and Sophie, a Polish girl, beginning their daring game that lasted for decades, ultimately leaving no clear winner even at the time of their deaths. The film, lasting 120 minutes, rolled on while the cinema was silent, filled only with the fast-paced French dialogue and the continuous accompaniment of La Vie en Rose. In the end, Julian and Sophie buried their bodies in concrete, concluding their game. After the movie, Summer turned to look at Mongo, who was also brightly illuminated by the screen. Good boy, you didn't fall asleep. Summer patted Mongo's head, feeling warm inside. They finally watched a movie that belonged only to the two of them. In the past, they had gone to the cinema with a large group of people. Mongo placed his hand on Summer's cheek. After you left, I finally understood why you always felt sad when you watched this movie. It's good that you understand, Summer said, linking her arm with Mongo's as they walked out of the cinema. They arrived at DreamWorks, and at the entrance, Summer didn't expect to run into Su Honglian, who was still wearing a wig, accompanied by the young woman who had hinted to her that Mongo and Su Honglian were on the third floor that night. They stood there, staring directly at them. Summer suddenly wanted to show off in front of Su Honglian, so she walked up to them and directly took the big black frame glasses off the girl next to Su Honglian. She put the glasses on Mongo's face and tousled his hair to cover his forehead. This way, you shouldn't be recognized. Mongo, do you remember how Sophie did it? Now, I want you to perform her scene standing on the car for me. Can you do it? She leaned in closer and whispered in his ear. If the performance is good, Sister will feed you well tonight, okay? After saying this, she made a knowing expression at Mongo. That made his bones feel weak. Mongo pinched Summer's cheek and elegantly jumped onto the car roof. The action was smooth and natural, attracting the attention of everyone around DreamWorks. The exterior wall of DreamWorks was blue, enhanced by blue neon lights, making Mongo standing on the car roof look as if he was under a twinkling starry sky. On that day, he wore a retro jacket with a fur collar and had the most charming smile, captivating everyone's eyes. He stood there gracefully, extending his hand. "Julian, kiss me, do you dare?" Summer smiled at Su Honglian, placing her hand in Mongo's, a force pulling her onto the car roof. Summer closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around his neck. At that moment, she had no idea how many eyes were watching them. But when they got down from the car roof, everyone was wide-eyed. After getting off the car, Mongo called out to the onlookers, "Hey, can you guess which movie scene we just performed?" Unfortunately, no one could guess at that time. It's no surprise, as it was said that domestic cinemas only cared for blockbusters, needing to have a large budget, sufficient investment, and enough hype. Summer linked her arm with Mongo and approached Su Honglian, glancing at the girl beside her. "Say, miss, still not impressed by me?" The lady looked pale, while Su Honglian remained expressionless, truly a formidable presence. Chung Zhigao, who had come to see his friend off, was startled by Summer's bold move. This usually quiet Summer had put on quite a passionate show. That night, in the early hours, Mongo heard Summer laughing several times in her sleep, once for as long as half a minute. Was this woman really that happy? As for the earlier part of the night, in a somewhat push-and-pull situation, Summer and Mongo ended up doing things on the sofa. Aishu felt a pang of jealousy seeing Summer's recent demeanor. He could tell she was late and had been tightly wrapped up in the office, disappearing right at noon, clearly indicating that the two passionate lovers were at it again. Near the end of the workday, Summer received a call from Su Honglian, not knowing how she got her number. It was rather random. "Summer, let's meet. I have some interesting things to tell you." This woman had quite a few interesting stories. "Su Honglian, you just can't stand seeing me show off in front of you. What kind of test do you want to conduct now? I tell you, doing silly things occasionally is fine, but doing too much loses its meaning. By the way, Su Honglian, that scene Mongo and I performed in front of you that night was learned from a movie called Love at First Sight, and the two leads were fantastic. You could try to mimic the European acting style." After saying this, Summer hung up the phone directly. This woman always made her unhappy. When Mongo came to pick her up for lunch, he asked her why she hung up the phone. She told him about Su Honglian's call. "What did she say to you?" "Nothing much, just the usual game she likes to play, saying she has interesting things to tell me." Summer was reluctant. Wasn't he worried about her getting jealous? Mongo stopped suddenly. "What is wrong?" Summer turned to look at the person who had suddenly halted. Mongo pulled her hard, bringing her into the elevator, which went directly to his office, a private elevator. As the elevator door closed, Mongo pressed Summer against the wall, and kisses poured down like rain, his tongue curling around hers, while his hands busily tugged at her clothes and stockings. Summer pushed Mongo, who had been getting increasingly outrageous lately, trying to sneak around like this in the elevator. Mongo, let go, we agreed to go have lunch, didn't we?" Mongo held Summer against the elevator wall, whispering, "Lunch is in the office." Thus, Summer fell for it for the 1,000th time. He ding-dang swore she didn't mean to stumble upon this scene. She saw her usually gentle boss turning into a beast, carrying Miss Summer on his shoulder as if she were a sack of cotton. "Mongo, you've gone mad." The poor, weightless woman on his shoulder cried out. "If someone sees us, we're done for." Oh. Her boss raised his once piano-playing hand, which made women in the capital swoon, and gently patted her on the backside. "If you keep shouting, you'll attract attention." He ding-dang dared not breathe, just watching as the two of them enter the office. Just now, she had witnessed a scene straight out of Beauty and the Beast. Well, considering her fondness for Miss Summer, she begrudgingly let her be the beauty. After the passion, in Mongo's office lounge, Summer leaned against Mongo's embrace as he gently combed her hair. "Mongo, just now." Mongo's hand rested on Summer's back. "Did I hurt you?" "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away this time." "Shut up." Summer angrily picked up a pillow to block Mongo's face. She didn't want to see his face right now. "You still dare say it?" "I want to allow you to." All right. I won't say anything. I'll keep quiet." Mongo chuckled silently. This woman had just looked so enchanted, and in the blink of an eye, She had turned against him, faster than flipping a book. After a while, Summer kicked Mongo. I'm hungry. Oh. Mongo perked up. Does that mean I need to feed you? Under Summer's glaring eyes, Mongo awkwardly said, all right, I'll go find food. Mongo climbed down from the bed, picked up the clothes on the floor, and saw the stockings lying on the ground in the summer. He glanced ambiguously at the person on the bed. Ari. It seems I need to sell a few more pairs of stockings to keep here. A pillow was thrown at him. Mongo felt quite pleased and got dressed. I'll go make you something to eat. Wait, Summer called out to Mongo, whispering, Mongo, could you go to the pharmacy? You didn't bring a condom earlier. Mongo's body stiffened for a moment, and after a long pause, he replied, got it. Summer watched Mongo's departing figure and suddenly felt like a child who had done something wrong. Back in the office, Summer stared blankly at the computer. After a while, she picked up her handbag and walked out of the office. Ashu shook his head. Whenever Summer talked about love, she was out of it, standing outside the pharmacy. Summer hesitated for a long time, wondering whether to go in. Her reflection in the pharmacy window showed her flushed face. Summer reached out and touched her cheek, then smiled. That stingy guy just couldn't stand seeing Jiang Haoyan become a father. Just now, the medicine Mongo bought for her was an emergency contraception. She recognized it as an imported vitamin-like medication. Coincidentally, the doctor had prescribed that same medication for her when she was in Miami. In the office, Mongo had been so nervous watching her, and she had taken it in front of him. Seeing his smug expression, Summer really wanted to give him a child. Facing the glass window, she reached out to touch her face reflected on the glass. Can you do it? Are you ready? Do you have confidence? No, she wasn't. She wasn't ready yet, at least not now. But she really wanted to have a child with Mongo. No, maybe several. Well, let God decide now. Summer took out a coin. If it landed on heads, she would go in to buy the medicine, and if tails, she would return to the office. The coin flipped in the air and finally landed back in her hand. Summer moved her hand away from the coin. Shrugging, she thought, Mongo, there's nothing we can do. Our child will just have to be delayed a bit. Later, Summer thought that sometimes God really does help you make the right decisions. As the new year approached, old Master Meng's body gradually recovered after major surgery, and now the doctor was assessing his discharge date. That evening, Summer was in old Master Meng's hospital room, trying hard to persuade Xiaotian to move in with her after Grandpa was discharged. The old man shook his head while the young one waved his hand. The elder said Xiaotian needed to play chess with him, go for runs, and stroll through the park. The younger one said he didn't want to be their third wheel. Mongo had hinted that he and his sister were still in the honeymoon phase and would be for a long time. Xiaotian, I'm your sister, she said, stretching the words. Yes, she was now acting spoiled towards her brother. Xiaotian laughed and sat down beside his sister. Yes, because she was his cherished sister. When she said she couldn't bear to part with Mongo, he willingly gave her to him. Now, his sister was truly enjoying her husband's devoted love. How could he be the third wheel? At that moment, Summer's phone rang. Cheng Zhigao on the other end shouted impatiently, hurry up and bring this one home. Damn it. She's like a weaned child. The way he called out Ari gave her goosebumps. Has he been drinking? Summer frowned. He just said he had a little. That bad guy had promised not to touch a drop when going to the company party, even swearing he would sneak out halfway to pick her up and go back together. Chapter 63 Secret, Part 1. When they arrived at DreamWorks, Cheng Zhigao took Shiori to the third floor. Mengo was leaning on the bar, and beside him stood a helpless Jin Taeyu, who was shrugging his shoulders. Shiori nudged Mengo, and as soon as he saw her, he broke into a grin, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist and mumbling something incoherent. Shiori smiled apologetically at Jin Taeyu. Mr. Jin, has Mengo had too much to drink? He initially hadn't touched a drop, claiming his stomach was bad and that the doctor had advised him against alcohol. But then he received a phone call. Jin Taeyu was curious about whose call had made Mengo so agitated that he ended up slamming the phone down. He got into an argument with someone on the phone, and when he came back, he started drinking heavily. Drink, I didn't drink, Ari. Mengo suddenly exclaimed, freeing one hand to gesture wildly in the air, finally landing on Jin Taeyu. You, whoever you are, tell Ari that I didn't drink. Okay, I heard you. Shiori patted Mengo's face. Tell me, Mengo, are you feeling unwell? Mengo shook his head, seemingly recalling something, and leaned his head against Shiari's shoulder, smiling like a child. Continually mumbling, "Ari, I just like holding you like this. Your body is always so soft." No wonder Cheng Zhigao was going crazy. When Mingo was drunk, he acted like a child. Shiari felt quite embarrassed, while the two men beside her pretended not to hear. "All right, Mingo." Shiari called out to Cheng Zhigao. "Let's go back now." "Go back." "No." Mingo suddenly waved his hand, looking adorably drunk. "I won't go back. Ari doesn't tea like me drinking." "Drinking? I won't go back." "Absolutely not." When this person got drunk, his imagination ran wild, insisting just moments ago that he hadn't drunk at all. "Mingo," Shiari stamped her foot. "Fine, if you won't go back, you can stay here. I'll head back first." "No, you can't go back first." Mingo tightened his hold on Shiari. "I want to allow you to go back. You can't go anywhere. You can only stay by my side." Cheng Zhigao found this all quite normal, while Jin Taiyu was completely confused about whether Mingo was truly drunk or not. Shiari turned to Jin Taiyu. Mr. Jin, you can head back first." The Korean man appeared very interested and clearly wanted to stay to watch the fun. "No hidi. No hidi," Jin Taiyu said with gentlemanly composure. "If I stay, I might be able to help Miss Xia." In fact, he was quite curious about how far Mingo could go with his antics. Shiari helped Mingo to a nearby sofa. It seemed they wouldn't be heading home anytime soon, as Cheng Zhigao had already gone to get Mingo some hangover soup. Finally, Mingo quieted down, leaning motionlessly against Shiari's shoulder. Jin Taiyu looked at the two people on the sofa, and under the soft yellow light, they resembled two trees growing together, typically referred to as a couple tree. "Miss Xia," the woman on the sofa looked up at him. "I've known you for a very long time." Jin Taiyu pointed at Mingo. "Look in his wallet. You might find your photo there." Shiari found Mingo's wallet and opened it. At the bottom, she saw her own high school graduation photo, looking quite youthful. She didn't know where Mingo had gotten it from. She never liked taking photos, always saying that every time she took one, her forehead looked like a mirror. "He really likes you. When he gets drunk, he just keeps saying, 'Ari, come back, okay?'" A feeling similar to wine began to ferment in Shiari's heart, clamoring that if the Korean wasn't there, she thought she would definitely kiss him, gently, to express her joy at that moment. Cheng Zhigao brought the hangover soup to Mingo, who finally appeared somewhat sober after a while. He struggled to open his eyes and touched Shiari's forehead. "Oh, you look a bit like Ari." Shiari sighed. "Let's go home, Mingo. You definitely aren't Ari. Ari just cried and told me not to touch her, saying she would never forgive me again. And then she disappeared." Mingo spoke slowly, his voice sad. Shiari rubbed Mingo's head, her fingers gently massaging his scalp. "Silly, you were dreaming. I'm right here beside you now. But if one day you find out that secret, you won't be by my side anymore." Mingo's voice grew softer, eventually drifting off like a dream. Then Mingo pointed at his chest. "Here, there's a secret hidden." "What secret?" Shiari's heart stirred, casually asking. "Can you tell me?" "It's a big secret." Mingo waved his hands as if trying to shape the secret in the air. "Do you want to hear it?" Let me tell you." "How should I put it?" Mingo. Cheng Zhigao came over to push Mingo. "Mingo, stop being a drunken fool." After saying that, he helplessly wrinkled his nose at Shiari. This guy, whenever he gets drunk, he acts like a child and his IQ drops. With Cheng Zhigao's efforts, Mingo became slightly more sober and finally stopped saying she looked like Shiari, grinning at her. "Cheng Zhigao, my wife has come pick me up." "Cheng Zhigao, you should also go marry a wife. Look how nice it is." As he spoke, he patted Shiari's cheek, giving her a kiss after each pat. Cheng Zhigao shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Jin, if he gets drunk again in the future, please don't bring him to me. Just send him home directly." I was going to take him home directly, but he insisted on coming here, saying Miss Xia would be unhappy if she knew he was drinking. It seemed that in this Korean's eyes, the image of her as a fierce tiger couldn't be shaken off. Shiari finally grew impatient with Mingo's antics, placing her hands on her hips. This is a signature pose for a fierce tiger. "Mingo, are you going home or not?" Home. Mingo seemed to have truly sobered up. "Hee. How could I not go home?" Cheng Zhigao drove. Mingo and Shiari sat in the back seat. Mingo's gaze was fixed outside the window, looking quite dejected. "Mingo." Shiari tugged at Mingo's shirt. "Are you feeling unwell? Let's see if you dare to drink again." "Ari, I just woke up from a dream where you left me again. Mingo said hoarsely. Again? Shiori sighed. Do you often dream about me leaving you? Mingo didn't answer, and under the clusters of passing neon lights, his expression darkened, making Shiori feel uneasy. It must be because she repeatedly showed her lack of confidence in him, which made him lose confidence too. All right. Shiori glanced at Chung Jigao, raised her hand, and decided to say what she had meant to say at home. Mingo, I swear here that I won't leave you. Mingo raised his eyes, his gaze bright like the stars shining in the night sky, and held her hand, saying to his friend, Chung Jigao, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Chung Jigao looked at his friend through the rearview mirror, wondering when Mingo had become so insecure. After a night of heavy drinking, Mingo leaned against the headboard, rubbing his temples. Shiori knelt beside him, moving his hand away and placing her own on his forehead, rhythmically massaging it. Who did you argue with last night that made you drink so much? Mongo didn't answer but buried his head in Shiori's chest, whispering softly, Ari. He said it would be nice if we could do this every morning. What's so good about that? Shiori laughed. Do you want breakfast? I made it. Just a little longer. Even after a while, Mongo still had no intention of leaving, and Shiori had to remind him that at this rate, he wouldn't even make it to class. Reluctantly, Mongo climbed out of bed. Shiori went into the dressing room to help Mongo prepare his clothes. And when she came out with the clothes, she was startled by the person leaning against the door of the dressing room, lost in thought. Mongo reached out and handed her a delicate box, stuffing it into her hands. Shiori opened the box to find a ring inside, shimmering in the morning light. Originally, Mongo said in a deep voice, I wanted to wait until tonight to give this to you, but I couldn't wait a moment longer to see it on your finger. Shiori gently traced the ring's pattern. It was a simple style with a small blue diamond set in the center, the kind of deep blue that resembled the deep sea. She liked it, loved the small inscription on the ring that read Ri, indicating that he and she were finally connected. The small ring seemed to bind them together like fate. Shiori held the ring in her hand, stood on her tiptoes, pulled down Mongo's collar, and did what she had wanted to do last night, kiss him, using her tongue to please him. The two of them tangled in the dressing room, from the door to the wall, and when Mongo wanted to take it further, Shiori pressed her hand against him, and they faced each other, breathing heavily. Mongo, I saw my photo in your wallet, and I'm so happy. And this. Shiori shook the ring in her hand. You can put it on me yourself when we have our wedding. After Grandpa gets out of the hospital, we'll have the wedding. Just like Grandpa said, we can have a hot air balloon, and we'll get married in the sky. How about that? Isn't that interesting? As soon as Shiori finished speaking, her body was lifted off the ground. Just like that, Mongo carried her from the dressing room to their bedroom, then to the study, almost going through every room on the second floor, then down the stairs step by step, and finally, Mongo spun her around in the living room. As he spun in circles, Shiori laughed, and the patterned ceiling above them swirled around, like sunflowers blooming under the sunlight. At that moment, Shiori seemed to touch the shape of happiness, as if the endless sky stretched into every corner of the world, everywhere bathed in spring sunshine, with the moon full and flowers blooming. Today, Mongo would be home late, so Shiori went to the supermarket. After coming out of the supermarket, Shiori felt delighted. She had bought the ingredients to make braised pork with preserved vegetables, which Mongo loved. In the past, he liked to mix the braised pork with rice, always getting grease on his lips, which was very cute. Just as she returned home, Mongo's phone rang. Why didn't you wait for me? Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? When will you be back? Oh, Mongo lowered his voice. Is there a reward? I'm making you something delicious tonight. What kind of delicious? Mongo teased ambiguously. Is it the kind of delicious, You're thinking dirty. It's the kind of delicious you can eat. Right. The kind you can eat. Ari, haven't you already been eaten by your husband every night? After saying that, Mongo smiled ambiguously, secretly pleased with the technical innuendo he just made. The whole conference room fell silent, watching their boss give that strange smile. And everyone felt that the boss's smile was extremely mysterious. Only Jin Taiyu thought it was a very lewd smile. Shut up. Shiori was frantic. Mongo, you shut up right now. Stop that laugh. Just as Shiori was losing her mind, the doorbell rang, and through the CCTV, she saw an unexpected guest outside. All right, Mongo, I can't talk to you now. We have a guest. Who? Mongo was still feeling pleased with himself. Suonglian. After Sherry finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Mongo's phone slipped from his hand. Chapter 64. Secrets, Part 2. The tree desires stillness, but the wind does not cease. This is a law of nature, and often is a law of life as well. If the summer day is that tree wanting to stand still, then Su Honglian is the wind that never stops. She opened the door, but did not let Su Honglian in, instead saying, "What should we do? Mengge is not here." Su Honglian had already guessed that she would be met with this situation, but seeing Xia Ri's outfit still made her heart tighten. Xia Ri was wearing an apron and fuzzy slippers, her clean face adorned with a satisfied smile, living in the home of the person she loved. Originally, the one who should be wearing the apron, the fuzzy slippers, and smiling so contentedly while cooking for her loved one should be her. Su Honglian ignored Xia Ri and walked straight into the living room, sitting down. "Xia Ri, I'm here to find you today." Xia Ri sat down across from her. There were some things she felt should be discussed. Clearing her throat, she took a deep breath. "Honglian y maried Meng Yi. We got our marriage certificate first, and we will hold a wedding after Grandpa is discharged from the hospital. Do you remember? When you were with Mengge, I blessed you, even though it wasn't heartfelt. Now, I ask you to bless me too, regardless of whether it's sincere or not. From now on, we are clear." Su Honglian was not surprised. She just looked deeply at Xia Ri and said lightly, "I know, and I also know that when you signed the marriage agreement, there was also a divorce agreement that stated that after 5 years, if either party signs the divorce agreement, your marriage will be void." Xia Ri said nothing, just calmly looked at the person across from her. "You're wondering how I know this, right?" Su Honglian revealed a charming smile. "Xia Ri, would you believe me if I said Mengge told me?" Xia Ri shook her head, stood up. "Su Honglian, don't play those shallow word games with me anymore. I know you're a good actress, but don't bring your theatrics before me. It's unnecessary. Even if everyone in the world says Mengge told you this, I still believe him. Maybe in the past, I would have doubted, but not now." Xia Ri made a gesture to show her out. "You believe him? You really believe him?" Su Honglian had no intention of leaving. She even spoke slowly. "So, he has called you my girl since you were little. Mengge, that person you understand. He only thinks of himself and cares only for his own feelings. Now, do you want to tell you his thoughts? He has been brooding over the summer situation, feeling it's a stain on his otherwise decent life. So, he racked his brains to erase it and came up with this idea of marrying you. Because he knows you have always liked him. He wants to use these 5 years to make amends, and in the end, after 5 years, you will rightfully gain half of his assets, allowing you to live worry-free for the rest of your life, while he can escape the pangs of conscience. Truly has the potential of a Sherlock Holmes. Her reasoning is delicate." Xia Ri smiled. Su Honglian's expression changed slightly. "You don't believe it? You know, last night, I told Mengge this, and he was furious. What does that indicate? It indicates that I hit his sore spot, doesn't it?" Su Honglian. "So it turns out she was the one who argued with Mengge on the phone last night. Life is actually very simple, not as complicated as you think. People often complicate simple matters because of their own complexities. And you, I advise you, some things once lost are lost no matter how much you cling to them. But don't let your clinging become an obsession. It's not good for anyone." Xia Ri really didn't want to continue this meaningless conversation. Her meat should be tender by now. "If you're trying to say these things, I've heard you. When Mengge comes back, I'll discuss it with him. Now, you can leave." Xia Ri turned and walked into the kitchen, lowering the heat a bit. The straight-back figure in the kitchen made Su Honglian feel despair. So she suddenly wanted to make Xia Ri feel as desperate as she did at that moment. "Xia Ri," Su Honglian said lightly, "you still don't know, do you? Mengge and I have a common secret that we haven't told you. If, after hearing this secret, you still choose to believe him, then I have nothing more to say." Xia Ri's heart froze. Yes, last night Mengge also mentioned having a big secret. What secret? Xia Ri's voice trembled, as if returning to several years ago, back to the corner of the hospital, where the wind seemed to have traveled through time to her side, lingering in her ears. "You know Meng Shu, all right? Do you think he looks like me?" Su Honglian's voice was sweet enough to beautify any story from hell. "So silly." Su Honglian imitated Mengge's previous manner, patting her head. "I'm being so straightforward, and you still can't figure it out." Xia Ri looked at Su Honglian with pleading eyes. She even hoped that Su Honglian could see her plea. then pity her and let the topic end there, saying, "Silly girl, how can you still be so easily deceived like before?" But it seemed useless. Meng Shuo is my child with Meng Ge. That time, saying it was a mistake was to deceive you. Actually, that child has always been there. However, we want to acknowledge him until 5 years later. Then, the executioner said, "Actually, Xiaori, how great it would have been if you had chosen me earlier. Then, I would have to say these next words. And it would be better for all of us, right? Yes, how great it would have been if I had believed earlier." 23-year-old Xiaori could still return to the hospital room so nonchalantly upon hearing the first secret of Meng Ge and Su Honglian. But now, nearly 29-year-old Xiaori no longer had that ability. Years of life had worn her soul into 1,000 wounds, and now they were extending a fatal blow to her. That blow was so heavy that she could only hunch over, leaning against the wall for support. She raised her head to look at Su Honglian. This beautiful woman who had always been aggressive was also looking at her. At that moment, the door was pushed open with great force, and Meng Ge rushed in. Su Honglian watched as Meng Ge came in, not even glancing at her, and immediately hugged the bent-over Xiaori. "Ari, what is wrong? What is wrong?" His voice trembled like crashing waves. "Is it a toothache?" That embrace was as warm as it used to be, with the familiar scent that she loved, but it was no longer safe. Yet, Xiaori didn't have the strength to break free. She leaned her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes, waiting a little longer, just a little longer, until her strength returned. Meng Ge's hand kept stroking Xiaori's back gently, as if afraid of losing her with one careless move. This scene made Su Honglian chuckle, but no one paid attention to her. How could anyone ignore her? She finally understood why there were so many people in this world who preferred to be shattered than to be whole. Because one could experience extreme pain and also extreme joy, like a carnival at the end of the world. "Meng Ge, I told Xiaori everything about us." Yes, she was showing off her acting skills again. Perhaps she felt guilty towards Xiaori, and that guilt might torment her in the days to come. But she didn't need to feel guilty toward Meng Ge. Over the long span of 10 years, he had worn her out. Xiaori pushed Meng Ge away, leaning against the wall, speaking each word clearly. "Meng Ge, you turned my knowing you and loving you into a great disaster in Xiaori's life. And now, she regrets it." Meng Ge's face instantly turned pale, as white as the most expensive white jade porcelain. He stood there in a daze, finally realizing that he was about to lose her. "Is it fun to deceive me? Am I particularly foolish in your eyes? Have you become addicted to lying? I really am foolish, just as you imagined. Don't you two often hide away and laugh at me?" The air in the living room felt heavy, and the pot of braised pork with preserved vegetables was still bubbling, emitting an enticing aroma. Summer felt as if something inside her was slowly dying as she looked at the pot of braised pork. With a bitter smile, she thought that heaven and hell were merely separated by a little time. She pointed at the pot of braised pork and said, "Meng Ge, why didn't you come earlier? If you had come sooner, you could have had it. Not long ago, I was standing there happily imagining your various expressions as your wife. Would your lips still be greasy like before? Meng Ge, why didn't you come back sooner? Now you can't have it." Summer murmured to herself, picking up the pot of braised pork and slamming it down hard, the loud noise finally breaking the dead silence in the space. In the midst of that loud noise, Su Honglian saw crystal clear liquid flowing down Meng Ge's high nose. "How can Meng Ge cry? Isn't he a man? Don't men not cry?" Su Honglian suddenly felt regretful. But she wasn't Summer. She didn't have the courage to speak the truth. The clay pot burned Summer painfully. Meng Ge rushed over and placed Summer's hand under the faucet. He held her tightly in his arms. "Ari, listen to me. There have been many times I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid you would leave me. The thing Meng Ge fears the most in this world is that Summer will leave him, and that fear has been there for a long time. So, I hid the truth about Meng Shuo. Ari, you understand, Meng Ge is such a selfish person. Even if he could start over, he would still do the same, as long as he could be with you. But what can I do?" Summer felt her voice becoming hollow. "Meng Ge, I don't believe what you say anymore. I don't believe everything you said in the past. Not at all. Do you remember? I once said that if you lied to me again, we would be done. Now, I declare, Meng Ge, we are done, so let go of me. You make me feel sick. I won't let go. Even in death, I won't let you go. Summer, Have you forgotten what I said? Even God can't stop us from being together. How arrogant. Summer took out the wolf-repelling device that Ashu had given her from her pocket. She thought Ashu must have potential as a prophet, so he gave her the prize he drew from the supermarket, smiling and saying, "Here, this is for you to defend against the wolf in your house." Without hesitation, she pressed the red button and aimed it at Mongo. She watched Mongo's face contort, but he still wouldn't let go. She pressed down harder. Still no release. Summer even saw the pores on Mongo's face opening one by one. Su Honglian rushed over. "Su Honglian!" Mongo shouted fiercely at the red figure. "Get away from me." Just like that, Su Honglian stood there in a daze. "Mongo, are you still not letting go?" Summer finally cried, and she finally moved the wolf-repelling device away from Mongo. Trembling, she said so. Summer turned the wolf-repelling device toward herself. "No, Adi." Mongo hurriedly released his grip. I let go. As Summer was about to leave, she felt she had done something quite bold. She pointed at Mongo and said to Su Honglian, "Him? I don't want any more. If you want him, you can have him." Chapter 65. If Saint won, Yangshuo felt quite uncomfortable squatting in front of the boss's door. He didn't know what had gotten into the boss, who had dragged him to the parking lot and pointed at his Porsche, saying, "I can't concentrate on driving right now. You drive. Go as fast as you can." So, they sped through red lights all the way. When they arrived at his house, without a word, the boss rushed inside, leaving Yangshuo in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. The boss was in such a hurry. Could it be that he was eager to go home for that kind of thing? Otherwise, how could he be so distracted? Yangshuo togt unhealthily. He glanced at the darkening sky, which looked ominous, as if a storm was about to break. If the boss didn't give him any more orders, he would have to sneak away. Recently, he felt like he had fallen from a senior white-collar worker to a mere errand runner. Just as he was about to slip away, Yangshuo saw Miss Xia stumbling out. Startled, he ducked back into the car, but unexpectedly, she fell right in front of her car. Yangshuo initially wanted to help her, but then thought about it. It was indeed quite embarrassing for such a grown person to fall. The woman on the ground had her head bowed low, showing no intention of getting up, her disheveled hair covering her face. She was wearing a pair of fluffy slippers that looked exactly like the ones the boss wore that night, though these seemed to be a bit smaller. After a long while, Yangshuo saw her lift her head and look at her hand, where her wrist had already been scraped and was bleeding. She didn't care, just staring at it blankly. Yangshuo could no longer sit still. He got out of the car with some tissues. "Miss Ya, are you okay?" He handed her the tissues. She remained motionless. Yangshuo took the tissues and wiped away the small beads of blood oozing from her wrist. "I should call Boss Meng." "Don't." The seemingly lifeless woman finally came to her senses and shook her head desperately. "Don't, please don't." Tears streamed down her pale face, accumulating more and more until they fell like a heavy rain. Yangshuo stared at her. At that moment, he couldn't deny the saying that women are made of water. How could there be so many tears? He had no experience comforting girls, so he could only woodenly stuff tissues into her hands. Holding the tissues he had given her, she stood up and took one last look at the boss's house before walking away without looking back. Based on his two pathetic experiences that could only be described as slight romantic encounters, Yangshuo concluded that his boss and Miss Xia had quarreled, which could also be called a couple's playful banter, and in the end, Miss Xia left in a huff, looking back to see if her lover would chase after her. But why didn't the boss chase after her? Didn't he treat her like a treasure? When he entered the house, he was indeed startled by his boss, who was sprawled on the floor, pale as a ghost, staring at the door with wide eyes, looking like a living dead person. Standing beside him was Su Honglian, flustered, handing a glass of water to Meng Ge. Boss Meng took the glass and then angrily threw it against the wall, scaring the beauty into a pale face. Raising a hand, he said to her, "If I am the disaster of summer, then knowing Su Honglian is my catastrophe. Are you satisfied now? Your actions today have successfully turned our past into an ugly, unbearable memory in my life." The beauty's face turned white instantly. The young man called Meng Gu occasionally looked like a god in Yangshuo's eyes. Once, they were surrounded on their way from Tianjin to Beijing by a group of people. At that time, had just swallowed up the largest entertainment company in the capital. And the former president of that company declared that whoever brought Meng Ji's hand to him would be rewarded with 50 million. That night, they were taken to a dilapidated house. Meng Ge remained composed, placing his hand on the table, saying, "If you want it, take it." His calm demeanor intimidated the group. He continued, "But when you cut off my hand, I want to tell you this. I will get my hand back, not from you but from your loved ones. The more loved ones you have among you, the greater the odds. I keep my word. If you want to cut it off, do it quickly. Don't drag it out." And so, they escaped danger. That person could read minds, understood human weaknesses, and had a fierce determination. Yang Shou always thought that such a person would perhaps never taste failure in their life. But today, Yang Shou saw the defeat in his eyes. Perhaps it could also be called sadness. As the sky gradually darkened, the light rain turned into a torrential downpour. Xia Tian paced back and forth, constantly looking at the phone in her hand. About half an hour ago, Meng Ge had urgently pulled him out, asking if his sister had contacted him. When he said no, Meng Ge hurriedly ran out again. He called his sister, but there was no answer. Around 9 o'clock, his phone finally rang. When Xia Tian saw his sister in that small phone booth that was still leaking water, he suddenly felt very angry at himself. Why did he have to take the blame for Meng Ge? Why did he have to sleep for so long? Why did he have to give his sister to Meng Ge? If it weren't for this series of events, his sister's life trajectory would definitely not be like this. She would have graduated from college like an ordinary girl, met someone who truly loved her, and formed a happy little family with that person. Perhaps she would have already become a mother by now. But now it was not like that. His sister, always brave and beautiful, sat in the small corner of the phone booth, rain soaking her hair, her clothes, and the slippers on her feet. When she saw him, she raised her face and said, "Tian, take me away. As long as it's not Beijing, anywhere is fine. I can't stay here anymore. I don't want to see those two people again. I can't take it anymore, really can't." Xia Tian walked over, hugged his sister, and gently patted her back, softly saying, "It's okay, sis, it's okay. You still have me. I'll always be by your side. I swear." The year their father passed away, 14-year-old him was lost and helpless. 16-year-old Xia Tian held him like this, whispering in his ear, "It's okay, Tian. It's okay. You still have me. I'll always be by your side. I swear." That 16-year-old girl had a pair of very gentle hands, as gentle as a feather brushing against his face. Finally, she cried like a wronged child, murmuring on his shoulder, "How could they do this? How could they?" Xia Tian didn't know what had happened to her, but he knew that the only person who could make his sister this sad was Meng Ge. Xia Tian arranged for Xia Ri to stay at a nearby youth hostel, where the accommodation fee was not too expensive and the environment was decent. He had Xia Ri change her clothes and got some ginger. After drinking the ginger soup, Xia Ri fell into a drowsy sleep. After Xia Ri fell asleep, Xia Tian took his phone to a second-hand phone shop and sold it. With the money, he stopped in front of a trash bin, took out that SIM card, and threw it hard into the bin. "Good be, Meng Ye. This time, I really want to give my sister to you again, never again." Xia Ri sat on the windowsill, reaching out to touch the sunlight falling on the street, her face hidden in the light, making it hard to see her expression. When Xia Tian woke up, this was the scene he saw. She walked over and, following her sister's gaze, Xia Tian saw a bustling scene on the street, with the shouts of vendors and the bargaining of people filling the entire market with liveliness. "Xia Tian, I want to eat that." Xia Ri, looking like she was drooling, pointed at a big bowl of noodles held by a chubby girl. "I feel like I'm so hungry that I can barely speak." Of course she would be hungry. It was strange for someone who had slept for 2 nights and 1 day not to be hungry. After a bout of wolfing down food, Xia Ri said to her brother, "Xia Tian, you need to do something for me now." Meng Ge discovered that Xia Ri's passport, ID card, clothes, and everything related to her had mysteriously disappeared from their home. Those things had clearly been there when he left in the morning. Their clothes were always closely hung together, their toothbrushes always side by side, and their drinking cups always lined up together. Whenever he looked at these small items that symbolized their life together, it always satisfied him and made him as happy as a grandson. Each of those items proclaimed that they lived together. But now, she had taken away all those things that symbolized their togetherness. He reached out, destroying everything he could break or throw. It didn't matter. He would make her come back to him and return everything that belonged to her. Over the past 3 days, He repeatedly relived the nightmare from 5 years ago, as if the siblings had evaporated from Beijing. During these 3 days, he frantically searched for them. 18-year-old Meng Guo could never have imagined that by the time he was 28, he would love that down-to-earth, unremarkable Xia Ri so deeply that he wished he could take his heart out and present it to her. Meng Guo pulled out his phone to call Zhou Wei. At that moment, while Meng Guo was calling Zhou Wei, Xia Ri was already 10,000 meters in the air, and a woman in her 50s beside her was chatting away, telling her how troublesome her family was and how her eldest daughter, who married in America, called every day urging her to come take care of her child. After getting off the plane, Xia Ri helped her with her luggage, and only then did the woman seem a bit embarrassed. "Miss, am I talking too much?" "Not at all, Annie." Xia Ri smiled and shook her head. In fact, she envied her for having so many family members. "I'm usually not this talkative. It's all those people who forced it out of me. They always complain, and they just run away one by one." She glanced at Xia Ri and sighed. "You young people wouldn't understand." Young people? That woman perhaps wouldn't understand that there are people whose hearts, hidden beneath a youthful appearance, are already as old as time. Outside the Chicago airport, it was still not fully dawn, and Xia Ri sat with her eyes closed. It seemed she had a dream where she saw a little boy named Meng Shua. She felt familiar with him at first glance, realizing he had a pair of eyes strikingly similar to Su Honglian's. She had met Su Honglian in the elevator while carrying him and had foolishly said many self-righteous things to her. In the past, she never understood why she had been so confident. Now, she finally understood. She also understood why Chang Zhigao interrupted Meng Guo when he talked about his big secret, and why that girl didn't have a good impression of her. It turned out many people knew about this matter, including the couple Meng Youbua and his wife, whom she had always respected, and perhaps even her grandfather. So, what kind of feelings did her grandfather have when he talked about her wedding with Meng Guo? Why could he speak of it so matter-of-factly? In her dream, those who knew looked at her with either mockery or pity, and the air was filled with all kinds of whispers. The gods in the clouds had kind faces. When she was very young, they tempted her with bright, mouth-watering apples, saying that only by being the best child could she obtain that apple. At first, that apple really seemed to be a sweet and delicious one. Gradually, as time passed, that apple became richer, embodying all her imaginations and yearnings for happiness. To obtain that apple, she had always tried to be the best child. Almost, she thought it belonged to her. When did even the gods learn to deceive? A pair of hands was gently stroking her face, as tender as her father's hands from many years ago, and a voice was calling her, "Xia Ri, Xia Ri." In a haze, Xia Ri saw Cheng Ruoxing. At this moment, the sky in Chicago had already brightened. Chapter 66, Cheng Ruoxing, Part 2, on a summer day. When she first saw Cheng Ruoxing, he was watching a basketball game. When he saw her, he smiled and said in fluent Chinese, "Hi." "Hello." After saying that, his eyes did not leave the television. As for his confession, it felt a bit inexplicable to her. He said, "Xia Ri, you attract me, I'm sure. That kind of attraction is akin to love. Be with me. You won't feel bored with me." Indeed, he did not make her feel bored. Cheng Ruoxing provided her with many relaxing moments. Although she didn't feel a flutter for him, being with him felt as comfortable as spring, comfortable enough for her to entertain thoughts of spending a lifetime with him. At that moment, he squatted in front of her, wiping her tears away with the handkerchief she had given him that year. At that moment, Xia Ri knew that she wanted him because Cheng Ruoxing was a harbor in her heart, a place to rest, a place to dock. "Why are you here?" "I clearly called Uncle Cheng." Yes, Xia Ri still didn't dare to call Cheng Ruoxing directly. She could no longer be assertive in front of him. "I exchanged 2 basketball tickets from my dad for this nice job of picking you up at the airport." He looked quite pleased with himself, see? In the eyes of the men in the Cheng family, you are quite desirable. What kind of nice job only cost 2 basketball tickets? Xia Ri laughed. This time, Xia Ri came to see her mother. She promised to visit her mother every year on this day, as her mother had passed away on this day. Her mother's last wish was simple, to let her know each stage of her life every year on this day, as a wife, as a mother at 30, at 40. At 50, her mother was a beautiful woman, and Xia Ri looked somewhat like her, but she only inherited her mother's eyes. She had not yet reached 50 when she died. Shiori placed flowers in front of her mother's portrait. Originally, she wanted to bring Xiaotian with her. But considering the fatigue of the journey, she had to wait until next year. A few days ago, she wanted to bring Mingo to tell her mother that she had become that man's wife. Cheng Ruoxing leaned to one side. Watching Shiori sitting on the grass in front of her mother's grave, with her legs bent, her head resting on her knees, maintaining that posture for the entire morning. Staring blankly at her mother's photo, he squatted down in front of her, straightening her legs, saying that it was odd for her to stay like that without getting her feet numb. Shiori wanted to smile at Cheng Ruoxing, but failed, and instead, tears came out again, making her angry with the endless flow of tears. Isn't it just being deceived for the second time? Why act like it's the end of the world? But now, it seems she couldn't even force a fake smile. Cheng Ruoxing felt a sharp pain in his heart as he hugged her into his car. He took her back to his apartment. Shiori, you don't have to pretend in front of me. If you're sad, don't act happy. That will only make your mood worse, understand? He saw her nod. So now, you need to listen to me. You need to fill your stomach first, and after that, you should sleep. I guarantee your mood will get better after you sleep. Do you guarantee? Her voice was soft, her brows revealing sorrow. In that moment, she seemed to return to the year her mother passed away, filled with distrust and despair towards the world. Cheng Ruoxing hugged her tightly. I guarantee. In the middle of the night, when Cheng Ruoxing woke up, he saw the wall lamp in the living room was on. Shiori was sitting on the sofa, holding a cigarette between her fingers, with alcohol on the small table in front of the sofa, staring at the curling smoke. Cheng Ruoxing sat down at the table in front of her. She glanced at him quickly and then looked down, saying, What should I do? I can't sleep. You said that in front of me. You don't need to pretend. Ruoxing, I feel terrible right now. So terrible that. She paused, flicking the cigarette in her hand. So terrible that I even want to try burning my hand with this cigarette to see if I can transfer the pain in my heart to my hand. He took the cigarette from her hand, put it in the ashtray, and extinguished it, holding Shiori's hand tightly. Listen to me, Shiori, you are a good girl. You shouldn't be doing these things. Good girl? Shiori's smile was bitter. All right, so now. Cheng Ruoxing placed his hand on the top of her head like a pastor in a church. Let me temporarily play the role of a trainee missionary. In the past, I thought traveling was just about carrying a backpack to places that interest and please you. In my years as a war correspondent, I discovered that it is also a kind of travel, a deeper, enriching journey for the soul. In those years, I went to Afghanistan, Somalia, Cote d'Ivoire, Haiti, places ravaged by war. There, curfews were common. Do you know what a curfew is? It means that once it gets dark, everyone has to hide in their homes. So, there are almost no entertainment venues there. The worst part is that during the day, they are not safe either. Armed conflicts, brawls, robberies, and stray bullets can take their lives at any moment. Sometimes, a person standing right in front of you today might appear on tomorrow's death list in the newspaper. Yet, even so, people there still carry their Bibles and wear what they consider their best clothes to the temple for pilgrimage. One time, I finally couldn't help but ask them, why do you persist in worshiping every day when it doesn't bring you peace and a stable life? An old man told me that missionaries from the West had taught them early on to have faith, not to let the facts, truths, suffering, poverty, troubles, setbacks, and even the dullness around us occupy our minds, as that would distort our originally beautiful lives. That old man believed that God would eventually bring them a good life, if not in his generation, then in the next, and eventually, someone would receive it. Shiori, I think you understand what I'm saying. In my heart, I believe you, like those people, have faith in a good life. You also possess an uncompromising soul, and I believe in you. So, let those evil troubles go to hell. Do you believe me? Can I? Shiori raised her head. You can. His eyes glistened in the light. In the midnight living room, this man's deep voice flowed slowly as Shiori reached out and touched Cheng Ruoxing's eyebrows. His eyebrows grew in a very irregular way, like weeds running rampant, but they had the richest expressions, often making her very happy. Now that she thought about it, it seemed she had never shed a tear for this man because he had always brought her joy. Why didn't she marry him sooner? Why didn't she fall in love with him? All right. Shiori stood up. Mr. Missionary, the bishop announces that you have become an excellent graduate. The believer you inspired thanks you through the bishop, and that believer also believed that a good life will ultimately belong to her. Now, the bishop needs to go back to catch up on sleep. Xiaori took a few steps, then turned back to hug Chung Ruoxing, saying, Ruoxing, you know what? In my heart, you have always been a harbor. Harbor? He didn't like that term and smiled bitterly. The next day, Xiaori went to New York, and Chung Ruoxing used work as an excuse to accompany her. In fact, that was just his excuse. He knew that he might only get to see her for these 2 days each year. Xiaori submitted her resignation to her company, but it was rejected because she had gone to South America during this time. With no other choice, Xiaori had to give a resignation letter to Susan for her to pass on. Susan wanted to tell Summer several times that Ken had been in the office all along, but the words always got stuck in her throat. Ken stood by the office window, watching Summer leave with the tall man, and picked up the phone to dial Mongo's number. Before leaving New York, Summer and Chung Ruoxing went to Central Park. In the past, when she worked in New York, she often came here. Standing in front of the largest artificial lake in Central Park, Chung Ruoxing said, Summer, if that person makes you unhappy, just come back to me. Go back to him? How could she dare? Such a good man. Looking down at her feet for a long time, Summer finally raised her head and said, Ruoxing, do you know Casillas from the Spanish national football team? The goalkeeper? Actually, in the hearts of Spaniards, he has another name, Saint Casillas. Saint represents the best, the most magical, the most incredible in the hearts of South Americans. So, Casillas is Saint Casillas in the hearts of Spaniards. As for you, although you haven't done anything great, you occasionally do silly things, like sweet-talking the neighbor's cat to not disturb your work, or warning the little birds standing by the window not to wander around for fear of becoming someone's delicious meal. You often chat with the puppy while giving it a bath, and you are carelessly clumsy, often leaving me in a cinema or restaurant for a long time because of a game. But in my heart, you are my Saint Chung Ruoxing. Life is actually long. You must find a wife who truly loves you and have a bunch of lovely children. Your children will surely be as wonderful as you when they grow up. Summer, weren't we happy together before? Chung Ruoxing wanted to try harder. He didn't want to lose this woman easily. I am willing to spend time waiting for you. Let's bring Summer over, then buy a house in the suburbs, just like before. Isn't that good? No, Ruoxing, maybe it was possible before. I always thought I would fall in love with you one day. You always made me feel safe. But now I know it's not possible. Some people are destined to love only one person in their lifetime, and unfortunately, I am that kind of person. Summer walked shoulder to shoulder with Chung Ruoxing, afraid to look at the man beside her, fearing to see shadows on his always bright face. Now, it's your turn to listen to me. Listen to me, Ruoxing. There must be someone in a corner of this world who truly loves you. Maybe she is waiting to meet you right now, and then you will know each other, and then you will fall in love. There must be such a woman waiting for you, Ruoxing. Chung Ruoxing felt a bitter smile in his heart. This woman made falling in love sound as simple as eating and sleeping. The airport in New York was still filled with various farewells, and people said goodbye in many different languages. Summer and Chung Ruoxing embraced each other in the crowd. Will you go find that woman who loves you? Will you fall in love with her? Will you have a bunch of wonderful children? Then, goodbye, Chung Ruoxing. Summer walked away without looking back. In the area near the ticket check, she raised her hand in the air, making a gesture of farewell. She didn't turn back to look at him. She knew he was watching her leave. Now, she was mimicking Chung Ruoxing's signature move. Every time she came to the airport to see him off, he would do this gesture, looking so dashing. Chung Ruoxing, when he kissed her for the first time, said, Silly girl, open your mouth. I'll teach you what a real kiss is. After their first kiss, Chung Ruoxing, quite unromantically, said, Summer, you are really a green fruit. Chapter 67, Vortex 1. From a distance, Xiaori saw Mungo standing there, a small travel case beside him. It was too late to hide. He had already seen her. Taking out the ring that Chung Ruoxing had sold to her from her backpack, Xiaori put it on her finger. A sexy and alluring woman stopped in front of Mungo, seemingly asking to borrow his phone. This bold woman had taken the same flight as Xiaori, and on the plane, she had used the same method to get another man's phone number. Xiaori sneered coldly as she walked past them. Just a few steps later, she heard someone fall behind her, mixed with the woman's delicate cries. It seemed that Mungo, this prince, was not as skilled as he appeared. A strong grip caught her. yanking her harshly in front of him. Mungo's eyes were ablaze with rage. Upon hearing that she had gone to America, and that she appeared in New York with that gorilla, Mungo felt he was about to go mad. Last night, he couldn't close his eyes. Every time he did, those extreme images involuntarily surfaced. That man was Xia Ri's first man, a label that drove him to madness with jealousy. He wished he could cut off his hands, wished he could gouge out his eyes. On one hand, he believed in Xia Ri. On the other, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. At dawn, he arrived at the airport. Originally, he intended to go and forcibly take Xia Ri back, even if it meant tying her up. Soon after, he received a call from Zhou Wei, informing him that Xia Ri was already on a flight back to Beijing from New York. He bought her favorite breakfast, wanted to please her, to beg her 100 or 1,000 times. It didn't matter. After all, in this life, he was destined to treat her like the Buddha, and he was willingly going to be that mischievous monkey. But she ignored him completely, and what infuriated him even more was that she looked to be in great spirits, making him wonder if someone was taking good care of her. Thinking this way made him furious. You tell me clearly, what did you go to America for? Are you planning to rekindle old flames with your ex-boyfriend? Mungo said resentfully. Or has it already been rekindled? Xia Ri ignored him, letting him grip her hand. This man really knew how to play the victim. Xia Ri, tell me, what have you two been doing together during this time? Mungo's expression drove Xia Ri crazy. Mungo's fierce face made Xia Ri feel a rush of pleasure. This man also had his moments. What do you think a man and a woman alone together all day can do? Her tone resembled Su Honglian's. In fact, this way of speaking was not bad. It could fool people. No wonder Su Honglian enjoyed it. Are you saying you two slept together? The word slipped out, and with a rush of blood, last night's images flooded her mind. Sleep together? This man truly knew how to hurt her heart. Let go if you don't let go. I'll call security, Xia Ri shouted as she kicked Mungo hard. Is that all your brain can think of? Mungo, you bastard. I'm sorry, Ri, I went crazy. The moment I heard you were with that man, my mind just couldn't function. This man always completely forgot what she said, as if just a few days ago she had told him that she no longer wanted him. Mungo, how long are you going to be willful and selfish? I already told you that day we are done. If you're still feeling guilty about your conscience, didn't you say you would split your assets to ease your mind? Fine, then give it to me now. I really don't want to be entangled with you anymore. Now that summer is over, consider this my plea. Let us siblings go. What are you talking about? The mention of a family of 3 stimulated Mungo's nerves. He had always wanted to be that family of 3 with her. But why didn't she understand? All right. Xia Ri extended the hand that Mungo hadn't caught, blocking it in front of his eyes. Do you see this? Mungo, you should be familiar with this ring. It has returned to my hand. What do you mean? Mungo's voice trembled. Ruoxing is willing to wait for me. He is willing to wait for as long as it takes. That man across the ocean is always devoted to me. He trusts me. He doesn't have those messy ex-girlfriends. And more importantly, he has never deceived me. Saying this made Xia Ri feel extremely satisfied. What do you mean he is willing to wait for you? Don't forget your current identity is my wife. No matter how good he is, no one will ever take you away from me. Mungo's patience was exhausted at this point. Ruoxing, she called him so affectionately, but he could not bear to hear her say it. Xia Ri could only be Mungo's wife in this life. No one could take her from him. Grabbing Xia Ri's hand, Mungo tried to take the ring off her finger. Her fingers could only wear the ring he had given her. During their struggle, Xia Ri saw a reporter with a camera aiming at them, snapping photos. Mungo, let go of me. There's a reporter taking pictures of us. You need to stop. Xia Ri pushed Mungo anxiously, fearing some unexpected complications might arise. But Mungo thought otherwise. He wished the whole world knew about his relationship with the woman in front of him. So, he lowered his head and captured her lips. That day, nearly everyone in the airport hall witnessed the scene. A tall man carrying a petite woman out of the airport, while the woman clawed and bit at the man. Yet he held her tightly. My woman is angry with me, the handsome young man explained politely to the astonished onlookers. Almost everyone thought it was a romance unfolding at the airport. Mungo shoved Xia Ri into the car, and this woman left scratches on his neck. After a fierce struggle, Xia Ri grew tired, curling up in the car with her head on her knees, her hair disheveled. Mungo freed one hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. Let's go home first. You've been on a plane for so long. You must be tired. As he spoke, Mungo quietly observed Xia Ri's expression. Xia Ri didn't answer him, merely closed her eyes. In the end, Mungo really took Xia Ri home, and she did go home with him. She stood there, a large shoulder bag slung over her shoulder, looking at him deeply, and that gaze made Mungo's heart sink bit by bit, as if it were a farewell ceremony. Mungo, what you're doing is useless. This time, I have really given up, truly given up. If you continue to entangle me like this, it will only exhaust me both physically and mentally. No, you're mistaken. You haven't given up on me. Mungo wrapped his arms around Xia Ri from behind. No, Ri, you are just disappointed in me, angry with me. You are only resenting me. He didn't want her to give up on him. Never, ever. She could punish him 1,000, 10,000 ways, but not that one, the kind of giving up. Mungo, we are both adults now. Some things are already known in each other's hearts. This time, the one who is wrong is you, so I have no obligation to accept your unreasonable behavior. I am not great enough to be with you under a series of deceptions, and I am not cut out to be a stepmother. You should have guessed that we have truly come to an end. No matter how you do this, it will be of no use, so let's part on good terms. Xia Ri's calm tone left Mungo frustrated. He pressed Xia Ri against the wall. That is just your one-sided wishful thinking. I know it's my fault, but what can I do? For this lifetime, I have no intention of parting on good terms with you. Mungo, Summer continued, I will abide by the marriage agreement we signed back then. For these 5 years, I will be your nominal wife. But I don't want to have any further entanglements with you. That agreement also states that we are only duty-bound spouses. If you continue to harass me like you did today, I will hire a lawyer to sue you. Go ahead and sue. Mungo laughed, a bleak smile on his face. All right, let's South meet in court then. Summer pushed Mungo away, but just as she reached the door, she was yanked back with force. Do you think that once you enter my house, you can easily leave? He pinned her against the wall. I can sue you for illegal detention. This person really considered himself above the law. I assure you, your charge of illegal detention will absolutely not hold. Have you forgotten that one of the clauses in our marriage agreement is that we must live together under the same roof? And the penalty for breach of contract is astronomical. Can you afford it? Also, don't tell me you don't care about that. And don't even mention that you wouldn't mind going to jail. Tell me, would Summer be willing to let you go to jail? He would do anything to raise money because he couldn't bear to see you imprisoned. What do you think he would go to raise that money? And would you be willing to let him face obstacles everywhere, experiencing the hardships of life? Moreover, believe me, as soon as I speak, I can guarantee that he won't be able to borrow a single cent in the city. Since childhood, Summer knew that Mungo was a ruthless person. When she was 14, a transfer student came to her class and accidentally stained Mungo's white shirt without apologizing. At that time, he casually told the teacher, "Teacher, please inform the principal that I don't like it when someone speaks dialect in our school." The next day, that child was expelled. In fact, the child spoke Mandarin quite well. He had just greeted everyone in their hometown dialect to lighten the atmosphere, which had amused the other kids. Yet, with Mungo's casual words, that child was judged out of the game, all for a stained shirt. Summer never expected that his methods would be used against her today. At that moment, she found it incredibly funny, and she laughed. Her life felt like a melodramatic play, and the worst part was that she didn't know when it would end. She laughed and asked him, "Mungo, didn't you say you love me? If you truly love me, how could you bear to let me go to jail?" Mungo closed his eyes. Summer's smile pierced his heart like a knife. At that time, I will create a crime for myself, and I will accompany you in prison. You serve however long, and I will serve however long. For no reason, Summer felt despair, so overwhelming that she didn't know where the strength came from. She clawed and bit at him, and he just stood there, allowing her to do so. In the end, she grew tired and let him carry her to the bathroom. Let him undress her, let him wash her, let him take off the rings from her fingers, let him carry her to the bed, and let him hold her tightly. Holding her in his arms, he said, "Ari, I'm sorry, but I have no other way. I can only keep you by my side in this manner." At that moment, Summer was curious if there was a way to die called death from emotional exhaustion. Chapter 68, Vortex, Part 2, At Present. This was a dilemma for Xia Ri, and she couldn't think of any way to escape her current predicament. She would never outsmart Mungo in a game of wits. The next day, while Mungo was in the bathroom, Xia Ri planned to sneak out. She had to meet Xia Tian, as she promised to see him as soon as she returned. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard Mongo ask, "Where are you going?" The question sounded like an interrogation, and the situation was absurd. Xiaori had never imagined such a thing could happen to her. "Where am I going?" Xiaori looked around the lavishly decorated apartment. Of course, she wanted to leave this cage. No, it should be called a gilded cage crafted by you, Mongo. A cage that felt both ridiculous and inexplicable. "You should have understood what I said last night," Mongo said coldly. "What? I don't even have the right to see my brother now?" Xiaori felt everything was getting more absurd. "I'll take you." Mongo grabbed the car keys and walked towards Xiaori. "Stop." Xiaori pointed at Mongo, feeling an overwhelming sense of weariness toward that once captivating face. "Don't come near me." Mongo halted. His face fell in embarrassment, and after a moment, he softly said, "Ari, Grandpa doesn't know about that. So, can you go see him this afternoon? He's been mentioning you lately. How about this? In the afternoon, I'll go pick you up from Xia Tian's place, and we'll go see him together, okay?" Xiaori opened the door without responding to Mongo's words. She hurriedly walked away, as if only by moving quickly could she shake off Mongo's previously submissive expression. Those years of companionship felt like a tumor growing on Xiaori, and she wished to remove it quickly, but every cut was bloody. Just as she walked out of the community's entrance, an unexpected situation caught Xiaori off guard. People holding cameras and microphones rushed toward her, and suddenly, the sounds of shudders and questions flooded in. "Miss Xia, what is your relationship with the head of T? See, are you currently in a romantic relationship? Miss Xia, are you living in Mongo's house now? Are you cohabiting? According to reports, your current identity is an employee of T. R. Did you meet because of work? What do you think about Mongo and Su Honglian's relationship? Miss Xia, can you explain what happened at the airport? It was reported that Mongo referred to you as his woman. Can you disclose what stage your relationship is at?" Xiaori instinctively raised her handbag to shield her face. The aggressive questions left her flustered and confused. She looked to the security room for help, but the guards seemed powerless against the media. Xiaori wanted to push through the crowd, but it seemed futile, and in the end, they cornered her. The questions kept coming, and someone tried to take the handbag off her face. Xiaori clutched the handbag tightly, trembling as she pulled out her phone and dialed Mongo's number. "Mongo, come quickly, Mongo, hurry." After hanging up, Xiaori felt utterly desperate. During their time together, she realized she had become attached to him. She truly saw him as the cavalry that could save her from danger. So, without any awareness, she called him first. Mongo rushed out to see the scene. A crowd of media surrounded Xiaori, who was huddled in a corner, holding her handbag to shield her face while someone was tugging at it. As soon as the people saw him, they turned their cameras toward him. Mongo grabbed the reporter pulling at Xiaori's handbag and threw a punch at his face. The crowd was stunned into silence. Although Mongo often dealt with the media with a hidden edge and sarcastic remarks, he had never lost control like this before. Seeing how protective he was of this woman indicated that their relationship was not simple. As the reporters realized the gravity of the situation, Mongo told the security, "Send me the surveillance footage. Don't miss a single angle." The reporters then realized things had escalated. They could only watch as he took the woman away. Mongo expertly parked the car at the youth hostel where Xia Tian was staying. After the earlier commotion, Xiaori no longer had the heart to question him. Once out of the car, she walked away without looking back. Mongo watched her retreating figure, regretting his impulsive actions at the airport. His recklessness might disrupt Xiaori's life. He called the PR department. When Xia Tian saw her arrive, he hurriedly turned off the TV. Xiaori didn't notice Xia Tian's unnatural demeanor. She sat on the bed, staring out of the window. After a long while, she sighed, "Xia Tian, I don't know what to do anymore. It feels like all the roads are blocked by Mongo." Then, Xiaori told Xia Tian about her situation with Mongo, omitting the part about the child, vaguely mentioning that Mongo had done something to hurt and disappoint her. Thankfully, Xia Tian didn't press further. This was the first time Xia Tian saw such a lost and exhausted expression on his sister's face. "Sister," Xia Tian said as he sat beside her, "don't think about anything right now. I'll find a way. Don't forget, your brother is now a 26-year-old adult. Worst case, we can leave here, just like we talked about before, and go to Japan. But then, it will be my turn to take care of you." Xiadi smiled bitterly. She had thought about leaving, and she could do it, but Xia Tian couldn't. His documents were with Mongo, who had taken them to apply for Xia Tian's overseas study procedures. Stretching, Xiaori lay back on the bed and yawned. All right, I'll leave the next steps to our family, yes, man. Xia Tian lay back on the bed too, yawning. Don't worry, I'll come up with a good plan. After a while, Xiaori remembered something. Hey, why can't I reach your phone? It's in the pawn shop. In the afternoon, Xiaori took Xia Tian to the mall and bought him a new phone. In front of Swiss watch shop, Xiaori paused. She had seen a watch advertisement before and thought it would look great on Xia Tian. At that time, Xia Tian was still asleep, and she had always wanted to get that watch for him when he woke up. Xiaori pulled Xia Tian's hand and walked into the store. She tried the watch she had seen in the advertisement on Xia Tian, and indeed, it looked great on him and fit perfectly. She noticed Xia Tian seemed to like it too. However, after a while, the previously smiling salesperson approached them with a lukewarm expression and said, "Miss, your card has been overdrawn. Would you like to try another card?" After months of not having to worry about food or clothing, Xiaori had nearly forgotten her identity as a broke person. She smiled awkwardly at Xia Tian, hesitated for a moment, and pulled out another card. The moment the salesperson saw that card, her eyes lit up. At that time, Ashu had also been excited when he saw that card. It was the one Mongo had given her. Ashu left a drool to tell her that it was an unlimited card, with which you could spend anywhere in the world as long as there was a bank. Another staff member also came over, seemingly a manager, and she was staring at her intently. Xiaori frowned. She hated being looked at like that. She handed over the card, and Xia Tian took it from her hand, whispering in her ear, "Sister, we don't spend Mingo's money." In the corner, the two staff members were whispering to each other, and when they realized that the sisters had no intention of buying a watch, they no longer concealed their gossiping nature. Their voices grew louder. Just like the bag she carried at the airport, her hairstyle is the same. See? Even the shoes are the same. You say with a guy like that, how can she be so indecisive about buying a watch? If it were me, I'd buy it for 1,000 without blinking. Isn't she is Cinderella? The manager chuckled. Cinderella should look like Cinderella. Isn't that how it's portrayed on TV? Aren't Cinderellas not into money? She's just following the example. But I really doubt how Su Honglian lost to her. Was it in bed? She didn't have time to finish her sentence because Xia Tian had already grabbed her by the throat. In the mall, for some reason, Xiaori felt like there were always people pointing at her, making her feel unnatural. Look, Mingo had turned her life into what it was. She was even wearing the hat that Xia Tian had bought for her, like a hiding mouse. Standing at the entrance of the shopping mall, Xiaori angrily took off the hat. This life was such a mess. Clearly, she hadn't done anything wrong. But now, look at what she was doing. Pointing at the commercial building, Xiaori loudly said, "Xia Tian, 5 years from now, we'll buy this building with Mingo's money, and we'll live on the top floor. We won't do anything at all. At that time, I'll be the landlord, and you could be the landlord too. We'll spend our days enjoying rent money, and we'll squeeze those two gossips upstairs with our wealth." Good. It was rare for my sister to express such a fierce quote. Xia Tian hurriedly agreed, pointing at the imported car advertisement at the car dealership. By then, we'll get that Lamborghini, and I'll take you for a ride every day. We'll flaunt our wealth on the streets. This is probably what people mean by finding joy in hardship, but before they could enjoy it enough. When they came to the restaurant for dinner that night, they saw Mingo on TV. He looked quite impressive, and what he did next made Xiaori feel breathless. Chapter 69, Vortex, Part 3. Mingo's press conference might have shattered the hearts of many girls. After the conference, Xia Tian heard a few girls in the restaurant sighing in despair. The press conference lasted only about 10 minutes and was a very simple statement. He said, "I don't understand why I have to hold this press conference to explain my private life, but for the sake of the person I love, I think I should let you all know that I am married and I love my wife very much. So, I hope everyone will show some restraint and not disturb her peaceful life. That's all I have to say, and I hope for your cooperation. I don't want any unpleasantness with you all, or even end up in court." After finishing their meal at the restaurant and heading to the youth hostel, Xiaori didn't say a word, only desperately tugging at the buttons of her clothes. Xia Tian held Xiaori's hand, reminding her that since their mother left, Xiaori had developed a habit of fidgeting with her buttons when she was anxious. "Sister, didn't I tell you? I'll handle this. I've grown up. Haven't you forgotten? Yes. Xia Tian had indeed grown up. Xiaori looked at her brother's hopeful eyes and smiled. Her brother was still saying he had grown up, now resembling a little boy eager for recognition. Xiaori's phone rang for the nth time, and when she saw the number, she turned it off immediately. Within 5 minutes, there was a persistent knocking at the door. Xiaori pulled Xia Tan, who was mumbling about confronting Mingo, saying, "Now, I'll go back with him, and you stay here to think of a way. Okay?" Getting into Mingo's car, Xiaori turned her head away and closed her eyes. "I held a press conference today and talked about our situation. Do you want me to get you a bodyguard? Ari, let's bring Xia Tian back home. It's not safe here with all sorts of people around." At that moment, Xiaori thought Mingo was indeed living up to Ashu's description of being an idiot. Completely out of his mind. After a while, "He hugged you, didn't he?" Mingo said hoarsely. "Or did he kiss you?" Originally, Mingo didn't want to press her so hard, but just now, on a whim, like a suspicious and jealous husband. He had gone through Xiaori's luggage that she brought back from America, unpacking her clothes and belongings one by one, telling himself that he was just bored and doing something ridiculously tedious. But when he caught a faint scent of tobacco and men's cologne on one of Xiaori's clothes, he couldn't contain himself any longer and came over like this. He wanted to grab her and ask her clearly, "Did he kiss you?" Mingo asked again, his voice filled with resentment. Xiaori opened her eyes and glanced at Mingo, wondering what he was doing. Was he really playing the jealous husband? It was ridiculous. Mingo stepped on the gas, and the car sped off like the wind, weaving through traffic like a snake. Xiaori heard people yelling and cursing along the way, but Mingo ignored it, even giving the speed monitor the middle finger with one hand as they approached a red light. Xiaori shouted, "No, he didn't kiss me." The car screeched to a halt. "So he hugged you?" Mingo was clearly unwilling to let it go. She only said he hadn't kissed her, but didn't say he hadn't hugged her. Xiaori opened the car door and ran out. She couldn't take it anymore. Standing by the roadside, she shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by. Mingo hugged her from behind. "Ari, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't scare you like this again. I just lost control when I thought he might have kissed you or hugged you." Xiaori pushed him away and turned around angrily. "Yes, Mingo, you are crazy. So you expect me to go crazy with you, right? The thought of him kissing or hugging me drives you wild, but you and Su Honglian have a child together. Mingo, I beg you to stop tormenting me. I've had a tough time all these years, and I don't have the energy to play love games with you anymore. Please let us go." Strangely, it was clearly your fault, so why do I have to suffer? So, can't you just let me go? You keep saying you love me, but in my opinion, loving someone should mean bringing them happiness, right? Look at what I get being with you. Sadness and endless tears. Mingo, I used to not cry easily, but how many tears have I shed with you? You made me hate myself. There were happy times together, but even those happy times now bring me pain because I don't know if those feelings ever existed. I even feel like it was a carefully orchestrated scam by you and Su Honglian. Xiaori, during the time we were together, didn't you believe I loved you?" Mingo's voice floated in the air, like the mournful cry of a lonely eagle that has lost its mate. "Do you want me to take my heart out? If it can prove my love, I really want to take it out." Xiaori covered her ears, afraid to hear Mingo's seemingly deep and profound declaration. She shook her head repeatedly. "Mingo, can you just let me go? Please? Xia Tian and I will go far away and will never show up in front of you again. This way you won't have to feel guilty, okay?" At that moment, Xiaori's emotions were like an anxious and restless child. Mingo looked at her desperation, which crashed over him like waves. "Xiaori, without you, there's only us. You and me, Mingo and Xiaori." Mingo embraced Xiaori, soothing her in his arms, his hands gently touching the ends of her hair. "Xiaori, let us leave here. If you're unhappy here, then let us go to Japan with Xia Tian. Doesn't Xia Tian like Japan? Let us forget the unpleasantness here and start anew. Okay? Ari, I can be a piano teacher there. Don't you like it when I play the piano? Xia Tian will be in college there, and if you want to work, you can find a job you're interested in. Once we settle down, we can have a bunch of kids, okay? Is this person acting again? Why is she still imagining the scenes he described in her head? Xiaori, you're truly an incorrigible woman." Xia Tian waved her hand in front of Xiaori again. Her sister seemed to be lost in thought for the umpteenth time. "Sister, come back to reality." Xiaori awkwardly wrinkled her nose. She and Xia Tian were currently waiting for Xia Tian's second re-examination report. During the wait, she couldn't help but recall what Mango had said to her that morning. Let us leave here and go wherever you want. In a new environment. We can start over. RE, we can do this. Please consider it. Just give us a chance, okay? What was she just thinking about? What was she thinking? Let me think about what I was just thinking. Xia Tian's health was good. All indicators were normal. And she would be able to stop medication treatment in a month, which meant she would be fully recovered. This was the best news Xia Ri had heard in a long time. She told Xia Ri to wait in their grandfather's hospital room and planned to talk to Xia Tian's doctor. Just as she reached the hospital lobby door, a few people suddenly emerged and surrounded her. Xia Ri wanted to curse. How long would these people continue to pester her? She stopped and stared coldly at them. Were these people really curious about? A very official opening statement, like asking her how she feels after being favored by the goddess of fortune. Becoming the wife of Mongo may seem like a great blessing from the goddess of fortune to outsiders. Mr. Reporter, I think I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Not now, and not in the future, so I hope you don't waste your time here. With this remark, Xia Ri intended to turn and leave. Miss Xia, no. It should be Mrs. Meng now. A post online claims that you are the third party between Su Honglian and Mr. Meng, saying that you used your work relationship to intervene between them in extreme ways. Is this implying that you are getting married because of a child? The netizen who posted also claimed that Mr. Meng paid a hefty medical fee for your brother and brought in a renowned expert for his surgery. Miss Xia, according to our reliable sources, you indeed have a brother who has been in a vegetative state for 5 years and is currently receiving rehabilitation treatment in this hospital, which is a family friend of the Meng family. I wonder if Mr. Meng has shared the medical expenses with you. Vegetative state? The 3 words sounded like a knife cutting into her flesh. Xia Ri turned back and said to the reporter in the green clothes, "You come here and give me your microphone. I'll answer your question. Aren't you curious?" The reporter, somewhat doubtful, handed her the microphone. Your last name is Zhu, right? Xia Ri looked at the reporter's badge, holding the microphone. In my opinion, you all, especially the one with the last name Zhu, are a bunch of twisted individuals, using your profession as a guise to pry into others' privacy and fabricate facts to satisfy your distorted minds. You're all low-quality people. Xia Ri turned the microphone volume up to the maximum and then slammed it down hard on the ground, the microphone making a piercing sound as it hit the floor. Many people stopped in their tracks. Mr. Zhu, I want you to publicly apologize for what you just said. Didn't you say I'm good at scheming? Then, do you believe that if you don't publicly apologize, I will sue you to the point of bankruptcy? Xia Ri pointed at a few people who had been sharp-tongued just now. You all, if you appear in front of me like today, I will make sure you can't handle the consequences. After turning and walking a few steps, Xia Ri saw Xia Tian, his face slightly pale. Sister, let them say whatever they want, I don't care, he whispered in her ear. But she did care. Her brother hadn't lived like a normal boy since he was 19, missing out on a spirited college life, not having time to pursue ambitious dreams, and not getting to hold a girl's hand for a movie date at a beautiful age. He woke up one day as a 26-year-old adult, missing the most beautiful growth processes of life, and now he was inexplicably caught up in this whirlpool. So, she would no longer sit idly by.